me how you guys sat last time. I'm so pumped about this. Welcome back. One of my favorite shows ever. You two guys were the guests. Make some noise again. Mike Lawrence and Louis J. Gomez, everybody. Live.
I love it. Thank you very much for having me back, Tony. I'm very excited to be here. Excited to come back and judge your comedians. I'm hoping to make somebody cry tonight. That's my goal.
I hope
I like
so.
that there's some Latinos here to make you feel comfortable, some fat bearded guys to make me feel comfortable. This is awesome.
I scatter a moment. Want the guests to be cozy. And your comfort is important. And that's why it's also important that at times we get to see you guys a little uncomfortable. You have a history, both of you, of letting the band know how you feel about it. We have a band that you guys know about. And let's just do it, shall we? With a different entrance every week. These guys, two of the funniest, most creative people. I have 3 of them. And maybe 4 tonight, actually, I think maybe. Here we go. Here they are, the Kill Tony Band, Reagan Watkins and Joel Jimenez.
No dick joke.
With a full house intro, ladies and gentlemen. Reagan Watkins and Joel. Is that Full House?
I like that Joel is supposed to look like Uncle Jesse, but he just looks like Lewis's murdered father.
Battle. Here we are. I don't know. Is Pat supposed to be Bob Saget in this?
Yeah, he's a clean freak. More like Bob Faggot.
Cut it out.
And who
Community college.
And who are you supposed to be, Jeremiah?
Joey Gladstone.
Thank you. This was very ill-conceived. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
You named 2 names and I still didn't get it until just now.
You just look like one of Uncle Jesse's adult twins. Remember the 8th season when they had the twins? All right, okay.
The
Fuck
8th
you,
season.
You guys all look like you molested Michelle at a different time in her life.
You got it, dude.
You're literally stealing all of our lines. We had 6 planned. They're firing this, coming out all of the lines immediately.
You look like you just gibbled Kimmy.
Actually think this is funny.
For some reason, you did.
Oh,
do you guys know that Fuller House is the highest rated show in Netflix history? Yeah, take that, Orange is the New Black, and House of Cards, and Black Mirror. It's fucking Fuller House.
Oh, God.
I watched it.
Trump votes. That's who's watching.
It's the only show you weren't in this year.
All right, I'll take it.
That's a compliment.
That's the nicest.
a lot. I love Jeremiah.
I love it. Well, I'm so happy you guys are here. Let's just jump right into it. You guys know how it works. Comedians all signed up. There's a bunch of names in the bucket. Sometimes it's not even a comedian. Sometimes it's just a fucking crazy person that signed up on a sheet and had no idea what the show was. And comedians, if your name or anyone gets pulled out of the bucket, you get 60 seconds of stage time, and then you get interviewed by us about anything in the world. You know your 60 seconds is up and you hear the sound of a kid. That means wrap it up then, or else you're going to bring out the angry West Hollywood Bear. There you go. You guys ready to start the show or what? Make some fucking noise. Someone is about to get 60 seconds of completely uninterrupted stage time. And then we talk to them. Put your hands together for Opie.
Yay, what's up, y'all? How's it going? My name is Opie. I've been traveling around for stand-up lately. It's cool. It's fun. My favorite thing about traveling for stand-up is when I tell the locals I have a show in town, and they go, "Oh, cool, man. What do you rap about?" That's my favorite thing because then I get to pretend that I'm a rapper, you know. But I'm not a gangster. Like, I grew up in a rough neighborhood, but I'm not a gangster. So what I do is I tell them plots for movies I used to watch as a little kid. So what do I rap about? I rap about the time my uncle killed my father, kicked me out of the hood, and me and my homies came back and took the block over again. So, ooh, that sounds so rough. Now that's Lion King, dog. Kuna Matata, bitch. I live in LA now. It's cool. The only thing is I'm the only black guy in my entire neighborhood. I learned a lot about white people. I learned their favorite way to say the N-word. It's with their eyes.
Boom. Opie nailing it. 60 seconds. Got it.
Hey, Opie. What's up, dog?
Nice to meet you, Opie. First time on the show, right?
Yeah, it's
Where
my
you
first
from?
time. I'm from DC.
DC.
I'm originally from Nigeria. DC.
Wow. Wow. Okay, there you go. Brian Redband, ready to go.
Wow.
Did you know he's from Nigeria? Very. Wow.
Yeah.
How long were you in Nigeria for?
I moved here when I was 5.
Wow, 5. Do you
Well,
remember?
they took him.
Yeah. Do you have any memories of Nigeria?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Like what? What do you remember?
I remember like not a lot of white people.
That's an understatement.
How many clicks are in your actual name, and is that why you call yourself Opie?
How many clicks?
That's a great question.
Why do so many black comics have code names? Why do most black comics sound like X-Men members? You guys didn't see Colossus on Comic View? He's great. Yeah, why Opie?
Well, my full name's Akbayemi Olabachu.
Okay. Keep it as Opie.
Oh, bro, you're gonna kill me with that.
I love that your name is the last spell you learn at Hogwarts.
Opie? Wow. Your names are, you're from one of the places that everyone knows is the only joke the Globe has.
Yeah, that we steal emails.
Yeah.
Like, that's the whole thing.
Right.
Like, I think though the funniest thing about us is that we also stole like the country above us, Niger. We stole their name too.
Yeah.
Like, I think that's like the big deal.
Do you talk about that in your act? You go through all the basic shit? Like,
I just talk about because like I feel like most people like they think like Nigeria is this fucked up place, but I live in like a straight up mega city, you know. So I like to talk about like it's a fucked up city, but it's also not as bad as Detroit. You know? So it's hilarious. Yeah.
Hey guys, they'll be hosting the Daily Show in 2 years.
what do you do for work?
No, he's too funny already.
Boom. There you
Shots
go.
fired.
I gotta laugh and he burned a bridge.
I was gonna say, we are just burning bridges here tonight. Fuck you, rest of show business. We're doing a live podcast in the attic of the Comedy Store right now.
How much do you travel for comedy? How much?
Like a decent. I do like to like 90 gigs and stuff like that.
How long have you been on stand-up?
3 years.
In DC.
No, I started in Orange County.
How long have you been in LA?
I've been in LA since January.
Gotcha. And how do you make a living?
I work daytime. I do Hulu. I would do customer service.
Hulu, that's his cousin.
Hook me up with
They sell bags together.
Hulu, I'm a Digibot. Hulu?
Hulu and Opie.
Hulu, this is Hulu.
This is Hulu. We must bury your daughter Ciso.
That's just too funny. Oh, Pat, what does that mean? We really aren't enjoying yourself over there?
I'm just bored with the show.
What's going on? What would you like to see? What are we missing here?
Nothing.
Give us the
Carry
spice.
on.
Give us the spice that you think we're missing.
Keep going.
Okay, no, we will.
No, I demand more quality comedy from a show where someone dresses like Danny Tanner.
Can I be the first one to give Opie a compliment?
Yeah.
Opie, I was impressed. I thought the bits you did were good. They were solid. Both of them made me laugh. I thought you had a lot of really strong stage presence coming up. And I think in the environment of being judged, it's a lot different than just doing comedy.
Yeah.
So you have 4 assholes up here trying to pick you apart, and we're praying to fucking God, or whatever your people pray to. Sort of fucking.
He prays to God free.
Oh my god.
I'll give you that.
Well, we all wanted you to bomb, and you didn't. You did a great job. So I gotta say, I was
Oh,
impressed.
wait, why'd you want him to bomb?
Jeez, what do you mean we all wanted you to bomb? We all wanted you to bomb and die a slow death.
We collectively formed a racist group, and we wanted you to bomb in front of the crowd.
No, it's not because he was black. I want everyone to bomb on the show. It's more fun if they bomb for us to make fun of them bombing.
He does look like the first person to go to college in a hood movie, but you're the one that dies so everyone else can learn a lesson.
Voice in the hood. Oh yeah.
It looks like he's teaching a white girl how to dance.
City of
Opie
God.
was this close to getting his bachelor's degree.
Opie, man. Well, that's cool. What's your love life like?
I just got into a relationship.
You excited about that?
Yeah, I'm excited. She's dope.
What does she do?
She's not.
She acts like she loves that dirt.
He's Nigerian. There's no acting.
Is she a white chick, Opie?
She is white.
She's not.
Oh, shit.
So she just acts like it doesn't hurt.
I just watched
like
white
her
chicks.
She's actually at home right now, rolling around on the floor, holding her stomach still.
How long you guys been together?
Sorry for laughing so hard at this show.
Oh my god. What is happening tonight, Pat Reagan?
Take that, Tony.
He is such a rock star that, like, throwing the whole thing under the bus. I'm like, oh, this is one thing he hasn't done. He is pushing the limits.
Have you been?
Awesome.
He picked the one Full House character without a catchphrase, and he's just angry.
Oh, shit. Alright, Opie, where'd you meet this girl?
Tinder.
On Tinder. Yeah. Who's the first girl you hooked up with on Tinder? Jeez, wow.
I can give you some advice. I didn't have to hook up on Tinder.
I just go through the pictures and I find something and I just make a joke on it.
Oh, you wanted to make it insecure, like nice stomach fat, so.
No, not like
Yeah,
that.
get on massage you.
Like, oh, I'm not worth shit, and then she's like, oh, it's like, talk to me.
Yeah.
Louis is like, I called her a dumb cunt. Why won't she respond to me?
Do you see your parents a lot? No.
So not at all.
See your parents a lot. I know you don't get to see her parents a lot. You're unbelievable, by the way, bro.
My mom lives in shit on my dad
What's some, like, nice shit your mom does that's different, like a whole day?
It's a good idea for a game we could try.
You're damn right. That's fucking awesome. It might be lit.
Are there any, like, cultural differences, like anything that really stands out to you? Like, for example, we had a guy on the show a few weeks ago who said that his dad wipes his ass with regular towels. Yeah. We're like, what? Like, actual, like, towels? He doesn't, like, no flushing towels? Like, no, he just wipes his ass and puts it on a special rack where his shitty towel goes. But that's what he said. I don't do it. Shut up.
I have a genuine concern about it. There already is like a famous Opie.
Yeah. But, I don't know. Like,
No, he just says it a lot.
I don't know. I'm just like, I'm not too worried about that.
Maybe you could hook up with another black comic and do a radio show and call it Opie and Anthony.
Opie and Andy. What's your last name?
It's all about you. Just slowly. All about you.
Brian, you're out of control. What the fuck? Is it that one? Is it Jungle Bird? Oh my god, that is so wrong. Wait, why did I call that? Oh, I guess it is. Oh my god. It's unbelievable.
It's just all about you. All about you.
I don't know, man.
I just want to.
It's not bad.
You gotta feel bad. You gotta start 30 years ago.
I think your name's cool as fuck. Say it all at once, one more time.
The whole audience just turned.
Okay.
The whole audience just turned into frogs.
That was funny, man. I like that being part of this show. All right, Opie, it was fun meeting you, man. Cool stuff.
Thanks, man.
Welcome.
Best of luck, buddy.
There he goes, everybody. Opie. He's on Twitter at Swanky Opie. O-P-E-Y. Swanky Opie, all one word. How about that? You just met Opie. Yeah. Good guy.
Yeah, I'm down with OP.
Fuck yeah. All right, this looks like another new name. Put your hands together for Coleman Cox. How does Red Man do it? Oh boy, look who just got blacklisted from showbiz.
Let's get OP up here for another set, everybody.
Pulled another name out of the bucket. How about William Gilliam?
A little about me. I was a Marine for 4 years. Fought in Afghanistan. Now I'm going through a divorce. Makes me miss the days I was getting paid to kill. She got back and me. She's supposed to help me sign up nightmares. So I went home and it took it. Something like an angel. It took probably about 2:30 in the morning. My roommate had to run in and rip me off my wife because I had a nightmare. And I was hitting her in my sleep. So the next day after I said, let them know how everything went. They looked at me and they said, well, did the drugs work? I said, fucking great. I got home and the house was clean, the yard was mowed. It's the side effects I don't tell you about, really. I had to quit taking them, obviously, for like medical reasons.
William Gilliam, ladies and gentlemen. Fuck yeah. Awesome.
I love it if your ex-wife left you for a Nigerian on Tinder.
Tony, what did your dad say in Marines?
I'm pretty sure not only did he say that, but he said this would be the funniest thing ever.
Yeah, I remember saying that.
Some of those UCB chows right there.
Hey, Pat, do you wish that you'd be knocked off a horse like Michelle and just forget this episode even happened?
That was the series finale.
No. Oh, some of those Second City courses paying off. All right, William Gilliam. Is that your real name?
That is my real name.
Holy shit.
Yeah, I'm a junior. My dad's a dick.
So was his dad.
That's there's a wizard here all of a sudden. So that's fucking awesome,
That's
man.
fun.
How much of that is true? It seems like you really have issues with your wife.
Oh, but we're not. Yeah, I'm
Right.
really am going through the divorce.
Was it because you beat the shit out of her in your sleep?
No, I was mostly awake.
Hey, this guy's got some good wife beating jokes.
Yeah, we just argued all the time. We got married after we knew each other for 3 months.
Ooh.
We got drunk in Vegas.
Oh, fuck. God, no.
Came home married.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ, man.
So it was 3 years of couples therapy before I was like, this is retarded.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She realized you weren't the professional baseball player you look like.
No, what's that crap, motherfucker?
So, like,
3 years. I
Actually, what's funny is she asked me to rewrite that joke. It really happened after the war with an ex-girlfriend, but she's so fucking jealous. She didn't want me to talk about exes on stage.
Wow.
I just imagine like a Marine in an argument like, fuck you, bitch, I'm gonna go back to Afghanistan where they respect me. And I can say what I want to women.
Muammar Gaddafi was a puppet dictator.
So, holy shit. She was like, I mean, that seemed like, by the way, that seemed like something that,
Hashtag superorganism.
fuck yeah. All right. So, that seemed like something you talking about how she didn't want you talking about exes on stage. I mean, you just responded like that was a normal crazy thing. Like, I mean, I can't even imagine. Is there anything else off the top of your head that, like, crazy as shit, this crazy girl that you married in Vegas? Other things? Any other highlights that you would want to share?
Oh yeah. We bought a house and she told me she was a medium.
Shit.
And she was really an ex-large.
Yeah, five months after we got married, she's like, we bought a house and we moved in, and she's like, I'm a medium. I bought my grandparents' house, and like, she's like, oh, well, I feel your grandparents' presence. So I stopped fucking weird in that house.
Somebody's jerking off in the corner of the room.
It's like,
Of course you feel her grandparents' presence. Her grandparents gave you that house. It was a present.
Well, that's the kind of humor you want.
I don't want that humor. I don't like it. I don't think it's funny. I just fucking said it because that's the game of the show. The show's a game. Play along if you want.
What I love is
What, you think I'm talking bullshit up here?
Oh, and that every show is a game of comedy, right?
Out of the conversation.
William Gandy schools and this girl think you regret the most in life. How many people have you killed?
I don't know.
So lots of Afghani schools.
It's one of those things. I used to have a bit about it, but it doesn't like hit hard.
Of course.
It's like,
It's not like
Speaking of my wife,
yeah.
no, it's like, well, you go into a firefight, you get shot at, and then like you just destroy whatever compound they're shooting at you from.
Right.
When you go inside, everyone's dead. Like you don't know who got who.
How did the big dog knock knock? Nobody answers.
You want to throw a guess out there, a number? If you had to, no big deal either way if you don't want to.
I know.
30s, 40s, 50s.
I know the estimate for our unit was, I think, 350.
Oh, God.
he wasn't having flashbacks till the song played.
This is going to be a lawsuit. Oh, my God.
And how long ago was it that you were in the military?
I got out 13. I was in from 09 to 13. I was in Afghanistan in 2011.
Right. Was
I mean, you literally look like you could murder us all with that microphone stand, and we wouldn't see it. You are fucking terrifying.
Pat is not afraid at all. He's mouthing the word homo.
Like you.
Oh, wow, what an arsenal of gay jokes you have. All right, you came up. Let me tell you something about your presence. Your presence when you came up, it's like you can't fuck with that presence. Any odd, you just came up and asserted yourself. You're a big dude, chest out. Your first lines were, "I served in the Marine Corps for 4 years."
Yeah.
He literally looks like who they make Hungry Man dinners for.
Yeah. How long have you been on stand-up? We asked you that already?
I started in 2013. My last month in the military, I got county. I just got out. I started in LA.
You're all totally done with the military.
Well, I'm still in like what's called the inactive reserves. So I've still got contract left, but I don't do anything. It's like if there's like a nuclear holocaust, they can call me back.
What do you think about Trump being your new president?
I'm reassured by Mattis, because Mattis has talked some sense into him. Because General Mattis, who's looking after Secretary of Defense, sat down and like completely changed his views towards torture. And I think Mattis.
I like that you think Trump can have his views changed.
Well, Mattis told him he's like, torture's never worked out for me. I'd rather have a 6-pack and a pack of cigarettes, and I'll give you until I fucking need.
Fuck yeah. I like that. I like that.
I like torture. I said waterboard, bring their fucking kids in, fucking put a gun to their kid's head right in front of them. Fucking tell me we're gonna kill your family, motherfucker.
One of the funniest, I was in an interrogation while we were there, and one of the funniest sentences I ever heard was the guy interrogating the guy. I was there as like security, so I'm standing next to the guy with the gun, and this intel guy is talking to him, and he's just like, tell this piece. He's talking to the interpreter. He's like, tell this piece of shit. He's a fucking pussy. He has no balls. He would show more honor by helping us help his country than him just rolling around like the faggot that he is. Is that Louis J. Gomez?
Don't you mean Louis K. Gomez?
Oh,
Right, everybody?
Switching the polars.
Yeah, you faggot! You don't mess with my boy Patty Reagan! He used punch just so you knew you were in LA.
Oh shit, now they're attacking Los Angeles, everybody.
And then the interpreter looked at us and he's like, we don't have words like that in our language. And he's like, well, fucking come up with something. Make sure it's just as demeaning.
Do you know what he ended up calling him?
What's that?
Do you know what the word was?
I have no idea.
Didn't even
Yeah,
know, like,
no.
what was that?
The only Pashto, which is the dialect of whatever language it was. The only Pashto I know is like Suraportica, which means hands up. Right. Like, that's pretty much all it is.
And then after you say that, you shoot them as fast as you can, right?
I'm already looking forward to the end of this when he just walks through the wall and we see an imprint of him. We must go home now. Can I just say how annoying it's been that the first two comics have been like attractive, funny, with interesting backstories?
Yeah, it is really awesome.
So fucking hard.
It is really awesome.
Can we get someone on the spectrum, please?
Let's
Can
do
we
it.
please?
I'll tell you this, William, in closing, I mean, I think Pat nailed it. You came up guns a-blazing, fucking awesome stage presence.
It was awesome.
I mean, really, really, really great performance. You're fucking great, man. So come back again.
Thank you much.
William Gillian, there he goes. Fun stuff. He's seen a lot of shit.
And nobody's telling jokes anymore about beating your girlfriends.
I love that he was killing women though. Women were just like, oh.
This is such a weird.
All those women that went and voted for Trump in this past election.
Who knew that fucking William Gilliam and Opie would be funny people? What weird fucking bizarro land is this where the shitty names are the good comics?
You are spot on, my friend.
Can we just get a Jeff Smith who has 10 minutes on fisting bitches,
Wow.
please?
This is fucking crazy. This guy made his debut on this show last week for the first time, and we all absolutely...
Another person we can't make fun of because he's too new. All right.
But he's actually not. He's experienced and killed it last week. A lot of fun. Put your hands together. Make a lot of noise for Chevy Terrell, ladies and gentlemen. Chevy Terrell.
What's up, y'all? I tell you, I'm a diabetic. And I gotta be careful because women always want me to go down on their vagina. And I gotta make sure that vagina is sugar free. I went down on this one girl, she must have been drinking Coca-Cola all night. Cause my sugar went up to 850 and I passed out, went to a diabetic coma. She was dumb, she didn't even call the ambulance, she called my mama. My mama get there like, what's all that grease on your face? You chopping eating church's chicken all damn night? Cause of diabetes, I got that erectile dysfunction. Erectile dysfunction ain't but nothing but your dick playing possum.
Chevy Terrell. Do you really have diabetes? So you have cerebral palsy and diabetes.
And high blood pressure.
This is what happened last week. All of his responses are glorious. It doesn't even have to be particularly well written. What we learned last week is this guy has the delivery of fucking
Tracy Morgan after the accident.
Oh! This is why he's your roast battle champion. Defending, reigning roast battle champion, Mike Lawrence.
He's funny. You're really funny. You gotta get something going on quick. You're gonna die probably in a couple of years.
I already died twice.
Really?
Yeah.
How'd that happen?
I was born.
Oh, there's one. Brian was there to make sure you felt the
shoehorn. He's doing great, Red Man.
Yeah, it's a weird one to put that in. Yeah, fuck you, cerebral palsy guy. Wait. Alright, there you go. Glad you got those out of the system, so I don't have to hear them again. Chevy.
I like that you're dressed like what's left at a Goodwill store.
He did really well. Good on the Death Squad show Friday. We invited him last Friday at the Ice House.
It's fun. You have all those medical conditions.
What's the death of Death Squad?
Do you have like a lot of brothers and sisters? Did they get anything too?
No, they ain't got shit. I was fucked up.
You're the only fucked up one.
Yeah, but do they have a cool? Are they doing some cool like comedy, or are they mostly jobs, probably, right?
All my brother doing life, my other brother dead.
So exactly, you're winning.
What's your first brother doing?
He's got a life sentence.
Doing life.
What did he do?
Shot a cop.
Oh, okie dokie. There you go. That's a good time for that right there. That's the moment.
Matter.
Wait, you mean it happens the other way too? This is a weird day. Topsy-turvy. You can shoot the cops? You don't say.
Wow. You know why he shot the cop or what was going on at the time? You ever hear the story? Were you guys close?
Yeah, we was close. I just had talked to him.
Yeah.
You know, he wrote the song "I Fought the Law and I Won."
Yeah.
So Chevy, if I'm not mistaken, you moved to Los Angeles like 2 weeks ago? A month ago, right? So how's the transition going?
It's cool.
Where you staying at?
South Central.
Can we talk about him going into a coma from eating pussy?
Yeah, did that really happen? Is that possible? No, right? Something like that. I think you fell asleep, Chevy. Let's face it.
Some of the lotions that they use, like the kinky oils and stuff, does have a sugar content in it, so you have something there.
That's how Brian gained all that weight. It's from eating so much sugar-covered pussy that
Candy apple pussy.
that was actually her name too.
I thought that was awesome, man. You are proof that stereotypes can be both relatable and funny. That was fucking awesome. It is the most stereotypical fucking one brother's dead, the other's in prison, he lives in South Central. Okay.
Yeah.
I would like to invite you back to the next Death Squad show
Whoa.
next week.
Double calling for Chevy Terrell. There you go. You know what? Let's just move on. We talked to Chevy last week. Anything else? Let's fly through another one. There he goes. 2 weeks in a row. Chevy Terrell. Get lucky out of the bucket. He's on Twitter at Chevy Terrell. Terrill. All one word.
Nobody's ever said the word Chevy is lucky before.
3 fucking funny people in a row. This is bullshit.
Well, I don't know if this person's ever been on before. Here to maybe throw a wrench in what's happening in this show. Put your hands together for Joey Wrench.
So, I recently found out it's not okay to give another man a shower loofah as a gift. For my little brother's birthday this year, I gave him a shower loofah. And he's a Marine, by the way, so he's not really into exfoliating his skin. My little brother, he's a Marine, he fights for our freedom. Whereas me being the oldest son, most women refer to me as adorable. I don't think that's what my father wanted in his oldest son. My little brother, he's 18. He fights in wars. You know what it's like to be constantly reminding your parents how to make a better version of you? I should have dismounted on the awkward silence. Fuck, all right, guys, I'm Joey.
There he goes, Joey Wrench, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the show, Joey. Have you been on before?
I have.
You were?
One time, yeah.
How'd the last time go? Better than that, probably, right?
Hopefully, safe to say. Safe to assume.
For those of you listening to the podcast, if you're wondering what the big laugh in the middle of Joey's set was, that's when Mike did an act out that you couldn't see, of him being thankful for us finally having someone bombing.
Yes.
Because you definitely did it. I think you know that, right, Joey? Even you could probably admit. Oh, the horse and
I nailed that, yeah.
Oh yeah, I am #blessed. Fucking thank God. Dude, even because every other name was like, the fucking Joey Rich, like, you sound like a fucking Batman henchman. Like, fucking, this is Joey Wrench. Like, and then you fucking come out, you look like a creator in a comic. Default setting in a stand-up video game.
We know why they don't call him Joey Hammer. Joey, why?
Good question, Jeremiah. Why, Lewis?
Thanks, boys. Appreciate it.
I mean, you know, one of the things.
Thanks, coming. This is from Danny Bob Faggot. Thanks you. Thanks.
I thought that was pretty good, Bob Faggot.
Yeah.
I stand by that.
I'm sure you do. Joey. Yeah.
But this was the thing with that. We already had a Marine go up, and the fact that you didn't even address that, like there wasn't a callback or anything, that you just did your set, and nothing else happened. I thought was just a little sad.
We also came up with like your hand in your armpit, very kind of nervous energy. You weren't like trying to connect with anybody in the crowd.
Right.
I thought you were saying fuck you to everybody in the room. That attitude.
Joey, how long have you been on stand-up?
On and off for a couple years.
On and off?
Yeah.
Mostly off.
Mostly off, yeah. As you all saw, I can't even fucking defend that shit. Like,
Why is it off so much? Do you really like it? Or
in the beginning, it was off. So it's like I started like in 2010, but it was like really sporadic. And then like in the last like year and a half was when I started doing it more consistently.
So, like, what were you going for in that, brother? What was it again?
What
is that?
I gave him a shower loofah.
I already thought about that. So there's a couple things going on there. It's like, you know, first of all, like Lewis said, I mean, your original, you know, coming up thing, I mean, it's very, you know, you're not really backing it. That loofahs aren't really an exfoliating thing. You know, it's more of like a scrubbing thing, but which makes sense if you count that as exfoliating.
Tony, in fairness, his brother might need a loofah to exfoliate his dry skin from the arid climate of Afghanistan and Iraq.
But I didn't come across? Oh, I thought it was so obvious.
Joey, let's talk about you.
Okay.
What do you do for work?
Recently I've been working for my dad's inventory company. I've just been counting shit.
Your dad, Joey Greco Sr.?
Yeah.
Cheaters? Nothing? Okay.
So is your real name Joey Wrench?
Yeah, it's German. Like, it's not spelled like the tool.
Did someone say German?
You look a little bit darker than German. What do you mix with?
This is Filipino.
Wow.
Oh,
Yeah.
you're not like Filipino.
Yeah, I
like
don't-
Joey Goebbels. Yes. Like Gerbil. Yeah, like Goebbels. I like the animal. Let's go on with the show.
You do what again?
I've been working for my dad. He runs an inventory company.
So what are you counting inventory of?
Like, I do.
Yeah. It's getting very suspicious.
Commander Wrench.
We put them in the showers and we clean them with the loofahs.
That's some good racist improv right there.
Siegfried, I mean Joey. Oh. Joey, so how German is your dad? Scary German?
No, like pasty German. He's mixed with Irish, so he's like red hair, pasty. So he's mostly from Irish.
It's the West Side Crew.
She was born in Manila, so she's.
What does she do for work?
She's an envelope. She.
His dad came into an envelope and that's what
It's a wrench in an envelope. shittiest version of Clue.
She doesn't mention like a delivery company, like a company. Sure.
So, like, what's like something exciting about it?
Something exciting about me.
Anything why do I not?
Account.
Like,
Also, that's something exciting about her.
An SBCglobal.net account. Can you imagine?
That's about the most exciting thing.
Yeah, can you imagine
Imagine if Jay Reagan at yahoo.com broke up with you. That's my dad's email. Don't email.
You just fucked up.
All right, send him emails.
Joey, you just fucking see, you just got broken up by email. Why do I feel like the relationship was by email though? Where'd you meet this girl?
I met her in an improv class.
Oh, Jesus! That's why you're so funny. Now it makes sense. You took a class.
I know.
So you guys were taking it. How did it start? I knew she initiated.
That fucking
Yeah. How did
chick.
He just
Yeah,
got a
fucking-
suggestion and then zip zaps
What's
off.
that thing called?
How did she
She
initiate?
had to spend $400
Copper
to
tone,
meet her, so
bitch.
she's technically a prostitute.
You got a prostitute to take an improv class.
I paid for it.
She's halfway through. She's like, "This is the dumbest, dirtiest shit I've ever done."
Ain't
in my
no
life.
dog pulling down
Never
these
felt
drawers.
dirty in my life."
What?
Taking the second
What were you
city
about to say,
improv
son?
class.
It would be great if she broke up with him during an improv scene.
I'm sorry, I just can't do this anymore.
Or waffle farts, you know?
That's really the most interesting thing. I think that's your
Right.
You're really going for it. The problem is we are aiming for an uninteresting thing.
Okay.
Even in its best capacity, it's going to stink still. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So there's something more interesting about it.
What is it, Joey?
But you're doing a better Danny Tanner impression than Ted Reagan is.
That is true.
That's like and inoffensive. My two things.
Growing up, my daddy's staking from Bob Saget all the time.
Oh, that's a wacky thing, Joey.
We call him Bob
Anything. Okay.
Yeah, did they?
No, they don't have homophobic Puerto Ricans in Germany.
What else is there about you, Joey?
Dark. Come on, Joey. There's something in there.
Something dark?
Push inside yourself, Joey.
Oh, it's the
With the rich Joey. Go into the depths of your soul.
good friend of
Joey.
friend of Kill Tony, Lucifer. So what is it, Joey? Let's get into it. Come on, man. We're gonna fucking discover some shit tonight. We're gonna exfoliate and go deep into those pores and see what you're hiding underneath there. Yeah, man. We're about to save your life. It seems like torture right now.
He's like, a priest molested me via email.
All right, Joey. What's the most embarrassing you've ever felt in your life?
Yeah, poop your pants.
Besides the show.
I know, I was like, right now it's pretty bad.
Let me give you an example. You're clearly a premature ejaculator.
How does he know that about us?
I mean, I can't say yes or no to that. Either way, you're going to label me as a premature ejaculator.
So you might as well just tell the truth.
Well, there's only a shitty literal answer. There's only one way to do it. Prove it with my butthole right now.
That's true.
Well, shit.
Part of the show where Jeremiah bends over and we find out who's. Wow.
Yo, my boy Joey committed that act out right there.
That's amazing. Joey, you went for it. What else, Joey? Anything else? Like, for example, I gave you the premature ejaculator thing that worked better than your no answer. So
My no answer, yeah.
right. So
I mean, if we're going dark, I mean, I struggled with depression for like the last year and a half.
all right.
I know.
What's the lowest moment during that? What did you do? The lowest one? Did you cut yourself?
You know what?
Did you cut yourself?
I didn't cut myself.
Take a bunch of pills and fucking drink a bunch of
I drank myself to sleep like every night for like 8
Wait,
years.
with alcohol?
I know, that's why it's like, it doesn't sound special.
Wait a second. With alcohol?
No, it's
Yeah.
sleepy time tea.
My non-caffeinated chamomile.
Some vitamins and then drink some tea.
He just plays back open mic sets of his own.
Yeah.
Come on, man. We all. What? Something talking about.
Come on. What are you talking about?
Oh, fucking, that's all I do.
You don't have to do that. We get it. I mean, we all have it.
No.
I'll fucking do it when I'm a teen. I tried to get that fucking whole music. Damn right. I tried hanging myself in the drama school with the fucking rope, the theater rope, and I was hoping that the drama teacher would find me, and as I was dying, I would go, NC.
Wow. All right, Joey, your turn.
Yeah, yours is one more entertaining than mine. I tried to hang myself last year.
How'd you do that?
A belt in the closet.
A belt in the closet. What happened?
I didn't tighten the belt enough and it gave and I fell on my ass.
Oh no! You're like, I
know.
can't even do this.
Yeah.
You know, you want to cut yourself with chicken wire and like string chicken wire across something, and then go on some sort of like drive like a go-kart or something straight to the chicken wire and it'll behead you.
That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. That would not behead you at all. Spine is very strong. Chicken wire.
Chicken wire. With a
Yeah, totally.
You're not 20 miles an hour?
Maybe 30.
I mean, like, we would have done this depression thing, but, like, anything, like, goofy ever happen to you? You ever, poop your pants,
when I was-
do drugs or anything?
I remember if you do kill yourself, this is the most popular thing you've ever done.
I know, right? Thank you,
This
Mike.
is the only recorded document of your existence.
Thank you.
So fucking live.
Now, if you hang yourself with the belt and you actually nail it, we'll go back and listen to this episode. Like, that guy actually did it. It might have been accomplished.
You know what?
If only he could commit when he's on stage like he did in real life.
Are we telling poop our pants stories right now? Because I gotta get one.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I was doing this this one nighter in Arizona with Dean Del Rey, and I got a notification that I had an audition back in LA in the morning at like 11 a.m. So Dean and I woke up at like 4 in the morning to drive back.
What if he kills himself during your story?
Yeah, that might happen.
This is gonna finally push him.
And I farted like while I was driving in the car while Dean was sleeping.
Yeah.
And I realized I had pooped my pants. but I had to get to that audition, so I kept driving with poop pants. 5 hours and Dean still doesn't know about this.
It still doesn't know about it.
Still doesn't
You're
know about
releasing it exclusively on Kill Tony right now. You sat next to your shitty butthole for 5 hours.
I asked Dean how he slept, and he's like, I slept hard.
I slept like a baby, and by that I mean I smelled poop a little bit the whole time. I need to wash my mustache.
Oh man, I'm
The way the
sweating.
story will go down, though, is that I once said something to Jeremiah poop his pants on a trip. All right, Joey.
Did you have a sting? Did it soak through? Like, I mean, were you worried about that?
No, it went like through the boxers, but I don't think it got through the back part of the jeans.
Did you do it like a moisture test?
I mean, no, it was.
That's enough. All right, Joey.
Hey, Tony, that reminds me.
I mean, unbelievable. Wait, what?
That
Back off
reminds
the
me.
track after. Okay.
I was at church camp.
Oh boy.
We were building houses in Mexico, and I took a little detour, a late night detour to shower. It was a communal shower. We were sleeping in communal beds, separate from the shower, obviously. And so I schlepped over to the shower and I was shoving stuff up my butt. And then, don't worry about that. And then I like shit. And then I had to, anyways, I shit in the communal shower and I had to spend like an hour and a half like firing hot water in the shower to melt it into the drain. And then I went to like wash the stink off and I couldn't get the stink off no matter what I did. I was like scrubbing my hands like raw. And then I woke up and I went to bed and woke up in the morning and just waited for anyone to be like, hey, does anybody smell that? And no one did.
This could be a podcast called Talking Shit with Joey Wrench, where he's so boring that all the guests talk about the time they shat themselves.
This is what happens, Joey. Miracles do happen. I think we just found your comedy voice. But
you've been the best part of this show through no fault of your own.
All at my expense. Lovely.
How long have you been doing comedy?
He says
like super off and on, like a horrible, answer. He doesn't really love it that much, but it is an escape momentarily from your issues, right?
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
I hate when people use comedy as an escape.
It is. And I get the feeling you actually have a therapist, right?
I do not.
You don't. Can't afford one.
No. I know.
So were you like the funny kid with your group of friends growing up?
No, I was quiet.
You just talk to your collection of like bland sweaters.
Whoa. Burn. Whoa. Talk to your
Such
Joey. Wow. Joey, what happened? Why do you think you're so boring? What happened? Your parents were always together and you're probably come from a little bit of money, right?
First of all, what kind of a question? Why do you think you're so boring? That's interesting. Why?
I like that we keep calling boring and uninteresting. There's a lot of people on the stage for 27 minutes.
There's a lot of people that are boring and uninteresting, and I think they're just nice people.
Yeah, that makes sense. Right, they shouldn't. Yeah, it's an interesting thing.
He just had a bad set, man. It was 1 minute. He might be really great.
Whoa, look at this. Look at the focus over here.
Look at his eyebrows. They're on fleek. That's probably on. Wow. We're going to let you go. Joey Wrench, everybody. There you go. We're going to move on. Joey Wrench. Redban, I like that. The pillar of hope, Brian Redban. Come on, guys. It's just having a rough day.
Hold on, guys.
He's going off to be the next Verizon guy.
Hold on. I almost feel like if you weren't the funny kid in your group of friends growing up,
oh man.
I don't know.
Oh yeah. I mean, absolutely.
That's the one rule. You gotta be funny.
Totally.
Comedy attracts the least funny human beings on earth.
Oh, yeah.
Sometimes,
You know what they should do? They should all get the fuck out of the way.
So comedy used to be, I'm funny and I want to say something, and now comedy is, I wish I could play music, but I can't. So
I don't have a talent, so I'm doing it. Comedy is self-expression, but the problem with self-expression is that it ultimately feeds the modern capitalist society that we're living in.
There you go. I pulled another name out of
Self-expression's bullshit.
That was a real Bob Faggot answer.
I pulled another name out of the bucket, and the name that I pulled out of the bucket is Eric Lampert, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. Eric Lampert.
Hi guys. Yeah. I know. I sound like this, so this is gold for these guys. I do sound British, so but I am American. I married one of you. No, not one of you, you idiot. I married a lady from Pittsburgh. Lady from Pittsburgh is a bit of a juxtaposition. Because I've been to Pittsburgh, and there's no ladies. Like when I go there, there's a lady, but apart from that, I'm the only one. I've met her dad. Her dad is fucking massive. Like he eats steel and shits bridges. That is how big he is. He is the chimp, right? And he's so big. His dick probably has his own dick. His eyes have muscles. Like it's fucking crazy. And I come along and I'm like, hello, I fuck your daughter. Like he's so fucking pissed. I met her. Her whole family's fucked up.
I met her cousin. He has an alligator living in his basement. Right? Genuinely, he has an alligator living in his basement in Pittsburgh. Oh, Florida, Pittsburgh. And I said to her, I was like, where are his parents? And she was like, oh, taking cocaine at a Toby Keith concert. I was like, who's Toby Keith?
Whoa. Jesus, there's the fucking beat. Go ahead, finish it. Who's Toby Keith? What? Guys, hold on. All right. Guys, if you want to finish the joke, who's Toby Keith's wife?
She's going to say, oh, you have so much to learn about America.
Gotcha. Eric Lambert. One more time for Eric.
Hi, Tony.
How are you? Were you on the show once before?
I came here in July, yeah. How's it going?
Great. How are you? Welcome back. That was fucking awesome.
Thank you.
I just imagine you do this whole show going,
Oh, I do hope I get my chance tonight.
You and Tori look like you showed up for the same audition to play a heroin addict.
It's true. It's true.
For a movie called Why the Long Face.
Yeah. Absolutely.
I am a methadone actor, so after all.
What was that?
I said I'm a methadone actor.
Oh, I see what you did there.
Oh, come on, you suckers!
One of those.
I'm a methadone actor! Thank you!
And for the record, this guy's a pro.
You can tell he's British because it's charming first and funny possibly.
I like when he got upset and his voice went to some like way high octave.
Yeah, it was awesome. I like your style. Eric, where did you meet this girl? I mean, like, how did you meet this girl from Pittsburgh?
In LA, I had to do an advert.
An advert?
Yeah. Oh, a commercial. Sorry.
Oh, the film drinking for an advert.
That's Tony's mum. Yeah, I'll call you later.
Wow.
I don't know what.
Wait.
I'm gonna watch that.
Wait a second. You just tried to joke on my.
Tried to do a
It wasn't your mum, it was your dad.
about the golden ponies.
All right, shut up, Jeremiah. Shut up, you troublemaker. Okay.
Tony's home is so big that when she sits around the domicile, she really sits around the domicile.
She's like a gym. All right. Eric, so how did you meet this girl? Because you were in for an advert, but how did you meet her?
Oh, wow.
That is so fucking British.
But she's fucking sweet, man. She's like an animal.
I'm not saying that your girlfriend's a bad person.
What are you saying, man?
Jesus, Eric, stop trying to be funny.
Okay.
You really do have moments of like manic unfunniness that are terrifying to me.
Yeah.
I'm just so ready to. I moved here like 2 months ago, so I'm all scared.
This is so unfun.
You really do like.
There you go. Welcome.
Fucking Voldemort fingers. Look at his fingers.
Oh my god. What the fuck?
They're pretty long. I mean, my wife doesn't complain. It's pretty
Jesus, each phone home.
Oh, wow. No, this really is like fucking Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hack, where like you'll be really charming, then all of a sudden be like the shittiest 80s road comic I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah.
Thanks, man. Thanks a lot.
Doesn't he look like he was nothing sincere about you? And it fucking bothers me.
Yeah, you seem like a real con artist.
You want like you bloody everyone that comes on. And then
What do you mean?
No, the first 3 guys were great. I loved them.
Eric, shut up. How do you make a living, Eric?
Stand up.
All right. How do you
Stand me up on the street. That's what I'm going to do.
Right, I didn't say
Come on,
how.
Eric? How do you make a living?
No, that is it. Like,
Really?
back here it is. Normally I only do more than a minute. You get
No, I understand. Actually, get a show. I love it. Okay, got it. Really basing it off of it. Well, I'm basing it off the center.
No, but that's the role of the show. And
We've been on the show for 5.5 minutes now. Yeah, I know. Bizarre. Yeah,
Since the band of Red hits us all, please help me.
Oh, Patty Reagan approved. What drug?
Oh,
Eric.
I'm not.
Eric, how long have you been in America?
2 months in America.
2 months.
Yeah, so I came in July for like 2 weeks and that's about it.
And you were on the show then? You were about to say something. What happened last time? You were on the show something.
I was just like,
So what have you been doing that's fun in Los Angeles? Being away from
getting my DMV license.
DMV license.
Or going to license.
There's a lot of companies in front of stores that you go back to
I'm pretty long, yeah.
So is the girl in Pittsburgh? She's out here.
No, she lives there. Yeah.
She's an actress.
No, she's an animal behaviorist. Trained to Cassie Jones.
So you met her playing chess. So what do you mean playing chess? Was it like a club or something like that?
Through a friend and they had a chessboard and played chess.
Wow.
Well, that's the thing. He said, stop trying so hard, and I'm telling you just truth.
You try a little harder.
What percent does she want from me?
Not that.
Oh, fuck, okay.
Hey, Tony, does he look like doesn't he look like he's one of the rats in Ratatouille?
Whoa.
Oh, shit.
He just took my fucking water. That was crazy.
Drink it. Let's drink it next time.
Did you see the type of confidence he just had?
Yeah, creepy.
Like a rat in Ratatouille.
Yeah, while being called a rat, he took something that didn't belong to
And
him.
then he just put it back.
Maybe you could just take it now. I'm surprised you don't have your own bottle of water with how much they pay you wacky British comedians.
Needs to quench his dry wings.
I don't think it's like my forces. I think it's like taking confidence that jobs. I think,
So today will be the big round breakdown. No more shop.
Yeah, you're cool, right? How long have you been going?
About 8 years.
8 years.
So you're used to doing the Edinburgh system of like an hour.
I'm doing the hours, like 1 minute.
Yeah, baby. Pat Reagan.
Pat, you can Brexit on that one.
All right, Eric. Anything else? Any parting words? Anything else you want to say? There you go, Eric Lampert, everybody. He's on Twitter at Eric Lampert, Lampaert. Let's go back to the budget.
Reminds me of a poop story. I have a poop story.
Oh, Joel Jimenez, you have a poop story?
Yeah, I was chaperoning these kids once, and
Do you tell all your stories with your eyes closed like that? That was incredible. Go ahead. Keep telling the story.
so chaperoning these kids on the I was chaperoning these kids once. I was wearing shorts, unfortunately, the day of. And I had a bit of Jack in the Box, some beers. I was hanging out, and I farted. It was an Echo Park. And I realized that... I'm sorry, name dropping. Neighborhoods. I shit my pants. And I told the kids, I was like, I shit my pants. You guys have to call your parents to come pick you up. And one of the kids, thank you, that's exactly what it sounded like. That's my boy Red Pan over there. And the kid said, no, you didn't. And I said, look. And then I turned around and showed him my shit. That's the end of the story. All right, moving on. Thank you.
Wow, that was terrible. Holy shit.
So
That was incredibly bad.
So really, Joel, if you think about it, you're actually chaperoning.
Wow.
Wouldn't you like the ending to that story? Like, so I turn around and I show the kid my tits. That's nothing. He was pooping his pants.
That would have been awesome.
More like Jack in the Boxers. Alright. Hello.
Alright, let's see what happens here. I pulled another name out of the bucket. Put your hands together for Mikey McCurdy.
One more time for all the comedians you guys didn't laugh at tonight. Don't you guys hate it when comedians just come up here and talk about things they hate? My name is Mikey. No one takes me seriously because I'm in my 30s and I still go by Mikey. They're like, why Mikey? Because it's my key to your heart. You look like me, you gotta be spiritual. I tried to tap into my subconscious and found out it was self-conscious.
That's exactly a minute from Mikey McKernan. Wow. I love you, Mikey. You're awesome. You're cool as fuck. How long you been on stand-up?
8 years.
Yeah, I can tell. That's awesome stuff.
Yeah, your first time here.
Yeah,
I feel like we all think we're the only person that can see you right now.
You're
You
awesome.
guys only matter.
You're from LA?
Rancho Cucamonga, California.
That's born and raised. You still live there?
No, I've been out in LA for 10 years.
I feel like all of your fingers smell like different liberal arts majors.
Never been to college.
Yeah, we know. I feel like you have to leave in 5 minutes to be a nude model somewhere.
No, I'm on call though.
I thought it was
Good morning, Mr. Aquarius. How are you doing?
Did you get a message from Daisy?
I did not, or I didn't. I looked at my phone, but I mean, I haven't seen anything.
All my friends know you have to do that on stage. So.
I don't know if you got one too.
For your earlier work, when you did parody songs with the accordion, but
You haven't learned it yet. I hope that thing is good. It's got nitro and everything on it. So I don't know what's going on.
How did you sleep?
I slept good. Just woke up today.
People already ruined his image.
even Hamburger knows what not to say. Hamburger.
Is it sweet?
No, ma'am.
It's sweet, Rabbi.
I know.
Workaholic portrayed from the town of Rancho Cucamonga.
Oh shit! Whoa!
My father was
loosely based on you. However,
he also looks like if the dog from Neverending Story was a drug dealer.
Wow!
I'm glad these ideas are recorded.
But that's the thing. I almost got it.
What you eating over there? What are you eating?
What is what can you?
Hash browns.
So far, 8 years ago, it's
Oh, good. Good, good.
Oh,
we know Mike.
Oh, Mike, you love Mike. Oh, there you go.
Hey, good morning.
Wow.
What?
I mean, college.
What do you do for a living? How do you make your money?
Wait tables.
Where at?
Bum dumps.
I'm here.
Are you fucking
If you don't.
serious? Really?
What's wrong?
How long you been working at Bubba Gums?
I've been there for over 9 years.
Oh, fuck.
Wow. Now that deserves a
Yes, ma'am.
Maybe that's since Forrest Gump came out.
Yeah, like right before I was.
Do they make you dress like Lieutenant Dan?
No. All that Halloween.
Never just roll up in a wheelchair with your
I did
just on
dress
your
up
knees
as
for shits and
Lieutenant.
giggles.
I did. For Halloween, I dressed up as Lieutenant Dan, and they gave me shit because I had legs.
Cut your legs off if you really can.
They
Give us some Forrest Gump trivia.
all right.
Yeah.
Oh God. Do you want, what kind of drugs do we see Jenny take? We see her take actually 2 drugs in the movie.
Okay, Helen.
There was some kind of power.
Cocaine and ecstasy.
Cocaine is one of them things.
And heroin.
Big 60s.
Heroin.
Acid.
Acid. Now, when she was still suicidal, what was she on? A ledge?
Okay.
Wait, that's it.
Oh, wait. Hold on just a second. This is what you tell the Midwestern families.
Let me go get my manager.
You have any other ones?
Trivia or jokes?
Trivia.
Sally Field plays two characters in the movie. Can you name them?
Forrest Mom.
That's one.
Forrest Mom.
So small of a character you wouldn't realize it. Do you want me to tell you?
It's just a joke.
It's not a joke. No, she plays interviewing when he's running across America, like the first interview, he asks him questions.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. See, they fucking love it. They fucking love the underground.
Like he just did like an ice.
Yeah. It's the music.
Mikey, how's your love life?
I've been with a girl for almost 4 years.
Wow.
Are
you serious?
I love you.
Was she barbecue shrimp? Was she walking there?
So everybody trying to sit next to us and say it's taken.
No, but I did train her.
Her pussy tastes like garlic shrimp, shrimp scampi, barbecue shrimp.
So, wait, you
Dear God, make me a bird so I can fly far, far away. That's God, make me a bird so I can fly far, far away. Dear God, make me a bird so I can fly far, far away. Dear God, make me a bird so I can fly far, far away.
Mike Lawrence and Louis J. Gomez.
I don't know what it is. I mean, we didn't have Bubba on stage earlier tonight.
So much fun.
Are you trying to get us fucking options? Fucking hell, man.
Maybe I'd run to the other thing. I was going to say, fucking friend is not funny, but that's anybody who did not.
How long expect do you have?
I can play 10 minutes right now.
8 years for 10 minutes?
I can get 30 right now.
We're talking about just Forrest Gump. How long is just Forrest Gump?
I don't want to go far enough.
I'd like to
Maybe I just run across a pretty low camera. I think since I run this far, maybe I just run across a great state elevator. That's what I did.
Yeah, Mikey McKernan, ladies and gentlemen. He's on Twitter at Mikey McKernan. MCK.
Are you doing this for world peace?
We have a regular version of the week, but over here up and down. That's the one last time after that.
Somebody would do all that running if there is.
Why are you doing this?
I just felt like running.
He told me I was the body of a 16th century painting. I realized that I don't have to have sex with a guy to become clingy. I can just become clingy. You can tell me I have the body of a 16th century painting and I'll stick with it. So I like it. I don't like it, but I think mouths are convenient pussy. Because, okay, it's like, the first thing I think was now I'm going to have a like something like that. Because it's just an easy cleanup. Okay, here's my infomercial for mouth. It's convenient. It's a convenient pussy. You can make it as high as you want. I think there should be, okay.
Anything else?
You know, I don't think it would have gone down.
Cherries and reports of ranging minute every single week. That's not in the bucket.
You can't write great jokes and coordinate apparel with the band.
I mean, that is very impressive.
All I can say is that,
I just felt like
anyone dressed as an oven mitt before on Wow, you really are wearing a fucking Full House shirt. I didn't notice that. I don't.
You should have like a little like a plastic like scraper in the bottom of your tail to do like wind shields for cars when it's snowing. You guys get what I'm saying?
Yeah, and the jacket.
Those gloves, right? It's like that material glove. It's piling on Tony's joke, but it's doing a much less elegant job. But I think it's a funnier.
At least you're not just dragging it on by over-explaining it, taking time that could be fixed, rebuilding the momentum of the show. And then, of course, when you talked over the host while doing that, after he was acknowledging it at the exact same time to just plow whatever you needed to get in there. Exactly.
Guys, a sheep died for this outfit. All right, let's.
Did you pay for that? Like, what is that? I love you, Allie. You know I love you. That might be the fucking ugliest thing I've ever seen in my life. I mean, truly, out of all the things.
Insulation out of her attic.
Yeah, it's exactly what it looks like. Some of it is like mildewy. She made a collar out of the mildewy insulation.
You know, I've been getting a lot of compliments on this.
It's because people want to be nice. Everybody wants to be this nice thing nowadays, and it's fucking up society.
If I got a Dennis Rodman like nose bull ring, like I'd probably break compliments.
Yeah, oh, Pat, so cool. You wear it well.
Yeah. People lie to your face.
People are gonna say that.
You know, it's real comfy.
You paid for it?
I paid for it. It was an Urban Outfitter.
I know.
was like,
It wasn't at the Revenant gift shop?
I didn't pay.
It looks like you're inside of a bear right now.
Also, it's really, like, I did wear a bra to work today, and okay. And cut it out.
Awesome. In case you want to know, there was only men up here.
So,
Maurice Sendak, if you don't know, Alex I know, that's a test. That's a W test. Why are you doing this? Obviously. Do you understand? You know what's funny about ironic humor? It's like people don't get that you're being ironic. They don't get that it's dumb on purpose. And I'm being dumb on purpose like all the time. And you're like, you're stupid. I'm like, oh, you're stupid.
Right. And then sometimes what's interesting though that should be acknowledged is that sometimes you're not dumb on purpose. And you actually put together like really like, thought out stuff and well executed. Because sometimes you're dumb on purpose. And sometimes you're not dumb on purpose, so I think people get confused. That's why. Sure. Was there anything more to that, Allie? Was that it? You wore no bra? Was that the end of that?
I didn't wear a bra. This is a great jacket to wear if you want to cover up your tits at work so your boss doesn't fire you.
Where do you work again?
I just work at a restaurant.
Wore that at a restaurant?
I brought this in my bag.
Just came up to me, dirty, fucking
yeah.
A lot of people
would be on Yelp immediately, letting bad reviews.
I'd be like, look, I know I'm eating at Bubba Gump right now, but can I please have can I have that Vietnam vet as my waiter instead of whatever the fuck? I mean, where did you really? Seriously, be honest. Where the fuck did you get that? What is it?
I got it from Urban Outfitters.
You really? How much was that?
I don't want to talk about that. But
the worst thing ever, dude. I don't care if it was the.
You look like the popcorn that's on the floor of a movie theater.
You look like you eat the popcorn that's on the floor of the movie theater.
That's the noise that happens when somebody takes a shot at Great Roasters, by the way.
Oh, that's right. I stick it right in my convenient pussy.
All right, Ali Makovsky did it again. Another fun set. What did we learn tonight? It's that no matter how big of a rock star you are, sometimes the wrong jacket is the wrong jacket. I don't care if it was Mike Tyson, The Rock. I don't care who it was. If they were wearing that jacket, I'd have to lay into that shit. You went to Urban Outfitters. I love how bothered she was by it. I heard Allie reveal so many unbelievably personal things, and I asked her how much she paid for that jacket. She's like, "Let's not go there."
I saw her with that jacket on the other day, and I actually came up and I touched it. Like, oh, this is a cool jacket. Of course, based on just how comfortable it was.
Resident fashionista Brian Redband, who believes in sweatpants over. We're going to Sketchfest, San Francisco. Kill Tony's going to be there. We're also going a bunch of other places. So
Wednesday,
we want to see that.
show.
Yeah, stand-up comedy. And guess what else, people? Guess who else is in town for the next couple days? Roast Battle champion Mike Lawrence, Luis J. Gomez. What else is going on, guys? Promote yourselves. Why don't you mention that thingamajigger that you get to do coming up, Mike?
Yeah, I'm opening for Louis C.K. at Madison Square Garden.
At Madison Square Garden! You motherfuckers! Luis J. Gomez, host of Legion of Skanks, so many other great things. What else?
When is this coming out?
Half of it right now, the other half in a couple weeks.
Okay, so
I mean, like,
Providence, Rhode Island,
Yeah.
December 9th and 10th, Comedy Connection. January 14th, Legion of Skanks presents myself, Dave Smith, plus Joe List, who's one of the fucking best comics in the country. Detroit Hustler Club, so it's titties and comedy. Come out for that, my boys. Come on. And that's it, man. GomezComedy.com.
Look at the drawing from Ryan J. Ebelt. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, RyanJEbelt.com for your comedy store, Kill Tony prints. The official Kill Tony poster available at RyanJEbelt.com. He did it again. That's a fucking amazing one. Pat Reagan's Patty Reagan.
I want to announce that I'm opening for Mike Lawrence at Madison Square Garden.
Jeremiah Watkins.
At Jeremiah Stand Up. Reach out to me on social media. I had a filter.
Reach out to me, please. I'm so lonely.
I had a filter on my Twitter that I didn't see a lot of the tweets, and then I turned it off, and then I missed a lot of tweets. So reach back out to me. I feel sorry. I've been plugging it for months, and then I'm like, why are nobody hitting me up? And I had a weird filter on. So you just reach out at Jeremiah Stand Up.
Remember before that plug when you used to respect Jeremiah, everybody? Please reach out to me. I wasn't able to see what you were saying. Jesus. Mostly sorry, Joel Jimenez.
Yeah, Tony does get the last word. But...
Yes, I do. TonyHedgecliff.com. I have a couple podcasts. I talk about pro wrestling with my buddies on the Store Horsemen. I'm debuting right now, just went up, my conversational podcast called The Pony Hour. So that just came out. I talked to Brendan Schaub on episode 1 about fear, life, and fighting. Thank you so much, everybody.
See ya.
Bye-bye. Thanks, live audience. Good night.
So, Rav Ashi, I'm also coming to my team, bro. Rav Ashi, she was on the he's on the Philippines. This is over here, looking that out. That's so. Overlay, some of the mark, I have to remember, we had to fight somebody to fuck him. He fasted for 40 days because his sword looked inside out. 40 days, over there. It's a lot of wish was in it. I'm very careful now. Not so
Hey, this is Raymond coming to you live from the Road Famous Comedy Store for a brand new episode of Kill Tony Volume 4. Give it up for Tony Hedgecliff.
Hi, everybody. Hello, welcome. Another beautiful day. Hello. Here we are. Monday night. Keep it going for Brian Redman, everybody. That's supposed to start. That's a terrible idea. Jamie Vernon on the HD camera. And Ryan J. Ebelt's drawing tonight's episode, everybody. He's got a blank sheet of paper in front of him. He's drawing tonight's episode as he does every week. All Kill Tony prints are available. Ryan J. Ebelt. We just had a cool article written about him from Jim Tremaine's production company. Our friend Rick Hosek over there, my friend and neighbor. Put your hands together for the camera guy. Camera one for all your Jackass movies that you've laughed at your entire lives. Yet some of you aren't clapping for that. It's pretty impressive almost. You're respectful of the art. These fucking comedians up in the gullet up there. Hello. That's right. Okay, so let's just jump into it, shall we? What do you think? Guess or band first?
Let's talk about our shows.
We're doing San Francisco Sketch Fest. That's exciting. Kill Tony and San Francisco Sketch Fest. Kill Tony and Moon Tower just got announced. Austin, Texas. 420. There you go. That confirms it. So we're doing those shows. Anything else?
Going to be in Brea, California. That's December 23rd, and San Jose, December 30th.
Just think, if you uploaded the episodes on time, people would go to those shows.
Right.
It'd be almost incredible. That's why tonight I actually am wearing. You upload episodes so slowly now that I decided to just start celebrating things 3 weeks ahead. So I'm wearing a new sweater that my friend got me. Say Conor McGregor Christmas sweater that says Merry Fucking Christmas. Alright, so let's get into the show, shall we? Let's do the band first. Everybody loves the Kill Tony band. I know I do. There's been a lot of just exciting artistic boundaries being pushed with the band lately. That's a fun way of putting it, right? Boundaries have been being pushed lately with the band. Bare Hands got Kill Tony band, Pat Reagan, Io Watkins, and Joel Hennes. Here they come. Okie dokie. Wait a second. Let's stop it. You know what? Let's bring up tonight's guests. Put your hands together for Mons Jabrani and Joe DeRosa, everybody. Here we go. Yeah. Boom. Mons Jabrani, Joe DeRosa. Here they are. Fuck yeah. You guys have both done this show before. My mic volume is so low. I can hear me through my own actual ears right now. Fuck yeah.
Tony Unplugged.
Hi guys, welcome back to the show. There's fucking speakers. It's almost incredible. Live show. Good to see you guys. How's life? Welcome back.
You're in the back talking about how much is not enough. Like alcohol-wise.
Yeah.
So we're trying to figure out the holidays kind of talk it up a bit. All the holidays. What are you going to do?
Yeah. Yeah. I had eggnog ice cream today for lunch. Is there liquor in there? No. It's just eggnog flavored ice cream.
I like eggnog. What's it taste like?
It's pretty good. It's sort of like banana milky. Whiskey? What did they put in it? It's whiskey, right?
Yeah. I like how you. This is the problem. I want to go buy some eggnog.
I like how you clarified that when you said we're talking about how much to drink. You were like alcohol-wise, as opposed to like water.
Yeah, no, not we're getting some.
Yeah.
But I mean, do you live alone?
Yep.
I live alone.
Yeah. Funny about that.
If you're home,
every single night of my life.
Oh, you do.
Every single night. It's something that most people would never guess about me. I have probably somewhere between 2 to, 5 drinks a night probably. I'm 32 and I've been living this exact lifestyle for pretty much 10 years. In fact, right before tonight's episode, Brian and I had a one-on-one talk. And I literally mentioned about how I never take a break. It's pretty interesting. And I smoke more weed than probably, unless you're as close to Snoop Dogg as I am, probably anybody you know.
Okay. What else do you drink?
Whiskey and Coke, Crown Royal.
So, because this is what I've seen like last night, I was home and I was right. Oh, I decided to sit down in front of a computer for 2 hours.
So I drank a bottle of wine.
Yeah,
And
there you
I
go.
had a great time. It made me crazy productive. I
Yeah.
wasn't shit-faced. Yeah. Glasses. Why can't I do that every night?
Edgar Allan Poe used to do. What did he do? He did some sort of like. What was it? Absinthe. There you go. We have an Edgar Allan Poe.
But yeah, you always know the funniest comedians are Edgar Allan Poe fans. Always. That's the thing.
But Redman's shaking his head like you don't. I can't drink by myself. Like,
I don't
if
ever.
I'm at home, I barely ever have a drink. I
don't ever day drink, and I don't ever drink until pretty decently.
That's kind of what I don't think either.
Yeah, even if 4th of July or something, it's weird with that shit too. People are always like, Tony, you're not having a drink. It's like, nah, I don't drink today.
Yeah,
Tons of pot. I cannot. You would never guess how much I smoke. Before it makes me tons of pot. Before this, the pot. Every weed, writing, tons of pot.
I know how much fun it is. That's why I thought you would drink that.
I know. I do it all.
Because
I do it all. But I've never tried any other drugs. I don't like to even take aspirin.
really, oh, well,
I never get headaches. I swear to God, I used to get headaches, but
You ride out the headache. You never get headaches?
Wow. All right, so let's bring up the band, shall we? You guys love bands, don't you?
Talk about drinking.
Pretty sure they weren't completely ready the last time I brought them up. Here they are, the Kill Tony Band. Pat Reagan, Jeremiah Watkins, Joel Jimenez. Now I've not seen Westworld. I'm not gonna lie.
We saw motor functions.
What's going on?
Analysis, Jeremiah. The mic is not on.
God, this is the dumbest thing that they've ever done.
We tried to come in at the wrong time. We were told that we were coming in second after the panel, but it ended up being first, and now the bid has gone on way too long.
That's the stupidest thing ever.
Tony, quit naysaying from the top of the podcast!
For those of you that had nothing to do with your lives so much that you already watched
negative energy from the top of the show. We don't need that. We put a lot of heart and soul into these costumes. And I'm going to appreciate you saying that at the top of the show. Now, boy, Jeremiah.
You should have put a watch on your costume because I brought you up 10 minutes ago, you goofballs.
You were told we were going after the panel, and I
love it. Okay, I'm just jealous because I haven't seen Westworld. I'm not gonna lie, so I have no idea what any of that means. But I saw
exactly like this.
Is it really? Perfect.
Thank you. Spot on intro again from the band.
I thought you guys were just a bunch of bunk ass Steve Irwins when I saw you walking out. I don't think it's gonna fit, Jeremiah.
Cowboys who like fear and virtual reality.
Is that what Westworld is? I haven't seen any of it.
It's a strange show with great actors. Anthony Hopkins, Jeffrey Wright. Who else is in that?
It pretty much explains Lost in a couple seasons. Yeah. The guy from I forget his name. The guy from the
So this is a famous studio.
I haven't seen the brother fucking.
He's on Westworld.
What episode is that? What episode?
They don't show it.
Oh, okay.
Allude to the fact that he fucks his.
I don't remember. I'm like an episode 3.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. You gotta get deep.
Yeah.
It gets real gross.
Cool.
I haven't seen it yet.
You ever go pitch a show nowadays and go, I really need to kind of push the envelope because this guy's fucking brother and sister.
Again, I've not seen a single episode of Westworld and everything that's
No,
happening
we're
right
talking
now.
about It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
Oh, okay, perfect.
Or Game of Thrones.
Right. Yeah, all right.
Anyway,
You know what show I love so much? Kill Tony. Who's ready for that show, huh? Let's do this.
Yeah.
No brother fucking. You hear they're premiering a show called Kitty Fuckers on CBS?
What?
Did you hear about this?
No.
It's a show called Kitty Fuckers.
Okay.
Now, if I were a network, I would greenlight that show. Is that a 60 Minutes thing?
what is?
Pat Reagan.
Tell us you're serious.
Is that Pizza Gate? That's Pizza Gate.
All right. So anyway, if we could stop the Westworld thing immediately. It's just absolutely the worst thing I've ever heard. It gets Brian to pick up his microphone, which I don't like at all. So if you guys could please fucking help me a little bit tonight, please.
It sounds like Tony's jealous he's not a part of something.
I love that this show eventually, about 2 months ago, it started becoming about pissing me off continuously.
Oh, we're getting
It's a really fun game of let's just make Tony mad. Why make it a comedy?
Somebody tweeted "piss off Tony" tonight and got a lot of retweets. So.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you were one of them. So you guys know how the show works. Over 40 comedians signed up with a chance to perform 60 seconds on stage and then become a guest on the show. Right after that 60 seconds, you can talk about anything, maybe what they talked about, maybe other things about their lives. Anything can happen. You get 60 seconds, you know your time's up, and you hear the sound of a kitty. You need to wrap it up then, or else you're going to bring out the angry bus calling you there. That's what that sounds like. You guys ready to start the show or what? This is where random shit happens.
Yeah, man.
They get an uninterrupted 60 seconds. Sometimes it's one of the top rising comedians in the world that nobody's seen before. Sometimes it's a crazy person that just signs up for random things on the street. Let's see what happens here. Put your hands together for Chandler Watson.
Yeah, so I just figured out how much of an asshole I am. I was sitting out here on the patio about to sign up. I was drawing and the dude asked me to use my pen and I got pissed. That don't make sense. You sitting by a sign up. Of course, the motherfucker has to use your pen. I'm like, I feel like saying sorry, but then again, I can't do it. It's like, I just don't apologize. I just can't. And then I was saying back, like, back in the future. That's right, exactly. What the fuck you like this saying? Fuck that shit. You doing all right, man? You doing good? I'm good now, shit. But yo, I'm like a big fucking asshole. I can't help it. I used to make bets with chicks that I could fuck them back in the day. And if I was a rapist, it would have been really easy. It's like, yo, remember that bet we made, chick? Yeah, it come about that money, but it's like, I would do it anyway. It's not like I raped them, but it's like, I would forget about the pussy, and it was like, oh shit, we fucked. You remember that $20, bitch? Yeah, you kinda owe me that. It's just how it went. I can't help that shit.
Fuck yeah, Chandler Watson, everybody. That's pretty awesome. You broke 30 seconds in and just checked in on this random guy that's eating french fries in the front for a second.
Yeah.
And then you reset, you got your footing back.
I've never seen the comedian save his set with a rape. That's usually where it goes wrong.
That was impressive.
Yeah.
That was interesting. So it was the part when you accidentally said "back in the future" instead of "back to the future," and it fucked your world up immediately. Everything stopped. Back in the future? What am I talking about? How are you today, sir? It was impressive.
I felt like I had to acknowledge him. He's looking at me like, "Nigga, where you going with this?"
That was the black version. Was Back in the Future.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I like too. They only had 60 seconds. You had the balls to riff at the top.
Yeah.
And we are going to be riffing on what I experienced walking in. And then crowd work.
And I don't even think he answered. He just moved right on. How are you? Anyway, what's up? This poor guy was excited to tell you kind of day he's been having.
He said he was good, and then he asked me a question.
Chandler, how long have you been on stand-up? 4 years. Chandler, what do you do?
How much do you make doing Lyft? Yeah, what is this Lyft most people?
We're going back in the future.
It's like the way they're talking make me feel like I'm back in Oklahoma. It's like I'm gonna hear nigga from your mouth.
Whoa, there's that one.
It's just how I feel. It's just how I feel right now.
I mean, the only person really saying that is you, Chandler. You're saying it a lot. You're saying a lot, especially for a guy named Chandler.
We're getting. Did you guys bring him up to the Friends theme? Was that the Friends theme that you played? Was that Chandler's? Oh, okay. I thought there was a
Soho by Rams.
Okay, I thought they were playing Friends for Chandler. Yeah.
Chandler, so no one told you life was going to be this way? So, what do you mean by you drive Lyft enough to do what you have to do?
I was like, well, I take photos, so it's like, what
kind of photos you taking?
Pretty much whatever gets my eye.
Like, what's something cool you've taken a photo of?
That's that chick that I was lifting where it
Yeah.
takes her.
No,
Oh, I remember this one. Snap.
I don't know. It's like, sometimes I get shrooms, I go take photos. So, maybe let's need some photos of the city. So,
Man,
With
your
your camera
job's
or
a
with
joke.
with your phone?
You're broke. You love my day. I don't know how it goes.
There it is.
It's amazing how loud some things can be and how others are.
That's your theme song.
It feels so bad for the people that listen to this show with good headphones on. Like, wow.
Isn't it? When a guy, there's no photo, say, there's no photo when a guy dresses up.
How many times is Tony gonna have to say this
Isn't
Westworld shit?
a photo when you just go into a room, when you go into a place in town, and you stick with me. Isn't a photo just a place where you go into town and you stand there with your 6-shooter and some guy goes underneath the black curtain and starts diddling himself?
There you go.
I hate to
Nailed it.
I hate to bring it to you, but they had photographs back in Westworld time. Yeah. That's what I was reminding myself of.
Oh, that's so great. So Chandler, what type of things are you into? Like, what do you do when you're not driving Lyft and taking pictures? What else? You have a girlfriend? How long you been dating her? About a year. What does she do? Oh, shit. Where'd you meet her at?
show.
Wow, you were performing?
Yeah.
What does she think of the ring joke?
I don't know if she's heard that one, but she doesn't. I say
You said at one point during your set that N-words don't apologize. Is that true?
Yeah, what was it just came up. It was like, no, it was like, it just came out. I don't know, it was one of those things like 40 years. But
I understand that happened a little bit.
Oh, man.
That was good. That was good. If you guys ended the Westworld thing right now, then like you would have gone out on top. Just remember that as the show goes on. So Chandler, wow. So she's a massage therapist. You've been dating for a year. You have a place? You live with her?
I live in my car.
You live in your car. How long have you been in the lift? Wow.
Have you ever been?
You're living the life of a.
Have you ever been sleeping and then like someone knocks and they see the mustache?
It doesn't work like that. Yeah. You ever try to sleep in the car as it rolls down the tracks and you get kicked out when you come to a crossing? Like when I cross it's like a car that's part of another train. No, never. You guys are really committed to this. I like that.
Chandler, so you're living in your. How long have you been living in your car again?
3 weeks.
3 weeks. Where'd you
Came out here.
Where'd you come from?
Which car is it?
You would do a stand up
It's
in Oklahoma
a
City.
focus. Your car is exactly what you're not able to do in life.
But wait,
What's that noise?
you met your girlfriend 3 weeks ago here? No, she's in Oklahoma. I'm out here.
Oh, she's a.
No,
Like I'm not understanding a logical story.
Don't you get an attitude like you had a good night's sleep last night, sir.
No, this is a lot of interesting answers. You guys see the night up? The night up,
Yeah.
like the interrogating shit. Because he said he's been doing it for 4 years. He's been with her for a year, and then he just dropped on us the 3 weeks in LA
Yeah.
from Oklahoma City.
Yeah.
I'm like, I didn't even know first of all there was a comedy scene. Is there stand-up scene out there that you've been doing it for 4 years? But not good enough.
I know a lot of college from Oklahoma. The only difference is instead of crowd work, they do a thing called cow work.
Oh my God! I can't believe that got. That got a legitimate laugh, and I cannot believe it did. But it was amazing that it did. I'll give you credit for that. Somehow, this is an extra good audience tonight, or
does your bed smell like farts and assholes and shit?
Whoa, there's Brian. There's the Sparks and Assholes, everybody, if you're wondering. Has Brian's comedy grown in the past week? Nope, not at all.
I mean, if you're sleeping,
Farts and Assholes.
sleeping on a, like if you're
I know.
and somebody's sitting down the whole night.
I know what you're getting at, Brian. Farts and Assholes, we get it.
That probably has it. It doesn't smell.
No? So, wait a minute. So 3 weeks ago, you turn to the girl and you go, I'm going for it.
Do you always hold? I gotta ask real quick. Do you always hold your hand like you're holding Paul Bear's urn for the Undertaker while he's waiting? Do you always just summon the urn? I don't. So then the Undertaker does his tombstone pile driver. That's what you're doing, right? It amps him up. You know that's like his final level. No matter how the match is going, if Paul Bear stood outside of the ring and did that,
then I guess.
Yeah. We just gained 5 pro wrestling fans for committing to that.
Were you driving Lyft out there too? Is there a Lyft out there, or is that too liberal for Oklahoma City? Okay, there is.
You're gonna have a Christmas tree in your car or just an air freshener?
Well, that's a set.
Air freshener.
Did you listen to his set? He was threatening to knock.
Craziest ever happened in your Lyft, champ?
It's only been 3 weeks. Did in Oklahoma City.
For a straight Taco Bell for the Like, he wanted me to buy him Taco Bell, and he would suck my dick.
I told you not to tell anybody about that shit.
Wait, he would buy you Taco Bell?
That's too easy.
And Hollywood, buddy. I'll buy you some Taco Bell if you let me suck your dick, is what he said.
I'll buy him tacos. Buy me Taco Bell and I'll play with your taco balls. Oh, come on, get out of here. Oh, put your fucking Jimmy Church.
Is that a jumper? Is that or just keep saying random foods of the joke?
There's a snake.
What was your answer? Oh my god. Jeremiah Watts.
Wow. But my answer was no. I thought about it because of mouth to mouth and nobody would have found out. But
mouth to mouth.
Wow.
So wait, he wanted to make out with you, or he wanted to suck your dick?
He wanted to suck my dick.
That's not mouth to mouth. How's that?
I said a mouth is a mouth.
Oh, I think that's mouth to mouth. I was like, I didn't know you were that like your mouth doing. That's some solid game logic right there.
I'm okay with myself. I'm alright.
Shit.
I'm really starting to fall in love with this country character now. It's been a complete flip. I'm just going to keep updating you guys as it goes along. But now I'm starting to really love that guy over there. All right.
So you would have to buy him dinner, and then he was going to Taco Bell, and then he was going to give you a blowjob.
Oh, so he said, if you buy me Taco Bell, I'll suck your dick.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, Taco Bell was fucking.
You could get so much Taco Bell.
Yeah, it's crazy.
You know, for the value of a street blowjob.
Right. I mean, it's incredible. That's a lot of tacos.
I didn't know that was the going rate these days. Fucking this.
Wow.
When you live in your car, that's like 5% of a shower, so you should have taken.
How long? It's a pretty good theory, actually.
That's our creator right there. He's a black man, that's 10%.
So you said that you thought about it for a second. You had to guess how many seconds you thought about it. How many seconds would you guess? And 3 potholes. My God, Jim. Alright, well, that's interesting. I'm glad I asked. Taco Bell for that's pretty classy.
That's amazing. I thought, like, okay, that's right there. Was there any other fast food that you went by that he was like, all right, Jack in the Box, finger in your ass?
I'm gonna get there.
Did he go there?
Man, I was thinking the same thing. With nose for right. I was thinking the same thing.
You waited here 3 weeks. Yeah, you've only been lifting for 3 weeks. Your stories are fucked up, dude. We're about to find out that it's just a murder any second.
By the way, talk about burying the fucking lead. He's up here like, something weird happened outside. Guy has to be for a pin.
Completely forgot about that.
Hilarious.
I bet you do. I mean, I remember you as one of my favorite characters in the prison show Oz. So you were the best. You're in the wheelchair, right? Glad to see her walking. Chandler, anything else you want to say before you go? You're cool as fuck. You know your main mic. I guess do you have a plan of work or anything? Going anywhere? Just sticking with the lift? You're doing the Paul Bear thing again. I got my eye on.
Where'd you fly? Where?
Art stores because like
He's an artist, man. Do you ever use
That's why he contemplated the blowjob with the taco. He's an artist. Artists are like, this may lead to a painting of some sort. It's a starving artist.
Well, there you go. One of the newest comedians in town, Chandler Watson, everybody. He's on Twitter at _soul_rebel. The Soul Rebel. It's going to be a long drive home for him tonight. I'll let you guys all think about it. If he lives in his car, it's going to be a long drive at all, you fucking idiots.
I keep telling him to stop bringing his work home with him, but he won't listen.
His life will not take a backseat to the other things that he has. All right. I pulled another name out of the bucket. Put your hands together for Chris Phillips. Ooh, looks like Chris Phillips got scared, so his career's now fucked. Is that Chris? Oh my God. Put your hands together for Matt Duckett.
What's up, everybody?
Hi, man.
I gotta tell you, it's confusing. It's confusing being half black and you're looking like me. Because, like, you look at me and you don't go, oh, that's a half black dude. You look at me and you go, that is the tallest Jew I have ever seen. It's confusing. Like, I had a white friend come up to me. He's like, Matt, one of my best friends, man, for like 8 years. I wanted to know if I could get permission from you to use the N-word. And I was like, dude, I don't think that's in my jurisdiction. Like, I am black at an entry-level position. You're not going to call up your friend who's a janitor for the Lakers and ask for courtside seats. Like, you can't hook it up like that, you know? Why not? I had to ask permission to use it. I grew up in an all-white neighborhood, though, so I had to ask my dad. I asked my dad, he's like, no, Matt, you can't use that word, you're too light skinned. I was like, nigga, that's your fault. Police officer pulled me over the other day. Police officer pulls me over. I roll down my window. I'm like, oh, is your pop officer? And he looks at me and he goes, maybe.
That is funny as fuck, man. That's great. You're talking about real shit. Talking about how you look, your real life, all that shit, and it's so true. I mean, you seem so white that even after you opened with talking about being half black, still 45 seconds in, when you dropped the N-word, I was like, what is he thinking? Oh, there you go. You just started the party.
If Obama were as light as you, maybe they would have let him do some shit.
I would have won every fucking state. I would have won every single one.
You are by far one of the funniest fifth graders that we've ever had on the show of all time. How old are you?
22.
Wow.
Yeah.
What are you doing right now?
I'm a first-year law student at UCLA.
First year. See, you gotta get your life together, Chandler Watson. Matt, you could easily fall asleep in your car and you choose not to. First year law student, what kind of law do you want to get into?
I don't. It's for the folks, you know. It was a good excuse to get down. It was an excuse to get down to LA.
You got tough parents.
Where'd you come from?
I live in a bunch of different states, but I'm in the Bay Area.
Oh, we're in the Bay. I'm from Marin. Where are you from? Marin, yeah.
Yeah, I'm from Tampa.
All right, there you go. All right. Jason Kidd is from those parts.
Yep.
Go. Jason Kidd is so much. He's half black, half white.
I don't know if you guys heard my Western friend over there's analysis on the Bay Area. What did you say?
Dangerous areas I've ever been. We don't go around them parts.
Oh, so you're 22, studying law. Where at?
UCLA.
UCLA. Man, that's so cool.
Yeah, you're really cool. Then you come to a fork in the road.
Oh no, I mean I've already I know I'm gonna get my degree around 2 years ago.
Gotcha. Matt, let me ask you this: your parents are in the Bay Area. What do they do?
My dad works human resources and my mom's a staff.
Does he work in human resources?
He's the VP of human resources for the entire UC system.
He's a black
University of California.
He is the black one?
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. And your mom just lays at home and just fucking recovers from getting slammed by that giant black. You see this dick coming. You see jokes. That's what he does.
She's had bed rest for the past 22 years.
There you go. Ever since you came out of her at that height. Exactly. Well, that's interesting, Matt. So that's fun. How long you been in LA now?
I've been here since August.
So your first year?
Yeah.
What's the
No, I fucking mean I actually just got done today with the 8-hour take-home final. I finished it at 4 in like 2 o'clock.
Dude, I was at UCLA. I swear to God, I got undergrad, poli-sci, and I came to UCLA to get my PhD in political science. And I dropped out the first year. Get the fuck out.
You know?
Paying those loans, that bullshit is not worth it.
Very planning. Someone just email UCLA and say I said something anti-Semitic.
No, just get out. I'm serious. I'm not kidding. You're old enough. Your dad is the fucking human resources. If it doesn't work out, he can give you a job.
What's your love life like down on the campus? How's that going?
I got a girl. I actually met my girlfriend at UCLA. Almost 11 months now. So yeah, she's down here now. She works PR.
That's cool.
She's white.
All right, jeez.
Just a smile in a lonely way.
Let me ask you something, Matt. What would you say is the blackest thing about you? Is there something you do at home or something when you're like, fuck, I really am black?
Well, I mean, I was recruited for basketball.
I was gonna say he looks like he's good at basketball.
Yeah.
Now we will be dropping out of school.
Nice.
Joe DeRosa.
I like playing hoop. It's really the point.
Yeah. Really? What's second blackest?
Why are you asking about his cock, man? What the fuck?
No, it's not that.
Where are you going with this shit?
It's not that. I mean, basketball's an easy one. You look like every fucking goofy basketball player. We know that. You have a mouthpiece and a face guard and shit sometimes. You ever break your nose and wear one of those?
I wasn't a face guard guy. I was a goggles guy, Korean.
Yeah, I knew there was fucking something. I was onto something there.
Are you a shooting guard? What do you do?
Yeah. I was when I was getting recruited. I was like a 3-type player.
Were you always funny with all the guys? What made you get into this thing?
Yeah.
Wait, are you JJ Redick? What's happening?
He looks like a Ray J. Romano.
Joel Jimenez. For those of you listening to the podcast and don't know what just happened, Joel Jimenez, the drummer, got up from his stool to get that joke in. Ray J. Romano.
Kind of sounds like Ray Romano.
It is really good.
Can you say, hey, Mom? That's it. Yeah, he's right.
Wow, Oz, you nailed that shit. Yeah, that's amazing.
Get out. I can't pick enough. Get out of the grad school.
What's the craziest thing that you and your 11-month long relationship girlfriend have done?
What? Yeah, just didn't go for it, but she insisted that I timed her up.
You didn't go for it? Jeez, give me this shit's number.
Let's do this. Was your wife
a chance.
Wow,
I wouldn't have done it. I agree.
Yeah, it's too out. It's too out. That's too
I'm
intense.
just kidding, guys. Jesus, I wouldn't actually do that.
What do you like? You gotta make them take cotton or something? How does that work?
I don't know.
Is that how it works? Did you ever go down on it? Alright, hey, you've reached your maximum limits on that. We had a talk a couple weeks ago. Why'd you guys break up?
I wanted voting rights.
She ran away. Oh my god, it's so great.
Oh, that's fucking.
It's the fucking greatest shit in the world.
Get the fuck out of there.
That's why I ask those goofy questions. You fucking buffoons.
Yeah, listen, you buffoons.
What else, Matt? Anything else you want to say before you go?
Little known fact about Tony Hinch, but he calls them buffoons.
Yeah.
This is the second time in the last year he said this on the podcast. It makes me more joyous every time he says it.
I know, it makes me happy too. I like it that way. It's a funny way of saying it. It's almost like a goat.
You know a word I like?
Oh, no, please don't. Pat, please don't.
Sarsaparilla.
Oh, very good, very good.
Just like, just happy. So you guys both have actually done the show that I ran down at UCSB. So it's cool.
That was a fun show.
Yeah.
Fun show.
I just heard all the podcast listeners vomit at once. They don't give a fuck. They know how great Moz and Joe Doros is.
You gotta book Tony.
Yeah.
You gotta book Tony. Hello. You gotta book this guy.
That's clearly I'm just jealous that I haven't gotten to do your UCSB show. Just kidding, Matt. I'm doing really good.
I casted in that. I hoped.
I love you, Matt. No, if you're actually serious, I will. There he goes, Matt Duckett, everybody. There he goes, Matt Duckett. He's on Twitter at Matt R. Duckett, D-U-K-E-T-T. We're having fun so far. I like tonight's episode. I'm into this one.
You know how many other people drop out that shouldn't drop out? You know what I'm saying? Like, what you see, they're like, I dropped out, I'm going for you. Like, nah, you should have stayed in.
Right, totally.
This kid should drop out, man.
Yeah, great people dropped out.
So many conservatives were yeah, Geraldo. Geraldo, right?
Judd Apatow dropped out. How do you know that? You live in the past. Well, luckily for us all, I pulled another name out of the bucket, so let's just move along. They pulled out the name that says Sean White. Sean White, everybody. Sean White. Here we go. All right. No Sean White.
That's snowboarding.
He is.
So where are you getting these references from?
Oh, this looks interesting as fuck. How about Bobkoff and Gronkowski?
Probably. It's a little bit more. It's not a brisk, but it's not a sign. It's like it's connected between me and the reverse though. Sign is a little weak. You asking? I'm not really sure what a better word is.
Bobkoff and Gronkowski.
Gronkowski. His second name for director, actor,
a special
producer, also a result of a rape. He's German. And he's a complete lunatic. And they really want you
I have just arrived.
Here we go. So that was the 60 seconds that you're normally allotted. Is this Gronkowski? Why do I feel like you don't really know what's going on here and someone sent you to kill me? Like some internet troll or something like that, and you accidentally signed up for the show thinking that you had to do it to get into the room, and you seem very antsy and it's scary energy that I'm feeling. And I don't know if it's real or fake. Maybe I'm being fooled right now. Are you calling Gronkowski? Oh my God, this is a moment. Oh, we are now. You should perform. Just get here quick. We need 20 minutes. We need 20 minutes. Your act is 20 minutes long. Like you're just throwing it together. Meet me at the store. We do it tonight. Tonight we do the takeover, but we need 20 minutes. We need 20 minutes to be able to do what we're going to do. Make sure you sign up for a show, which gives us 20 minutes. I love that you just left your phone over here. I'm scared to death of you right now. I'm not even really kidding. It's sort of amazing. It's sort of unbelievable. Are you really from Russia? What are you? Are you serious? How long have you been in Los Angeles?
It's from this spy.
I thought the worst spy ever just signs up for live podcasts. The fairness is my partner is not showing up.
You recently hacked Hillary Clinton's emails.
Porn, right? Porn? Tell the truth. That's much better. Is your production company a porn production company? Very cool. Yeah, I'm sure the sci-fi movie you guys shot is where you made your real money, though.
Imagine.
Go fuck yourself.
I'm gonna stay here with my porn money. What made you come over? Like, I'm not saying you shouldn't have. I'm just saying.
I done stand up too.
You check? You check for my really successful, but now you're here, you want to try to.
Yeah, but not everybody knows me, you know, great.
That's fucking awesome. By the way, they've all seen us and be crazy. What's your real name, Bob Cop? He's about to drop this accent any second. I fucking know it. And by Czechoslovakia, I mean Chicago. I just feel it coming.
Czechoslovakia, they're coming Bob Cup Goldway. Bob Cup Goldway.
Show it to in Czechoslovakia, you need to check yourself.
Check yourself before you check. What do you think?
What?
You are like saying I'm against something like.
No, you're okay, Bob Cop. Bob Cop. Can I call you Bob Cop still?
Yes.
I'm Bob Cop.
Imagine your Czech idea. I feel like this is a character here in Hi, it feels very Andy Kaufman, right? Google on your phone, Google strip club veteran. It will come up. He is veteran of strip club. Hilarious.
Spell it again.
So wait a minute.
Let's start with Bob Cop, by the way. I will not spell it out.
So wait a minute. Now that you're here, who's
B.O.B. Go fuck yourself.
image? They came up. Who's running?
That's the one thing
That's his dick on top of it.
Gotcha. Okay. Do we have any other information on Koza Bob?
Who's running the porn business now that you're here? Oh shit! What's with the blue dick picture?
What we wanted to do, you know, Avatar. So I took the picture.
Wait a second.
This guy's a fucking superstar.
Bob Cop, is Gronkowski
famous?
I'm not joking.
Is Gronkowski Is Gronkowski just a head with a blonde wig on? A mannequin head? Is that what Gronkowski is? Because there's pictures of you performing with.
Yeah, but this was like 5 years ago.
There's actually pictures of you on stage with your clothes on.
That's how it started.
But like,
Yes, that is what this show is all about. So many script flips here. I hated Westworld, now I love it. Bob Hope scared the death out of me, now I think he may be the greatest person ever pulled out of the bucket.
this
That is how I started.
This guy's a superstar in Czech, and he came to LA to make it, and someone told him he got to go to the Kill Tony show.
I mean, you started naked and you still have no material. So let's try to figure this out. Is Gronkowski's a real guy? So he's coming. Where's he at?
Maybe we like stretch this for.
How about this? How about this? Let's move on. And you hang out there, wait for Gronkowski. When he gets here, just have a.
You'll know. I'll tell you.
No, you can't just. Bob Cough, no.
My kind of man.
I'm about to die, guys. This can't be some funny thing where, hey, let's kill him live. It'll be so cool. It's the name of the show. I've been thinking about that shit lately. These people are scary on the internet, man. I'm very concerned. Have you ever killed anybody? Oh. There's someone named Corey is calling you. Is that Gronkowski? This is absolutely unbearable.
Where's Gronkowski from? Is he also in Czech?
Put him on speakerphone.
Thanks for the ride.
Interact. Hurry.
Yeah, what's up, dude?
Okay, are we ready?
Are we together? Not together? Are you gonna be there for the party? For me?
Okay, put him on the phone.
Alright, well, hang on, you gotta be
I'm on the stage. Put it on speaker. You don't believe it that the Henning is real. We need a proof. Yes, Henning. I have this phone on the speaker and you are talking next to the microphone. The whole room is listening. So, these people don't believe you are real and you are on the way. So please tell them something that they know you are real and you are on the way.
Okay.
Henning, oh, wait. Okay, continue.
Sorry, hey, I got to hear you, bro.
Okay.
But I'm really disappointed, man. I hate all the people in this room. Tell them.
Okay, how far are you?
What's
I don't know. Henning, how far are you?
I think it's 3 minutes. Actually, was 7 on the navigation system, but then it's on cars to tell you with 3 minutes, but it's actually 5, I guess.
All right. Hey, Bob Pop, next question. What's he wearing so that when Josh on the patio sees him, he can just bring him straight through? All right. Bob Cobb, looks like you're on your own, buddy. Oh, okay. Well, cool.
Check, please. That was insane.
No, he's just joking.
So he's on the way.
Yeah,
so what do you say? We bring somebody else up, and then we'll come right back to Bob Cobb and Gronkowski. We'll let you start from the beginning. Is that
That's
cool?
what I said in the beginning.
Suddenly he's a sympathetic guy. He really did say that. He did say that.
I love it. I'm sort of scared of what's going to happen, but we're going to bring you back up in a minute. We're going to bring up Bob Cobb and Gronkowski again. There he goes. We're going to see you in a minute. That's why we're the #1 live podcast in the world, if you're wondering. If you've ever wondered, wow, how do I get the #1 live podcast in the world? You never will. You pulled another name out of the bucket. It's Ben Bazune.
Sure is.
So I don't believe in continuity. I think things played out. But the concept of going to casinos for fun is the whitest shit I've ever heard of. Like, I didn't even know that was until I saw friends on Instagram. So I was posting so proudly, like we just got back from war. I looked it up, she just post like successfully escaped the room. And I've never seen anyone in one of these pictures that wasn't white. I've actually never been to a casino. It's called it's very hard to it's like famine, lack of education, communist dictators. But my dad takes all work. Thank you.
Ben Bazune? Am I saying that right? Bazuna? Bazuna. 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 I love it. You guys on the show where I was on the one last week.
Shoes, so he picks
Gotcha. What did we find out about you?
Shit. Anytime it's being tried,
right, yes, that is right. But now I remember that is what I was about.
Got that out of the way.
I have a thought on your show.
Oh, yeah.
No, my brother said to me, like, what the fuck are you doing? These guys were scared of my kids going to one day.
Yeah, I have like more to it, but I don't know.
The daughter moved the shop.
Yeah, it's one of those rooms where there's a bunch of people.
There's also
of course
you can fail. You can fail. They create a sense of impending doom.
Yeah,
they're like the marked ones are on their way back. You better figure this out before they get here. You know, you should definitely explain just a quick little like tease of.
I mean, a little header on the top.
The concept of escape room is basically that.
No, we did that. Not right now. I'm saying that when you do the joke again.
I'm not gonna do the joke, but I just have one observation.
What's that?
But yeah, no, but the meat of that joke is sorry, I'm causing problems again. The meat of that joke is go fuck yourself. My parents live in a fucking communist country. Ethiopia.
Yeah.
You know, so like I think that's
yeah, you definitely need to wire in exactly that from a place where you're trying to escape from, you know, regular.
And it's happening currently in Syria and other places. So only white people that what you were saying, you can like find parallels with other suffering. White people try to. I mean, I'm just trying to say that there's other shit that I think we do in a privileged country that a lot of people, there's the obvious one, which is like people like, oh no, I'm not eating gluten or whatever. People are fucking like starving. Right. Yeah.
So
One person's on board with that.
Working at Postmates, you're delivering food to different places, right?
Yeah, food and whatever else.
What's some weird deliveries that you've had to do?
I mean, it's mostly food, alcohol.
Taco Bell for a blowjob?
Once.
You ever eat that guy? He's out there.
There's a little bit of irony in an Ethiopian delivering food to people. Right there.
Yeah. I know, I'm tempted to send that
That's a bitch! Yeah. You gotta keep it real, man.
How's Ethiopians doing these days?
No? Oh, jeez.
Why don't we hear about that shit anymore?
Nobody even wants to talk about Ethiopia.
Did you see the Olympic marathon?
No,
the dude who came in second was an Ethiopian guy. He came across the He came across with his hands in an X to protest all these people from ethnic minority that were being killed, and immediately he was not recognized by the Ethiopian government. He couldn't go back to Ethiopia. He had to just stay in Brazil.
Wow.
Yeah.
Stay in Brazil.
They didn't recognize him as a
Sounds like a pretty awesome punishment. You really fucked up this time.
Yeah. I hope you like beautiful women in nice climate. No flies. That's all. That's all good. I apologize. Sorry.
It's just like it just gets but there's also comedy in like this poor guy coming to an ex and us as Americans have no idea. They're like, is he saluting Malcolm X? What the fuck is it? We don't know. I didn't even know if he was doing bad anymore. Is that what the weekend does? The weekend. Wow, what a hip dude. How does Ethiopia feel about Donald Trump? Is he going to help you or?
I think out there, I'm just like,
everything's fucked here. I'm just like tough spot. Yeah.
Hey man, hey door guy, can you go check the front patio for Bob Koff and Gronkowski? Is Bob Koff still here? Okay, yeah, just make sure that they get in up there. If only for a few minutes. Tell the management or whoever. I don't know what type of shady passport he's trying to show, but I just at least want to give them a shot.
You know, Martin and Lewis performed here, and now so have Gronkowski and Robobi, whatever.
David Bob Koff.
Gronkowski.
Man, sorry, Frank, but I have Bob Koff and Gronkowski.
I got overshadowed by German Racing. You guys look like a white and black of the same person.
Wow, that's very. I wish Eric Griffin was here so I could say the same thing about you.
Oh, nice.
Joe and I, last time you were on, we had like this little mini roast off that I love.
And then everybody was writing like,
yeah, they're so silly. These people are so funny on the fucking internet. Nobody realizes how close we all are. It's just you really gotta fuck that guy. Never have him back. Like a fucking idiot. Like we're sending laughing emoticons to each other about shit that they think we were fighting about. Go ahead.
how do you know when it's negative? Because it's a negative shit. All that gunpowder numbers, what is me, Mr. He's trying to turn a negative into a positive. You know what else they did that? You know what else they did that? Saxophone. Really? You know the history of saxophones? They did that fucking saxophone. How the fuck do you know that shit? They might have had. There was one black guy back there.
This show is out of control. That craziest, goofiest thing, fucking craziest shit you've ever seen in your life.
I mean, come on, dude. It reminds you of the guy from Rush Hour 3. Do you remember? It reminds you of Kramer when he's playing with the Taekwondo kid.
I'll make music for money.
Come on, man. Play with the grown women.
He's so sad. He got his
Speak
back.
on the WNBA.
He started doing like fart noises with his leg, and he just like did them as fast as he could, and it was so crazy.
I love it.
That's Louis
Out of all your years in Ethiopia, the craziest thing you've ever seen is a guy make fart noises with his knee.
in Atlanta.
Well, you know, Tony, I'm Ethiopian, so I have to tell you, one time in Atlanta.
I was born here.
I know, I know. It's being silly.
I like how Red Band is. Did you know that George Michael of Wham, who they just played, sang in Live Aid? Oh, I fucking idiot. Remember when Bob yelled out? Remember that shit? They did it for not for Ethiopia. Nobody knows Ethiopia's having a hard time.
Jordan Michael also said he was sucking guys' dick.
Ben, you've gotten up twice in the past few weeks. Congratulations on that. It was good to see you again. Another new minute from Ben Mizzou.
We're like famous. We're not even famous, but like they have like some sort of like social media clout where a lot of them are in open relationships. Yeah, because
Nah, everybody, wire in that Ethiopia stuff to the escape room. Hold on. Wait a second. now immediately put your hands together for Bob Coffin Gronkowski, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, Henny. So I'll let him talk. Hey, is she of age yet or not? She's still 17. She's
Was wollt ihr was wissen? Stellt doch nicht die Frage. Oh, Englisch. Ja, my name is Evan. Hello. I met this guy. He's a really nice guy. He's very sensitive. He's trying every day. He's not scary. Only when you want to buy a car from him, then you will definitely. You need a second one. You don't want to go?
Okay, I told him already that you're a result of her age. How was that?
That was his cue. Is that just true? That's just true. Is that what you just said? Oh, wow. That's sad. Alright, so that's another new minute from Bob Coffin Gronkowski. Bob Coffin, the first guy in 3.5 years of doing this show that's ever gotten 2 minutes. So this is what we were waiting for. This is Gronkowski. Gronkowski, are you wearing lipstick?
Well, the thing is, German or Wednesday.
It sounds like he's by the sound at the beginning of the act. It sounds like he's pretty ready to be there. Oh shit! You got me. You burned me there.
I brought my pawn actress, by the way. Can you come here to show your tits for a second? Porn actress.
Sure, you guys name it a porn actress?
Lila? Yeah, she's already 21. She works on fake ID.
What do you do for work?
I sold some shares to my company just to let money know.
Wow, what was your company?
It's called Group Gronkowski.
Gronkowski, what do they do?
Shoot porn, like actually.
By the way, earlier when I guessed that they were shooting porn, it really beat around the bush. But my
Show your shot. He's my actor. He's Anaconda is incredible. And he's like, stand up, stand up, stand up, hey! That guy's a porn star. Little Toddy.
I have no idea what the fuck is happening. But I hope I don't get in trouble for it at any point.
Hey, let's just pick up a 3-person act. Tony, wait a minute, is this about gangbang?
Everybody settle down, everybody take a breath, everybody get into Joe DeRosa. Here we go. Yes.
Is this your comedy act? No, I still don't understand what the fuck is happening.
Me neither, but I sort of was. Sort of.
One of your bits. I want to see one of your bits.
Do you have a bit? You guys are just having the time of your lives in the porn industry. You're
because I started and you didn't believe me. Like when I say my sister is a horror, everybody thinks like, why am I talking so bad about this? But when I say it's true, like my sister fucked most of my friends. And my sister, like the thing that entertains the most everybody is that she can suck the yellow color for bananas. So, well, if you have a sister like this, then
I'm about to start my 4th podcast with Gronkowski and Bob Coffin via satellite forever. I'm pretty sure I'm in love with you idiots.
I got an idea. We gotta go check in your comedy.
My girlfriend, or I serious. Seriously though, she fucked my friends. Wow.
She really wants to be. Yeah, she's sad now. I know. She's from Germany too. Yeah, she's fine. Where's she from? Germany? Where are you from?
Yeah, can we talk to you for a second?
She might be able to solve this whole thing.
Yeah, my guess is that my guess is that she doesn't even really know these two. She took a UCB course last week and it's just rolling with everything. Sure, I'll play the porn stuff. What's your name?
And she says after her boss, she
What
thought
country are you
about
from? It wasn't a important.
Well, if you already have one, then you can go.
Where are you from?
I've never met
You came with this
or
guy?
ever heard her speak at like Mitchell's. One of your buddies,
Born
used to date Ron Rousey. I do outside of the country. How was that, dude? How was that? You
Like
married
what?
a girlfriend? Life changes. Oh shit! So how was Ronda Rousey?
Sexy, regular. Hey, sophomore. We call that sophomore. If you do not name your next hour sexy acting, fuck you.
She's coming up south.
Oh, the thing is, he just
Let me
showed a
tell you
movie
why.
in Germany. It's about the youth of
Do you know her?
the movie.
Yeah. I'm sure she's super skinny and like really hot. Like,
She's the main actress. And
You know what? I'm gonna do something really crazy right now. I'm just gonna improvise this. Why don't you guys just stay on the stage? Stay on the back of the stage, right? Okay? Is that okay? Go back.
And she says
Go back. And then you guys just stay there and don't do anything crazy. You'll just be part of the set for the rest of the show. Is that okay? Is that cool with you guys?
you're permanent.
Because we have to keep moving on. No, you're definitely not getting paid at all.
This is how Tom Cruise does it, sir.
I want you three to be there right now when I bring up the other greatest threesome of comedians in the world. I present to you the Verzi triplets, ladies and gentlemen.
Let me tell you why. I'm sure she was super skinny and like a really hot, like.
Hello, we are comedic triplets. Hello, we come from Moscow. Yeah, we didn't have the best relationship with our dad. No. You only wanted one kid, not a fucking good.
And she says that.
Yeah. Our birth was like a Trojan horse. Like the parents thought they were getting one special gift and a whole bunch of man came falling out. Yeah, my dad. We're just different than my dad. My dad is a blue collar, hands-on guy, and we're not. He built his own house. We're 24, and we still live in that house. It's very comfortable. Thank you so much in the back. You know, my first home with my dad was when I graduated from college. Sean, I'm so proud of you. You said my name's Alex, so yeah. Still my proudest moment. Our dad's favorite child was our dog, Rocky. She was named after our relationship with our father.
There you go, the Verzi triplets. There you go. Thanks for bringing a picture of me. You guys have a lot of respect for me, and I like that.
This is hanging on our mantle in our house.
I love that. That's Give the microphone to Bob Cobb. Give it to Bob Cobb. Bob Cobb, what did you think of you guys? I want to hear your thoughts on the Verzi triplets. Well, how do you think they would do if they performed where you're from in Czechoslovakia?
I'd love to hear it. Do you know how to perform? Remember when you guys from Mongolia? Yeah, I was there. You are somewhere where people don't know what's there. People see you come, they're ready to laugh. So Ronda Rousey goes on Ellen.
How about the three of them in a board?
Do that?
That would work, right?
And she says after her
But it would work all around the world, but there's perverts everywhere.
After that,
Lieutenant Gronkowski.
No, I was just thinking about Cassie Man to do it. If she would be ready.
Yeah, let's do it. Would you take on the Verzi triplets? Is that a thing that you would do?
I mean, this was 3 brothers, right? Is it allowed?
Oh, wait a second. Oh, the Verzi triplets, full commitment. There you go. The young improvisers, the Verzi triplets, rolling with a joke.
$50 each, I would say. It's like if the Marx Brothers raped women.
let me tell you why.
Thanksgiving really
Jimmy feel bad on the inside. Thursday Jimmy just walked in wiping his mouth off as though he just sucked one of his brother's dicks, by the way. I don't think he knows what happens when you hook up with a girl. Well, it's Bob Pop Gronkowski and whatever this fucking little Bond villain beauty fucking evil fucking you have just dead amazing eyes. How much longer are you guys in town for? Wednesday. Thursday. How about you? Let me guess. Friday? You wacky fucking triplets.
Hey, that's the next porno. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. We fucked 3 days in a row.
Does this translate as human trafficking in all languages?
I love it. Well, we'll see you guys after the show. There they go. Bob Hoff and Gronkowski and the evil German beauty. There she goes. I can't believe you're fucking that guy. If that's real, I'm gonna fucking kill myself after tonight's show.
I think it's real. Oh, it's real.
Oh, this fucking world kills me.
That dude's sexy. He looks like...
I know. He's a rock. I know. Exactly.
You're right. He is. Beach, right? Yeah. It's like Leonardo with lipstick. You're right.
You guys, one more time for Bob Kopp and Gronkowski, ladies and gentlemen. Come on. You guys are like... That's pretty fucking right. Perform a new minute every single week. Not easy to do. So here we go. Let's do it again. You know her as one of the regulars. Put your hands on Johnston.
I didn't believe that sexism still existed until I started reading YouTube comments. I was watching a video of Amelia Earhart, and this guy commented and wrote, "Man, this whore sucks at flying. She should just do porn."
I do alright compared to Drake. I'm a fucking asset in the streets. I'm somebody Florida on India compared to Drake. I do alright compared to Drake. I'm a fucking asset in the streets. Somebody Florida on India. I do alright compared to Drake. I'm a fucking asset in the streets. Somebody Florida on India. If you gave me $100,000 and I could bet on one fighter that I can guarantee to be a world champion without basketball, I think the way, if you look at the lay of the land, what Tom did to Tuberia, I mean, he was a big favorite for a reason, but after laying off the bad injury with the knee, he's going through some issues. It sounds like his personal life with his camp and outside of the gym. I knew he'd beat him, but not like this. I was even competitive. I think he beats Pavlich. I think if he finished the that first round, he drags Pavlich into the second, third, fourth round and beats him. But you look at the matchups, take John Jones out of it, I don't see anybody being done as a He's too damn good. Big boy, 265, kept the problem, black belt on the ground, great hands, confident, swag was there.
There might be more. I don't know what I found for this movie. Omar, what? Was it big for Behemoth? I don't know. I don't know. Okay, let's go. Let's find the whole thing. Omar, now back to the school. I love this part. You shop and realize that it's shit on the right side is green, and the one on the left is for, you didn't know that. Now, the shirt it says, what color code it is, and, okay, okay, listen. The shirt it says that why is there a shirt that has 4 dice? Well, in the lookbook, we made a chapter, we were spelling it. The lookbook was coupled. Shit was
That video of him knocking out his ex and dragging her.
Oh, well, that was the end for me. When I saw that, I went, you're a terrible human being.
It was only like 7:30, and you were like, "Can I get a ride in my car?" And I was like, "Sure." You got in the car, and I literally like turned the wheel, like turn around.
When I saw that, I went, you're a terrible. When I saw that, I go, I believe everything about you. If you would do that to somebody, then I go,
Hey, you know what they call me, the man dragons?
I'm a Drake fan. As far as influential, as far as creators, fashion too. Like a couple Drake fashions, as much as terrible things. The Kanye destroys everybody. I'm a Drake fan. As far as influential, as far as creators, like fashion too. Like a couple Drake fashions, as much as terrible things. The Kanye destroys everybody. I'm a Drake fan. As far as influential, as far as creators, like fashion too. Like a couple Drake fashions, as much as terrible things. I'm more of a Drake fan. As far as influential, as far as creators, like fashion too. Like a couple Drake fashions, as much as terrible things. The Kanye's destroyed. I'm more of a Drake fan. As far as influential, as far as creators, like fashion too. Like a Drake fashions, as much as terrible things. The Kanye's destroys everybody. I'm more of a Drake fan. As far as influential, as far as creators, like fashion too. Like a Drake fashions, as much as terrible things. The Kanye's destroys everybody. I'm more of a Drake fan.
Good boy squad.
As far as influential,
Good boy nation.
as far as creators, like fashion too. Like a Drake fashions, as much as terrible things. The Kanye's destroys everybody. I'm more of a Drake fan. As far as influential, as far as creators, like fashion too. Like a Drake fashions, as much as terrible things. The Kanye's destroys everybody. I'm more of a Drake fan. As far as influential, as far as creators, like fashion too. Like a Drake fashions, as much as terrible things. The Kanye's destroys everybody. I'm more of a Drake fan. As far as influential, as far as creators, like fashion too. Like a Drake fashions, as much as terrible things. The Kanye's destroys everybody. I'm more of a Drake fan. As far as influential, as far as creators, like fashion too. Like a Drake fashions, as much as terrible things. The Kanye's destroys everybody. I'm more of a Drake fan. As far as influential, as far as creators, like fashion too. Like a Drake fashions, as much as terrible things. The Kanye's destroys everybody. I'm a Drake fan. As far as influence creators, fashion too. Like Drake fashions, awful. His merch is Kanye's destroy everybody. I'm a Drake. As far as influence creators, Drake fashions, awful. His merch is terrible. Kanye's destroy everybody. Creators, fashion too. Like Drake fashions, awful. His merch is terrible. Like Kanye's destroys everybody. I'm a Drake fan. As far as influential creators, like fashion too. Like Drake fashions, awful. His merch is terrible. Like Kanye's.
On the campus, how's that going?
I got a girl. I actually met my girlfriend at UCSB.
And you're talking past each other, but one person is going to be wrong because they're using a word in an inappropriate way. Bullying is an ongoing keyword there. Ongoing and deliberate misuse of power.
Just a small town girl.
There's something in relationships that repeated physical or social behavior that intends to cause physical, social, and or psychological harm. It can involve an individual or group misusing their power or perceived power, or one or persons who feel unable to stop it from happening. The American Psychological Association defines bullying as a form of aggressive behavior in which someone intends shaming, social bullying, and variety of other types of abusive relationships. The key word there in the is ongoing with intention
It was fucking something. I was on something there.
sake of such. So, if your conversation gets muddled and it's pointless, and you're talking past each other, but one person is going to be wrong because they're using a word in an inappropriate way. Bullying is an ongoing keyword there.
Oh, so let's don't know what just happened. So the drummer got up from the table to get that joke in. Ray Romano.
It kind of sounds like Ray Romano. Can you say, hey ma?
Hey ma.
That's it. Hey ma. Wow. Fucking. Oh. Yeah, he's right.
Wow, Boz, you nailed that shit.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Pretty goddamn white.
That's fun.
Yeah.
Craziest thing you and your 11-month long relationship girlfriend have done in the bedroom.
Not really. I had an ex who was black and she wanted to do master slave roleplay.
What?
Yeah, didn't go for it, but she insisted that I tie her up.
You didn't go for it? No. Jeez, give me this chick's number. Let's do this.
Was your white mother disappointed when she heard about that? You had a chance.
Wow.
I wouldn't have done that either. I agree. Yeah, it's too
I'm
intense.
just kidding, guys. Jesus, I wouldn't actually do that.
What do you gotta think? Like you gotta make her pick cotton or something? Like, how does it work?
I don't know. I was just like,
Is that how it works? Did you ever go down on her and get cotton mouth?
Look at this west side.
That you've reached your maximum limits on that. We had a talk a couple weeks ago. So that's interesting. Why'd you guys break up? wants.
She wanted voting rights.
Oh my god. It's so great.
Oh, that's fucking.
It's the fucking greatest shit. That's why I fucking about food.
Yeah, listen, you bad fool.
What else, man? Anything else you want to say before you
We
go?
don't know the fact about Tony Hicks, but he calls them bad films.
Yeah.
This is in the last year. He said this on the podcast. It makes me more joyous every time he says it.
I know, it makes me happy too. I like it that way. Funnier way of saying it. Fucking it's almost like a goat.
You know a word I like?
No, please don't. Please don't.
Sarsaparilla.
Oh, very good, very good.
Just like, having you guys both have actually done the show that I've created at ACSB. So it's cool.
Oh, yeah.
That was a fun show.
Yeah.
I just heard all the podcast listeners vomit at once. They don't give a fuck. They know how great Maz and Joe DeRosa is.
You gotta book Tony. You gotta book Tony. Hello. You gotta book this guy.
I'm just jealous that I haven't got to do your UCS.
I passed it. I passed it, and I helped.
I love you, Matt. No, if you're serious, I will. There you go. Matt Duncan. There you go, Matt Duncan. He's on Twitter at Matt Duncan. We're having fun so far. I like tonight's episode. I'm into this one.
You know how many other people drop out that shouldn't drop out? You know what I'm saying? Like the people that you see, they're like, I dropped out, I'm going for you. Like, nah, you should have stayed in.
Right, totally.
This kid should drop out, man.
Yeah.
Dropped out.
Where are emotions?
Yeah, Geraldo.
Yeah,
Geraldo, right?
Yeah.
Just Apatow dropped out from school.
There you go. How do you know that if you live in the past?
Well, that's an interesting question.
Luckily for us all, I pulled another name out of the bucket, so let's just move along. I pulled out the name that says Sean.
Well, you know, if you really want to know, Tony.
Sean White, everybody. Sean White. Here we go. All right. No Sean White.
He's out snowboarding.
He is.
Well, where are you getting these references from?
Oh, this looks interesting as fuck. How about Bobkoff and Gronkowski?
Yeah, it's a fucking house. Does she know? It's your uncle? Yeah, she's like, I like that refrigerator door on the left. Boy, that's great. Small. I also get the cheese and Gronkowski. She's a thick girl.
Director, actor, producer, also a result of a rape.
Why would I do that to Indigo? There's no holes, so I open my rolls, and after all the shows, I fuck these girls in my club and take the balls over the top like that. It was supposed to be tonight. Originally, they wanted it for International Fight Week, and then they pushed it back to 30th in Dallas, and then finally pushed it back because
I have just arrived.
Hey, can we just say, like, cosmetics? Dude, you guys are fighting for the best looking good in the UFC.
All right, here we go. So that was the 60 seconds.
Here's your meal. This fucking model. It's a battle of
Why do I feel like you don't really know what's going on here and someone sent you to kill me? Like some internet troll or something like that? And you accidentally like signed up for the show thinking that you had to do it to get into the room? Like you seem very antsy and it's scary energy that I'm feeling. And I don't know if it's real or fake. You got me fooled right now.
I can't tell if it's real or fake. I can't tell if what he said the rape thing that was supposed to be funny or not.
Are you calling Gronkowski? Oh my god, this is a moment. Hennig.
Oh, he's on his way.
We are now. You should perform. Just get here quick. We need 20 minutes. We need 20 minutes. Your act is 20 minutes long, like, and you're just throwing it together. Meet me at store. We do it tonight. Tonight we do the takeover, but we need 20 minutes. We need 20 minutes to be able to do what we're going to do. Make sure you sign up for a show, which gives us 20 minutes.
This is a little weird.
Over here. I'm scared to death of you right
back
now.
in 2010.
How did
you know? Like, how old are you? He was touching her, and she's like 17. Oh no, I can't go to jail. And then kiss her.
How long have you been in Los Angeles?
He's fucking spy.
She looks like a child.
Worst spy ever signs up for live podcasts. Here's this my partner is not showing up.
Recently hacked Hillary Clinton's emails.
What was he saying?
Check.
So he's massaging her here. Why is there a guitar solo? I know, Drake concert. So is he kissing her on the shoulder, neck? Alright, Kelly. And then right here, this
whatever.
Here it is. Absolutely.
I'm sure the sci-fi maybe you guys shot it pretty sure real money.
That's a long
Imagine it was a successful porn production company here in the States. And somebody goes, you should go to check this rock star. I'm like, go fuck yourself, right? I'm gonna stay here with my money. Would you come over? Like, I'm not saying you shouldn't have. I'm just saying
I've done stand-up too.
and check.
5 years.
And check it for 5 years.
Really successful.
But now you're here. You want to try to.
Yeah, but now everybody knows, crazy. So
That's fucking awesome. By the way, they've all seen us be crazy before. Is your real name Bob Cop?
my real name is Dan.
He's about to drop this accent any second. I fucking know it. And by check us about here, I mean Chicago. I can just feel it coming.
Come on, man. Come clean. Check us out. I'm gonna come in Buff Cup Goldflames. Buff Cup Goldflames. Show us your check ID.
In Czechoslovakia, you need to check yourself.
What do you think?
Check yourself before you check.
What do you think?
What?
You are like saying I'm not like.
No, you're okay, Bob Cop. Bob Cop. Can I call you Bob Cop still?
Yes.
I'd like to see your check ID. I feel like this is a character. Andy Kaufman. Hi. It feels very Andy Kaufman, right?
Pull up your phone, put the Kozaponko in Google, you'll see.
Hi. What that word?
What is?
Google on your phone. Google strip club veteran. It will come up. He is veteran of strip club.
Cousin Bob Cop?
Hi. Oza. A-O-Z-A. Marco.
Spell it again.
A-O-Z-A.
Bob Cop.
So wait a minute.
Best of luck with Cop, by the way. I will not spell it out.
So wait a minute. Now that you're here, who's
B.O.B. Go fuck yourself.
image?
Gotcha.
Okay.
Is Gronkowski?
Yes.
Is Gronkowski just a head with a blonde wig on? A mannequin? Is that what Gronkowski is?
No.
There's pictures of you performing with.
Yeah, but this was like 5 years ago.
Pictures of you stage doing comedy.
Yes, that's how I started.
Like.
Yes, that is what what this show is all
And
about.
these are like,
So many script flips here. I hated the Westworld, now I love it. Bob Kopp scared the death out of me. I think he may be the greatest person pulled out of the bucket.
this guy
That is how I thought of it.
This guy's a superstar in Czech, and he kept playing to make it. And someone told him he got to go kill Tony show.
I mean, you started naked and you still have no material. So let's try to figure this out. Is Gronkowski's a real guy? So he's coming. Where's he at?
Maybe we like research for.
How about this? Let's move on. And you hang out there, wait for Gronkowski. When he gets here, just have
You'll know. I'll tell you.
No, you can't just Bob Kopp, no. I'm about to die, guys. This can't be some funny thing where, hey, let's kill him live. It'll be so cool. It's the name of the show. I've been thinking about that shit lately. These people are scary on the internet, man. I'm very concerned. Have you ever killed anybody? Oh, there's someone named Corey is calling you. Is that Gronkowski? Just absolutely unbearable.
Where's Gronkowski from? Is he also Czech?
Put him on speakerphone.
Do your act.
Corey.
Yeah, what's up, David?
Oh, okay.
I'm not gonna need that more about
Dumbass. 1 second. I'm on the stage. Put it in the speaker. Yes. Manny, I have this phone on the speaker and you are talking next to the microphone. The whole room is listening. So, these people don't believe you are real and you are on the way. So please tell them something that they know you are real and you are on the way.
Okay.
Manny, okay, continue. Okay.
But I'm really disappointed because I hate all the people in this room. Tell them.
What is going on?
Okay, how far are you?
I will tell them the first one up when they come on stage. The first one was laughing.
I don't know. Henning, how far are you?
I think it's 3 minutes, man.
All right. Hey, Bob Kopp. Next question. What's he wearing so that when Josh on the patio sees him, he can straight through? All right. Bob Kopp, looks like you're on your own, buddy. Oh, okay. Well, cool. Check, please.
That was insane. Oh, he's just joking.
So he's on the way. So what do you say? You bring somebody else up, and then we'll come right back to Bob Kopp and Gronkowski. We'll let you start from the beginning. Is that
That's
cool?
what I said in the beginning.
Suddenly he's a sympathetic guy. He didn't say that.
I love it. I'm sort of scared of what's going to happen, but we're going to bring you back up in a minute. We're going to bring up Bob Kopp and Gronkowski again. There you go. So we're going to see you in a minute. That's why we're the #1 live podcast in the world, if you're wondering. If you've ever wondered, wow, how do I get the #1 live podcast in the world? You never will. I pulled another name out of the bucket. It's Ben Bazune. So, I don't believe in calling things white, but the concept of going to an escape room for fun is the whitest shit I've ever heard of. Like,
I didn't even know they existed until I saw friends on Instagram with pictures of themselves posing so proudly, like they just got back from war. You know, they just posed like successfully escaped the room. And I've never seen anyone in one of these pictures that wasn't white. And I've actually never been to an escape room before, but my parents have. They actually spent 30 years in one. It's called the country of Ethiopia. Very hard difficulty on this escape room. Famine, lack of education, communist dictators. But my dad said it was all worth it. Thank you.
Ben Bazuna? Am I saying that right? Bazuna? Bazuna. Bazuna. I love it. You were just on the show last week. Before. Gotcha. What do you find out about you again?
I drive for Postmates, and I look like the dude from the Captain Now.
Right, yeah. That is right. Now I remember that is what I said.
Glad you got that out of the way.
Yeah.
I have a thought on your joke.
Oh, yeah.
Tremendous premise, and I think that you should get to the biting part more quickly and don't apologize. It's ridiculous that white people.
Yeah, there's. I have like more to it. I don't know the I'm just trying to
explain escape room.
Yeah,
I don't know what
I'm not
it's one of those rooms where you go in, there's a bunch of clues, you try to work together to get through the room and escape the room.
I mean, basically,
riddles and like you put magnets on top. There's also an impending. You can fail. You can fail and create a sense of impending doom.
Yeah,
if you fail, they're like the marked ones are on their way back. You better figure this out before they get here. And, you should definitely explain just a quick little tease of.
I mean,
a little header on the top.
The concept of the escape room is basically that.
No, we not right now. I'm saying that when you do the joke again,
I'm not gonna do the joke, but I just have one.
Yeah, no, but the problem. The meaning of that joke is go fuck yourself. So I think that's
yeah, you definitely need to wire it exactly that you're from a place where you're trying to escape.
And it's happening currently with Syria and other places. Only white people then do what you were saying. Maybe you can find parallels with other suffering that white people try to.
I mean, I'm just trying to say that there's other shit that I think we do in a privileged country that a lot of people, there's the obvious ones like people go no, I'm not eating gluten or whatever. And people are fucking starving, right? Yeah.
So
one person's on board with that.
We're gonna Postmates here delivering food to different places, right? What's some weird reason about it?
I mean, it's mostly food, alcohol.
Taco Bell for a blowjob?
What would you do?
You ever meet that guy?
There's a little bit of irony in an Ethiopian delivering food to people.
Right there. Yeah.
I know. I'm tempted to send it back.
There you go.
That's a bit. Do that. That's a bit. Yeah.
Right? Come on.
Gotta keep it real, man. It's a bit. People can
How's Ethiopia doing these days?
It's doing horrible.
Still?
Oh, jeez.
Why don't we hear about that shit anymore?
Nobody even wants to talk about Ethiopia.
Nobody. Did you see the Olympic marathon? The dude who came in second was an Ethiopian guy. He came across with his hand to protest. He came across with his hand in an X to protest all these people from an ethnic minority that are being killed, and immediately he was not recognized by the Ethiopian government. Couldn't go back to Ethiopia. Had to just stay in Brazil. It's crazy.
Wow.
Yeah.
He had to stay in Brazil.
They didn't even recognize him as a silver medal.
Sounds like a pretty awesome punishment when you're forced to go back to Ethiopia. You really fucked up this time.
You Brazilian fuck women with big asses.
Yeah.
I hope you like beautiful women in nice climate. No fuck.
That's all the tragedy. Put that joke through that film. Don't apologize. Don't be like, sorry, I don't like you.
It just like work. It just gets a big laugh.
But there's also comedy in like this poor guy coming through with the X, and us in America having no idea. They're like, is he giving a saluting Malcolm X? What the fuck is it? We don't know. You know, I didn't even know Ethiopia was doing badly anymore.
I think a lot of people were thinking it was so
Is that what the weekend does?
Yeah. He's a fan of the weekend.
What a hip dude. Well, man. How does Ethiopia feel about Donald Trump? Is he going to help you or?
They got their own shit to do. They're like.
Yeah.
Hey man, hey door guy, can you go check the front patio for Bob Koff and Gronkowski? Is Bob Koff still here? Okay, yeah, just make sure that they get in okay.
This is a
If only for a few minutes. Well, the management or whoever. I don't know what type of shady passport he's trying to show. At least want to give them a shot.
You know, Martin and Lewis performed here, and now so have Gronkowski and Gronkowski, whatever.
And David Bob Koff.
Bob Koff and Gronkowski.
Man, I'm sorry, Ben, but I have Bob Koff and Gronkowski on my
He got
mind
overshadowed
right now.
by German racing. You guys look like a white and black of the same person.
Wow, that's very. I wish Eric Griffin was here so I could say the same thing about you.
Oh, nice.
Joe and I went last time you were on. We had like this little mini roast off that I love.
And then everybody was writing and being like, "Fuck you."
Yeah, they're so silly. These people are so funny on the fucking internet. Nobody realizes how close we all are. It's just like, you really got him. Fuck that guy. Never have him back. I'm like, you fucking idiot. Like we're sending laughing emoticons to each other about the shit that they think we were fighting about. Go ahead.
Yeah, you do look like Ben's negative.
How do you know what a negative is?
Because we had that, as you established.
Negatives, yeah. We had gunpowder.
Don't you question me, mister. I'll pull my 6-shooter on you right now. There's 6 shooters.
He's trying to turn a negative into a positive.
You know what else they didn't have?
He's an ass about it.
You know what else they didn't have back then? Saxophones. Really? You know the history of saxophone? Saxophone.
Ben, craziest, goofiest thing, fucking craziest shit you've ever seen in your life, go.
One time in Atlanta, there was this guy on the street, and he was like, I'll make music for money. And we were like, okay. And then he was so sad, he got on his back and he started doing like armpit fart noises with his leg, and he just like did them as fast as he could, and it was so crazy.
I love it.
Louis Fartstrong?
Out of all your years in Ethiopia, the craziest thing you've ever seen was a guy make fart noises with his knee.
In Atlanta.
Of all places. Well, you know, Tony, I'm Ethiopian, so I have to tell you, one time in Atlanta.
I was born here.
No, I was being silly.
I like how Redman used to be a homeless man in Atlanta.
There you go.
Did you know that George Michael of Wham, who they just played, sang in Live Aid for Ethiopia?
No, I had a weird connection with it.
Just like no, fucking idiot. Remember when Bob yelled off? Remember that?
I thought you were saying they did it for
Not for Ethiopia. Nobody knows Ethiopia's having a hard time.
Jordan Michael
Ben, you've gotten up twice in the past few weeks. Congratulations on that. It was good to see you again. Another new minute from Ben Kazuna, everybody. Wire in that Ethiopia stuff to the escape room. Hold on. Wait a second.
Okay, this is Henning, so I'll let you talk, right? Because I gave you a couple questions.
No, do your act. I know. Jetzt war Chance in Deutschland.
Was, wollt ihr irgendwas wissen? Stellt mir doch irgendwelche Fragen. Oh, English. Yeah, my name is Henning. Hello. I met this guy. He's a really nice guy. He's very sensitive. Trying every day. He's not scary. Only when you want to buy a car from him, then you will definitely. You need a second one. You don't want to talk? No, hit right there.
Okay. I told him already that you're a result of a rape.
That was his cue. Is that just true? That's just true? Is that what you just said?
No.
Go wow, this is act. Become. Alright, so there's another new minute from Bob Kopp and Gronkowski. Bob Kopp being the first guy in 3.5 years of doing this show that's ever gotten 2 minutes. So this is what we were waiting for? This is Gronkowski? Gronkowski, are you wearing lipstick?
Well, the thing is, he
sounds like he's, by the sound of the beginning of his act, it sounds like he's pretty ready to be there.
I couldn't understand. Was this like a lesbian voice talking to me?
Oh shit! You got me. You burned me there.
I brought my porn actress, by the way. Can you come here, Janaina, show your tits for a second?
Porn actress. Is that true? You guys came with a porn actress?
Delilah? Yeah, she's already 21. Her name is Delilah. On fake ID.
What do you do for work, Gronkowski?
I sold some shares to my company, just spent money now.
Wow, what was your company?
It's called Group Gronkowski.
Group Gronkowski, what do they do?
We shoot porn, like, actually.
By the way, earlier when I guessed that they were shooting porn, he really beat around the bush.
That shit, show you schlong. He's my actor, his Anaconda is incredible. And this is like, stand up, hey! That guy's a porn star? Little Toddy!
I think I'm a 3-person. Everybody settle down. Everybody take up a DeRosa. Here we go. Yes.
Is this your comedy act?
Big dog, you gotta be 18 and band here.
It sort of was. It sort of killed your bits. I want to see one of your bits. Do you have a bit? You guys are just having the time of your lives in the porn industry.
No, because I started and you didn't believe me anything. Like when I said my sister is a whore, I mean, everybody thinks like, why am I talking so bad about my sister? But what I say is true. Like my sister fucked most of my friends. And my sister, like the thing that entertains the most everybody is that she can suck the yellow color of a banana. So, well, if you have a sister like this, then
guys, I'm about to start my 4th podcast with Gronkowski and Bob Kopp via satellite forever. I'm pretty sure I'm in love with you idiots.
I got an idea. We gotta go to Czech and do comedy. It seems easy as shit.
Yeah. My girlfriend, whore. I'm serious. Seriously, though. Fuck my friends. She might be able to. Yeah, my guess is that.
What the fuck are these?
My guess is that she doesn't even really know these two. She took a UCB course last week and is just rolling with everything. Sure, I'll play the porn star. What's your name?
What country are you from? There wasn't a deporting.
Well, if you already have one, then you can go.
Where are you from? So you came with this guy? So you're a porn actor? What do you do?
Like what?
Like regular acting.
Sexy, regular.
Hey,
soft porn. We call that soft porn.
if you do not name your next hour sexy acting, fuck you.
Oh, the thing is, he just showed a movie in Germany. It's about the youth in Berlin. You know the movie Kids?
Yeah.
So it's kind of like this, but in 2016 in Berlin. She's the main actress. And
you know what? I'm gonna do something really crazy right now. At the back of the stage, right? Okay? Is that okay? Go back. Bob, go back. And then you guys just stay there and don't do anything crazy. You'll just be part of the set for the rest of the show. Is that okay? Is that cool with you guys?
You're permanent.
Because we have to keep moving on through other
yeah, but
parts
we
of
have
the
to
show.
get paid for this.
No, you're definitely not getting paid at all.
This is how Tom Cruise got his start, actually.
I want you three to be there right now when I bring up the other greatest threesome of comedians in the world. I present to you the Versi triplets, ladies and gentlemen.
Hello, we are comedic triplets. Hello, we come from Moscow. We didn't have the best relationship with our dad. No. He only wanted one kid, not a fucking litter of children. Yeah. Our mom was like a Trojan horse. Our parents thought they were getting one special gift, and a whole bunch of men came falling out. Yeah, my dad, we're just different than my dad. My dad is a blue-collar, hands-on guy, and we're not, clearly. When my dad was 24, he built his own house. We're 24, and we still live in that house. It's great. Comfortable. So much. My proudest moment with my dad was when I graduated college. He said, "Sean, I'm so proud of you." Except my name's Alex, so yeah, it hurts a little bit. Still my proudest moment. Our dad's favorite child was our dog Rocky. She was named after our relationship with our father.
There you go, the Versi triplets. There you go. Thanks for bringing a picture of me. You guys have a lot of respect for me, and I like that.
This is hanging on our mantle at our house.
I love that. That's perfect. I actually have a bunch of pictures of me hanging up at my place too. Not even kidding.
These guys are the cleanest, best showered comedians I've seen in my entire life.
They are, right?
Fantastic. Proud of you guys.
Thank you, man.
Yeah.
We showered together.
Okay, there they go, the Versi triplets, ladies and gentlemen. That's it. Another new minute from the Versi. Give the microphone to Bob Koff. Give it to Bob Koff. Bob Koff, what did you think of those three guys? I want to hear your thoughts on the Versi triplets.
From the back, I mean, what did they film? I've seen that before.
How do you think they would do if they performed where you're from in Czechoslovakia?
It's way harder to perform there. Remember when you had this guy from Mongolia? Was in the main room.
Yeah.
I was there. Imagine you are somewhere where people don't know what stand-up is. So they are ready to laugh because they are familiar with the concept.
How about the three of them in a porn in Czechoslovakia? Can you do that?
That would work great.
I'm thinking here, bro.
But it would work all around the world. There's perverts everywhere.
Henrik Gronkowski.
No, I was just thinking about casting him. Just wondering what's the option I have. You ready?
Yeah, let's do it. Would you take on the Versi triplets? Is that a thing that you would do?
I mean, this was three brothers, right? Is this allowed here in America?
Oh, wait a second. Oh, the Versi triplets, full commitment. There you go. Young improvisers, the Versi triplets, rolling with the joke.
50 bucks each, I would say. It's like if the Marx Brothers raped women. It's getting really dark.
Yeah, does anybody feel bad on the inside? The Versi triplet just walked in wiping his mouth off as though he just sucked one of his brother's dicks, by the way. I don't think he knows what happens when you hook up with a girl.
And he didn't even have to buy him a Taco Bell.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I'll tell you this, Bob Koff Gronkowski or whatever this fucking little Bond villain, beauty, fucking evil, fucking, you have just dead. Hold amazing eyes. It's incredible. Yeah. How long are you guys in town for? Wednesday. Thursday. How about you? What do you guys? Friday? You wacky fucking triplets?
Hey, that's the next name of the next porno. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. We fought 3 days in a row. Does this translate as human trafficking in all languages?
I love it. Well, we'll see you guys after the show. Then they go Bob Hoff, Gronkowski, and the evil German beauty. There she goes. Oh, I can't believe you're fucking that guy. If that's real, I'm gonna fucking kill myself after tonight's show.
I think it's real. Oh, it's real.
Oh, this fucking world kills me.
That dude's sexy. He looks like
I know. He's a rock. I know. Exactly.
You're right. The beach, right? Yeah. It's like a Leonardo with lipstick. You're right.
You guys, one more time for Bob Hoff and Gronkowski, ladies and gentlemen. Come on.
these guys are like
All right. On this show, we have 2 regulars that write and perform a brand new minute every single week. That's pretty fucking cool. They don't come out of the bucket at all. They just write and perform a new minute every single week. Not easy to do. So here we go. Let's do it again. You know her as one of the regulars. Put your hands together for Vanessa Johnston, everybody.
Racism existed until I started reading YouTube comments. I was watching a video of Amelia Earhart, and this guy commented and wrote, "Man, this whore sucks at flying. She should just do porn." I was like, wow, that's what happens when your town doesn't have a Planned Parenthood. And I'm not even like feministy, you know, which sounds like a strong, independent stripper. But women have done a lot that we don't get credit for. For example, the first computer software and Wi-Fi were both invented by women. This Indian guy is like, fuck that. The first paper bag was also invented by a woman. The problem.
I just learned that.
Yeah.
When you say parts of it, like what part of it?
Like the touch tone, the Bluetooth. I wrote a whole list of all the things.
No. The first cordless phone, like in the 80s, I think was invented by a woman.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I didn't parts of it.
Now, Tony, I thought Dolores had a great set.
Yeah. I love your feministy. Is that what it was? Feministy? That sounds like a strong
independent stripper.
That was brilliant.
Thank you.
I'll go to
Yeah, very fun. So that's fucking cool. Anything else crazy going on in life?
I mean, I don't know. I've been reading the comments on I went back and read every comment on every Tony video ever.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Please do not tell me what you saw. There's a reason why I'm able to maintain my confidence like I do, and it's because I don't do that shit.
I live in a different time period. I can tell you that was a bad idea.
Anything stand out to you more than anything else?
Well, that's how the sexism stuff started. Like, some guy commented wrote, Vanessa has the IQ of around room temperature.
Well, you just realize that.
No, that's a fucking good.
Big rooms are pretty hot.
Room temperature.
Turn it around, baby. It's coming around. Have you ever read a box? And it's usually a bunch of assholes who are sitting there doing nothing with their lives. And that's why these people are like, I can just make you terrible. Don't fucking do it.
I've actually read the YouTube comments on this show, and I actually have never read anything negative about me. They're always complaining about this guy that they just call faggot. Like, I don't know.
Hi, nice to meet you. My name's Faggot. They say stuff like Joe DeRosa show. What are they called? YouTube comments? Anyway,
showed me something before the show. I read one that said someone needs to tell that blonde faggot with the saxophone to shove it up his ass. I gave it a thumbs up.
I love that. Well, rock and roll. There you go. Another new minute from Vanessa Johnston, ladies and gentlemen. There she goes. Very good. Very good. Okay. We get it. Jesus, what is it with you two lately? It's just unbelievable.
I love that your character didn't know what YouTube comments were, but knew how to give a thumbs up to one. I thought that was really great writing.
We have one other regular. She writes and performs a brand new minute every. She just turned 20. She's been doing stand a while for the great Ali Makovsky, ladies and gentlemen.
Hi. I moved out of my dad's house a while back. But while I was living there, we had an open room that he rented out, which doesn't make sense because he owned the house. But he rented it out to his friend from the cigar shop he goes to. This guy, his name's John. He has a long beard, no family, in his 50s, and he loves Disneyland. I had to share a bathroom with this guy, so I moved right out, and then my dad rented my room. What is my dad? I think it was homeless. He also met him at this. Brandon likes to shape skateboards. I think they figured it out, Brandon. My dad put down. Okay.
You want to finish that, or you want to finish there?
Yeah. I just thought of this. My dad, he put down our dog. It was like, it was pretty sad because it's the first time that I've ever had my butthole licked.
Oh wow, Brian, you're right on that. Did you know she was? That was amazing. Had your dog put down. All right. I literally just thought of it. I was gonna say it's so sad that that the dog got put down, which was my first love that licked my asshole. Right. It's not worth it. It wasn't worth going over, but I did it, you know?
I like your attitude.
Thanks.
Yeah,
cigar store and all that.
Not the dog licking my asshole.
Oh, I was confused. A little bit of a setup issue, I'd say. I looked it over and right before the first time, it's like 25 seconds. You know what I mean? I think you just have to get straight in. And Dad just ran it. My dad just, you know, had some fucking, you know, maybe even throw like air, you know, to give it some tone of this current climate. That's sort of what that is really about.
Yeah, maybe call a descriptive word like that always that's not what my heart is.
Wow.
I like it.
Wow. You guys also love beating dead horses too, obviously.
I like your back in character. Well, they took the hat off.
How long you been in stand-up?
It's been 2 years.
You have a great voice.
Talk about the material.
He's not Grondowski over there.
It's just something you heard years ago.
Yeah.
But also,
It was quick, yeah.
But you know, even if it's quick,
Yes, millennial comedy. There's millennial comedy. There's good one. Yeah, back in my day, women used to wear dresses.
in here, I was so confused with people on stage, and then I realized the young Leo guy up here, I saw him last week, and when he came into the store, I was like, what's it like being so hot? And then he was like, I don't speak English. And I was like, you're even hotter.
Right.
And then he's here.
Yeah, you like that guy.
He left.
Is Gronkowski still here? Is Henning Gronkowski?
They walked out.
You better go find him.
Gronkowski is here.
Gronkowski's here, but I think Gronkowski's on that. He's probably doing cocaine off of Sunset Boulevard right now. I know. Gronkowski. There she goes, Allie McCoskey. Again. The artwork from Ryan J. Eno. Look at that. Look what he did while you all sat there like a bunch of lazy asses just enjoying yourself. He drew the episode live. Wow, that's like crazy spirit. It's like Mario. So, Super Mario. Like that, me. Reagan Watkins. There they are, being together for everybody. Daddy Reagan, Jeremiah is funny.
Follow my shenanigans on social media at Jeremiah Stand Up, and also Kansas City folks will be there Wednesday, 28. All right.
Okay. Well, my horror movie podcast is on the Inquiry Podcast Network and also on iTunes. We'll see you in hell. Please give it a listen. Cover horror, sci-fi, and fantasy. It's funny.
I'm on Twitter at Maz Jobrani, Instagram at Maz Jobrani. My movie, TV, best book, American Hero. I describe it as the worst Borat, silly comedy on iTunes. Check it out.
There you go. I'm Tony Hinchcliffe. I'm going to Calgary, Dallas, Austin, San Fran, so many things. That's TonyHinchcliffe.com. Thank you, live audience. Thank you. Have a good night, everybody. Take care.
So you're gonna go all out and you go 3.7, which will do 3.7 off the take, right? So the paying the flat fee. He's like, crazy world. He actually went 3.7 on their hardware. $40,000. Yeah. Actually want all this money and play out sometimes horribly on them. You can really hook them up. You know? Like, what's 3.7 million to Drake? They want a bad friend. He's making cat. $6 million cash, daddy. Cash. Y'all need to get off this. This is a damn child, is it? Y'all need to quit even looking at this child. No, she was all over the news. Yeah, this is news. Honestly, she made this much money. 50 mil. Okay. 50 mil, dude. She just bought a house in fucking Boca Raton. $6 million cash, daddy. Cash. Y'all need to get off this. This is a damn child, is it? Y'all need to quit even looking at this child. No, she was all over the news. Yeah, this is news. Honestly, she made this much money. 50 mil. Okay. 50 mil, dude. She just bought a house in fucking Boca Raton. $6 million cash, daddy. Cash. Y'all need to get off this. This is a damn child, is it? Nope, that's not him. No, because he's too hairy. Type in hyperallergenic cats. Those areas. See that man with the really fat face? It's like boots from Shrek.
Hey, this is Frederick coming to you live from the Rothschild Comedy Store main room for a brand new episode of Kill Tony Volume 4. Get up on Tony, let's go!
Oh, yeah. Brian Redband, everybody. You know him. You love him. Everybody does. He felt here drawing tonight's episode. He's got a blank sheet of paper at the end. He's like really cramped up. Look at this. Who set this room tonight? The waitress is going to get those people drinks right there. Who's fucked up here tonight? Jay Light, what's up? What happened? It's a podcast. You got to say something. Cramming them in, huh? There's a whole different way to do that. We got Jamie Vernon on the HD camera. I like it. Let's do this. I'm excited.
Yeah, we have
oh yeah, Bill Tony is doing San Francisco Sketchfest in January at sketchfest.com. We are also doing Boom Tower. It's this show that you guys are at. It's a traveling comedy circus now. Doing all the coolest festivals. 3.5 years of doing silly fun show.
on a Monday. I was thinking of that. Yeah. Have we ever been really sick where we had to call off?
You did.
I did what?
I feel like you're trying to fool me there. Hey, look, we never done that, right? Never really turned. No, 100% positive. I remember asking you with audio. I'm like, can we just like, can I just do it? We just record with the sound effect or anything? And then you said, no,
my God. No AIDS is going to stop me.
Alright. You guys ready to fucking do this shit or what? Another day at the office. I got my buddy Brian. My brother Donnie Hinchcliffe is somewhere. He's a badass motherfucker. Who's in Venice Beach? But you know what one of my favorite things is that I get to see every week at the show is Bill Tony Fan. One of them is MIA. Christmas vacation. And so we are stuck with the lovely duo Jeremiah Watkins and Joel Jimenez, ladies and gentlemen. Wow, that is awesome. They are wearing cards. This might be the best production value of any entrance you guys ever had. This is fucking awesome. Just the two of them. Documentary link tonight, Jeremiah. I can't move my head any direction.
Yeah, I feel like an hour right now.
That's actually wow. You can tell he put a lot of thought into one, like backstage. He's like, oh, I need it. My boobs need something to say. Ow.
For whatever reason,
that was your owl. What was the first thing?
For whatever reason, I can't hear myself right now. Like I feel like a dog in the bed, like with one of those tone things on his head. So I'm gonna have to keep this off for a second.
How do you guys feel with that front there? The police. You know what that sounds like? Another person. So every single week we have hilarious guests on the show as well. We sit through it all to meet people and have fun with it. That's never changed. Always funny. Always different. Your hands together for the great yeah. OG. Killers. Jay Larson. Tate Flash. Badass motherfuckers.
You should try it. My demo's all new.
I'm excited to have you on the show, especially because I feel like it's scary just performing that. Tate's one of the most badass motherfuckers in the world for a shit ton of audience. Yeah, they're gonna be right within the fucking gorilla arms reach of you. Yeah, exactly. If you guys watch Westworld, you usually got half the face. Something wrong. Jurassic Park, Sicario, fucking ton of crazy shit. Denzel, Mortis. Yeah. He's pretty much always got it, right?
He was sick the other day. It was great. Excellent action.
That's always good. How many times do you think you've got for a long time? Yeah. Just you dying. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. You should just see one punch on Jay Larson, one of my favorite comedians. In Australia, people were yelling at me. So anyway, a bunch of crazy shit's gonna happen. This is the first time a bunch of people sign up. Sometimes it's comedians try to debut with a comedy store. 60 seconds. Sometimes people that have listened to the podcast and basically a road trip. Never came on. Remember? Yeah. You guys know what I'm talking about? The show's finally getting to the point where like, oh god, it's exactly what you're not here. He feels like good. I don't have to tell you now. Oh my god, you don't know. You're not here. I don't care. I'm here. Excuse me, holy shit. I gotta grow it to 11. No, but I just didn't like that look. Do you feel like it's safe to drink the whole storyline was set earlier in the episode. The second creepiest human being I've ever seen in my life. I pulled out of the bucket and came up, and we found out about this guy. A bunch of crazy shit. By the way, when you're not here, he feels like good. I don't have to tell you fucking one way. I'll never forget that some of the letters were like a C, like an Ichabod ID. I'm like, it's like a safe to drink in crazy. We were like, the actual cat like shell shocked. Straight up, I'm not okay. He teaches drinks are the 11 a.m. Ichabod was the first crazy. Only heard one reference. I got a huge laugh. We didn't know who Ichabod was. What if we did this the whole episode? Talking about Ichabod. The special, this is, I didn't tell anybody, but this is a special early New Year's Eve episode. It's a best of. Yeah, we're actually at a camera. Oh shit, look at this. Sam Tripoli, look at that. Just coming up hanging out. Look at one of our favorites. Put your hands together for Sam Tripoli, everybody. What's up, man? I love this. What's going on, Sam? I love that. It's at work. Look at all these guys. Everybody's in great shape. Got great morals. Everybody's, working with the Lord. I love it. Love it. Sam, I'm excited, man. We just did Punch Drunk together. You had Mickey Gall on the show. You have a new conspiracy podcast. Yes, called Tinfoil Hat. That's what. First episode was Eddie Bravo. I got another woman coming in tomorrow, so we'll see how it's deep. All right, well there you go. That's the Tripoli, everybody. There's some lizard people in this room right now. There's some lizard people in the room. I know they're here. Shit. There you go.
It's real. Cyril, they're fucking children.
All right. This is why you never. Do you ever watch Joe Rogan when he interviews the fighters after every fight in the octagon? He never ever, no matter how hard they try, he never hands off the microphone. You don't ever hand the microphone. Brian right now, ladies and gentlemen, on the ones and twos. Getting Sam Tripoli, everybody. He's with a little 45-second hijacking.
I like how Sam said he was enjoying the show. He gets a plug in and then he walks out of the room.
He really did. I mean, it's unbelievable. That's why I don't give a fuck busting Grimes balls about letting him do it. You guys know how the show works. I pull your name out of the bucket, you come up and you get 60 seconds uninterrupted. It's unbelievable. After you know your 60 seconds is up and you hear the sound of a kitty, that means wrap it up then, and I'm sure going to bring out the angry Hollywood bear. Ooh. Fuck. Okay. Are we a rattlesnake in there?
Are we inside a Rainforest Cafe?
Pretty much. The volume very, very, very low. I don't know where it is. Yeah. We're not going to break anything. There we go. A little bit better. All right, I pulled the name out of the bucket. You guys ready to do this? Everything's in position now. The rest of the show wasn't really part of the show. This is where avid listeners to the show fast forward to. Is this part. So welcome. I just pulled a name out of the bucket, and that name, by the way, it sounds fucking great. Put your hands together for Damon up there in the bird. Great adjustment. Love you, buddy. Always killing it. Put your hands together for the first meeting of the night.
You educate us someone of stature like cards in this game.
All right. It sounded like a boring name to me anyway. I sort of like that. Yeah. Put your hands together for your next meeting, Ben Palmer. Here he comes.
Because that's the margins that we operate in boxing. And we're more than happy to operate on it every month. So, I mean, listen, don't get me wrong. One thing that we're very, George writes me from Paramount. We hear about this new deal with 7.7 billion, so much more money into the sport. Is that going to be funded to the fighters? And one thing they are very good at is driving revenue. But we know that if we had the same model, we would be paying fighters 80% of the pot and not 20% of the pot. But that's not on the horizon. I'm not saying we're going into MMA and we're going to get all the fights. Learn and understand, and perhaps in the future you'll see us in that space. But in answer to your question, if the same
I walk around every store I can find,
we pay close to 10 times more. How many fights does he have left?
Killing it, Ben Palmer. That was fun. That was awesome. Thank you.
No, I just visited. I'm originally from Ohio. Youngstown, yeah.
Swagger and everything. That was awesome. Real natural delivery. How long have you been on the stand up? That's why you have a natural delivery.
Rabbi. What big dog?
You still understand the graduation?
It's your graduation?
SIU graduation.
Oh, okay, cool, man.
I'm going to tell my school business when I discuss the graduation.
Oh, cool.
This is Southern Illinois graduation.
There you go, big man. That's great. How's your computer? How's your computer been working? So it hasn't been closing out on you?
No.
Okay, well, you tell me if it does.
Okay.
It's true, actually.
It all in an outfit.
Man, stop going to Rabbi.
What'd you say, big man?
Man, stop going to.
I can't hear what you're saying, big man.
I missed graduation.
You missed graduation?
Yeah.
All right, well, it'll be okay.
I actually
Yeah. I'm a silver coffee man at the start.
Okay.
I smoked myself to 35,000
No,
feet.
my lunch is good going to be good graduation.
Okay.
Alright, I'm gonna say that the senior.
Okie doke.
One time,
I've been wondering, it almost made me like pass out for a second because like my brain really got confused. I was looking at everybody's mics at once. There was still somebody talking. Like, who the fuck has a microphone? Sam Tripoli back?
Hey, Tony, got a podcast out.
You're immediately beating a dead horse. That's what happens anytime you say good job to Brian. It just doesn't stop with it after that. Ben Palmer.
Yeah.
Highest shit you've ever done.
One time,
It really is unbelievable. And once I started hearing it, it was basically fucking bad. What'd you do?
my roommate woke me up.
This is almost like a reverse Tam situation. Where like Ken doesn't even have a choice. He just get to decide what he says. Become part of the machine. He cooked some rice? What the fuck was that? Then what happened?
Yeah.
Was there actual plate?
Just a lot of smoke.
How did I even talk about it?
We jumped the shark with Steve, right?
No, I mean, I have a job.
What do you do?
But I like search for. So I work for a company that licenses. No, like, all right, so like, we'll watch like a World Star compilation all day, and then in the compilation,
Wait, that's what I do. Hold on a second.
Well, clearly he knows what he's doing.
How the fuck? You're the guy that's making money off doing this?
Yeah, I make money off of it. It's crazy. So yeah, it's a great job. It's the best job I've ever had.
Yeah, dude. I'm living
What
my
jobs
dream.
have you had? What's the worst job?
Probably type.
What typist, bro?
Research company.
Take this down, man.
Yeah. I can type fast. I type on it.
Up now, player. Get that type in
Red van.
That's what I wanted to tell you.
Love it. Any other crazy skills?
I toured the show where I use a projector screen. Voice images, like stock photos.
I want to ask a question that I've never asked a guest on the show. If you were going to film it, and it's just you and him, and you're in the desert, right? And just two men out there, and he did something where you had to go. How would you do it? Thank you, Ryan. Again, Red Man's in right now. Perfect. I want an actual
just a still image of this shitty backdrop for 25 minutes. That might actually be an improvement over what we got.
Good point. I would have thought because turning it into a exactly. I love that. But then what? You get excited. Yeah. I just knew I would like try to like eat mountains. Oh, there goes Brian. See, that's why he's better on the sound effects. The old keyboard.
Hey, Tony, he's got the sweetest thighs.
The reason I said she was
Just keep it easy on Red Band.
Ben, how's your love life?
It's good. I have a girlfriend.
Wow, that's awesome.
She works for a software.
Man, Patrick is bad. Last week, Susan turned 50.
Funny stuff.
That check goes away, right?
Anything else with Ben, guys?
I got something. You want to be a stand-up comic? You're a writer or director? What do you want to be? Yeah, all that. How soon is it? Something that's material. You say you write it, you can't do it. Like trying to farm some and I'll say that negative because when you came up, I was like, after 30 seconds, like, I want you to think about it. Because you have a so I would get longer sets because you have ups and downs, or you just yeah. No, I mean I'm not like a walker. Right. Well, that's why it's so weird. Yeah. Here's what you do: take some of your ideas, the ones that you don't like, stay there, just make it more fun. Little short YouTube video, and then license it so you don't have to pay for any of the. Me, him, LeBron James, Ed O'Neill. Ben Palmer's on Twitter at Ben Launch. Almost works. That. Wait, what does that mean? Oh, alright, sorry. Why'd you put it on? Don't put your name on anything that you don't want people to know.
It's gonna be cool. It's a 20-minute straight match submission.
Dan Ramos, everybody. Here he comes. Come on, one more time for Dan Ramos, everyone. Here he is. He made it.
Carl, get up. He's not here. Dan Ramos, ladies and gentlemen. Fuck yeah, Dan. Just first time on the show.
I'll wait for start.
And I've never done jiu-jitsu. I've never started jiu-jitsu. Really,
26 from.
How much material, like if you had to put out your longest possible, like,
I don't know. It's weird because like I can't. I don't want to take out now.
Do you ever just shut it down like we did for 20 minutes? So I think I never fought the one who didn't want to fight me. So, you know, I fought just to different
Jeremiah, the first Filipino Jeremiah from Kansas.
So what happened in
Really shut me out about that.
What's your accurate? Is that part of your?
Oh, this is my
congratulations, man, you did it. I'm like, as long as I is a fighter, I've never had. I've shut things down. Dustin Johnson.
What just happened? Hold on a second.
Oh, yeah.
This
Alright. So Dan, what do you do for work?
I've never seen a wrestling before.
well, I used to
went there and gave 100%. That's what you get the accolades. I'm like, you're a wrestler, man. If you go to a fight, you're going to win. Okay, get it out. Just never done what was in water. Okay, and I'm not engaged enough so I can do something. He had a consistency, get his arms straight so I couldn't engage.
Nobody knows any of the This is sort of like brilliant. Whatever you're doing right now, where like you're saying things like we should totally know what they are.
Were you in the system as a personal?
No, I was an actual video producer.
Whoa, shit just took another turn.
I would like
something happened.
I would like color correction.
As somebody who's known for 30 years, whatever you want to say about him, I can tell you that if you talk about what like he is
white, dude.
Like he wants everyone everywhere.
So when I was off last December, and then I was like, you know what, let's move down to LA.
Whoa. Wait a second. Your name, you didn't shoot fucking God in there?
I want to give us a pause, Tony.
No, you weren't sitting on Donahue. Or else you would have said Donahue when everything was going awkward for a minute and a half. Wanted to get surprised. I like making things terrible and then dropping the good stuff later.
So wait a minute, was that you holding on to your thing when you went from high school hosting?
After moving from Montreal to Toronto, Canada was like, okay.
Alright, what's Donahue like?
He's cool. He offered
Really?
me juice. Yeah, he was working out with his trainer. He was all sweat.
What you
As somebody who's known for 30 years, whatever you say about him, I can tell you.
And then he
when I need it, I need it. It's the greatest discovery.
What kind of you can buy it with Perrier press on the other end? Carbonated Dan, what else is it? What's the best show you've ever
side effects?
this was I'll say this one.
It's not just energy. It's like
The best one.
Stop reading something.
This one I went
when I need it,
so I go in
it's the greatest discovery by far. Greatest product discovery in the past 10 years. No number two.
It's not like Adderall where you get addiction. It's just like, I need this because I'm a better person.
And like, I swear, release all the
And then he
anxiety.
goes, and I'm there with my girlfriend.
Russell Peters is the
Side effects.
guy.
He was hosting.
This is proof right here. If you ever need one piece of physical evidence,
It's just it's not just energy. It's like sort of
he knew that
brain nourishing, self-driven. If I have a magic mind, I'm kind of like more zen out. I can see when it kicks in. I don't have crazy energy. It's not like I'm not tired, but at least I can focus and be present. Just drink the shit up.
I ended off with
When I need it, I need it. It's the greatest discovery by far. Greatest product discovery in the past 10 years. No number two.
It's not like Adderall where you get addiction. It's just like, I need this because I'm a better person.
that's how we crowd.
Stats, and you say it's right with Islam Makachev, you say okay, where's the stats? Like it's really dependent on skill sets, those your level of commitment.
I actually watched the feature film last night, Surfing, so that's pretty cool.
Any parting words for Dan, guys? Tate, if you were gonna kill Dan, how would you do it? Holy shit! That was the best. Jay, if you were gonna kill Dan, how would you do it?
Slow. Tons of hot house out of it. Strangle. I like the strangle.
Laughing. There you go, Dan with some more bombing right as he had a chance to go out like a hero. Dan, what's the coolest thing you've ever done in your entire life other than that Russell Peters thing?
I would say this.
All right, that's
No, my
you're out of control.
I'll say this. Every single week I come here, I'm like, take it. You know? And I was like,
Dan, what is your love life like? Big Brian might be on this.
it's good. We're gonna use Prada. From Montreal as well.
Oh, wait.
Classy doll.
You said you have a girlfriend named Carla. She's a real girl?
Yeah.
She's a real girl.
That's the numbers with some girls before.
How is on a scale from 1 to 10? How big is it? She's a real girl. How long have you guys been together?
10 years. We've been together for like 7 months.
Yeah.
How long did you want to bang? How many times did you want to bang her like in the summer? Oh, I couldn't. She was like my friends. You know.
Yeah, forbidden love, son.
Don't do that.
Hey, Tony.
Yeah.
I don't mean to be a dick, but I think this is a lost cause. I think we should move on.
There you go, Jeremiah calling it. Damn, this is gone. I tried to get rid of him earlier, and I felt bad for saying that he bombed us. Gave him a shot. Still just trying to help people. Sometimes even Jeremiah, Mr. Nice Guy. Oh, wow. Why didn't you say it when he was up there? I guess you did.
I thought you were going to get him off like 3 times.
Yeah, I know. We're good. I pulled another name out of the bucket. It's like another new name. It's always featuring Shelton. Dietrich? Go. Come on.
I usually, when I do get a chance to get with girls, I occasionally use. Matter of fact, I was having the sex with this Caucasian lady. I thought to myself, maybe this would be sex. Yeah, my mind went there. And then I heard it out loud. What followed was the most angry moment to finish in history. Not only did I come, I almost came.
Wow, that was awesome. Dietrich, am I saying that right?
Yes, you are saying it correct,
Dietrich. You are awesome.
I try it myself.
Assassin. Where are you from?
Phoenix, Arizona.
How long have you been on stand-up?
90.
That is fucking great. One more time for everybody, showing us all how it's done. Absolutely hilarious. That's cool, man. Jeremiah, what's going on over there? Why are you giggling like that? What's going on?
One creepy black dude, I'll tell you that.
Why? What's creepy? What do you mean?
What do you mean? What was creepy? Him leaning into, and then a white girl. Caucasian. Caucasian. A Caucasian girl.
I loved it. He's got some
I love it. No, there's like some pizzazz there. I was drawn in immediately. I started laughing as soon as you started talking. It was great.
Yeah.
A real upgrade.
You always guess that he's still in there?
Oh no, this is what I would know. That's it.
Like I said, creepy black dude. Oh, the stage? That is the real me. What you are talking to right now is actually the character.
There's been a couple times where I've tried to figure out everything that's going on so hard that I just end up blanking out and then come back and then it's trying to figure out what's going on. So what you were doing during the seconds
greatest studio in all of California.
Yes and no. I accidentally came upon this by a friend who put something in it. Real life man.
That's a sample. So an idea for a game we could try.
Oh my God, Jeremiah. Unbelievable. What else are you into other than stand-up? What else do you like to do? Or like
whatever. On the road.
I'm a lifelong.
Oh, that's awesome. We all are here. A bunch of us do a pro wrestling podcast. Thank you. Yes. Very excited about it. Favorite pro wrestler of all time? Wow, you're still pro Hulk Hogan?
This is random age limits.
I have.
From everything I know about you, it seems like you like being called the N-word. How is Hogan still your number one? He fell off on all the white people's lists when he did that shit.
Well, I don't know what happens when even to this day, if you start talking up, it's like, oh my God, he's about to do something. You know, and it brings me back to a simpler time of pure time.
A pure time? Why do I feel like you're like 145 years old? Yes, and you've always looked that way.
Who raised you? Who raised you? Just your mom? And yeah, mom, like I said.
You're not sure if he was? He came in like.
Well, they were never married, and he came like that. Like you
It's Mark Brennan because now he wants this guy deaf behind the belt. The one thing you kept talking about ad nauseum when we used the drink. Podcasts. It's Mark Brennan because now he wants this
seems like it's already okay if he calls him the N-word. He already did. He said the N-word. Hulk Hogan said the N-word. Whoa. Dietrich. So that's interesting. Did you like musical theater growing up?
No, I did.
That's a really good question. That is a good question. I don't know why you guys reacted that way.
I have no rhythm, so I actually did like
Right. Oh yeah, that's what I meant. That's what I really meant. Yeah, I'm looking back on it. That makes sense. Excellent. Funny there, real life.
Jeremiah's blacker than you.
I've done that copy.
Wow, way to bring down the moment, Dietrich.
Hey, I have to bring it down.
Hello.
You're a stone cold assassin, man. I like
it down before one gets up.
It's filled with just killer quotes. You've had some bomb-ass tearaway calendars in your day.
The bucket of water does not fill itself until it reaches the bottom of the well.
Anything else, Filter? Any other cool hobbies? Comedy, pro wrestling?
Well, I used to
play yo-yo?
Yu-Gi-Oh. Yeah. I was a demo team member, so what I would do is actually teach kids how to play.
What?
Yu-Gi-Oh. It's based on an animation.
It's like, oh wow, Pokemon, but even worse.
Oh, wow. That's some cool hipster shit there. Jeremiah just lost the connection in show business. It happens that quick.
Wow, Jay, you really.
So, I think we're starting to figure out, like, you're like something, you're like nerd with what a nerdy dude, like, things that you're extremely nerdy, but on stage, the first 60 seconds we saw you, was like rock and roll, just like, you know. Black comic, but wow, no, why Chewbacca just came in there? No, what the fuck that was? Oh my god.
I think it is. I just think he owns who he is.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You're not trying to say this is who I am, and you don't give a fuck. So many times you try to be someone, and that's what I dig about you. You know, Jeremiah's not for it. He's looking to change the world. I just think it's cool.
It's cool. You remind me of like Chris Rocky, bro. Oh, thank you, Chewy. Thank you, Chewy. Alright, Dietrich, well, it was nice meeting you, man. Fun times. Have a great night. There he goes. Dietrich Shelton. D-Shelton comedy, all one word. Fun. Another day at the office, right? Another fun little fucking Monday. Nothing could ever go wrong. Okay. My favorite day of the week. You guys having fun? Well. Every once in a while, I reach your name out of the bucket, and it's a goddamn motherfucking legend. You should all be very excited. Someone we love. Someone we've seen a few times. It's one of the know for a fact. For the next few minutes, we're about to have a shit ton of fun. And absolutely nothing can fuck it up. Sometimes it's hard to say that in a show that's completely improvised and anything can happen. But shit's about to get turned out. To you, one of our favorites. Aphrodite, ladies and gentlemen. Aphrodite, everybody, come on!
Hey! I just want to say one thing right now, because I know y'all wait to call me over for the thing. Oh, y'all have something this man. Well, okay? I'm from St. Louis. We don't play that shit, okay? You know, I've been dating this guy, and he just now laid on me that he's supposed to be a damn minister. What the hell is he doing damn thing? Because I ain't about to convert to shit, okay? unless they're smoking some motherfucking weed, some good motherfucking weed or something. Okay. I'm like, hey, y'all church people not supposed to have no sex. I said, well, what the hell did we just do? Licking and sticking it. I mean, what the hell? You know what? What is wrong with people? Why would you join the church and know damn well your dick ain't gonna operate that shit? You know damn well your dick gonna say, yo, man. I can get some. You know, like you can separate that.
Out of the way. So here we are, Aphrodite. Let's do this shit. I'm excited to see you again. How's life?
Life is good. I'm really excited for the New Year's Eve show.
It's really ugly. What about the New Year's Eve show?
I'm singing at the New Year's Eve show in Grand Park, downtown, 70,000.
What are you gonna sing?
Oh, yeah. I'm singing with a group called
Downtown, New Year's Eve. I'm gonna be there too with Joe Rogan and Joey Diaz and totally much better part of downtown than what you're gonna be.
Oh, yeah, really.
Totally different parts of downtown. No.
I hope y'all smoke weed in y'all motherfucking.
Yeah, we're always smoking.
Hell yeah, if you ain't smoking weed, you ain't shit.
If you ain't smoking weed,
you ain't shit, especially in Cali where it's legal.
You hear that, kids? 12 and under? You hear that?
Don't listen to your parents, they ain't shit.
Your parents ain't shit. Remember that one too. That goes for everybody. Aphrodite. So, is this true?
This is Norfolk. So it should be over here and not over here. I think over here should be closer to from here. Right here. No. Yeah, you buy doors down there as well. But they have to cut out this little with a piece that you can have the shit on it and slide it into the I don't know that it's there, but not it, I'm going home. In this is the door home. Over here and not over here. That's what I mean by this. I don't mean in. Not like this little. Not over here. Sometimes you put over here. Not over here. In. Underneath. This is covered by a roof. By this roof. Within the door. And you actually inserted it into two separate groups as so. What's on that one? But it's my son. Oh, it's not that one. There, seems like you wrote up now, but put it in the problem over here. You look at that. But you put two rows. So one back, so you wrote up. The problem over there is not exactly put it in the back. The problem is you pull it over and say, you really want the actual writing is more popular. That she wrote a challenge that already Hector, this is very. We have a situation in our. It might be even worse, I think. Have two offices come over this right now. Both of them have doors. But they also have a door in between them. Connecting doors like you're going to give doors. So the question is, in a door like that in a hotel room, with big travel, you might have to take down their door. You'll check. But look at there's only one door. What's the dominant group? The one that goes, you know what I'm saying? Or the other guy, or whatever, you know? So how do you figure it out? They might be equal. Why would I put the who's on the right side or the left side? I'm entering from this guy going to that guy going. So the lesson is that we go by the hit. So we're looking for where the hit is. In other words, what it really means is the door open up to two. And that's how we're going to finish off today's video also. It went from other things, but at the end, we're going to see that deal goes back. Where does this door open up to two? Oh, the pocket door, some people say you're not having to take it. But sliding on something to the front, whether you need to say still, but it goes by the two. So, it's very interesting. Omar Rabbi. Oh, my essence, what does it mean? What do you, I don't really know what to say. It's serious. Recognize the him. Omar Rabbi, after that. We have a little bit, this is not going to help much, but you see in those days, like this, the swing the door. So, take the door. Going across 3 times. Let's say, you know, every pixel has one to the right, one to the up, one to the left, try not to bingo. Bing, got rid of the big loss. Here's the Mark says it, I didn't say it. And here it is, here's the house, the typical house, the king on the right, on the side. And then the guy has this thing now. Once in a while, one of the things in the door. No. The house. She's in some. Yeah. It's a nice like how often. It's beautiful. Look at it. Each one has a doorway. You can actually, you put up the door. Anything great. Okay. So, in the house, she's busy fucking doing it. She's doing it. The whole house is probably big like you. Okay? She says, yeah, no problem. I'm thinking, so go right up the door that one going. This one is very complicated. Second door, but over here, it's very obvious. The door moves open to the woman's door. So the main one, you're going to put in the filter, leaving from the man's side, you put on the right. That's on the hinges. You see where the hinge goes? It opens, swings up this way, you're going to put it on the right. Now when it's swung into the man's side, on the right side of the woman, from where the woman leads out. I don't care what side the hinge comes on. It could have been that the door opens into the woman's side and the door is actually hung on the opposite side of the frame. So you get the other way. But the scissor will be on the right side of the man. Always on the right side. No matter how you swing, it's weird. A door can open this way. It can also open this way. But the point is always going to be on the right side, leaving the man. Hold on. This is the door. I'm going from the man into the woman's side. The scissor is going to be right over there. Now sometimes, in our division, the door opens this way. But the door can also open this way. That doesn't matter. The scissor is always going to be on the right side of the man, leaving the man's room. On this side, open, just into the woman's side. So that shows that the man is down here. It swings over to the right side. He's going to put on the right side. Don't be confused by how the door opens. What? Oh, so that's like in a restaurant. Yeah, it's supposed to wrap. I don't know. Okay, by the way, let me just say this. I'm not wrong. I'm not saying I want to roll you out against this year. Throw me out something that's the way you understand this tomorrow. How it is, how long, I don't know. Give me an example last night of during shear. And it could be not an issue at all. I once brought a guy who got a freezer from Lincoln, broke my house, and he showed me that I need to lose in a certain place whenever I need it. I don't really lose in a different that is, you know, and all of you is on the wrong side of the road. So that is bringing me a number back. For instance, if you look over there, does that even result in? Does that even result in? Coming into
Hey, this is Redman coming live from the world famous comedy store for a brand new episode of Kill Tony Bunny.
Yeah.
Give it up for Tony Henskilly.
Hi, everybody. Hi. It's like a real live show. I'm excited about this. Merry Christmas, everyone. Make some noise. Yeah, some real noise. Brian Redband's here.
What's up?
Everybody's here, except for like a lot of people are not here.
Yeah.
Ryan J. Ebelt's not here. Maybe he's drawing this episode from live. We're live streaming right now.
Yeah.
So, what's up, everybody? Merry Christmas. That's cool. Jamie Vernon on the HD camera. He showed me virtual reality the other day. I killed zombies, 360 degrees, just shooting zombies. It was fucking unbelievable.
Wait till you do the port.
Oh, there's some of that wacky Ryan humor. That's the first joke of the night. There you go.
It's an upgraded porn.
Wait till you do the porn.
You know how it was like magazine that
Creepy. All right, that's enough. So, what do you guys think? Should we? What do you bring up the guests?
Well, we should talk about where we're at.
Oh yeah, we're doing this show that you're at, ladies and gentlemen, in its home club. This is episode 189. You're watching it here. It's the number one comedy podcast in the world at the Comedy Store. And it's a lot of fun. So much so that we get to do the best comedy festivals in the country. We're doing Sketch Fest in San Francisco, January 20.
Something.
Yeah. We're also doing Moon Tower this year in Austin, Texas, which is a big deal, but that's not until June or something. November 2000.
Yeah, we're doing 420. We're going to be at Moon Tower Fest.
Yep. Yeah, that's right. And we're doing Sketchfest January 21st. That's a really big deal. San Francisco. So for those of you listening to the podcast, San Francisco, January 21st, if you're near that area. Live audience, sorry we have to do that, but like I said earlier, this is the #1 live comedy podcast in the world, and other people are listening to it other places, so... All right, we're just not going to break it that at all, huh? Many more people than are in this room enjoy this show. You just so happen to be rotating guinea pigs that come in and out. You mean less than nothing to us. You understand? Just to let you know what I really think of you. Just kidding. I'm glad you guys are here. We're going to have fun tonight. You guys excited? Let's bring out our guests. We got to just do that. I think we should just do plugs in your part where you're like, hey, welcome to this squad, when you do that normal comment before you hate that boy. Oh, I hate it. Hey, thanks for listening to another episode of Kill Tony. Just want to tell you some of the cool things we have going on. I listened the other day, it lasted like 3 minutes, and you were just like, I also have a new t-shirt. That's right. Like wearing it right now. T-shirts. I know, I'm excited about it. I just got a new one. Alright, so let's fucking do it. We're gonna have fun. As always, I have two of the funniest comedians in the world as my guests. That never changes. So put your hands together for two of my favorites. It's Steve Simone and Jason Tebow. Two guys with brand new comedy albums. Steve's just came out. Jason's comes out January, second week of January. And 14. I fucking love it. Welcome to the show, guys. You guys have both done it before. I'm excited about this. The lights seem to be pointed a fun way, a little bit different or something than usual. Welcome back. Merry Christmas. Did you guys do anything fun for Christmas?
I saw Star Wars.
How was that? Good, right?
Everyone said it was so great that I had it up here, and then I was like, it was okay. So I would say it's okay, and then you'll go love it. I'll say it's okay, and then you go love it.
Yeah.
If everyone said it was okay, I would have loved it.
Ooh. There you go. Just
like it's better than the last one.
So it's just good.
Did you? Oh, that surprised me. I liked it the last one. Wow. Yeah. B minus. There it is. B minus. Star Wars.
Wow. Have you seen it, Steve?
Not yet, no.
It's an interesting one because they're not really shoving it down everybody's that there's a new Star Wars. They're taking a different approach to this. They're just sort of like, yeah, but there's a new Star Wars out.
Is there
Maybe you'll go see it. Maybe you won't. Like, we don't really care. We're just Disney. Just don't. We're not gonna. It's like the J.J. Abrams one. They're like, maybe.
There is a baby Jar Jar Binks.
Yeah. No, stop it.
It's like a Muppet baby.
He's Ridley Binks. I love it. Let's bring up the band. Everybody loves the Kill Tony band. We're one of the only shows in the belly room that have a live band that plays with it. This week's fun because we're missing a limb with Jeremiah Watkins in Kansas. So, ladies and gentlemen, I give to you tonight's Kill Tony band. It's Pat Reagan and Joel Jimenez. Everybody. Oh
Yeah, Red Band. Well job, Brian.
I think I know what's happening. Wow.
Hey, well done.
An amazing George Michael tribute from the band. Yeah. I always love the fact that there's like, you guys have like very limited props always, you know, like you can't invest a lot of money in that. But what's funny to me is like the wigs that you guys rewear for different characters. Like your George Michael wig is just your Hillary Clinton wig backwards. I know from working with you so often backwards. It's just a backwards Hillary.
Yeah, only have two wigs.
You're the musicians of the group here. Were you guys big George Michael fans?
No, I don't get it. I don't get love. And I'm just saying that I never really connected with his music, so I was just surprised that everyone came out and was like, "Oh, I love George Michael so much." But from years young. Surprised me. Yeah. You're old enough to know how great he was. A great human being.
It was my second record.
You loved him, right?
Playing that over and over and over. It's bad. I'm just waiting for two more.
Like, you and the same generation, like everybody was like Cyndi Lauper or like Boy George. I would go in hiding for the next 6 days.
Anyway, our friend Jeremiah Watkins, who's not with us tonight, plays Careless Whisper right on the show. Really? Somebody there?
Hello, this is Jeremiah Watkins.
Wow, look at that! Live from Kansas City, Kansas.
Hey, I have a bone to pick with Pat Reagan. He has said he's not a George Michael fan.
Thank you.
Well, that's your buddy. Good time.
All the way from Kansas, and I am
You just picked that up with your senses? Wow.
Yes.
Well, there's also we're live streaming if you don't want to use your senses. We're at deathsquad.tv, but anyway, go ahead. Yes, Jeremiah, continue with this thing. Did we lose you?
We can set this bit up longer, but keep talking.
Hold on, wait. Jeremiah.
Yeah.
Yes, very clearly.
Tony, I'm gonna emotional wreck today.
Yes.
The reason I'm not there tonight and couldn't make it is because I'm right now attending George Michael's
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Already happened today, huh?
The funeral happened today. Wow, and you're there? I thought you were in Kansas.
I am in Kansas. You have a cadaver over you because of
Cadaver raccoon. Wow.
Kids get to go on a plane.
Man, I can't believe they did so Careless with George Michael's corpse.
Careless Whisper.
Yeah, that's why I said.
Jeremiah, did you call for any other reason?
Yeah, I did. I don't have the emotional strength to play my saxophone.
That's all right.
An acapella version of Careless Whisper.
Yeah, what do you guys think? Kill Tony audience? You want to hear Jeremiah singing?
They weren't going to go with it, by the way, just to let you know. I could feel the room completely. They were going to leave me cold, but Pat hyped them up. Jeremiah, let's hear it. Acapella version of Careless Whisper. Please fucking do whatever you want to do.
All right, here we go. I'm never gonna dance again.
Oh, God.
Jeremiah Watkins, everybody.
There you go. What did we learn here tonight? We learned many things. Definitely that Tony gives his friends too much creative freedom. Most of the time it works. Continue. That was other time, I guess, in the end there. Oh, we hung up on him. There he goes. Jeremiah.
Goodbye, Jeremiah.
That was hilarious. Too long, but hilarious.
The wrong guy died.
Burn.
You know, Tony,
I'm sure
I'd
you
actually
felt
like to sing an acapella version of Wake Me Up Before You Go.
No. No. Let's just do it. Let's start the show, guys. You guys ready to do this? This isn't a show hasn't even started. No. It sounds crazy. Maybe you haven't been here before. This is a show where, believe it or not, a lot of fucking people sign up randomly out on the front patio. A lot of comedians, just crazy people that just want to go on stage and show off a talent for a minute, and then get interviewed afterwards by me and my funny friends. This is Kill Tony. You guys ready to start the show or what?
Yeah, I'm gonna pull a name out of a bucket.
Pretty much anybody can come up here if they suck. And if I call your name, that means you get 60 seconds so you hear the sound of a kitty. That means wrap it up there, or else you're going to bring out the angry West Hollywood Bear. Oh, shit. It sounds angry tonight. And yes, we're going to get another call from Jeremiah Watkins.
This can't be bad.
Oh, you gotta go? Really? Oh, are we keeping you from something?
He's called to say he has to go.
Sing your name a bunch of times? Okay. Bye, Jeremiah.
Love you, Jeremiah.
All right, your first comedian tonight. You guys ready for this shit or what? I'm going to the bucket. This is for the show. So fucking, I love it. It's so much fun. Okay. 367. Someone. Sriracha, everybody. Here we go. So I know your name's not Mia Sriracha.
It's Mia Sriracha. Mia Sriracha is an anagram for I am Caesar.
Did you sign up tonight?
Just once.
Okay. All right.
I am Caesar.
There he is, Mia.
Guys, I'm about a lot of the hip hop music that's on the radio these you guys. It sounds like as if a 5-year-old is just writing all of the fucking lyrics. They put it on a really tight beat and everybody goes crazy, right? Have you guys heard easy? I'll do a real quick example. It's real easy. But I am a nice fella, looking for a Cinderella, gotta go and get her. Bibbidi bobbidi boo, bitch, I was looking for you. Here's your shoe. Bitch, I was looking for you. Here's your shoe. Cinderella, fucking brother, Cinderella, Cinderella. It's that easy, right? What? I'll be sending her kisses. I'll be sending her flowers. I'll be sending her dick pics. Sending my tower. Hey, Cinderella. If anybody wants to help me shoot this, I got lyrics and I got the song. Thank you. Me and Sriracha. How's it going, man? Pretty good, thank you. Cool. Classic closer. Everybody wants to help me shoot this. Do you mean that? You want to say you looking for someone to help you shoot it? Yeah, absolutely. I got the script written and I put it. You should put that in the act. No, well, but I do have the song on a song. I have a friend who's a dope producer. I was like, hey man, let me put my shitty ass lyrics on your song. And he's like, cool, and we're playing like 3 weeks in. So, wow. There you go. Oh, a little bit more again. Whatever that producer. Thanks for us. There you go. There you have it. Shout out to Brian. That's fun. What do you do for work? I'm a bartender. Where at? One of the places I was at just got shut down. I was lucky on the promenade. I also work at the Arsenal on Pico. Bad management, shitty ownership, cockroaches, cucarachas. That was the Santa Monica promenade? Yeah. That was fun. Anything crazy ever happened there? You bartend for a long time? Just a couple of years. There? Like a year there, yeah. They told us. On Saturday that they were closing on Sunday. That was like 3 weeks ago. So I only have 2 jobs. I only have 1 job. We're closing tomorrow. So yeah, Sriracha. Brian season thought about this like 5 minutes. That's cool. So, all right. Well, what else in life? How long you been on stand-up? 2 years in October. What do you do for fun? I don't know. I like to turn up. I have a girlfriend. I spend a lot of time with her. I like to go to the movies. I have a girlfriend. I don't know. I eat fun. So fucking phrase of the night right there. I like to turn up. I have a girlfriend. I have to turn up with my girlfriend. How'd you know? How long have you two been together? About a year. Actually, I met her at Loteria, and then after a month, that was the name of the bar? Yeah, the lottery shut down. The next cockroaches. Yeah, I didn't work out in there. I did it. So you met her, and what ethnicity are you? I'm Dominican. What ethnicity is she? She's from Montana. Wow. Oh, shit. So you guys have been together a year? You met her parents yet? I feel like FaceTime. Whoa. Yeah, is there a filter that you put on to flip wire on the FaceTime? Have they made that yet? Have they made the black boyfriend FaceTime filter? That's a fucking good idea, by the way. Can you talk to some tech people tomorrow? We'll like split it or something? Kind of the contest. Fucking sell that shit. Black boyfriend FaceTime. So I want you to meet Tyrone. Like, looks good to me, sweetheart. Just gonna go back to my Montana business now. Are you checking your fantasy scores right now? Oh, bro. Hey, no questions for the guests, sir.
You're on a good set, bro.
Thank you.
I'm almost losing.
Alright, so, fuck yeah. Anything else? Any other fun? Do you have any special skills or talents? You skydive or anything?
No, I beatbox. Yeah, I don't know.
How often do you get to do that?
You know,
why do you, and more importantly, why do you have, okay, forget it.
What?
He was gonna play the organ. I'm like, he just pulled out his organ for a second when he said beatbox.
I could
Brian
beatbox
like
with the
pretended like
organ.
he had something great. I'm like, an organ? What
If
do
you
you
play the organ, I can beatbox on it.
I played an organ at my grandmother's funeral.
According to Brian, nothing goes better with beatboxing than a good old. Oh wow. Okay. This is one of the worst episodes of this show of all time. I'm just gonna come out and say I've been sitting on it for about 15 minutes, just to let you guys know. If you're like, well, this is sort of weird and sucks, it's because it does. Trying to dial it back in by calling it out, and it's actually working. There you go. Thank you. Fuck yeah. All right. Well, Mia Sriracha, it was nice to see you again. We'll see you again soon. There he goes, Mia Sriracha. Flying through, baby. On to the next one. On to the next one. By the way, I don't think I ever really should have ever had to say this, and it is the first time I'm saying it in 189 episodes, but comedians or brand new entertainers, if you ever notice this in the room, audibly, when you're listening, which you should be, and performing, then it's you. It's you, and it's the way that you hold the microphone. And move your hand or do something, because it's not our microphones. It's more professionals. So it would, even if it was, even if our microphone buzzed, we would do a shake and move our hand to make it not buzz. So if you guys hear it, it's you. Make an adjustment.
Do a shake with the microphone.
It's happened enough times to where I'm like, is the guess I'm not industry talk yet. It was terrible but great at the same time. Alright, this looks like another new name. Put your hands together for John Jorath.
It's easier to make up for the gap. So
I just made it to Hollywood for the first time, and like many new people, you know, I asked one of the locals, you got any suggestions, you got any recommendations? You know what he told me? He said, well, there's drugs. Well, there's drugs. He said that shit like this tiny a landmark. Or something. Like I can just imagine how bad he is at giving directions. Oh. What are you talking about? You're gonna start off on weed, right? Then you're gonna make right on shrooms. Now it's gonna seem like you're on shrooms for quite some time, but just power through it. You're gonna be fine. All right. Now you're gonna run into pills. You're gonna run into coke.
But if you're on the heroin, turn around. You have gone too far. How much more time is that?
4 more seconds. You got it, man. That's Sean Shorrock. Cool as fuck.
That was great.
I like everything about you, John. Nice to meet you. You seem like a badass motherfucker. Where are you from?
Detroit. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's
Detroit.
That's awesome. How long have you been visiting?
I've been in Cali for years.
Oh yeah. I can feel like, I can still feel you. You have some spirit to you. So I knew it wasn't. I knew you were either visiting or you haven't been there that long or something. I just want to maintain that. You meditate? I can tell. That's how cool I am. I can tell when people meditate. Keeps your freshness. What kind of meditation do you have an after?
Whatever's on YouTube, man. Yeah.
That's it.
I'm a YouTube meditator.
YouTube's a useful resource. Yeah. I used it for various things.
I meditate on YouTube too. I really don't. Actually, I meditate on WorldStar. That's what I like to do.
When you meditate on YouPorn, you've been in LA too long.
That's awesome. You have a really cool look. You live over in the east side or San Diego?
You look at your dad's name, Cornelius.
Black is real? Yes. I picture that Cornelius thing too. Cornelius, a professor. You know what I mean? Is he a professor?
No.
Teacher?
No. Engineer.
Really?
Yeah.
What does your mother do?
She's Coast Guard. Yeah.
Coast Guard. Oh, I thought for sure you said Coast Guard. I'm like,
reverse military, like your mom beat your dad normally.
There you go.
Yeah. Like Coast Guard and like nerd. Like, ow, lady, you got me again.
How about you, John? What do you do for work?
I'm in retail though. I'm shift retail.
There you go. How old are you, sir?
I'm 34.
Okay. How long have you been doing something?
Yeah, 6 years.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah. We only lived to be Jesus only lived to be 33 before they chopped his head off. And filmed it and put it on the internet. Did you hear about this? Yeah, I heard about that.
Wait a second. That would really change some written history. People beheading of Jesus.
You're right. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Wow, the shift. Did you say shift manager?
Yeah.
What does it entail? What's the worst part of your day job? What's the worst thing you have to do as a comic, going to do this shit job where you walk in and you go like, fuck, now I gotta tell Davies I'm fucking it up.
Yeah, what is it that you hate about Walgreens? Like, I used to work at Starbucks like a long time ago, and I can tell you, they made me wear a baseball cap and a green apron, and I didn't like it one bit. It ate at my fucking soul every second.
Well, brings out my eyes more.
Alright, that impression has never worked on this show.
6 years, huh?
So what is it about Walgreens?
Yeah, worst part.
This is pretty laid back, actually. They tell people there's nothing funny about it.
I'm saying the worst part about your job, like, what do you
I hate my coworkers. They suck.
Why do you hate them?
Oh man, is that good?
You would think that by the title. It's very misleading.
Oh, that's not good.
I'm like the front man for the people that should get the blame.
Oh yeah, you're sick of telling Mexicans what to do. We understand what you're saying here.
Wow. What's the city location of your Walgreens?
San Diego.
Oh, San Diego Walgreens.
You guys don't have the long receipts like CVS, do you?
Oh yeah.
Why does CVS and you guys both have the long receipts? Like, why only like pharmacies have to do that?
You're right. You really do get the blame for everything. What's up in your receipts that you're making us all carry around?
No other stores do this.
I'm gonna have to talk to my manager and I'll
Is it for Band-Aid reasons? Like, it's more times that they can cut their fingers or something like that?
Oh my God, you're out of
Band-Aid
control.
business.
All right, back to the soundboard for you.
Does Walgreens have a soul?
That's deep, man. I don't know about.
They quit selling cigarettes, correct?
Walgreens still sells cigarettes?
Do they ever?
Represent American spirit.
I always thought that was weird that pharmacies also sold alcohol and cigarettes. That was like one of their bigger money.
It's medicine, bro. That's medicine, bro.
That's funny. It is. So, John, what else is cool about you? I mean, you do anything else in San Diego for fun? What made you go to
Take your glasses off when you eat pussy.
Oh, that's good. That's good. I do.
No pink eye for that guy,
right? More pink eye.
More.
Wow.
More pink eye for that guy. That's a T-shirt. So if you're making out, do you take your glasses off?
Oh no.
Just making out, just eating pussy. He takes his glasses off. Shit's getting real.
What kind of ladies do you like?
The whole time.
Are you attracted to a certain type of lady?
My wife, right?
Good answer.
Well said.
Good answer.
Is she here tonight?
I know she's not.
Okay, then what kind of girl do you really like?
Where's she from?
She's from San Diego.
Okay.
So San Diego military starting to make sense.
She military?
Nope.
Well, that's fun. How often do you get to make it up to LA?
This is actually my third time up here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, how often do you do stand up in San Diego? A lot? You do a lot of spots? That's cool. Well, fun times, John. And what can I say? Anything else you want to say?
No, thanks for the stage time, man.
What if you threw to him anything today?
Yeah.
I don't have anything.
Right.
What if
I know
something?
I know.
Just out of the blue.
I know, totally, and it's one of those things to where every once in a while I ask it, and right after I ask it every single time, and it always ends up okay, but for a second I'm always like, why am I even fucking?
But what if it was like somewhere even wider? Tony, what if it was just like, yeah, actually, don't trust Puerto Rican women. And we're like, yeah, what?
Exactly.
All right, have a good night, everyone.
Can you imagine if Woody Allen's next movie was called Don't Trust Puerto Rican Women?
Would that surprise anyone, though? I mean,
John Jorif, ladies and gentlemen, there he goes.
Happy New Year, bro.
He's on Twitter at J_got_jokes. Jay got jokes. Jay got jokes. Jay, by the way. That's a bad Twitter handle, man. If you're going by John Jorif,
Never have an underscore either.
underscores are bad. But you have another guy's name in your Twitter handle named Jay, Jay. John, why is your Twitter handle Jay? Yell it as loud as you can. Oh, Jay? Your nickname's not just the letter J? They spell it out with extra letters?
Like a Jaybird.
If J was my nickname, I'd be like J, but no AY. That'd be it. Like,
You gotta fix that Twitter, dude.
yeah, you gotta just go with an all new Twitter. How many followers you got? You know how many followers you have. What's the number? What's the exact number? I know that you know the fucking number.
Rhymes with 60.
Maybe 500.
Jorif juice.
I'd start from scratch. All right, I pulled another name out of the bucket. We know this guy. I'm pretty sure he started on this show. Put your hands together for Taylor Rizzo. All right.
All right. I feel like my beard is kind of confusing because people will just come up to me and just guess my ethnicity. I'm like, nobody ever gets it right, but they always want to know, you know? And like, to be honest, the truth is that I'm just a quarter, whatever I want to tell you. You know, you'll probably believe me. But like, sometimes a black person will think that I'm part black. And like, that always feels cooler for some reason. I was talking to this girl the other day, and she's half black. She asked if I had any black in me, and I played it off cool. It's like, hell yeah. I'm a quarter black. And she believed me, and it felt cool that a half black girl accepted me as a quarter black, you know? And then I noticed that her friend was standing right there listening, and he was a full black, and giving me a real skeptical look. You know, and I thought that I'd been found out, but just then, he steps forward, He fist bumps me. Says, yeah, I know a nigga beard when I see one. I was like, apparently you don't. All right, thanks, guys.
Wow, Taylor Rizzo. There you go.
That was great.
Yeah, very fun. It's a good set.
Yeah, thanks.
Good little bit you got there.
I was nervous. Could you tell?
No.
No?
No, I didn't think.
Yeah, I think
Everyone's nervous.
I think the quarter black that you have in you helps your confidence, swagger on stage.
Everyone's nervous all the time. At least for in my head.
Yeah, for sure.
Is that what goes on underneath that backwards Hillary wig? Yeah. So Taylor, that's fucking fun.
Yeah, was it a go, Cat?
Yeah. How long have you had that beard for?
Shit. What?
How long have you had that beard for?
A long time. I've been shaved for like 4 years.
What's the reason for it?
I don't have a chin.
Yeah, do you have a weak chin?
Yeah, just a small no chin.
Wow. You ever thought of just to cut it down though to make it look less, terrace-y?
No, I have bits about it. It's important to my act.
Do you have a girlfriend?
Yeah, I'm kind of dating somebody long distance right now.
Drop the bits, man.
Yeah.
Long distance.
Maybe.
How long distance?
She lives in Denver.
Denver. How long have you been dating her?
A long time. We were dating before I moved, and then we just kind of never stopped.
Lived in Denver before that?
No, we both lived in South Carolina. Moved to Denver for separate reasons. Super interesting.
How long has she been?
Interesting.
How long has she been? Have you been away from her?
Like a year since I moved here.
How often do you get to see her?
She comes to town every couple months. It's only like $80 half shave. Yeah,
half shave. You say it's only $80?
Yeah, the last time she flew here was $80. Yeah.
Wow, super Spirit.
Yeah, Spirit.
Jesus. Don't ever fly Spirit. An $80 flight.
Yeah,
my God.
Fuck Spirit.
Get in. We'll let anybody in.
I have a question. How much?
Even people with beards like your boyfriend get on the flight. It's just a whole flight of people that look like you.
A little over 4 years.
How much time can you do? Like you would feel comfortable doing this long of a set?
I mean, I could do 15 easy, but I could do a feature set.
I mean, 15 minutes. How much of that is about your beard?
Or your look.
Or your look.
Just like 2 jokes. There's like a joke that
What's the length of time though? What's like? Because you just did 1 minute, pretty much on.
So I have another 1 minute joke that is referencing my beard and my look, and then there's like one other joke where it's just a reference to it, but that's about it.
You could always say, I had a beard like this. You know, I mean,
I like the beard. I don't want you to get
If you would have said to me 8 minutes, I would have said, cut your goddamn beard off.
That's the worst advice I've ever heard you give, by the way.
You know, if you were to say half of 15 minutes is about my look or my beard,
it's not a lot.
Shave the beard, but
the beard is here than anything else.
You could shave it down a little instead of having.
Do you really not like it?
I don't mind it.
I don't mind it personally, but Brian, you seem to hate it a lot.
You have a good face, and it's like, oh, it's a nice face. Oh, gay. Like it just gets. Yeah. Follow up question.
It does seem like you seem like you'd be a clean cut, like a young CEO from the nose up, and then everything underneath is just like.
If you were to shave your beard, you would look like Zach Braff had AIDS. And I'm into that.
I'll take that.
Follow-up question. Under your sweatshirt, is there dynamite connected to a cell phone?
No. I get a lot of that terrorist shit.
So you've been in LA a year. I'm pretty sure we met you right when you got here, right?
Yep. You talked me into the right decision on moving out here. You guys
I
were a
did.
big part of that. You and Brian. Yeah.
It's when that's on you, Tony.
Is that what happened?
That's when we went to Florida, right?
Yeah. Well, I met you in Florida, and then you told me to take a chance, just check it out first, and that's when I met Tony. And
Save money, don't do right.
yeah.
Well, that's cool.
Yeah. It's awesome.
What if you didn't? What if you didn't shave 4 years ago because of wanting to look more ethnically ambiguous in Obama's America?
Oh, I just knew it was going to be terrible for the second you started talking. I mean, like, very rarely do I start shaking my head immediately, but you had already misjudged, like, the moment itself, going the part where you shouldn't even start.
I'm pretty positive I can quote Red Band's advice in Florida a few years back. You should totally move to Burbank.
Oh, there you go.
That was
another one. Another one. Wow.
And live.
Jesus. So Taylor, you've been here a year. How's life changed in the year in LA? I mean, let's talk real talk.
Yeah.
Where you living? What's your work situation?
I mean, I have a great job. I've gotten up promotions since I've been here, so I'm making more money.
What do you do?
I work for Urban Outfitters. I build all the interior.
Big promotion. He went from a folder to the register.
He definitely doesn't work at Dollar Shave Club.
Yeah, that's true.
No, but
So stupid.
gone backwards.
No, but I build all the stuff that they have inside the store. So it's like a creative job that
You don't have to deal with customers.
Yeah, I don't have to deal with customers or register or any of that, so it's nice. And I still have the nights to go out and do shows and everything. And
nice.
It's been a crazy year, man. Doug Benson put me on both of his podcasts a few times.
Based on the beard alone.
Yeah, just the beard, not my weed smoking abilities.
Well, that's fun.
But yeah, it's been.
You smoke a lot of weed?
I do, yeah.
He dabs all days.
I sure do. I have a Periscope show that I smoke on every day. Mediocre Smoker. Check it out.
Steve, you're a nice guy.
Yep.
How's life?
How long have you been here?
Yeah, I know.
Good to see you. I didn't know you were here. Yeah. I was just going to say, like, just from a comic perspective, I think it's good. Like, I don't even know if you realize what you're doing. And I know there's a lot of comics here. But when you acknowledge your appearance as, like, an opening joke, it's a great way to connect with an audience. Because on a deeper level, what you're doing is you're sitting yourself in the audience. Meaning, what are they thinking about me right now?
Right.
So once you can establish that connection, then you can take the audience wherever you go.
Yeah,
So I think
because they're all thinking, like, what the fuck's on his face?
Right.
Right, but it's a good.
It's like
that can't be what everyone was thinking, right?
Yeah.
70s bush.
It does look like a 70s bush. Like, it's not like a long, like long hairs. It's like a little pubic.
It's pretty.
All right, Brian. You're talking way too much tonight, Brian.
Yeah, he doesn't like it at all.
Yeah.
Real talk. I mean, never mind.
Taylor Rizzo, everybody. There he goes.
Thank you.
He's on Twitter at Taylor Rizzo. Jesus. You guys having fun, live audience? How are you? All right, I pulled another name out of the bucket. Put your hands together for Luke Allen. All right, no Luke Allen. You know what that means. You know what happens when someone doesn't show up. That means you get to see the stylings of the Verzi triplets, ladies and gentlemen. The special wild card spot.
Very wild, yeah, I didn't even know. We've been thinking about if we were ever gonna run a bitch. Yeah, I know we look like we only do missionary, but it'd be less of a train, more of a Congo vibe. Yeah. Kind of a fun vibe with us, We would be very polite gangbangers, though. We'd be very polite. So hospitable, like, can we take your coat? Can I get you something to drink? Can I double stuff your cunt? Stuff like that. Just very, very nice. Very real sweethearts. Very nice. That's what we do. Just how it be. So we have to all get on the same page, we talked beforehand. Huddle up, all right. Alex, you're taking the mouth. Got it. Sean, we need the lube and towels. Go get it. I'm going up the gut. Ready? All right. Here we go. Oh, okay.
And then we were just complimenting. It'd be like, fuck yeah, kind of a little bit, you know? Dude, you've been working on your abs? You know, I've been doing this like no workout. A lot of crunches every morning, you know, it's working pretty well. Oh, dude, I'm gonna come right now. Yeah, no, I mean, I've got orange slices! Hey, okay. Thank you guys.
Wow, the Jersey triplets on the fly.
Great job, guys.
I caught a glance at one of you guys up there in the shadows, and when nobody came up, I saw you guys, so I spontaneously decided to bring you up because you're one of my favorite things in all of comedy right now. You guys are somewhat god-awful.
That's what we've heard.
But there are glimpses of things, and I'm going to tell you guys this. First of all, I know a lot of you live audience may not have heard or been part of last week's episode, but you guys directly answered a note that we gave of talking about, you know, darker subject material, and it's sort of a misdirect because you guys are so goofy and jolly that finally, like, hearing the third one say, you know, double stuff a cunt. Seems like you guys are like 12-year-olds just getting away with murder. Like your parents don't know you left the house. Yep. You're like, let's all talk about gangbanging and chick on a show.
We actually debated all the. They wanted me to only say pussy, and I'm like, no, it'll be funny if I say cunt.
Clam, twat, anything other than everyone hears pussy.
Argument.
What's another thing that makes people go, that joke is funny, and then he used this other word. Everyone hears pussy. It's almost invisible. You say cunt, clam, twat, hamburger, whatever. Anybody, you hear it. Great at that. Yeah. Listen to the way they use use your own vernacular to say things people understand.
And it's all different, and it never changes, but it's fun because you guys were talking about, you know, happy-go-lucky stuff, and it's a fun exercise, and that works for some people, but it was sort of like, and you guys were feeling it, right? It felt like stale, and all of a sudden you're getting these new pops because you're using your look to your advantage, both by talking about it and setting up a misdirect. Just like, you know, if somebody thinks someone's going to be clever and then stick that, because they think you're a bunch of jolly kids, and all of a sudden you're getting away with murder up there. So, wow, I would try to tell more stuff and experiment like that. Agree. One is your guys' older brother. Yeah. So originally Steve he changed it to Simone.
It's a fart on you, so.
We heard that Steve was a guest. We're like, oh, this is the one time we're gonna do dirty stuff, and he's gonna see it.
It is sort of really funny, and it just hit me when I was talking about how you guys should keep adventuring in the edgy space because you really don't do that. You are the ultimate storytelling, energized, goofy, fun-loving.
But it used to be really dark.
So it was?
Yeah.
I guess back in the day, I do remember the very first time I was ever here and I performed. I remember thinking like, wow, that guy seems like a real dick. And I couldn't have been more wrong. Like, it's so funny. Like, cut to me seeing him for the first time tonight. I'm like, hey, Steve. And he's down the stairway here, and I'm at the top of this belly room stairway. And he just goes, I got, what was it? I got ice cream and treats for everybody.
Downstairs, you guys are
and that's just him.
That's 100% true.
And you're 100% clean. Family-friendly comedy, which here at the Comedy Store, to be on that level is almost unheard of. Yeah. What it says is that you're smart as fuck and super talented because you're taking no shortcuts. It's who you are, and you did it your way, and it's one of the coolest things.
Yeah, and that's why I think your advice is great for these guys because you have to experiment. You have to figure out where the boundaries are, what you want to do, how you want to present it. And it's what you have is so unique already, and it's so retro and old school. And no matter what, since you're family, the vibe I get, it always feels like you're performing for your aunt's uncle's marriage. So you're going to have that warmth. So when you play around with it, juxtaposing that with dark or whatever you want to do, it's money in the bank.
I have a question that I'm really excited to ask. One of the three of you has a Band-Aid on your bottom lip.
I only know.
You wrote that? You got that?
My note is 3 Band-Aids or no Band-Aids. We come out as triplets. Because I'll tell you why, and everyone laughs, but I'll tell you why. When you come out, immediately everyone goes, they're triplets, 1 Band-Aid, why? And they are not paying attention while you're doing your shit.
Yeah.
And you're setting something up, and you're doing something that's distracting. When it comes out.
It wasn't like he's on birth.
If a 450-pound person comes out and starts talking about their dating life, the audience immediately subconsciously goes, why aren't they talking about being 450 pounds right out the gate?
Yeah.
So we can agree that we agree on what's up. And you guys, we're triplets, and we're exactly the same, and then we think it's a gag.
Jason, you're letting these guys off the hook. What the fuck's under the Band-Aid, dude?
I ate an elbow playing basketball.
You ate an elbow? I was hoping take the Band-Aid off. I want to see.
I was hoping there was going to be a foot.
I don't want to rip it. I don't want to rip it.
You know it's a cold sore. Hold on, wait a second. Stop for a second. Then we're gonna get right back to the take it off chant. You know that it's a cold sore because his two brothers were the ones that started the chant. The only two guys in the room that know that it's a cold sore started a take it off chant.
I am willing to take bets that is a fourth thing that looks like them. Go ahead.
And it was a cold sore. It was a cold sore, and I put so much makeup on it.
What? You lied about the basketball thing?
Yeah, of course I did.
Oh my God.
Of course I did.
It's not a cold sore. First, you number two. How could holy shit.
There was no reason why.
By the way, I don't mind. Second. Yeah. That's gonna fucking gift, by the way. It must just be. Let's just like, oh well, look which one of the DNA fucked up. Man.
Hey, I have a question. To be like,
it's your
fucking Band-Aid on the fucking face. I think old Band-Aid beard better fucking put his eyes open.
Let me ask you a question, Brucey number 2. Do you remember? Do you know who it was?
I don't know.
Really?
No.
Wow, you got that many triplets.
That's a snippet of our real life thing, gang.
Notice that they clapped at the same time like a football team. Like they just broke a hot something like that and break. You guys really are fucking triplets. How old are you?
Tony, what I love about you is that you guys are earnest. Despite your cheesiness, you
guys are earnest. You're very earnest, but you're nothing on that. Asshole. This is an asshole. Actually, to jail. This is a shut up, you. Is that your heart rate? The people on Twitter all day are gonna be like, that dumb audience didn't laugh at Ernest. You're very earnest. Goes to. I refuse to let this die.
You're earnest. You're hardworking, and there's 3 of you. So you've got that. Okay, but that wasn't my joke, Tony. That was an episode.
I mean, that wasn't a joke, so it couldn't have been your joke. It couldn't have been your joke.
For you guys. You guys are like, there's one thing we all like, and you go and 2 of you say. You call one of you says.
And by the way, you guys also have to start opening your brain and taking chances to the point where the thing that you guys, and you did great, by the way, and I'm telling you, in 1 week, you took a fucking note, and people don't do this, but you guys took a note, you really answered the note, you took it head on, you wrote a bit that's completely outside of your realm. But on top, it just goes to show that the fucking, the training never ends, because what you really, I'm pitching here, is that what you guys should have talked about is the thing that we were sort of, at least I was wondering, which is, why does the one have a bandit on his lip? Like, when you guys are writing the day of and taking chances and talking about the elephant in the room, and by that I'm talking about whatever's underneath that bandit, then I mean, you're going like next level. And I'm not saying you shouldn't have done what you did, but I'm saying, like, you guys have to start going like, we can make fun of anything and you can riff, and take
trying to be
chances.
nice. He didn't want us to talk about it, so we were trying to be nice and not talk to him.
But that's another. Then here's another next level lesson: is like you gotta open up. You know what I mean? It's part of what you got yourself into is that if you don't have the makeup or the know-how to cover up something like that, or the medicine or whatever it is.
He went out and bought like a huge thing of cover-up, and it still didn't work.
Look how upset he is. This is beautiful.
That's my follow-up question, Tony. If all three of you get a vote for the other guy in 5 years, hear your vote.
Look at all the ladies that have cold soling at each other back
It's not just that. It could the whole plastitude of
It
things.
sort of feels fucking bad for
If all three of you get a vote, 5 years, which one of you is gay? Whoa! See how fast that was? That was fast!
That was great.
Dude, they like when they said that like they might have something to announce right now.
It's just because it's because I shaved my chest. That's why they did.
Oh, is it, bro? Is that it?
Is that the only reason?
Let's ask them why they said that.
Come on, cold sore, get your fucking revenge. These guys started chants on you.
He's very into himself. He's kind of like Patrick Bateman is. He's really into his body and obviously.
He snores with in his mouth.
Yeah. Let's see number 3. What's the that's
It's a strong question.
You, Tony.
Hallelujah, it's raining, man. All right, there they go. The mercy triplets, ladies.
Thank you guys. Good job, guys. Happy New Year. Great job, guys.
Yeah, man. You can't hate on people that take the notes. That's fucking incredible.
Hard work will get you further than anything else.
And that's coming from a guy who, admittedly, you lashed out on them harder than I've ever seen you lash out on anybody ever. You hated them when you first saw them, and that's what you just said. That's what I'm saying. The growth of that little storyline of the Bercy triplets is pretty awesome. One more time for the Bercy triplets, everybody. Come on, there's 3 of them. They should at least get double the applause. I pulled another name out of the bucket. Bring your hands together for Tom and Waylon.
What's that, Tom?
What's up, everybody?
Shit. Had a tough day. Got my luggage stolen? Sorry, I'm not trying to put it in. That was an awful joke. I wrote that 10 seconds ago. I live a kind of minimalistic life. I have a... Tap one off. Come in on tap one off. Listen, if I'm gonna come in, I'm coming in on tap one off. I tap one off and then I gotta go eat breakfast with my roommates who are little Asian girls. And what kind of porn do I watch? Little Asian girls. And they got cream of wheat. They're eating the sloppiest breakfast possible. But yeah,
Tom Waylon, everybody. There he is. Yes, on the episode in which I mentioned that if the wire gets wiggled a little bit, to just touch the wire to make sure that for the podcast that is live, the podcast, hundreds of thousands of listeners, they would touch the wire to knock it back into place. Meanwhile, on that episode, on that very same episode,
I feel like that was a chance for me to showcase my...
I got a lot more than I was going to say, but I mean, I guess I'm just like spitballing here. Like, I guess it makes sense that just everybody just jump in as hard as you can. But okay, let's go on with whatever Brian's shoving down our throats right now. Go ahead.
to plug in Hyperpump. Just hand over in
30 seconds. Yeah, let's get through the whole thing. It was funnier than that. Anyway, Tom, what are we doing here? Tom.
Yes.
What made you think? What made you roll with that like that?
You know, I don't know.
You didn't think about the pie?
I had piss and vinegar, honestly. I just felt like, you know what I'm saying? Inexperienced.
It's all right.
I just feel like as a human being, there's a lot of people in this room. I know 100,000 people will listen to this, but this room is packed. And the mic dropped out. You know you have a minute left. And I actually thought you were very professional about that. You brought your voice up to a theatrical level, and you conveyed your set. Maybe you had 40 seconds left, and you're like, I don't want to spend 3 minutes plugging into a mic. Makes us uncomfortable.
It takes you 3 minutes to plug in a mic, Jay. 3 minutes.
6 minutes later, it's still not plugged in. Yes!
It's going to take you 2 seconds to plug in a mic. You hire your voice while you bend over to pick it up.
You do the 190 people, or whatever, how many people are in the room, you don't uncomfortable with that moment.
You do the no-look wire grab. There's no question about this. You do a no-look wire grab. You pick that shit up and
you guys were saving the podcast. When I explained what I thought your moment was, it got an applause break, and I feel like everyone in this room
it wasn't really an applause break. It was like it was the Hillary vote. It's like 5 chicks in the room that slightly clap together. Somebody with any goddamn passion would show up to the actual. Is that right? No. You were an undercover cop comedian.
Do you understand that people accept my opinion like it's fact? You look at his belly and you're buying a sandwich when I write.
Hey, I'm gonna interrupt you. Because you know what you said? You said after you told your first joke, you said I wrote that in 10 seconds, and it goes back to what we were just talking about at the very privilege, which is hard work.
You're right.
So that's all I have to say.
You're right. No, you're absolutely right. He's right.
What sandwich place do you work at?
The carving board. I work in the one in West.
You are our top sandwich consultant.
Absolutely.
Have you tried the carving board?
I
have.
recommend a sandwich.
Are you at the one on Sunset?
No, I'm at the one in West Hollywood, but I get the discount, so you know what I'm saying, bro?
Ladies, it's like a Subway guy bragging to me like, dude, let's go to any Subway. I'm like,
50%? How about no? Let's go.
You have what I would term fear confidence. Do you understand what I mean? Yeah.
Fear confidence,
yeah. And when you get uncomfortable, you just sort of turn into like Chris Farley a little bit, right?
Yeah. Some more.
Unplug your mic on purpose. You get like real goofy.
Yeah, for sure.
Where you from?
I'm from the Boston area, North Shore, Beverly, Massachusetts.
Yeah, definitely.
Would you have more and more specific?
Straight up. 91 up here, 7 degrees north, 7 degrees south, yeah.
That's fun. How long you been in the sandwich business, Tom?
Sometimes I lie.
Sometimes I like to switch over to like radio moments and get nowhere. Let me ask you another crazy one. Here comes another wagon. Yeah. Here's one question for you, Tom.
Sandwich game's been about 3 months, Tony.
You've been in a coma for 27 years?
Yeah. No, I worked at the YMCA before that, and before that I was actually a radio show host.
Why do I feel like you worked at the YMCA at the only sandwich place there? Like, it wasn't actually the YMCA.
I'm going to do something. Sure. Alright. Yes.
Oh, jeez.
Put your mic in your mouth. This is your song about how you know the YMCA. No, seriously.
Any ideas that you have that last longer than 10 seconds?
Put your mic in the mic stand. Put your mic in the mic stand. Stand behind you. Okay? It's a fucking real thing.
I love that. Real thing.
Okay, that's it. Chill.
There you go. There you go. How do you feel right now, Tom? Yeah. Why do I feel like even with the mic and the mic stand, he's so accident prone that the mic cord's just gonna and just fall right out? How does it even happen?
It's like a Final Destination movie waiting to happen.
And by the way, let it be known, a lot of audience members don't know this. You know, we do this every single night, regularly. If you ever happen to see a mic cord fall out of the microphone, that's because somebody handled the mic not as professionally as they should have. There's actually a little eject button right there if you don't know. So if you hit it, then you hit it. If
you're not going to see winners ever really hit it.
Don't do what I did. Don't do what I did. Hey, Tony, has anybody ever told you like the elf in the shelf was molested as a child?
Actually, what's funny is that somebody did once tell me that. There's two people that obviously over-owed that. I know who they were, too. Fucking, piece of shit. Sriracha, I saw you, motherfucker. Yeah, okay. Tom's your bullet.
When you did that laugh, when you did that laugh and you backed away, it was too much, it was false. So just pretending a mustache is telling a joke. Maybe it wasn't false, but I think because you're under the lights, it was slightly false. I think it was slightly exaggerated. And
Tom, do you have roommates?
We're animals.
I do have roommates.
How many roommates do you have?
We got 2 roommates right now.
What do they do for work?
I think they're both prostitutes, honestly. But one of them says she's a Lyft driver and she works for central casting, and the other says that she's in the fashion industry.
Have you ever seen the movie Super Troopers?
Yeah.
Farva? Yeah, good one. There you go. Brian, right there.
Ladies and gentlemen, Brian Reichel.
Anything else for Tom, guys? Steve Simone, what are your thoughts on Tom? I know
Right away,
How long have you been here?
dude, I can tell you love comedy. I do. Like I think you're a little nervous because it means so much to you.
Yeah.
And I think that's awesome. And I realize what makes this great is that you're giving everybody an opportunity because there's a real crowd with real energy. And it's just fucking great to be here and to be a part of this.
Colossal play.
Also, you come out, you're like, this is a real set. Don't mess it up. I was like, oh my god.
Yeah. Appreciate it.
Noel Jimenez said that he looks like he makes a hell of a deep dish pizza.
Jesus, he did. You're a big goofball, aren't you, Tom?
Becker's in Chicago. They got that dope deep dish. Are you from Chicago? No, but I went to college in Chicago. Where'd you go, Doug? Columbia College. Oh, okay. Yeah. It's always from our facility.
Wow, you have an interesting look. Really interesting.
You look like a child molester that's scared of kids.
Yeah.
I don't understand it, but I like it.
Thank you.
On the nose. They intimidate me. I want to keep them as far away as possible.
Yeah, but you also want to fuck the shit out of them, too.
Well, there he goes. The carving board's greatest comedian, ladies and gentlemen, Tom Whalen. He's on Twitter at Sir Thomas J. Whalen. Sir Thomas J. Whalen. Shit, we're walking people tonight. This is an interesting crowd. I can tell some people really don't want to be here. I don't know what happened. I don't know exactly. Some people over-believed how bad I thought this episode was, but I hate that joke a lot. It's lady right here in the front row. I can't take my eyes off her. You guys notice this too? I love it. This lady right here, I can't take my eyes off her rest of the audience, and I never get this distracted by an audience over. But I can't take my eyes off of her because she refuses to even look up at this show. She's so mad whoever brought her here to this place for her to enjoy herself. A place built around humans enjoying them. For decades of history of every single night of the year, people enjoying themselves.
I've only seen the top of her head. I thought she was faking an abortion the whole time.
Oh, and I mean, it's really incredible. I don't know if you're like physically, if you're physically allergic to comedy or something like that. I've never really seen it, but what were you saying? You guys are here like specifically to hopefully see somebody in particular.
Tony, held on your blood to talk.
Yeah, tough front row. Yeah, it's really tough. I mean, you know, if not, it's all gonna be okay. But you really took a gamble. It's like it's like check this out. This isn't even all of them. Check this out. Look at that. Look at all these.
Let's have them all do one set at once.
2 or 3 more.
None of them are Brett Morris. But I am going back in.
I'll put my nose. Good joke, Tony.
Put your hands together for Trevor Anderson. He could be a cousin of some kind of yours. He could be one of your cousins that you've never met before. Trevor Anderson, everybody. Get the fuck out of here. I want Fred Morris out here right now. Just
kidding. Triplets album. Yeah, double triplets. Trevor Anderson. Put your hands together one more time.
All right. So a friend of mine was making fun of me for cooking. He thinks it's girly. Hold on, there's more to this joke. I thought I'd prove him wrong, so I took the manliest in him in my kitchen, the cast iron skillet. I put everything manly in there. I put eggs and bacon and hash browns and onions and everything I could think of, and I just put it in the oven. And it came out this just glorious manly pie. And I said, dude, that's manly. And he said, dude, that's a quiche. Yeah, I used to live in Japan. I made a lot of mistakes out there. Like, for example, I didn't know that Asian people do not like to be associated with or confused for other groups of Asian people. So I asked a Japanese friend, are you North or South Korean? Yeah, he lost his shit. He was throwing signs like, I'll fucking kill you. So, North Korean, I guess. All right.
Wow! That's another thing that this show's cool for. You get to meet somebody hilarious sometimes. That was great, Trevor. Where are you from?
Originally from Rialto, San Bernardino area.
San Bernardino. How long have you been on stand-up?
About 4 years. Kind of gappy, though.
Kind of gappy?
Yeah.
You don't know many Asians, do you?
Oh, yeah, I do.
Tony, was this just me, or when you said that Asian joke, I didn't think there was a punchline coming?
It's funny you say that. It's funny you say that because I actually did. And I got to see, and the moment that you laughed as hard as you did, I literally thought to myself, I'm like, that's surprising that Pat didn't see that. So it's funny that you literally asked me that because when he did that joke, my main thing was like, wow, Pat didn't see that North Korea thing. Like, I mean, at least I was hoping. That happens sometimes where I'm like, oh my God, this person figured this out. This is going to get 2 big laughs. There's the one. Here it comes. And he nailed it. Sometimes people don't have that. I was sent to the big. Like, sometimes I'm surprised when you're surprised.
Well, sometimes I wasn't even totally in the moment because I thought that he was set up to kill with the energy in the room. He was totally at one main comedian of the night. Brought up to an energy that was primed to go.
Let's take a little bit more credit than that.
Then the mic
well, I bet you do, but let me ask you this. That voice fucked him though. That voice cracking on Girly was an accident.
That was.
And let me tell you something. Right? If you could figure out how to do that every time, that's one of the funniest things I've ever seen. And immediately I realized, like, I'm like, oh my God, it was just an accident.
Yeah.
And now I thought, laugh of the night. You had a great set. But it never got better than that. That was the joke of the night. I mean, accidentally, and that's comedy for you. But if you could figure out a way, and even afterwards, I'm like, it wouldn't be, if that was on purpose, it is killer. Like, people will all die for that. It's not that hard to do, I don't think. Yeah. Somebody said that I don't know. Maybe I can't do it. Maybe it is hard.
And to your credit, your set was great.
I'll think, yeah. That was awesome.
Yeah, great set.
Why do I feel like you're an anomaly? Why do I feel like you haven't had a ton of negative shit to happen in your life to be as funny as you actually are?
Yeah, that's weird.
Is that true? Your parents are still together?
Healthy.
Everything's good. You have a savings account.
I have no debt.
You've had a steady career your entire life. College graduate.
No, yeah.
Get out of comedy. Get out of comedy.
I hate everything, though. All the time.
How old are you, Trevor?
I'm 33.
Do you have a background?
Shut up. Yes or no? Yes.
Straight? Honest with me. You can make cake. I was raised by lesbians. I was gay before anybody in this room that sucked dick or eats pussy ever even thought about it. I was that kid at that party.
Interesting.
How long have you been away from her?
Like a year since I moved here.
How often do you get to see her?
She comes to town every couple months. It's only like $80 half shave.
Yeah, shit. You say it's only $80?
Yeah, shit. The last time she went here was $80. Yeah.
Wow. Spirit.
Yeah, Spirit.
Jeez, don't ever fly Spirit. $80 flight. Yeah. My God. Yeah, well, then anybody. I have a question. How much? Even people with beards like your boyfriend. Get on the flight. It's just a whole flight of people that look like you.
A little over 4 years. How much time can you do? Like you would feel comfortable doing this long? On the set. I mean, I could do 15 easy, but I can do a feature set of it in 15 minutes. How much of that is about your beard? Or your look. Just like 2 jokes. There's like a joke that
What's the length of time though? What's like, because you just did 1 minute pretty much on.
So I have another 1 minute joke that is referencing my beard and my look, and then there's like one other joke where it's just a reference to it, but that's about it.
You could always say, I had it under like this. You know, I mean,
I like the beard. I don't want you to you would have said to me 8 minutes, I would have said cut your gut. Beard off.
That's the worst advice I've ever heard you give, by the way.
You know, if you were to say half of 15 minutes is about my look or my shave the beard, but the beard is here more so for the lack of chin than anything else.
You could shave it down a little instead of having,
Do you really not like it? I don't know. I don't. I don't mind it personally, but Brian, you see it have a good face, and it's like.
Oh, it's a nice face. Oh, gay. Like it just gets. Yeah, it does seem like you seem like you'd be a clean cut, like a young CEO from the nose up, and then everything underneath is just like.
You look like Zach Braff had AIDS.
And I'm into that.
I'll take that. Follow-up question: under your sweatshirt, is there dynamite connected to a cell phone? No. I get a lot of that terrorist shit.
So you've been in LA a year. I'm pretty sure we met you right when you got here, right?
Yep. You talked me into the right decision on moving out here. You guys were a big part of that. You and Brian. Yeah. That's on you, Tony.
Is that what happened? It's when we went to Florida, right?
Yeah. Well, I met you in Florida, and then you told me to take a chance, just check it out first, and that's when I met Tony.
Save money, don't be right.
Yeah.
Well, that's cool.
Yeah, it's awesome.
What if you didn't shave 4 years ago because of wanting to look more ethnically ambiguous in Obama's America? Oh, I just knew it was going to be terrible for a second you started talking. I mean, very rarely do I start shaking my head immediately, but you had already misjudged, like, the moment itself, going the part where you shouldn't even start.
I'm pretty confident I can quote Red Band's advice in Florida a few years back. You should totally move to Burbank.
Oh, there you go.
Another one.
Another one.
Wow. And live.
So, Taylor, you've been here a year. How's life changed in the year in LA? I mean, what's real talk? Where you living? What's your work situation?
I mean, I have a great job. I've gotten a promotion since I've been here, so I'm making more money. What do you do? I work for Urban Outfitters that build all the interior.
Big promotion. He went from a folder to the register.
He definitely doesn't work at Dollar Shave Club. Yeah, that's true. Going backwards. Silly. No, but I build all the stuff that they have inside the store, so it's like a creative job that I don't have to.
You don't have to deal with customers.
Yeah, I don't have to deal with customers or register any of that stuff, so it's nice. And I still have the nights to go out and do shows and everything. And
It's been a crazy year, man. Doug Benson put me on both of his podcasts a few times.
Based on the beard alone.
Yeah, just beard, not my weed smoking abilities.
Well, that's fun.
But yeah, it's been.
You smoke a lot of weed?
I do, yeah.
He dabs all days.
I sure do. I have a Periscope show that I smoke on every day. Mediocre smoker. Check it out.
Steve, you're a nice guy.
Yep.
How's life?
How long have you been here?
Yeah, I know.
Good to see you. I didn't know you were here. Yeah. I was just gonna say, like, just from a comedy perspective, I think it's good. Like, I don't even know if you realize what you're doing, and I know there's a lot of comics here, but when you acknowledge your appearance as like an opening joke, it's a great way to connect with an audience, because on a deeper level, what you're doing is you're sitting yourself in the audience, meaning what are they thinking about me right now?
Right.
So once you can establish that connection, then you can take the audience wherever you go.
Yeah,
So I think
because they're all thinking, like, what the fuck's on his face?
Right.
Right, but it's a good.
That's like
that can't be what everyone was thinking, right?
Yeah.
70s bush.
It does look like a 70s bush. Like, it's not like a long, you have like long hairs. It's like a little pubic.
It's pretty.
All right. You're talking way too much tonight, Brian.
Yeah, he doesn't like it at all.
Yeah.
Real talk, I mean, never mind.
Taylor Rizzo, everybody. There he goes.
Nice job, brother.
He's on Twitter at Taylor Rizzo. Jesus. You guys having fun, live audience? How are you? All right, I pulled another name out of the bucket. Put your hands together for Luke Allen. All right, no Luke Allen. You know what that means. You know what happens when someone doesn't show up. That means you get to see the stylings of the Versi triplets, ladies and gentlemen. That's such a wild card spot.
Very wild, yeah, I didn't even know. We've been thinking about if we were ever gonna train on a bitch. Yeah, I know we look like we only do missionary, but it'd be less of a train, more of a Congo line. Yeah. Kind of a fun vibe with us, We would be very polite gangbangers, though. We're very polite. So hospitable, like, can we take your coat? I get you something to drink? Can I double stuff your cunt? Stuff like that. Just very, very nice. Very real sweethearts. Very nice. That's what we do. Just how it be. So we have to all get on the same page, we talked beforehand. Huddle up, all right. Alex, you're taking the mouth. Got it. Sean, we need the lube and towels. Go get it. I'm going up the gut. Ready? Right. All right. There we go. Oh, okay. And then we were just complimenting. It'd be like fucking a mirror, pretty much. Kind of a little bit, Dude, you've been working on your abs? I've been doing this like no workout. A lot of crunches every morning. It's working pretty well. Oh, easy. I'm gonna come right now. Yeah, no, I mean, I've got orange slices. Hey, okay. Thank you.
Wow, the Versi triplets on the fly.
Great job, guys.
I caught a glance at one of you guys up there in the shadows, and when nobody came up, I saw you guys, so I spontaneously decided to bring you up because you're one of my favorite things in all of comedy right now. You guys are totally somewhat god-awful.
That's what we've heard.
But there are glimpses of things, and I'm going to tell you guys this. First of all, I know a lot of you live audience may not have heard or been part of last week's episode, but you guys directly answered a note that we gave of talking about, darker subject material, and it's sort of a misdirect because you guys are so goofy and jolly. Finally, hearing the third one say, double stuff a cunt.
Love that line.
It seems like you guys are like 12-year-olds just getting away with murder. Like, your parents don't know you left the house. Yep. You're like, let's all go talk about gangbanging a chick on a show.
We actually debated all the. They wanted me to only say pussy, and I'm like, no, it'll be funny if I say cunt.
Clam, twat, anything other than what's another thing makes people go, that joke is me, and then he used this other word. Everyone hears pussy. It's almost invisible. You say cunt, clam, twat, hamburger, whatever, anybody, you hear it. Joey Diaz is great at that. Yeah. Listen to the way they use your own vernacular to say things people understand.
And it's all different, and it never changes, but it's fun because you guys were talking about, happy-go-lucky stuff, and it's a fun exercise, and that works for some people, but it was sort of like, and you guys were feeling it, right? It felt like stale, and it felt like your responses were stale, but all of a sudden you're getting these new pops because you're using your look to your advantage, both by talking about it and setting up a misdirect. Just like, if somebody thinks someone's going to be tough or whatever, and instead they're not, or anything like that. You're setting it up because they think you're a bunch of jolly kids, and all of a sudden you're getting away with murder up there. So, wow, I would try to tap into more, fun stuff and experiment with stuff like that. Agreed. Steve Simone is your guys' older brother. Yeah. So, originally Steve Verzi, changed it to Simone.
He's a fart on you, so.
When we heard that Steve was a guest, we're like, oh, this is the one time we're going to do dirty stuff, and he's going to see it.
It is sort of really fun. It hit me when I was talking about how you guys should keep adventuring in the edgy space, because you really don't do that. You are the ultimate storytelling, energized, goofy, fun-loving.
But it used to be really dark.
So it was? Yeah. I guess back in the day, I do remember the very first time I was ever here and I performed. I remember thinking like, wow, that guy seems like a real dick. And I couldn't have been more wrong. Like, it's so funny. Like, cut to me seeing him for the first time tonight. I'm like, hey, Steve. And he's down the stairway here, and I'm at the top of this belly room stairway. And he just goes, I got, what was it? I got ice cream and treats for everybody.
Go downstairs if you guys are
and that's just him. That's 100% true. And you're 100% clean. Family-friendly comedy, which here at the Comedy Store, to be on that level is almost unheard of. What it says is that you're smart as fuck and super talented. You're taking it's who you are, and you do your way, and it's one of the cool things.
Yeah, that's why I think advice is great for these guys, because you have to experiment. You have to figure out where the vectors are, what you want to do, how you want to present it, and it's what you have is so unique already, and it's so retro and old school. And no matter what, since you're family, the vibe I get, it always feels like you're performing for your aunt's uncle's So you're going to have that warmth. So when you play around with it, juxtaposing that with dark or whatever you want to do, it's money in the bank.
I have a question that I'm really excited to ask. One of the three of you has a Band-Aid on your bottom lip.
I only know.
You wrote that? You got that?
I know it is 3 Band-Aids or no Band-Aids. I'm out of triplets. Because I'll tell you why, and then, everyone laughs, but I'll tell you why. When you come out, immediately everyone goes, they're triplets, one band, why? And they are not paying attention while you're doing your shit. Yeah. And you're setting something up, and you're doing something that's distracting when it comes out. It's not that it's on purpose. If a 450-pound person comes out and starts talking about their dating life, the audience immediately subconsciously goes, why aren't they talking about being 450 pounds right out the gate? Yeah. So we can agree that we agree on what's up. And you guys we're triplets, and we're exactly the same, and then we think it's a gag.
Jason, you're letting these guys off the hook. What the fuck's under the Band-Aid, dude?
I ate an elbow playing basketball, and it's just
You ate an elbow? I was hoping to take the Band-Aid off. I want to see it. I was hoping to
Why not? Here's another group I think that I found censorship. I've been saying for a long time, and it's kind of impressive. Really like the judge. It's very bothersome to me that you don't have to be an action on a very special character. You're supposed to be kidding on very important shit. Why? You'll never see it. It's locked up in a box. And it was why. And my father worked and spent all this money that he didn't have.
Yeah, I don't want to rip it. I don't want to rip it.
You know it's a cold sore. Hold on, wait a second. Stop for a second. Then we're gonna get right back to the take it off chant. You know that it's a cold sore because his two brothers were the ones that started the chant. Only two guys in the room that know that it's it's a cold sore started a take it off chant.
I am willing to take bets that it is a fourth thing that looks like that.
Go ahead.
And it was a cold sore. It was a cold sore, and I put so much makeup on it.
What? You lied about the basketball thing?
Yeah, of course I did.
Oh my God.
Of course I did.
It's not a cold sore.
First you know, how could you? Holy
It's a Netflix injury.
There was no reason why.
You would have.
By
the way, I lie about a cold sore. No, you don't lie about her. Here's what you don't do. You don't lie about it and then confess on the same show a minute and a half later that you lied. Literally 90 seconds goes by. It's gonna be a fucking gift, by the way. Congratulations. Wow, you two must just be eating that up as triplets. Just like, oh well, look which one of the DNA fucked up. Man.
Hey, I have a question. Have any of you conspired to be like, we have a much better twins act if we kill old fuckface?
Yeah, me and herpes here.
Of course. Let me ask old fucking Band-Aid on the fucking face. I think old Band-Aid beard better fucking sleep with his eyes open.
Let me ask you a question, Verzi number 2. Do you remember? Do you know who it was? That
I don't know.
Really?
No.
Wow, you guys are banging that many triplets.
That gangbang, that's a snippet of our real life. That gangbang.
Did you just notice that they clapped at the same time like a football team? Like they just broke a huddle or something like that. And break. And that was impressive. Triplets. How old are you?
24. Tony, you know what I love about you guys, seriously, is that you guys are earnest, despite your cheesiness. You
guys are earnest. You're earnest. You're very earnest. Goes to jail, in fact, because you're not funny.
But you're hard.
Nothing on that. You guys are assholes. This is an asshole lobby.
Actually,
Ernest goes to jail.
This is
Shut up, fuck you.
Is that your heart?
Read the people on Twitter all day are gonna be like, that dumb audience didn't laugh at Ernest goes to jail. You're very Ernest goes to. I refuse to let this die.
You're earnest, you're hardworking, and there's 3 of you. So you've got that. Okay, but that wasn't my joke, Tony. That was a serious.
I mean, that wasn't a joke, so it couldn't have been your joke. It couldn't have been your joke.
I have a joke for you guys. If you guys are like, there's one thing we all like, and you go and 2 of you say sports, and 1 of you says anal. And then,
yeah, that's really good.
Yeah, and then.
By the way, those days, they're going to speak to 3 or 4-year-olds arguing with another and shooting in the ear. Hey, look, they say 2 words and they know the whole thing. It's time to go out. Hello, if everybody went to this, what you like? But they don't. No, but by the way, today. What was it today? Because of what people didn't think. And it has to do with the idol today.
You can call it back later and be like, yeah. And our favorite sport is, and then 2 of you say basketball and 1 of you says anal. Yeah.
And by the way, you guys also have to start opening your brain and taking chances to the point to where the thing that you guys, and you did great, by the way, and I'm telling you, in 1 week, you took a fucking note, and people don't do this, took a note, you really answered the note, you took it head on, you wrote a bit. That's completely outside of your realm. But it just goes to show that the fucking, never. What you really, I'm pitching here, is that what you guys should have talked about is the thing we were sort of, at least I was wondering, which is, why does the one have a Band-Aid on his lip? Like, when you guys are writing the day of and taking chances and talking about the elephant in the room, and by that I'm talking about whatever's underneath that Band-Aid, then, I mean, you're going, like, next level. And I'm not saying you shouldn't have done what you did, but I'm saying, like, you guys have to start going, like, we can make fun of anything, and you can riff, and take
trying to be
chances.
nice. He didn't want us to talk about it, so we're trying to be nice and not talk to it.
But that's another. Then here's another next level lesson: is like you gotta open up. You know what I mean? It's part of what you got yourself into is that if you don't have the makeup or the know-how to cover up something like that, or the medicine or whatever it is.
He went out and bought like a huge thing of cover up, and it still didn't work.
Look how upset he is. This is beautiful.
That's my follow-up question, Tony. If all three of you get a vote for the other guy in 5 years, let me hear your vote.
Listen to all the ladies about gay. Listen to all the ladies that have cold sores yelling at each other in the back.
It's not just that. It could be a whole plethora of things.
I sort of feel fucking bad for him.
If all three of you get a vote in 5 years, which one of you is gay?
Whoa!
See how fast that was? That was fast.
That was great.
Dude, they like when they said that like you might have something to announce right now.
It's just because it's because I shaved my chest. That's why.
Oh, is it, bro? Is that it?
Is that the only reason?
Let's ask them why they said that.
Come on, cold sore, get your fucking revenge. This guy's starting chants on you.
He's very into himself. He's kind of like Patrick Bateman is. He's really into his body and obviously.
He snores with cocks in his mouth.
Yeah. Versi number 3. What's the gayest thing you've ever had in your butt? No, that's versi number 1.
It's a strong question.
You, Tony.
Hallelujah, it's raining. Alright, then I go here.
Great job, guys.
Man, you can't hate on people that take the notes. That's fucking incredible.
Hard work. Hard work will get you further than anything else.
And that's coming from a guy who, admittedly, you lashed out on them harder than I've ever seen you lash out on anybody ever. You hated them when you first saw them, and that's what you just said. That's what I'm saying. The growth of that little storyline of the Verzi triplets is pretty awesome. One more time for the Verzi triplets, everybody. Come on. There's 3 of them. They should at least get double the applause. I pulled another name out of the bucket. Put your hands together for Tom Whalen.
I'm going to say Tom.
What's up, everybody? Shit. Had a tough day. Got my lighter stolen? Sorry, I'm not trying to play the victim. That was an awful joke. I wrote that 10 seconds ago. I live a kind of minimalistic life. I have a... Tap one off. Come in on tap one off. Listen, if I'm going to come in, I'm coming in on tap one off. I tap one off, and then I got to go eat breakfast with my roommates, who are little Asian girls. And what kind of porn do I watch? Little Asian girls. And they got cream of wheat. They're eating the sloppiest breakfast possible.
Fuck yeah. You done? Tom Whalen, everybody. There he is. Who would have guessed on the episode in which I mentioned that if the wire gets wiggled a little bit, to just touch the wire to make sure that for the podcast that is live, the live podcast, hundreds of thousands of listeners, that you would touch the wire to knock it back into place. Meanwhile, on that very same episode,
aliens have
I feel like that was a chance for me to showcase my...
I had a lot more that I was going to say, but I mean, I guess I'm just like spitballing here. Like, I guess if I'm mid-sentence, that means just everybody just jump in as hard as you can. But okay, let's go on with whatever Brian's shoving down our throats right now. Go ahead, Brian.
It takes to plug in a microphone. Bend over and
3 seconds, yep. Was going to do a whole thing that was funnier than that. Anyway, Tom,
I'll say this.
What are we doing here? Tom.
Yes.
What makes you think, what made you roll with that like that?
You know, I don't know.
You didn't think about the podcast?
I was all piss and vinegar, honestly. I just felt like, you know what I'm saying? Inexperience.
It's all right.
I just feel like it. Like as a human being, there's a lot of people in this room. I know 100,000 people will listen to this, but this room is packed. Yeah. And the mic dropped out. You know you have a minute left. And I actually thought you were very professional about that. You brought your voice up to a theatrical level, and you conveyed your set. You knew you had 40 seconds left, and you're like, I don't want to spend 3 minutes plugging in all my things. So
It's going to take you 2 seconds to plug into my heat. If you hire your voice while you bend over, pick it up.
you do that 190 people or whatever, how many people are you?
You do the no-look wire grab. There's no question about this. You do a no-look wire grab. You pick that shit up and
you guys are saving the podcast. When I explained what I thought your moment was, it got an applause break, and I feel like everyone in this room.
Yeah, it wasn't really an applause break. It was like
that good.
It was the Hillary voters. It was like 5 chicks in the room that slightly clapped together.
Could have been embarrassed. I feel like
nobody with any goddamn passion that would show up to the actual voting poll booth. Did I say that right? No. Tom, you were the worst undercover cop comedian I've ever seen in my life.
Tony, that all being said, yeah. What do you look like you're wearing a wire in high school?
For Speed 7, funny jokes.
What do you do for work?
I work at a sandwich place right now. I used to listen. Do you understand that people accept my opinion like it's fact? You look at this belly and you're buying a sandwich when I write.
Hey, I'm gonna interrupt you because you know you said after you told your first joke, you said I wrote that in 10 seconds, and it goes back to what we were just talking about with the birdies triplets, which is hard work.
You're right.
So that's all I have to say.
You're right. No, you're absolutely right. He's right.
What sandwich place do you work at?
The carving board. I work in the one in West
You are our top sandwich consultant.
Absolutely.
Have you tried the carving board?
No.
I have. And it's actually, are you at the one on Sunset?
No, I'm at the one in West Hollywood, but I get the discount. So you know what I'm saying, bro?
Ladies, it's like a Subway guy bragging to me like, dude, let's go to any Subway. And I'm like,
50%.
Let's go. You have what I would term fear confidence. Do you understand what I mean?
Yeah.
Fear confidence. Yeah.
And when you get uncomfortable, you just sort of turn into like Chris Farley a little bit, right?
Yeah. Or unplug your mic on purpose.
You get like real goofy. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Where you from?
I'm from the Boston area, North Shore, Beverly, Massachusetts.
Yeah, definitely.
What if you got more specific?
Western Streeto, 9107.
Up here,
7 degrees north,
7 degrees south, yeah. Exactly.
That's fun. How long you been in the sandwich business, Tom?
Sometimes
I like to switch over to like radio voice and come out of nowhere. Let me ask you another crazy one. Here comes another one.
Yeah.
Here's one question for you, Tom.
Sandwich game's been about 3 months, Tony.
You've been in a coma for 27 years?
Yeah. No, I worked at the YMCA before that. And before that, I was actually a radio show host.
Why do I feel like you worked at the YMCA at the only sandwich place there? Like it wasn't actually the YMCA.
All right, I'm gonna do something.
Sure.
All right.
Yes.
Oh Jesus.
Put your mic in your
How's this your song about how Jared
No.
The ideas you have that last longer 10 seconds.
Put your mic in the mic stand. That's it. That's it. Put your mic in the mic stand. Stand behind it. Okay, it's a fucking real note.
I love that. Real note.
Behind it. Okay, that's it. Chill. There you go.
There you go. How do you feel right now, Tom?
I feel good.
Do you? Why do I feel like even with the mic in the mic stand, he's so accident prone that the mic cord's just gonna bloop and just fall right out? How does it even happen?
It's like a Final Destination movie waiting to happen.
And by the way, let it be known, a lot of audience members don't know this. You know, we do this every single night, regularly. If you ever happen to see a mic cord fall out of the microphone, that's because somebody handled the mic not as professionally as they should have. There's actually a little eject button right there if you don't know. So if you hit it, then you hit it. but you're not going to see winners ever really hit it.
Don't do what I did. Don't do what I did. Hey, Tony, has anybody ever told you look like the elf in the shelf was molested as a child?
Actually, what's funny is that somebody did once tell me that. There's two people that obviously hate me that over-owed that. And I know who they were, too. Fucking, what's his fucking name? Piece of shit. Mia Sriracha, I saw you, motherfucker. Yeah, okay. Tom's your boy.
You see when you did that laugh? Yeah. When you did that laugh and you backed away, it was too much. It was false. So just stay. Pretend your mustache is telling a joke. Maybe it wasn't false, but I think because you're under the lights, it was slightly false. I think it was slightly exaggerated. And Tom, do you have roommates? We're animals.
I do have roommates.
How many roommates do you have?
Two roommates right now.
What do they do for work?
I think dudes, honestly, when they hide it. One of them says she's a Lyft driver, and she works for like central casting, and the other says that she's in the fashion industry.
Have you ever seen the movie Super Troopers?
Yeah.
Farva? Yeah. There you go. Brian, right there.
Gentlemen, Michael.
Anything else for Tom, guys? Steve, what are your thoughts on Tom? I know you're
right away.
How long have you been here?
Dude, I can tell you love comedy. I do. Like I think you're a little nervous because it means so much to you.
Yeah.
And I think that's awesome. And I realize what makes this great is that you're giving everybody an opportunity because there's a real crowd with real energy. And it's just fucking great to be here and to be a part of this. It allows you to play. I felt you come out, you're like, this is a real set. Don't mess it up. And then when the lights are out, I was like, oh my God.
Yeah.
It's adorable and cool.
Thank you, man. Appreciate that.
Minna said that he looks like he makes a hell of a deep dish pizza.
Jesus, he did. Like, I mean, you're a big goofball, aren't you, Tom?
Beggars in Chicago, they got that dope deep dish.
Are you from Chicago?
No, but I went to college in Chicago.
Where'd you go?
Columbia College.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's
the only place that would accept me.
Yeah. Wow, you have an interesting look to you. Really interesting.
You look like a child molester that's scared of kids.
Yeah. I don't understand it, but I like it.
Yeah, thank you.
On the nose. They intimidate me. I want to keep them as far away as possible.
Yeah, but you also fucking up them too.
Well, there he goes. The carving board's greatest comedian, ladies and gentlemen. He's on Twitter. It's Mr. J. Whalen. Sir Thomas J. Whalen. Oh shit, we're walking people tonight. This is an interesting crowd. I can tell some people really don't want to be here. I don't know what happened. I don't know if some people like overbelieved how bad I thought this episode was, but I make that joke a lot.
It's bad though. I met people.
This lady right here in the front row, I can't take my eyes off her. You guys notice this too? I love this. This lady right here, I can't take my eyes off her. Rest of the audience, and I never get this distracted by an audience. But I can't take my eyes off of her because she refuses to even look up at this show. Yeah. She's so mad whoever brought her here to this place for her to enjoy herself. A place built around humans enjoying themselves.
I've only seen
for decades of history of every single night of the year, people enjoy themselves.
I've seen the top of her head. She was faking an abortion the whole time.
Oh, I mean, it's really incredible. I don't know if you're like physically
this way.
If you're physically allergic to comedy or something like that. I've never really seen it, but what were you saying? You guys are here like specifically to hopefully see somebody in particular?
Tony, nails on your bucket, Tony.
Yeah.
Tough front row.
Yeah, it's really, really tough. I mean, you know, if not, it's all gonna be okay. Check this out. Look at that. That's stacked. Three more. Put your hands together. Could be a cousin of some kind of yours. He could be one of your cousins that you've never met before. Trevor Anderson, everybody. Get the fuck out of here. I want to put walls
Triplets. Anderson. Put your hands together.
So a friend of mine was making fun of me for cooking. He thinks it's curly. Hold on, there's more to this joke. I thought I'd prove him wrong, so I took the manly room in my kitchen, the cabin skillet, and I put everything manly in there. Eggs and bacon and hash brown onions and everything that I was picking up. And it came out glorious manly pie, and I said, dude, that's manly. He said, dude, that's a quiche. Yeah, I used to live in Japan. I made a lot of mistakes out there. Like, for example, I didn't know that Asian people do not like to be associated with or confused for other groups of Asian people. So I had this Japanese friend, are you North or South Korea? Yeah, he lost his shit. His throat, so he's like, so, North Korean, I guess.
Wow. That's another thing that this show is cool for. You get to meet somebody hilarious sometimes. That was great, Trevor. Where are you from?
From Rialto, San Bernardino area.
San Bernardino. How long have you been on stand-up?
About 4 years. Kind of gappy, though.
Kind of gappy.
Yeah.
You don't know of any Asians, do you?
Oh, yeah, I do.
Tony, was this just me, or when you said that Asian joke, I didn't think there was a punchline coming?
It's funny you say that. It's funny you say that because I actually did. And I got to see it. The moment that you laughed as hard as you did, I literally thought to myself, I'm like, that's surprising that Pat didn't see that. So it's funny that you literally asked me that because when he did that joke, my main thing was like, wow, Pat didn't see that North Korea thing. Like, I mean, at least I was hoping. That happens sometimes where I'm like, oh my God, this person figured this out. This is going to get 2 big laughs. There's the one. Here it comes. And he nailed it. Sometimes people don't have that. It's not to the, I mean, like, sometimes I'm surprised when you're surprised.
Well, sometimes I wasn't even totally in the moment because I thought that he was set up to kill with the energy in the room. He was totally, at more than any comedian of the night, brought up to an energy that was primed to go. I think it's like a little bit more than that. Then the mic
well, I bet you do, but let me ask you this. That voice cracking on Curly wasn't it? You're right. If you could figure out how to do that every time, that's one of the funniest things I've ever seen. And immediately I realized, like, oh my God, it was just an accident. Yeah. And now I got to laugh on the night. You had a great set. But it got better than that. That was the joke of the night. I mean, accidentally, and that's comedy. But if you figure out a way, and even afterwards, I'm like, if that was on purpose, it's killer. Like, people will all die for that. It's not that hard to do, I don't think. Somebody said that. I don't know. Maybe it is. It's your right. This that one thing. Yeah, that was awesome. Yeah. Why do I feel like you're an anomaly? Why do I feel like you have another ton of negative shit that happen in your life? It's funny as you actually are. Yeah, that's weird. Is that true? Your parents are still together, healthy, everything's good. You have a savings account.
I do. I have no debt.
You've been a
solution empowering. Want software to help manage and grow your fitness business? Get MindBody, the proven solution empowering.
Any career your entire life? Sorry, college graduate?
No, yep. Get out of comedy. Get out of comedy. I hate music, though. All the time.
How old are you, Trevor?
I'm 33.
theater background? Shut up. Yes or no? Yes. Straight, honest with me.
Come on, Jason, you can make quiche.
I was raised by lesbians. I was gay before anybody in this room that you ever even thought about. I was that kid at the party. Gay or straight? Gay or straight?
He just straight out of the closet.
What?
Is that
100% straight. 100% yeah. Alright. Thanks.
I have no idea what just happened.
Tony, gay vibe? No, but
honestly,
never got it.
So it's almost like a reverse thing where I almost feel like he's King Pussy Slayer for some reason.
Right.
He seems like the kind of guy that like
genius.
Okay, now I feel like people from like the South would think that he's gay, but like I don't know. I think if living in West Hollywood for the past decade, I feel like I have somewhat of a decent gaydar, and for some reason, I think you get a ton of pussy.
Yeah, now my
you're wearing a Fender T-shirt. Yeah. Do you play?
Just a fan.
Just a fan of Fender guitars.
You want to stand by your pussy statement, Tony?
A lot of people like bands and rock stars. Me, I get the instrument all the credit.
Brian, gay or straight? Vibe straight. Really?
Yeah. You're sitting too close to his dick.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Smells gay as fuck. Straight vibe. What about a molested vibe? No molested vibe.
Let me ask you this. Here we go.
Just
Joel Traveler. What would you consider like one of the worst things that ever happened? You ever you're like heartbroken or like
maybe George Michael dying or
come up with your
yeah, I was married briefly.
You were? Yeah. How old were you when you got married?
23.
Wow. How old was the girl that you married?
47. We're the same age.
Yeah.
Yeah. She cheated on me and then got into fetish porn. So yeah, that's pretty brutal for me.
Wait, were you on the I don't know what the black and red is.
Woke up quick. What kind of fetish porn was it? I don't want it's like piercings and like they zip tied her pussy. Yeah. Wow.
So it really tight or
yeah, it really hurt. Yeah, pussy. I don't know. Like maybe I probably shouldn't have brought that up.
Trevor, be honest, Trevor. Be honest.
Is that what made you gay?
He's not gay.
I'll let you know when I figure it out. For a friend.
He's not gay, but after my new level 2 analysis, he might just be, and correct me if I'm wrong, Trevor, would you consider yourself, do you think you're probably a little bit boring in the bedroom?
I don't think so. I have a great time every time.
Would you be willing to share like a cool trick or something like that you do?
A cool trick?
I don't know. Is there something you ever say or do which you're like, man, that always works for me?
No, I'm sorry. I wish I could think of something. I don't have any
fucking pussy.
All right. I like a good choking. Yeah.
It's not the right sound effect for that, but it's still funny. You like.
Take off your glasses for a second.
The way that you just said
that's what he's a normal guy who fucking slays Jesus. Why do I
Rabbi Rothschild has yet
feel like now that his glasses are off, a
looks
Superman
forward
cape's about
to meeting
to fly
him
out from the background.
and considers
You look like a jester snorted Viagra.
That's how I like to What's up with your voice tonight, Jason?
content produced
Trevor.
to be love
So,
letters
I mean, that breakup was tough
and
for
messages
you.
in a bottle.
How's it been going now, though?
I'm doing a lot better. Yeah.
You on dating websites and stuff?
Yeah, I've done some of that.
Last date you went on, when was that?
Just before Christmas.
And all through the house.
Yeah.
I hated that.
That's here now. You stumbled in court.
Damn, that's
So,
good as fuck.
How did that go? What'd you guys do?
We went to dinner and then my house.
Applebee's had you hooked up in dinner and then my house.
You
So
should get the biggest paper roll.
there's a slow dinner.
Damn, that is fucking good.
A bar with a secret pub in the back room. It's kind of douchey, but yeah.
A bar with a pub in the back.
Yeah, it's like a speakeasy. It's like a speakeasy.
Give it to the Bill Cosby of fucking restaurateurs over here. Hey, man, I'm starving. How about you? Yeah, you ready for this? There's some whiskey and beer. Let's do this shit. You just get right in. Did it end up working for you?
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna see her again. You are. Yeah.
What base did you get to with her?
Well, I guess what's anal?
You like showing ads? Okay, cool, sorry. Peace.
I went down to the big climbing tree in Robert's Woods. And in it,
You son of a bitch. The king of the misdirect. Anything else for Trevor, guys? Steve?
I just think you made a good point earlier about his voice cracking. Always right on stage. Like, the performance has to come alive in the moment. But then the secret is making things that were planned to appear not to be.
And you can also accentuate them, you know what I mean? You can make it look longer. You can just make it longer by just going for it. Again, I mean, it's just unbelievable. I mean, if you try something, it's gonna always get a few chuckles from just people that are like surprised and stuff.
Tony, I got a question for you.
Yes, go ahead.
How did you find out?
Same thing goes for you, by the way, that I just said about that. Go ahead.
I know.
I figured it. Both my bookends are out of control.
How did you find out your wife was doing zip tie fetish porn?
Yeah. She sent me the link to her FetLife profile.
Wow. One of the link, two on the stick. You know,
Not very subtle. Your wife. No. That's why I feel.
Did you see it coming? I mean, like, was it something that's overnight? Like,
no, I was. So we were both in the Navy at the time, and there was deployments, and we got back, and it's all about.
You gotta go, believe it or not, Trevor. Go, get out of here. We have
one
last comedian.
About semen.
We have one final comedian. It's a really big deal. Ladies and gentlemen, this young lady has been a regular on this show, writing and performing, not out of the bucket. She writes and performs a brand new minute every single week. It's gigs in all of comedy, writing and performing a new minute every week. That's 60 new minutes a year if executed properly. Not easy to do. Has been, obviously mentored by the last 60 guests on the show. Blah, 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 blah. This is a really big deal, though. It's been an awesome pleasure working with her. Put your hands together for the final 1 minute set of Vanessa Johnson, everybody. Here you go.
I feel like that this is the technology problem, not me. So I'm an atheist, which sucks because I'm afraid of the dark. But I still go to church because I like the songs. My favorite part is when they talk about the birth of Jesus and then everyone sings Silent Night because it makes absolutely no sense. Dude, like, this bitch is having a baby in a barn full of noisy animals with a virgin-type pussy. That's the least Silent Night ever. It's more like Bloody Night. Everyone's all upset that Jesus got killed, but like, dude, he got killed when he was 32. Back then, that was like so old, People didn't even start taking Jesus seriously until he was like 31. They're like, man, this dude might be the son of God. No one's lived past 30.
Bing, bang, boom. Another new minute from Vanessa Johnson. I love it. I feel like you could have gotten right into the fucking son of a bitch. What was the first punchline?
I'm an atheist, which sucks for the dark. Oh, the Silent Night.
Yeah, the Silent Night. You could have just gotten right into fucking Christmas is fucked up. Silent Night. You know what I mean? What kind of sign? I mean, is it about him getting made, or is it about? I don't know. Anyway, but I love the part that sort of went under the radar during that set of when you said, everybody's all upset about Jesus getting killed or whatever. I love that. Yeah. And I think it's important to always remember that some of the stuff that you're saying is going to be funny, but you don't leave them a chance to it's funny, because that's just a simple beat thing. Because look, I just got that laugh off of literally just saying something that you said. But a lot of people don't even notice it if you don't, you just gotta breathe sometimes, even though you only have 60 seconds. It's not easy.
Isn't that, Tony? Isn't that like kind of a
I know this is just comedy talk, but it's a fine line letting things breathe versus pacing because sometimes people will go too slow, right, and sit and it just sucks all the energy out of the room. They'll say one line, like that's my big line, and then wait 3 seconds, 4 seconds, and then it kind of I don't know, it's a tricky thing,
and it changes and it evolves continuously. So. It's one of those things. I mean, it changes in a matter of 2 minutes. You could be 10 minutes into a 15-minute set, murdering, and you start going too fast and you don't realize it until 20 seconds too late, and then they feel you make the adjustment. So it's one of those important things where, the great classic note is just listen to yourself while you're performing. Listen through the speakers and not through your mouth, sort of, into the audience. Anyway. Well, and by the way, this is your last minute, so thank you so much for being part of the show. It is sad. We're moving on to new things. We're doing the road and very cool things like that.
I would really like to invite you next Wednesday to the Death Squad Secret Show in the main room.
Awesome. Cool, guys.
And she goes, Vanessa Johnson, ladies and gentlemen. And here you go. Let's shock the world. Mr. Nice Guy, we have 2 minutes left. After this, we're not even going to talk to him. We're not going to say a word to this guy. We're going to give him a minute right now. Put your hands together for Brett Morris, ladies and gentlemen. Fine. You have a bunch of fucking angry people in the front. You win, Brett. You win, Brett.
Merry Christmas.
There you go. Brett Morris, everybody. There you go. Brett Morris.
How we doing? A little bit about myself. I'm 32, and I feel like as I'm getting older, I'm getting a lot more stickler for the rules. As an example, my friend on Facebook, he posted a pretty nasty picture of his cock on Facebook. So, what anybody would do, I reported it. It would mean even 6 young chicks in the picture with this. I don't care if he was working on a free-range farm raising chickens or not. The rules are the rules.
Bill! Brett Morris, you did it. There you go. That's our time. We got you up. We squoze you in here. Brett Morris, there he goes.
Good job, buddy. Good job.
Come back more often. This is your first time doing stand-up? Very first time doing stand-up. Brett Morris. There it is. Brett Morris, ladies and gentlemen. Will you come back again? Do you live in LA?
Greatest place in the world.
Visiting from where?
Great job.
On your way to San Francisco. Are you living there now? Where do you live? South Florida. Fuck yeah. Well, there you go. Well, if we ever go to South Florida, you'll be on the show.
Don't ever leave.
Brett Morris. Jason Tebow has a new album coming out the second week of January. What's it called?
Return to the Red Stage, January 14th on all things records and iTunes.
And Steve Simone's album is out right now. One of the top sellers on all iTunes.
Yeah, it's called What's Up, Nerds.
What's Up, Nerds? That's what it is. I get them all confused. I remember back when you had no albums. Now you're like Katy Perry over here. Pat, what's up? What do you got?
Love you, Tony. Thank you for the time and creative freedom.
Thank you. He's at Patty Reagan on Twitter. Joel Jimenez is at Mostly Sorry. Brian Redband, we're going to San Francisco and Moon Tower. I'm also doing stand-up in a bunch of places. Calgary, Dallas, San Antonio, Corpus Christi, and a lot of other fun places. Check out TonyHinchcliffe.com tomorrow when I put up new dates on TonyHinchcliffe.com.
I'll be at San Jose Friday, and we have a secret show next Wednesday here at the Comedy Store.
Live audience, thank you so much. Have a great night, everybody. Take care. Yeah. Wait a minute.
Rabbi, coming to you live from the world famous comedy store for a brand new. Episode of Kill Tony, Volume 5. Give it up for Tony Hinchcliffe. Wow! Hello, everybody. Make some noise. You're at the #1 live podcast in the world. Holy shit. This is exciting. Another beautiful day. 2017 is amongst us. Yes. And this show, Kill Tony, is going to Onyx's Moon Tower April 20th, and we're going to Sketchfest January 27th. A different day. January 27th. No. All right. 21st, maybe?
Something like that. You
Well,
can find it
Google
on
it.
TonyHinchcliffe.com has all their tour dates.
That's right. It sure does. All updated. You guys ready to have a fun show or what? Hey, look, everybody. It's Josh Martin at Josh Martin Comic on Twitter, running around making sure everything's set up properly.
It's the 21st, Saturday, January 21st.
8 p.m. in San Francisco. The show that you're at right now in its home field at the Comedy Store will be at San Francisco Sketchfest. You guys ready to start the show or what? Ryan J. Ebelt is here, drawing tonight's episode back from his home state of Texas. Powerful Jamie Vernon on the HD camera in the back with his new white, powerful hoodies. Doesn't exactly, not the best marketing way to describe it, but the hoodie says powerful. The color is white. They are white, powerful hoodies. They're actually pretty awesome. He's wearing one. I want one. I don't know if you make it in always extra small, but I want one. Let's get the show started.
Okay, video. Only a guy that ever supervised video on this. And that's supposed to express water, whatever.
Bring up the band or the guests?
Let's bring up the guests.
Let's bring out the guests first. Let's do that. Actually, let's not do that. Let's bring up the band. At first, I changed my mind. You know the band, you love the band. I miss the band. There's some of it.
And you just use that move on the brother. You don't know what to do.
Been here, some have been out of town for the last few weeks. They all took different weeks off, but they're all back together. Put your hands together for the entire Kill Tony band. It's Pat Reagan, Jeremiah Watkins, and Joel Jimenez. Holy shit. Oh, wow, it's a New Year's entrance. Whoa. Wow. Yeah. Yes. I love it.
We should have done the guests first. We totally should have done the guests first. How about that? How's that for an entrance? It's the Kill Tony band, ladies and gentlemen. Here they are. Three. Of the funniest human beings on the planet. Human beings that crack me the fuck up. Jeremiah, that's your New Year's Eve get up?
Yeah, I'm fancy.
Love it. Well, welcome back, guys. Let's have some fun. You ready to meet tonight's guests, ladies and gentlemen? Huh? You guys like guests? Usually I keep the guests a secret pretty much every single week, but I got excited, wanted to start 2017 with the bang, so I already leaked it. You guys know who they are. Three of the funniest fucking human beings on the entire planet all at once. Let's see how loud this place can get for Dom Irera, Big J Okerson, and Doug Benson. Here they come. Fuck yeah. Get in close, guys. Welcome. Doug, have a seat.
Because I got...
Yeah.
I can't think of the word, but I did it.
There you go. Welcome back. Big J Okerson is here, ladies and gentlemen. Make some noise. You want to go Comedy Central special. Great show on CISO that I just did. When's that coming out? April. What's your fucking deal? Catch that on CISO in April.
You brought this up, dude. We were in the belly room last time. This thing's kind of fucking for reals.
Yeah, we have fun. Every other Monday we switch down to the main room.
Sick.
History-soaked stage. And we let fucking crazy people come up and do 60
Here's
seconds.
the Rose Bowl. Come on.
Dom Irera's back, everybody. Look at him. Come on. It's been a while since he's been on. He has parties on Monday nights during football season, and clearly also he's been training boxers in his spare time.
Albino.
The corner man you look like. I like that hat.
Fucking eyes are drooping. It's not funny to me.
So, I mean, you guys are all here. You've all done the show before. Let's just jump right into it. Guys, you know how it works. We talk to comedians after they do 60 seconds uninterrupted on this stage. They get to do whatever they want for 60 seconds. 450. Some people sign for tonight's show. Their names are on pieces of paper in this bucket right here. Absolutely anyone can sign up for the show before the show starts. Sometimes it's some of the brightest young talents that just moved here that are here to take over. And sometimes it's completely insane people, like to extreme levels.
Is there ever nudity?
Yeah, there has been a couple times. There's been glimpses of it early on. Early on, there was nudity. We've cleaned it up since then. But somehow, I mean, like,
Expecting no dong tonight? That I'm going to see a little dong?
There's a woman named Aphrodite who keeps her clothes on, but it's so wrong that you think her clothes are off.
Yeah. Oh, okay. That's fair.
I don't know if she's in the bucket tonight, but let's start the show. Comedians and people that signed up for the show, you know how it works. You get 60 seconds uninterrupted. You know your time's up when you hear the sound of a kitty. Oh, wrap it up then, or else you're gonna bring out the angry West Hollywood bear. There you go. That's very good. Okie dokie. All right. Okay. It's gonna be one of those nights. You guys ready to start the show? Main Room Comedy Store first show 2017. There's still confetti falling down from the rooftops. Your first Kill Tony performer of 2017 with an uninterrupted 60 seconds, and then we get to talk to him or her about anything in the world. Put your hands together for Jeff Wallace, everybody. Here we go. Come on up. Jeff Wallace, everybody. Come on.
Huh. All right, I didn't expect that to happen. How's it going, guys? All right, great. Okay, not a lot of time. A lot of people say I look like Brad Pitt. In the movie Benjamin Button, decide to look like an 80-year-old, 20-year-old. I don't know what age is. It doesn't seem to assault me. Anyhow, trying to get laid recently. Never do that, but I've been catching up on Heroes on Netflix. It was a good show. Anyhow, I met to text this girl. Yo, girl, you're missing out on a killer episode of Heroes. But if you don't notice, when the P on a keyboard on your phone is like right next to each other, and if you spell Heroes, it's Heroes, and if you spell herpes, it's Herpes. What I actually texted this girl is, yo, girl, you're missing out on a killer episode of Herpes. She still came over. She thought she had the green light. Big red cold sore. That's what it was. Anyway, thanks,
Jeff Wallace. There he is. Fuck yeah. That's fun, Jeff. Is this your first time coming to the show?
Yeah. I like the show. Great show. I listen to all the podcasts.
I wish I had taken notes during your thing, because all I could think of during it was there's a lot of jokes in here, but all of them need work.
Okay, all right, okay.
I thought it was clever how you did the setup and no punchlines.
Oh, damn it.
Such a tease.
Yeah, you're the M. Night Shyamalan of joke telling. People keep hoping for a twist, but no thank you.
I don't know if it's because I'm stoned, but don't the three neon signs look like me, Doug, and Dom?
Well, here at the Comedy Store, they love the legendary stand-up comics like Oliver Hardy.
Jeff Wallace.
I think that's Ed Wynn over there. I believe it's Ed Wynn, you know.
I grew up with those guys.
So, Jeff, how long have you been with stand-up?
About, I think, 4 years now.
Wow, where at?
Is that too long?
Yeah, where at?
What were you like when you started?
What?
What were you like when you started?
No, pretty much the same.
Wow, where have you been doing it at?
Visalia, California.
Where?
Visalia, California.
Magic Mountain.
Up north. It's
Oh, much further than that.
Gateway to
I was thinking of Valencia. Have you ever been there? They have good oranges.
Do that. I like oranges.
I just don't remember his jokes. I remember he had a lot of them.
Do you really have herpes, Jeff?
No.
All right,
You might as well have just said yes, straight up.
Oh, shit.
How is your love life?
It's going relatively well.
My love life is going relatively well, said the gentleman from the south.
Relatively well.
I'm doing mostly relatives.
Oh,
that's the joke I was making. It took a while.
Man.
If I had to give real comedy advice, it would be take 800 words out of that telephone dialing thing.
Okay, all right. I really wasn't expecting to get up here.
Right.
It's a lot of pressure. And
how old are you, Jeff?
36.
Older than you, which is weird because it seems that, you know, you're older than me for some reason.
It does not seem like that whatsoever to anyone. At all, to no one would ever in a million years, no matter who they are, guess that I am older than you. I don't know what kind of rose-colored glasses you're looking at life through, but obviously the ones that you were wearing when you wrote those fucking jokes that you did up here tonight. Because you are way off, sir.
Of your experience and how.
And you're like Kate Blanchett to his Benjamin Button.
What do you do for work, Jeff?
I'm in sales.
What are you selling?
European architectural hardware.
I'm in sales. Well, like you tried to put an extra spin on the word sales. I'm in sales.
No, it's nothing fancy.
I'm in sales.
Does he sort of look like a college party rapist?
Yes. Sort of, definitely.
It's like that part, a snapshot and like the kegger fucking cup.
Hey,
and I'm wearing wallet chains for fashion, and I can spot that.
That is a nice wallet chain you have there.
Thank you.
This week on Kill Tony, the bucket is only people that are part of it. We're doing a sting operation. So if we call your name, there's a good chance you're going to be arrested.
Jeff, what's the worst thing you've ever done?
Oh, I've done a lot of terrible things, but
you answer the question then, Jeff.
I don't know if I can really talk. About it. I've fallen off a tree before on my head.
Wait, what?
It's not like the worst thing I've intentionally done. It was relatively unintentional, but.
You visiting LA or do you live here?
I live here. I live in Long Beach.
How long have you lived here?
A year.
Awesome. And how far away is Velusa or whatever?
Visalia is about 4 hours.
North.
Yes.
Yeah.
Visalia is like Fresno adjacent, right?
Yeah.
There you go.
I've actually
I know it.
before.
I know the Central Coast.
You've been to Visalia?
Yeah.
Okay.
Doug, you're so prideful of your California geography knowledge.
You got to play every shithole town in the state when you start out.
My friend's wife tried to have sex with you.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry it didn't work out for her.
No, she probably is as well.
Oh,
whoa. Wow, this got dark.
Yeah.
She's dead. She killed herself. Like, it'd be kind of a badge of pride to be in somebody's suicide note, wouldn't it?
Hell yes.
Do you have any special skills or talents or hobbies that you're into, Jeff?
I love this question. I wish I knew how to do the yo-yo very well. I unfortunately don't.
Well, so many of us wish that we were more accomplished yo-yoists.
Is there an answer to the question?
I'm a writer. I do that.
What do you write?
I write short stories and screenplays. So obviously, they haven't been
Right. Quick, very long joke.
I'm sorry.
I apologize.
He's got a lot of guts. He stayed up there.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, he didn't run after his set.
It's designed like that on purpose. You go, do a little today. Why? So now we know why. This today stops. That's the way to look at that here. Figure it out. I'm alright. She's not going to the last one. Take it out of the country. Some say, alright, this alright, that's right. No, take it out of the country. Take it out of the country. Either it looks like this, a large end, or today like this. Not those things, all those things at the end of the line. Boy, I'm behind the Lord. Well, it says, she was warm, right? Like, the mind. And so, do it wow, the mind. What's the point of the So over here is the distance very far from mine and on the age and a half to mine and side. Look, spread the word around the world. Sponsor a share today. Good morning, Rabbi. Wow. That was very, very fun to get there. Ellie yourself, I believe that's how you pronounce your name. And Mickey first, the famous Mitchell in Miami, my son died there when he lived in Tower 41. And first off, it's such a beautiful work. Unbelievable work, beautiful guys. And it's like it's so fucking good. And this is it. Came out with I've got over 500,000 people on that famous story made it from prison, the thing about the cheers, my playing the whole thing, the unbelievable night show. I'm telling you now, we had 5,000 people. So it's a trip. So we don't want that trip. You know what? You're wrong. I'm not kidding. I think it's tonight. It's tonight. It's tonight.
It is December 1961. A dying 36-year-old man is smuggled out of North Africa by the CIA and laid in a hospital bed in Maryland. He is wanted by the French government. On the morning of December 3rd, his wife reads him the first... It is December 2nd, 1804. Inside the freezing walls of Notre Dame Cathedral, a 35-year-old artillery officer from Corsica takes a crown from the hands of the Pope himself and places it on his own head. In a single motion, he ends the revolution that made him and alters the fate of Europe forever. Tonight, we unravel the life of Napoleon Bonaparte. He is perhaps the most debated figure in modern history, a military genius who won 60 battles and rewrote the legal codes of an entire continent. The empire was paid for in blood, an estimated 3 to 6 million dead from Madrid to Moscow, in campaigns fought to satisfy one man's limitless hunger for glory. In tonight's episode, we'll trace Napoleon's extraordinary rise from a debt-ridden family on the fringes of Europe to the throne of the largest empire the continent had seen since Rome. We'll see how the wars he unleashed destroyed the old feudal order, redrew the borders of nations, and spread the dangerous idea that people could choose their own rulers. And finally, we'll reckon with the question that still haunts historians. Did he carry the revolution forward, or did he betray it? Before we begin, please take a moment to like and subscribe. It really helps us fight against algorithmic censorship. And let us know in the comments which topics you'd like us to explore next. Now, settle in as we journey back to a wild, rain-lashed island in the Mediterranean, where a restless boy is about to begin the most extraordinary ascent in modern history. Bonaparte. Chapters. Ascent. The island of Corsica was a place. It had never been fully independent, nor fully absorbed into any empire. The people there lived much as they had for centuries, subsisting on chestnuts, cheese, onions, fruit, and the occasional piece of goat or pork, all of it washed down with local wine. Even the bread was made from chestnuts. Wealth differentials were narrow, the society pre-feudal in its structure, and yet every family carried a fierce sense of pride and dignity. You didn't cross a Corsican household lightly. Any act of violence could trigger a vendetta from which there was almost no escape. Because nothing stayed secret for long in such a restricted. Bonaparte family had settled generations earlier, their lineage traced back to minor gentry from Tuscany and Liguria, and they'd eventually put down roots in Ajaccio. The family home had been carved up over the years by successive dowries, leaving 7 members crammed into roughly 40 dilapidated square meters. In the summer of 1764, the 18-year-old Carlo Bonaparte married 14-year-old Letizia Ramolino. The match came with a dowry that boosted Carlo's social standing. Letizia was beautiful, strong-willed, and strict with her children. She administered slaps freely and without hesitation. It was a tough household. Meanwhile, Corsica was in the grip of something larger. Pasquale Paoli had proclaimed a Corsican republic back in 1755, governing from the hill town of Court. He'd established a constitution, institutions, even a university. But France could not tolerate a utopian republic sitting on its doorstep. Following the Treaty of Versailles in 1768, French troops moved in. The decisive engagement came at Porto Novo in May of 1769. The Corsican forces were routed. Paoli fled over the mountains and into exile in England. Carlo Bonaparte submitted to the new French authorities and turned back towards Ajaccio. On the journey home, crossing the mountains, Letizia's mule stumbled while fording the river Liamone. She nearly lost the child she was carrying. That child was born on the night of the 15th of August, 1769, and named Napoleon after his great-uncle. The French military governor, the Comte de Marbeuf, needed loyal supporters among the local notables, and the Bonaparte family fit the role. Marbeuf became a frequent visitor to the household, so frequent that his closeness to Letizia fueled local gossip about the paternity of her next child. Napoleon spent a happy early childhood playing in the streets of Ajaccio with his cousins, summering up in the hills at Boccognano. His mother would later recall that of all her children, he'd been the most intrepid, aggressive, quarrelsome, always pushing. But the French suppression of Corsican resistance left its marks on the boy. Mobile columns burned crops across the countryside and hanged corpses along public highways as warnings. These were the sights of his youth. Carlo eventually secured a royal bursary for Napoleon at the Military Academy of Brienne. The application required proving both noble credentials and indigence. The boy arrived at the austere institution run by the Order of Minims on the 15th of May, 1779. He was puny, olive-complexioned, and spoke poor French, all of which marked him immediately as a foreigner and an easy target. He read constantly. He fenced off a small allotment of land for himself, a place to be alone. There's something about that image, a boy alone with his books, trying to piece together the entire world from what he could read. That same hunger is what drives a project like The Book by Hungry Minds, the ultimate guide to rebuilding a civilization. Over 400 pages covering humanity's greatest inventions and discoveries, from engineering to medicine to architecture, each one illustrated in this striking blend of medieval art and technical drawing. The paper quality alone is worth picking it up for. Every spread has that weight and texture that makes you want to slow down and actually sit with it. It raised over $2.3 million on Kickstarter, became a bestseller, and there's even a hidden quest buried inside for readers to uncover. It's honestly one of the best gifts for anyone with a restless, curious mind. Excuse to keep yourself. Use the code. Simply that he lay himself open breaches constantly, breaking foil after foil. He groaned at the frivolity of the other pupils. When his father died of stomach cancer in February 1785, the weight of the family landed squarely on his shoulders. Commissioned as a second lieutenant in the artillery regiment of La Fère, Napoleon was stationed in Valence by November of that year. He read voraciously history, geography, philosophy, and fell heavily under the influence of Rousseau. He wrote a short essay on suicide, asking, "Since I must die one day, would it not be as well to kill myself?" He described himself as always alone while surrounded by people, preferring to sit with his own melancholy. During long leaves of absence, he spent 21 months back in Corsica, managing the family's dwindling finances and a failing mulberry nursery. He adopted the pose of the persecuted patriot, writing a history of the island that cast the French as barbarous occupiers. "I was born as the fatherland was perishing," he wrote to Paoli, describing how the screams of the dying and the tears of despair had surrounded his cradle. The outbreak of the French Revolution in 1789 found him stationed in Auxonne. Riots broke out. He marshaled troops against the crowds, but expressed a deep distaste for the mob, complaining that he'd been prevented from firing on them. He returned to Corsica, where he and his brother Joseph threw themselves into local politics, distributing tricolour cockades and forming a citizens' militia. But Paoli had returned from exile, and the old leader viewed the Bonaparte brothers with suspicion. Napoleon secured a command in the Ajaccio National Guard through intimidation, going so far as to kidnap a voting commissioner to swing the election. Tensions boiled over on the 8th of April, 1792, when his volunteers fired on townsfolk and attempted to seize the citadel. Denounced by Paoli's supporters and facing assassination, Napoleon slipped out of Ajaccio by boat. In his absence, Paoli's partisans sacked the family home. Letizia gathered the children and fled into the hills. A French naval squadron eventually evacuated them, and in June of 1793, the Bonaparte family sailed for the mainland as destitute refugees. The rupture with Corsica was total. The young artillery officer who had dreamed of liberating his island now had nothing to go back to. What he had instead was a commission in the French army, a large family to feed, and a republic tearing itself apart around him. Chapter 2. The Jacobin General. The Bonaparte family washed ashore in Toulon during the summer of '73 It was a city that had lost its mind. Jacobin mobs roamed the streets, hanging wealthy citizens from lampposts and beating others to death in broad daylight. It was no place for a destitute family with young children. Letizia gathered them up and moved to the nearby village of La Valette, where things were quieter, where they could breathe. Napoleon, meanwhile, rejoined his regiment in Nice and collected his back pay, sending what he could to keep his mother and siblings fed. He also dashed off a political pamphlet called Le Souper de Beaucaire, a pointed defense of the Jacobin government that served a second purpose, distancing the family name from Paoli and any whiff of counter-revolution. It wasn't long before Toulon made headlines again. Royalist insurgents had seized the city and handed it, along with the entire French Mediterranean fleet, over to the British Royal Navy. The Republic dispatched an army of raw recruits to take it back, led by General Carteau, a painter by trade, with about as much military experience as you'd expect from one. The besieging artillery needed a commander after the previous one took a wound, and the Corsican deputy Salicetti knew just who to call. Napoleon arrived and sized up the situation fast. The key was a promontory overlooking the outer harbour. Take that, and the British ships would have no choice but to pull out. His superiors didn't see it that way, but Napoleon had stopped listening to them. He stripped surrounding posts of cannons, powder, and horses, building up an artillery park from almost nothing. He set up foundries to cast cannonballs. He trained infantrymen to serve as gunners. At night, he slept on the ground beside his batteries, wrapped in his cloak, close enough to feel the heat of the barrels. General Dobbin, observing from a comfortable distance, noted that the young officer combined a rare bravery and indefatigable energy, considerable talent. The final assault on Fort Mulgrave came on the 17th of December in a torrential rainstorm. Napoleon led from the front. His horse was shot out from under him, and an English corporal drove a lance into his leg. He kept going. Once the fort was taken, he turned its guns on the British ships and fired red-hot cannonballs into the harbour. 2 vessels exploded. The British evacuated, taking French royalists with them, and the Republican troops who flooded back into Toulon carried out reprisals that were savage even by the standards of the terror. At 24, Napoleon was promoted to Brigadier General. His comrades took notice. Claude Victor described him as small in stature but well proportioned, thin and puny in appearance but taut and strong, with eyes that seemed to send out shafts of fire. The young general, exhausted and suffering from scabies he'd picked up during the siege, accepted a quieter posting as Inspector of Coastal Defences. He needed the rest. It didn't last. When Robespierre fell, Napoleon's name was on the list. He spent 11 days under house arrest before being cleared and let go. He drifted to Marseille, where his brother Joseph had done well for himself, and there he met Désirée Clary, a modest 16-year-old. They became engaged. His letters to her read less like love notes and more like homework assignments, advice on what to read, how to practice her music. Ordered to fight insurgents in the Vendée, Napoleon did what he could to avoid it. He traveled to Paris, obtained sick leave, and plunged into the hedonistic society of the capital. Wealthy women wore flesh-colored pantaloons and dresses of transparent gauze. Napoleon, with his unkempt hair and clumsy French, fit in about as well as a stray dog at a dinner party. The wife of his friend Barrienne described him as cold, somber, and little short of savage. Feeling thoroughly out of place, he channeled his gloom into a novella, Clisson et Eugénie, about a misunderstood military genius who flees society, finds love with a pure woman, and dies heroically. Around the same time, the War Ministry struck him off the list of artillery generals. He was put on half pay. He wrote to Joseph that he was very little attached to life. He floated the idea of throwing himself under a passing carriage. Then came October 1795, and with it, a lifeline. Royalist sections of Paris rose against the government, and the politician Paul Barras needed someone who could act fast. He appointed Napoleon as his second-in-command to defend the Tuileries. Napoleon sent a young cavalry officer named Joachim Murat galloping across the city to secure 40 cannons from the Sablon plain just ahead of the rebels. The guns were placed at key intersections, and then he waited. When the 20,000-strong rebel force advanced, Napoleon's artillery fired canister shot directly into their ranks. The insurrection was over within 2 hours. He was promoted to divisional general and given command of the Army of the Interior, which meant control of the capital's police and National Guard. He rode through the streets, flanked by mustachioed officers, projecting a new and very deliberate authority. It was around this time that a 14-year-old boy came to ask permission to keep his executed father's sword. Napoleon granted it. The boy's mother arrived shortly after to give her thanks. Her name was Josephine de Beauharnais. She was 32, a widow of legendary charm who had learned to smile without opening her mouth on account of teeth. She lived on the charity of her lovers and needed a husband to secure her future. Barras, her current patron, encouraged the match, partly to settle a young general becoming harder to manage. Napoleon fell hard. He wrote letters declaring that her kisses set his blood on fire. Josephine was cooler about it. She confided to a friend that she found his violent love restless of madness. Both parties forged their documents before signing the marriage contract. He added a couple of years. She shaved a few off. The civil ceremony happened late at night, conducted by a minor functionary. On the wedding night, Josephine's pet pug, Fortuné, bit Napoleon in the calf as he climbed into bed. 2 days later, he was gone. He left Paris to take command of the Army of Italy, rattling south in his carriage as fast as the horses could carry him. Every instant takes me further away from you, my adorable love, he wrote from somewhere along the road. And with every instant I find less and less strength with which to bear being away from you. Ahead of him, on the Italian border, thousands of soldiers waited without boots, without pay, and without much reason to follow anyone. That was about to change. Chapter 3: The Warlord of Italy and Egypt. He arrived at the headquarters of the Army of Italy in March of 1796, 26 years old, and looking every bit the outsider. The veteran commanders waiting for him were unimpressed. They saw a small, awkward young man with a rasping voice and a political appointment he hadn't earned on any battlefield they recognized. The army itself was in a terrible state. 40,000 soldiers, starving and mutinous, many of them wearing woven straw where boots should have been. Bonaparte didn't ease himself in. He secured emergency funds, put fresh meat in front of the men, and demanded obedience. Then he moved, and he moved fast. He launched his forces through the mountains, driving a wedge between them and Sardinian armies before either react. The French fought with tents or regular supply lines, living entirely off the land as they advanced. The Sardinians were in armistice and forced out of the war altogether. Bonaparte then outflanked the retreating Austrians by crossing the River Po at Piacenza, pushing deep behind their lines. It was ruthless, improvisational, and it worked. At the town of Lodi, the French advance guard found the wooden bridge over the River Adda defended by Austrian cannon, Bonaparte ordered a frontal assault. The first men who surged forward were cut apart by canister shot. Subsequent waves, led by senior officers who showed complete disregard for their own lives, managed to cross and dislodge the defenders. It was a skirmish, really, but Bonaparte exaggerated the scale of it in his reports and commissioned prints showing himself brandishing a standard amid the gunfire. He was learning something important about war, which was that the story you told afterwards mattered almost as much as the fight itself. Lodi changed something in him. He later reflected that it was only after that battle that it struck him he might become a major actor on the political scene. He rode into Milan on a white horse, under arches of foliage, greeted by Italian nationalists who saw him as a liberator. Behind the pageantry, he stripped the conquered territories of cash, silver plate, and masterpieces of art, shipping it all back to Paris. That was how he funded the struggling directory, while quietly building a power base of his own. The Austrians weren't finished. They launched counteroffensive after counteroffensive to relieve their besieged fortress at Mantua. Bonaparte defeated each one through rapid maneuver, marching his men to exhaustion across the theater of war. At Arcole, he tried to lead a charge across a heavily defended bridge. His men refused to follow. He ended up in a muddy drainage ditch, dragged to safety under enemy fire. The prints that followed, naturally, showed him storming the bridge like a hero. After the decisive victory at Rivoli and the fall of Mantua, he marched on Vienna. Without consulting the Directory, he dictated the Treaty of Campo Formio, carving out the map of Europe on his own authority. He partitioned the neutral Republic of Venice, handing territory to Austria in exchange for French control of Belgium and the Rhineland. Paris was furious at his insubordination, but the peace was popular and there was nothing they could do about it. Back in France, he kept a low profile for a time. He wore civilian clothes, attended meetings of the Institute of Arts and Sciences. He was already thinking about his next move. A direct invasion of Britain was impossible given the weakness of the French Navy, so he proposed something far more ambitious, an expedition to Egypt. The idea was to establish a colony, cut British access to India, and eventually pierce the Isthmus of Suez with a canal. The Directory approved, happy enough to send their most dangerous general somewhere far away. The Armada captured Malta on its way and landed near Alexandria in July of 1798. What followed was brutal. The troops marched across scorching desert without water bottles. Men collapsed from dehydration and dysentery. Stragglers were killed by Mameluke horsemen. Some soldiers, delirious and despairing, took their own lives in the sand. At the Battle of the Pyramids, though, the French infantry formed disciplined squares and tore apart the Mameluke cavalry charges with volley after volley of musket fire. Bonaparte entered Cairo and began organizing the country, setting up hospitals, street lighting, a new administration. A scientific commission investigated ancient ruins and Nile water purification. For a brief moment, it looked like a colony might actually take shape. Then, Admiral Nelson found the French fleet anchored at Aboukir Bay and annihilated it. The army was trapped. An uprising in Cairo saw French soldiers massacred before being ruthlessly suppressed with artillery and beheadings. Bonaparte marched into Syria to confront an approaching Ottoman force. At Jaffa, his troops sacked the town. He ordered the execution of up to 2,000 prisoners of war on the beach because he had no food to spare for them. Bubonic plague struck the army. The siege of Acre failed, thwarted by Ottoman defenses and British naval guns. The retreat back to Egypt was a horror of abandoned, wounded, and dying men administered fatal doses of laudanum on Bonaparte's orders. He won one last battle, annihilating a seaborne Ottoman force at the land battle of Abu Qir and driving thousands of Turks into the sea. But word had reached him of French military defeats in Europe and a government teetering on the edge of collapse. He made his decision quickly. He left the army under General Kleber, boarded a frigate in secret with a handful of officers, and slipped through the British blockade. The soldiers he left behind would remain stranded in the Egyptian desert. Bonaparte was already gone, sailing for France, where a fragile and failing republic waited for someone to take hold of it. Chapter 4: The Imperial Machine. As the bleary-eyed representatives of the people made their way down still dark streets on the morning of the 9th of November, 1799, soldiers were already taking up positions around the Tuileries. Dragoons under Sebastiani, chasseurs under Murat. The system they were meant to be protecting had already collapsed under its own weight. The Directory, that five-headed government born of revolution, functioned as a hollow shell. Hyperinflation had wiped out ordinary savings. Army contractors and war profiteers built enormous fortunes off perpetual conflict. And a newly wealthy class of property owners was actively looking for a strongman, someone who could lock in their gains and crush any threat from the left or the right. Napoleon simply walked through a door that had been left wide open. Once the members of the Council of Elders had donned their togas and taken their seats, they were informed of a sinister plot by infamous brigands to bring down the government. The assemblies were in grave danger, apparently, and must transfer immediately to the former royal palace of Saint-Cloud, outside Paris. To safeguard the move, they were told the hero of Egypt would take command of all troops in the region. Napoleon emerged from his study, read the decree aloud, called on those present to help him save the Republic, and then mounted a magnificent black Andalusian lent to him by Admiral Brewer. He set off for the Tuileries, escorted by cavalry and a suite of generals in brilliant uniforms, cheered along the way by onlookers who had no idea what was actually happening. At about 10 o'clock, he entered the chamber of the elders, flanked by Berthier and a handful of generals, and gave a rehearsed speech praising them for their wisdom. Then he went outside, climbed back onto the black horse, which he was having some difficulty mastering, and made the rounds of the assembled units, exciting their enthusiasm with dramatic statements empty of substance. His agitation had brought out a severe rash on his face. While considering his next move, he scratched so hard he drew blood, which only seemed to confirm the rumor already flying through the ranks that he'd been attacked with daggers. The story reached the crowd, and eventually all the way to Paris. Inside the Council of 500, things were falling apart. His brother Lucien had done what he could to calm the shouting, but eventually made a histrionic gesture, removing his toga, his cap, untying his gold-fringed sash, and laying them down as a sign that liberty had been silenced. He ordered a captain to take 10 grenadiers and rescue him from the chair. Then, in a piece of theatre that would have been absurd if it weren't so effective, Lucien took a sword from an officer, put the point to his brother's breast, and solemnly swore he would kill Napoleon himself if he ever raised a finger against the liberty of the French people. As the drum beat the charge and crashed into the orangery, some of the 500 climbed onto their benches and began swearing to defend the public. Others followed the spectators out through the conveniently low windows. Murat marched toward the podium and declared the assembly dissolved. Then, turning to his soldiers, he put it plainly, chuck this lot out of here. The next morning was a Decadi, a Republican Sunday. At 10 o'clock, Citizen Consul Bonaparte left home in civilian dress and was driven through empty streets to the Luxembourg in a carriage escorted by 6 dragoons. He went directly to Sieyes' apartment, where the two of them talked for over an hour. The first thing to be settled was who would preside over the new 3-man consulate. According to one version, Ducos simply turned to Napoleon and said, "It is quite unnecessary to vote on the presidency. It is yours by right." After Napoleon left the room, Sieyes reportedly told the others, "Gentlemen, you have a master. He wants to do everything, knows how to do everything, and can do everything." Napoleon moved from the Rue de la Victoire to the seat of power, establishing himself in rooms on the ground floor of the Petit Luxembourg, while Josephine made herself at home on the floor above, and then he set to work. On the 13th of December, a 10-liter measuring jar was placed on the table in lieu of an urn, and the 50 members of 2 commissions wrote out their choices on slips of paper. Before the votes could be counted, Napoleon, who had been leaning on the mantelpiece warming his legs by the fire, struck and snatched the jar. He emptied its contents into the flames. It was recorded that he and the others had been nominated by unanimous acclamation. On the 24th of December, aged 30 years and 4 months, he formally took office as first consul, dictating a proclamation to the nation, pledging to make the Republic dear to its citizens, respectable to foreigners, formidable to enemies. It's nothing without a battlefield to pick it up. And with months, one presented itself. At Marengo, in June 1800, he found himself facing the Austrian general Melas, who had concentrated 30,000 men and 100 field guns near Alessandria. Napoleon was down to 22,000 with only 20 guns. "Come back, in God's name, if you still can," he wrote to Desailles. Desailles received the order at 1 o'clock and immediately set off, his men occasionally breaking into a run as they covered 13 kilometers to reach the field. By 3 in the afternoon, the battle appeared lost. Melas, who'd had 2 painful falls from his horse that day at the age of 71, retired to Alessandria to lie down, leaving his generals to finish things off. Around 5 o'clock, Desailles arrived. After a brief exchange with Napoleon, he led his divisions into the fray. Simultaneously, General Kellerman gathered his cavalry, charged the Austrian flank. The entire French line surged forward. The Austrians faltered, fell back, and fled. Desailles was killed leading the attack. "I feel the most profound grief at the death of the man I loved and esteemed the most," Napoleon wrote afterward. With the military crisis resolved, he turned to the machinery of the state itself. Napoleon did not understand or like the idea of government credit, which he saw as no more than betting on a favorable outcome. He liked hard currency and wanted to amass as much of it as possible. Gourdet, his finance minister, called in a friend named Nicolas Mollien, who explained to a bewildered Napoleon the workings of the stock market and the principle of a sinking fund. On the 13th of February, he established the Banque de France, handing the levers of state credit to a syndicate of private financiers whose interests were now permanently fused with the survival of the regime. Strikes were criminalized. Workers were bound to the livret, an employment passbook that subjected their movements and livelihoods to police control. The chaotic energy of the early revolution was eradicated, replaced by a rigid hierarchy enforced by Fouché's security apparatus. On the 12th of August, 1800, he appointed a commission of 4 jurists to draw up a civil code of laws. Standardized contracts, the abolition of feudal obligations, ironclad protections for private property. The next year, the Council of State did Napoleon, whose views on the final version. Those views were women need to be contained, he declared, explaining that they were natural. I was like water. The husband must have the absolute right to say to his wife, Madame, you will not go out. You will not go to the theatre. You will not see such and such a person. The code would not become law until March 1804. Become known as the Code. Like slaves, one of them put it, one had to be made of iron to work with him. In 1800 alone, the Council of State dealt with 911 separate measures. It was not unusual for him to keep them at it for 8 or 10 hours with only a 15-minute break for lunch. Come, citizens, wake up. He would say, saw them flagging past midnight, it is only 2 o'clock, people of France give it. He would play with his snuff box while he listened, opening and shutting the lid, taking a pinch, most of which fell on the white facings of his uniform. Without looking, he'd pass the box to an aide behind his chair, who would hand him another. To help himself think, he'd produce a penknife and belabor the arm of his chair with it. The cabinet maker replaced it regularly. He might wake at 1 or 4 in the morning, summon his secretary, and begin dictating in a white dressing gown with a scarf wrapped about his head. He hardly ever wrote himself, partly because his hand couldn't keep up with his thoughts, partly because neither he nor anyone else could read his handwriting. He might pause for ice cream or something more substantial, and then pick up exactly where he'd left off. And so the machinery of the French state was rebuilt, piece by piece. In marathon sessions and pre-dawn dictations, the consul had secured his grip on power. The armies that had carried him there still waited, hundreds of thousands of men in camps and garrisons across the country. Beyond the borders, the old powers of Europe watched with growing unease. The world Napoleon had forced into being was too new, too volatile to sit quietly for long. Chapter 5. The Geopolitical Chessboard. To understand the wars that Napoleon would fight, we need to step back from the man himself. Because the world he stepped into was already a volatile place, shaped by decades of rivalry between a handful of powerful states. 5 nations dominated European politics by the late 1700s. Britain, France, Austria, Prussia, and Russia. Between them, they decided the fate of continents, and when diplomacy failed, as it often did, war became the final word. Britain held the seas. Its Royal Navy commanded more than double the warships of the French fleet, which gave it an extraordinary advantage. The French couldn't train their sailors properly, couldn't access naval supplies freely, and found their military resources pinned down on the continent. After the 7 Years' War, which ended in 1763, Britain had cemented its dominance over global trade and colonial territory, largely at the expense of France and Spain. It was a maritime empire with no real challenger on the water. On land, the picture was messier. Prussia had clawed its way into the ranks of the great powers only a generation before, winning 2 major wars despite long odds, but it was a fragile kind of greatness. The kingdom was small, modest, and it taxed its people heavily just to keep up appearances. Austria, meanwhile, had long dominated Central Europe through the Holy Roman Empire, but it lacked the ethnic and linguistic unity of its neighbors. It was a patchwork held together by tradition and dynastic marriages, and it knew how vulnerable that made it. The second half of the century, no other Europe. In 1772, Catherine II engineered the first partition of Poland, swallowing up vast tracts of the Eastern Kingdom and placing her preferred candidate on the Polish throne. A few years later, victory in the Russo-Ottoman War brought Russian control to the northern coastline of the Black Sea. By 1783, the Treaty of Georgiesk had extended Russia's military presence across the Caucasus Mountains into eastern Georgia. Russia was hungry, and it was growing. These rivalries weren't limited to Europe. The Nootka-Sound crisis of 1789 showed just how far the competition had spread. Spain had claimed the Pacific coast of North America since the 1500s and tolerated no foreign presence in those waters. But when British ships appeared near Vancouver, them imprisoned sovereignty over the entire coastline. For a moment, it looked like war. In the end, Spain backed down and agreed to let the British trade and settle in unoccupied areas above San Francisco. A small diplomatic episode, perhaps, but it revealed something important. European powers were now staking claims across the globe, and any one of those claims could ignite a wider conflict. India was another flashpoint. The British East India Company had been tightening its grip on the subcontinent for decades, but its position was far from secure. Powerful regional states like the Maratha Confederation and the Dominion of Hyderabad controlled vast territories. And to the south, the Kingdom of Mysore under Tipu Sultan had been a persistent thorn. Tipu had welcomed French Republican envoys, planted a tree of liberty at his capital of Seringapatam, and made overtures to French forces in Mauritius. For the British, this was alarming. In the spring of 1799, Richard Wellesley, the Governor-General, went to war. The Fourth Mysore War was short and brutal. British forces stormed Seringapatam on the 4th of May, and Tipu Sultan was killed in the fighting. Wellesley then turned his attention to the Marathas, negotiating the Treaty of Bassein, which brought the Maratha leadership under British influence in exchange for military protection. India was being reshaped, piece by piece. The revolution had already upended Napoleon's life, as we've seen, but it had also upended the entire European order. The execution of King Louis XVI in January 1793 horrified the continent's monarchies, and the National Convention's so-called Edict of Fraternity made things worse, promising assistance to any people who wished to overthrow their rulers. The British Prime Minister put it plainly: "We are not at war with the opinions of the closet." He said, "We are at war with armed opinions." By the spring of 1793, most of Europe had joined the First Coalition against France. The early campaigns went badly for the French. Austro-Prussian forces invaded and pushed towards Paris. The Allies issued the Brunswick Manifesto, threatening to level the capital if the royal family was harmed. It was meant to intimidate. Instead, it enraged the population. And at Valmy, in September 1792, French gunners held their ground against Prussian veterans, refusing to be silenced. The General Kellerman raised his hat and cried, "Vive la nation!" The words swept through the ranks. It was a modest battle in military terms, but a seismic one in spirit. From that moment, the revolution mobilized on a scale Europe had never seen. The Committee of Public Safety launched the Levée en masse, calling on every citizen to serve. From this moment until the enemy shall have been driven from the soil of the Republic, declared the National Convention. All Frenchmen are in permanent requisition for the service of the armies. Within a year, 14 new armies had been raised. Some 800,000 men were under arms. Prussia, exhausted, signed the Treaty of Basel in 1795 and withdrew from the war, recognizing French control of the left bank of the Rhine. Historians have called that treaty a death certificate for the Holy Roman Empire. since Prussia chose its own national interest over the old imperial order, and Poland, partitioned a third and final time, was erased from the map entirely. The old chessboard of European diplomacy had been upended. Traditional alliances fractured, colonial possessions changed hands, and the sheer scale of French mobilization left every neighboring power scrambling to respond. The exhaustion was mutual. Years of continuous warfare, stretching from the Rhine to the Indian Ocean, had drained treasuries and armies alike. A pause was coming, a fragile diplomatic intermission, but it would not hold for long. Chapter 6: The Intermission and the Rupture. For the first time in nearly a decade, the guns across continental Europe fell silent. The Peace of Luneville, signed in early 1801, had done what many thought impossible. Austria, humiliated and exhausted, gave up the territorial gains it had won in Italy just 4 years earlier. The treaty recognized a constellation of new republics: Swiss, Dutch, Genoese, Lombard, each one a French dependency in all but name. Bonaparte had, through force and negotiation, redrawn the map. And he wasn't finished. In July of that year, he concluded a concordat with the papacy, mending a rift that had torn through French society since the Revolution. The government of the Republic acknowledges that the Catholic, Apostolic, and Roman religion is the religion of the greatest of French citizens, read the opening lines. It was a striking gesture from a man who had little personal use for religion. Church dioceses were reorganized, parishes restructured, and buried within the agreement was perhaps its most consequential provision. The Roman Catholic Church formally surrendered all claims to the lands that had been confiscated and nationalized since 1790. A decade of seizures, made permanent with the stroke of a pen. Then came the peace with Britain. On the 25th of March, 1802, France and Britain signed the Treaty of Amiens, ending almost 2 years of grinding negotiation. Bonaparte's brother Joseph had handled the French side and raced to Paris with the signed document. He arrived to perform, which was duly interrupted so Bonaparte could present his brother to a cheering audience. Across the English Channel, mail coaches carried the news with the words "Peace with France" chalked on their sides. They were met with celebrations in towns across the country, shouting approval to leader by name. George III renounced his title of King of France, a holdover from the 100 Years' War that his predecessors had clung to for centuries. Britain agreed to return captured French colonies and those of her allies, keeping only Ceylon and Trinidad. France, in turn, accepted the return of Egypt to the Ottoman Porte and the Papal States to the Pope. Malta was to go back to the Order of St. John, under the protection of Naples. It was tidy, comprehensive, and doomed. Even as the ink dried, Bonaparte was looking westward. He dispatched a massive expeditionary force to Saint-Domingue, modern-day Haiti, which had been in open rebellion since the early 1790s, under the leadership of Toussaint Louverture. The force was commanded by Bonaparte's own brother-in-law, Général Leclerc, and it was one of the largest overseas military operations any European power had attempted in that age. They arrived in January 1802. Some local commanders defected to the French, but Louverture called on the entire population to resist, then withdrew into the interior. The fighting was savage. Deprived of water and food in this overwhelming heat. One eyewitness wrote, the troops had to chew on balls of lead in the hope of quenching their unbearable thirst. In early June, Louverture was lured into a trap and captured. He was shipped to France and locked away in solitary confinement at Fort de Joux. William Wordsworth Wordsworth would later describe him as the most unhappy man of men. He died less than a year after his imprisonment. More than 50,000 French soldiers and civilians perished in the campaign, alongside a far greater number of black troops and civilians. The disaster in the Caribbean had consequences that rippled across an ocean. In 1803, Bonaparte surprised American negotiators by offering the entire Louisiana Territory, over 800,000 square miles, for $15 million. The money was handled through a Dutch banking house in Amsterdam and a British one in London, who sold the stock and transferred the cash to France. The final transfer came on the 20th of December, 1803. Bonaparte had cut his losses in the Americas and turned his attention back to Europe, where the fragile peace was already coming apart. Britain refused to recognize the new Italian republics, viewing them as threats to the balance of power on the continent. British newspapers portrayed Bonaparte as a yellow-skinned pygmy, a monstrous hybrid. One tabloid called him an unclassifiable being, half African, half European, a Mediterranean mulatto. His wife Josephine was portrayed as a harlot. His stepdaughter Hortense was accused of incest. The French government retaliated by confiscating British goods, banning their importation across French-controlled territories, and ordering the imprisonment of any British subjects found within reach. Bonaparte launched massive naval construction, urging his ministry to build as many vessels as possible. Money, he said, was no object. By 1804, he expected to have more than 1,600 flat-bottomed invasion boats, supported by another 1,000 fishing vessels converted into transports. The Peace of Amiens had lasted just 420 days. Its collapse unleashed 12 years of war and misery that would shape the destinies of Europe and the wider world. Meanwhile, the man at the center of it all had been quietly consolidating. He secured the colony in August 1802, along with the right to name his own successor. Officers attended his person. Honors were paid to the women of his household. A privileged family surrounded him in ceremony. Everything, observers noted, was monarchical. Everything except the title of consul, and that name, too, was soon to disappear. Chapter 7. The Sun Emperor. By the autumn of 1804, he had survived more assassination attempts than most men would care to count. Royalist conspirators, Jacobin holdouts, even a bomb that had torn apart a Parisian street and killed bystanders. The question of succession had become impossible to ignore. If he died without an heir, without a dynasty, the whole enterprise would collapse overnight, and so the decision was made. France would have an emperor. The coronation was set for the 2nd of December at Notre Dame Cathedral. Months of preparation went into transforming the Gothic interior into something closer to ancient Rome. The architect Fontaine oversaw the construction of enormous wooden grandstands, draped the walls in silk, and filled the space with thousands of wax candles. Pope Pius VII had been persuaded, or perhaps pressured is the fairer word, to make the long journey across the Alps in freezing late autumn weather. He arrived in Paris exhausted and was promptly subjected to days of calculated diplomatic slights designed to make one thing clear. The Pope was here to bless the occasion. He was not here to run it. On the day itself, the procession to the cathedral stretched through the streets of Paris. Thousands of soldiers lined the route. 80 carriages rolled past the crowds. The imperial carriage was drawn by 8 dun-colored horses and covered in gold leaf. Josephine wore white satin and silver. He wore a heavy crimson velvet mantle, lined with ermine, covered in golden bees, a deliberate replacement for the old Bourbon fleur-de-lis. And when the moment came for the crowning, he did something that no one in the cathedral would forget. He took the laurel wreath of gold from the altar himself. He placed it on his own head. Then he turned and crowned Josephine, who knelt before him in tears. The message was plain enough. He owed his throne to no one. With the spectacle behind him, his attention turned entirely to the coast. 150,000 veterans of the Revolutionary Wars were camped around Boulogne, living in rows of organized wooden huts, drilling day after day, staring across the channel at the British shoreline. They were waiting for naval control of the crossing. It never came. At Trafalgar, Horatio Nelson destroyed the combined Franco-Spanish fleet, and with it, any serious hope of invading Britain. The army at Boulogne was immediately renamed the Grande Armée, ordered to break camp, and sent marching east to meet a new threat, Austria and Russia, that formed the Third Coalition. The speed of what followed was extraordinary. 7 columns of troops crossed the Rhine simultaneously, each operating independently but converging on a single objective. They covered up to 30 kilometers a day, carrying their own ammunition and rations, living off the land to avoid the slow supply trains that weighed down traditional armies. The Austrian commander, General Karl Mack, had positioned his forces at the fortress of Ulm, expecting the French to come through the Black Forest. They swung far to the north instead, looped around behind him, and cut off every route of escape. On the 20th of October, 1805, Mack surrendered 27,000 men, 60 cannons, and all his colors without a major battle having been fought. He addressed afterward, "Soldiers of the Grande Armée, I have destroyed the Austrian army by simply marching." The French then pushed east along the Danube, taking Vienna with barely a fight after Marshal Lannes talked his way across the main bridge by convincing the Austrian defenders that an armistice had already been signed. It hadn't. The decisive moment came at Austerlitz on the 2nd of December, exactly 1 year to the day after the coronation. He had deliberately weakened his right flank, baiting the combined Austro-Russian army into descending from the high ground of the Pratzen Heights. It was a trap, and it depended entirely on precise timing and the arrival of Marshal Davout's corps after a forced march from Vienna. As heavy morning fog lifted, sunlight broke across the field. Marshal Soult's men charged up the now exposed heights and split the coalition army clean in two. Thousands of Russian soldiers tried to flee across the frozen Sachin ponds. French artillery fired into the ice and shattered it beneath them. Austerlitz ended the Third Coalition. Austria signed the punitive Treaty of Pressburg, losing vast territories and paying a crushing indemnity. The 1,000-year-old Holy Roman Empire was formally dissolved, replaced by the Confederation of the Rhine, a string of German client states built to serve French interests. Prussia, which had stayed neutral during all of this, now belatedly declared war, furious at territorial violations, and urged on by the fiercely anti-French Queen Louise. The Prussian army marched into Thuringia with confidence and the outdated tactics of Frederick the Great. On the 14th of October, 1806, at the twin battles of Jena and Auerstedt, that confidence was destroyed. He crushed what he believed was the main Prussian force at Jena. Meanwhile, Marshal Davout's isolated corps of 26,000 men ran into the actual main army, 1,000, and systematically broke it apart. Pursuit that followed was ruthless. Within weeks, French troops had taken Berlin and paraded through the Brandenburg Gate. What remained of the Prussian forces retreated into Poland to link up with the Russians, dragging the war into the freezing mud of Eastern Europe. The winter campaign that followed was brutal. At Eylau in February of 1807, the two armies fought in a blinding snowstorm. Men froze to death standing upright. Marshal Augereau's entire corps lost its bearings in the blizzard and stumbled directly into Russian artillery. A massive cavalry charge led by Marshal Murat was the only thing that saved the French centre from collapsing entirely. Over 40,000 casualties were left bleeding in the snow. It was a stalemate, and it shook morale badly. The decisive victory only came months later at Friedland in June, where the French caught the Russian army pinned against the River Al and tore it apart with massed artillery at close range. And then came Tilsit. A raft was built and moored in the middle of the River Niemen. He and Tsar Alexander I met on it, embraced in front of their cheering armies, and sat down to divide Europe between them. The Tsar reportedly opened by saying, "I hate the English as much as you do." He replied, "If that's the case, peace is made." The continent now had two masters, but the sea still belonged to Britain, and no treaty signed on a river raft could change that. The French Navy was gone. A direct strike on London was a physical impossibility. If Britain was going to be brought to its knees, it would have to be done another way entirely. Chapter 8: The Economic World War. On the 21st of November, Napoleon issued the Berlin Decree. It declared the British Isles to be in a state of blockade. No country under French influence was permitted to trade with Britain, receive British ships, or even correspond with British merchants. Any British goods found on the continent were to be seized and destroyed. The idea, which came to be known as the Continental System, was blunt in its logic. Britain's military strength rested on its wealth. Its wealth came from trade. Cut off the trade, and the wealth would dry up, and with it, the ability to fund coalition after coalition against France. There was a problem with this logic, and it was a serious one. Britain was in the middle of an industrial revolution. Its factories were multiplying output at a pace that no continental economy could match. Its financial institutions ran deep: the Bank of England, the insurance networks at Lloyd's, the capital markets. These weren't just wealthy. They were structurally resilient, designed to absorb shocks and keep functioning. France had nothing like them. Napoleon was trying to strangle an economy that was, in many respects, stronger than his own. The British hit back almost immediately. The government issued the Orders in Council, which forbade neutral ships from entering French-controlled ports unless they first stopped in Britain and paid a transit duty. Napoleon countered with the Milan Decree the following year, declaring that any neutral vessel that submitted to British inspection would be treated as an enemy ship and seized on sight. The result was a kind of legal trap. A merchant captain sailing across the Atlantic couldn't obey one side without breaking the rules of the other. Neutral nations, the United States chief among them, found their shipping fleets caught in the middle. The tensions that built from this impossible situation would eventually spill over into the War of 1812. Across Europe, the effects of the blockade rippled outward in strange and uneven ways. Colonial goods vanished from the markets almost overnight. There was no more cane sugar, no coffee, no. Farmers in northern began cultivating sugar beets on a massive scale. Roasted chicory root became a common substitute for coffee, though by most accounts a deeply unsatisfying one. In landlocked regions like Saxony, Belgium, and parts of eastern France, textile manufacturers found themselves suddenly free of British competition. The removal of cheap, high-quality imports created a captive market, and for a time, profits soared. But the great port cities told a very different story. Amsterdam, Hamburg, Bordeaux, these were places that had lived and breathed international trade for centuries. The sudden halt of maritime commerce devastated them. Merchants went bankrupt, dock workers lost their livelihoods, and the inland textile boom didn't last either, because without raw cotton imports arriving by sea, the factories that had been thriving began to starve for materials. Thousands of weavers were left unemployed in the very regions the system was supposed to protect. Enforcing all of this required an enormous bureaucratic apparatus. French customs officers patrolled the coastline from the Baltic to the Adriatic, conducting raids on merchant warehouses and dragging confiscated British goods into public squares, where they were piled high and set on fire. The bonfires were meant as a warning. They were also an admission that the goods kept getting through. The coastline was simply too long, the borders too porous, and the profits of smuggling too enormous to resist. Entire fishing communities along the coast abandoned their nets and turned to the black market. Contraband moved in false-bottomed boats, on carts pulled by dogs, through night landings on remote beaches. The British occupied the tiny island of Heligoland in the North Sea and turned it into a floating warehouse, a massive smuggling depot just off the German coast, where thousands of vessels transferred textiles, spices, and weapons to local runners who filtered everything inland through the networks. Corruption among French officials was widespread. Commanders posted to remote hostile stretches of coastline were underpaid and far from home. Many accepted bribes to look the other way. In Hamburg, the diplomat Louis de Bourrienne amassed a personal fortune by simply charging his own illegal tariff on British goods passing through the port. The deeper flaw was this: Europe needed British goods more than Britain needed the European market. Denied access to the continent, British merchants expanded aggressively into South America and Asia. Their overall export revenues actually increased. Meanwhile, the prices of basic commodities across Europe climbed steadily, wages stagnated, and ordinary people bore the weight of an embargo that enriched a narrow band of French-aligned industrialists and black market operators. Resentment toward French rule grew, quietly at first, then not so quietly. Former allies began to feel like subjects, and the desperation for hard currency eventually pushed the French government to issue special licenses, allowing select merchants to trade directly with Britain, a blatant violation of its own system that enraged partners like Russia and Prussia, who was suffering immense economic damage to enforce a blockade that France itself was breaking for profit. To keep the system from collapsing, Napoleon was forced to keep expanding. Whenever a coastal territory failed to suppress smuggling, French troops marched in. The Kingdom of Holland was annexed. So were the Hanseatic cities of Bremen and Hamburg. So were the Papal States. Each annexation stretched the empire thinner, demanded more soldiers, more administrators, more money. And it was this very logic, this relentless need to seal every harbor and control every dock, that now turned French attention southward, toward the Iberian Peninsula, where the ports of Portugal remained stubbornly open to British trade. Chapter 9: The Iberian Quagmire. It began, as these things often do, with a plan drawn up in secret. The Treaty of Fontainebleau, signed behind closed doors, carved Portugal into pieces between France and Spain before anyone in Lisbon had the faintest idea what was coming. On paper, it looked clean. A quick march, a swift occupation, and Portugal would fall neatly into the continental system. The emperor would have his coastline sealed, Britain would lose another trading partner, and General Jean Andoche Junot was the man tasked with making it happen. Junot's march south was brutal from the start. His army was thrown together in haste, filled with raw conscripts who had barely learned to hold a musket. They crossed the barren interior of Spain in freezing autumn rain, the roads turning to mud beneath their boots. Food ran out, horses collapsed. Artillery pieces were abandoned where they sank into the earth because there was no way to pull them free. By the time the column reached Lisbon, the soldiers looked less like an invading army and more like refugees. Many were barefoot, most were starving. They could barely have fought a tavern brawl, let alone a battle. And they were too late. Just hours before Junot's bedraggled troops stumbled onto the Lisbon docks, the entire Braganza royal family had boarded their ships. The state treasury went with them. So did the Portuguese fleet. They sailed for Brazil under British naval escort, and Junot could do nothing but stand on the quayside and watch. The prize had slipped away across the Atlantic. Still, French boots were now on Iberian soil, and there was no intention of removing them, tearing the royal household apart for months. King Charles IV, weak-willed and dominated by his deeply unpopular minister Manuel Godoy, found himself locked in a power struggle with his own son, Ferdinand. The conflict boiled over in the mutiny of Aranjuez, a violent upheaval that forced Charles to abdicate. Ferdinand seized the throne. The country was in chaos. And into that chaos, the emperor saw an opportunity. He summoned both father and son to the French city of Bayonne under the pretense of mediating their dispute. It was a trap, of course. Once the two men were isolated on French soil, he subjected them to a campaign of intimidation. He made no effort to disguise his contempt. They are the most wretched family in existence, he reportedly said. By the time it was over, Charles and Ferdinand had renounced their claims to the Spanish throne entirely. The Bourbons were finished. In their place, the emperor installed his older brother, Joseph Bonaparte, as king in Madrid. He assumed the Spanish people would welcome it. A fresh start, a modern administration, an end to the corruption of the old regime. It was a spectacular miscalculation. Spain was a country of 10.5 million people, and woven through every village and valley was the Catholic Church, a vast institution that functioned almost as a parallel state. 200,000 clergy, 2,000 monasteries. The church owned enormous tracts of land, ran schools, administered welfare, and held a kind of moral authority over rural life that no foreign power could hope to replicate. When Joseph's new government moved almost immediately to suppress 2/3 of the country, was ferocious. For millions of ordinary Spaniards, this was an attack on the fabric of their world. Geography worked against the French too. In places like the Low Countries or northern Italy, the occupation had been relatively straightforward. Those regions were urbanized, with established municipal bureaucracies and a commercial class willing to cooperate. Spain was different. The population was overwhelmingly rural and scattered across vast distances, governed by a landed nobility that had little dependence on urban supply chains. There was no centralized administrative machinery in the countryside for the French to seize hold of. They could take cities, but they couldn't take Spain. The Spartans de Mayo. Troops in Madrid attempted to escort the last remaining members of the royal family out of the city, and the people of the capital simply snapped at the French with paving stones. kitchen knives, boiling water, whatever they could, that left hundreds dead. Joachim Moore, commanding the garrison, responded with a savagery calculated to terrify. He unleashed the fury of the Imperial Guard, who rode through the civilian crowds, cutting people down the streets. The next morning, French firing squads lined up hundreds of captured insurgents on the Principe Pio hill and shot them. Francisco Goya would later paint those executions, and his images remain among the most harrowing depictions of war ever committed to canvas. News of the massacre spread fast. Across the provinces, uprisings broke out, organized by local juntas, regional councils that drew their authority from existing power structures. The local nobility rallied their tenants. The clergy rallied their congregations. But even in their shared hatred of the French, these councils were divided. Reactionary factions, the serviles, fought to preserve aristocratic and clerical privilege. Liberal factions, the liberales, saw the crisis as a chance to push for constitutional reform, legal equality, and end to the old feudal order. The two sides needed each other to fight the war. They also despised each other. This contradiction would hamper the resistance for years and sow chaos long after the last French soldier had left. In July of 1808, the myth of French invincibility died in the plains of Andalusia. At the Battle of Bailen, General Pierre Dupont found his army exhausted, dehydrated, and completely surrounded by Spanish regulars and armed peasants. He surrendered his entire corps. 18,000 men laid down their weapons. It was an unprecedented humiliation, and the news sent shockwaves across every occupied nation in Europe. If the French could be beaten in open battle, then perhaps the war could be won. Britain moved quickly. An expeditionary force landed in Portugal under the command of Arthur Wellesley, a methodical, sharp-eyed officer who understood defensive warfare the way a watchmaker understands gears. At Vimeiro, he repelled those frontal assaults with carefully timed volleys of infantry musketry. It was precise, economical, devastating, and it was a preview of the kind of fighting that would define the British campaigns in the peninsula for years to come. What followed was a guerrilla war, the term itself literally meaning little war, and it bled the French occupation white over the next 5 years. Out in the countryside, French taxation, forced conscription, and aggressive requisitioning drove the peasantry into the mountains. These Spanish partisans knew every ridge and ravine. They ambushed supply convoys, assassinated isolated couriers, and vanished back into terrain the French couldn't hope to navigate. The result was that the occupation only ever controlled the ground directly beneath its soldiers' feet. Step off the main road, and you were in enemy territory. The violence escalated beyond anything resembling conventional warfare. Both sides abandoned the old rules entirely. French soldiers burned villages, assaulted the inhabitants, executed clergy. Spanish guerrillas tortured Frenchmen, boiling them alive, burying them to the neck in the dirt, nailing them to trees along the rural highways. Each atrocity justified the next, a grinding cycle of cruelty that consumed the countryside. To protect his vital base in Lisbon, Wellesley constructed the lines of Torres Vedras, a vast network of forts, redoubts, and trenches stretching from the Atlantic to the Tagus River. When Marshal Massena advanced into Portugal with the French army, he hit this wall and could go no further. The countryside behind the lines had been deliberately stripped bare. Massena's men found nothing to eat, nothing to forage. They starved in the desolate landscape for weeks before falling back in a disastrous retreat. At its height, over 20 soldiers pinned down across Spain. They chased a phantom enemy through the mountains, and all the while, Wellesley's Anglo-Portuguese regulars opted from their secure coastal supply base, striking when the moment was right, withdrawing when it wasn't. The peninsula became an open wound in the side of the empire, one that would never heal. And while those hundreds of thousands of soldiers bled and starved across the Iberian interior, the ripples of the crisis were traveling outward, far beyond Europe. The collapse of traditional trade routes and the sheer absorption of military attention on the continent had created an enormous vacuum at the edges of the established order. Ancient empires in the Middle East began to fracture. Colonial authorities in the Americas sensed that the grip of their European masters was loosening. The global order, already strained to breaking, be renegotiated, but the power that had been waiting exactly this kind of opportunity. Chapter 10. The Global Fringes. While the great powers of Europe battered one another across familiar ground, the tremors of their conflict reached far beyond the continent. Across oceans and mountain ranges, in places most Europeans could barely find on a map, the wars remade entire civilizations. And it's to those distant fronts that we turn now, where the consequences were every bit as dramatic and often a good deal bloodier. In Istanbul, the Ottoman Sultan Selim III had watched the rise of European military power with growing alarm. His response was a sweeping reform program called the Nizami Sedid, which aimed to drag the Ottoman army into the modern age. New infantry units were raised, dressed in European-style uniforms, and drilled to Western commands. They bypassed the old military hierarchy entirely. And the Janissaries, that ancient warrior class who held enormous political and social influence, saw the whole thing as a betrayal of tradition, of their status, of Islam itself. In May of 1807, auxiliaries known as the Yamaks mutinied along the Bosphorus. The Janissaries and the conservative clerics rallied behind them almost immediately. They marched on the Topkapi Palace, demanding the heads of the reformist ministers. Selim was deposed, locked away in the royal cages, and eventually murdered by his own cousins to make sure he could never reclaim the throne. Meanwhile, the Ottoman Empire was fighting a grinding war against Russia across the Danubian principalities and the rugged Caucasus. Russian forces under Mikhail Kutuzov achieved a decisive encirclement at the Battle of Slobozia. The Treaty of Bucharest, signed in 1812, forced the Ottomans to hand over Bessarabia. For Russia, the timing was fortunate. It secured their southern flank just as Napoleon's army was preparing to cross the Niemen. Further south, in Serbia, a fierce local rebellion had erupted against the Dahije, corrupt Janissary commanders who had murdered prominent Serbian nobles. The uprising was led by Karađorđe, a wealthy pig trader with no patience for diplomacy. What began as a localized revolt quickly became a full-scale war for independence, a sign of how badly Ottoman authority had frayed across its European provinces. Deep in the Caucasus, Russia was expanding aggressively, annexing Georgian kingdoms and clashing with the Qajar dynasty of Iran. Fath Ali Shah, desperate for a European ally, turned to France. The Treaty of Finkenstein in 1807 promised French military aid and the return of lost territories in exchange for Iranian support against British India. A French military mission under General Gardain duly arrived in Tehran, setting up cannon foundries and drilling Iranian soldiers in modern tactics. It all evaporated the moment the Treaty of Tilsit was signed. France abandoned its Iranian partners overnight to appease Russia. British diplomats moved in immediately. Sir John Malcolm and Sir Harford Jones arrived with generous financial subsidies, modern firearms, and experienced military advisors. Even so, Iranian forces suffered a crushing defeat at Aslandus. The Treaty of Gulistan in 1813 forced Iran to permanently its course to Russia. It was a pattern that played out again and again across the globe during these years. One alliance collapsed, another filled the gap, and the people caught in the middle paid the price. Britain, for its part, was busy dismantling the overseas colonies of every rival it could reach. In 1806, a heavily armed fleet arrived off the Dutch Cape Colony in South Africa. British infantry defeated the Dutch defenders at Blouberg, securing the vital sea route to the Indian Ocean. That same year, acting entirely without official authorization, Commodore Sir Home Popham sailed across the Atlantic and captured Buenos Aires, physically seizing the colonial treasury. The local Spanish authorities fled, leaving the city's defense to ordinary citizens. Those citizens organized a massive urban militia under Santiago de Liniers. They fought the British occupation in fierce street-to-street combat, pouring boiling water from the flat rooftops and dropping heavy paving stones onto the soldiers below. The British commander, William Beresford, was forced into unconditional surrender. A revenge expedition under General Whitelock arrived the following year and fared even worse. He ordered his men to march down the narrow streets without firing, straight into fortified barricades. The casualties were catastrophic. Whitelock signed a total capitulation and evacuated the region entirely. In the Indian Ocean, French privateers operating from the Mascarene Islands were bleeding British commercial shipping dry. Lord Minto, the Governor-General of India, launched an amphibious invasion in 1810. British and Indian sepoy forces overwhelmed the French garrison on the Ile de France, renamed the island Mauritius, and turned their attention to the Dutch East Indies. The following year, a massive armada landed on Java. British forces stormed the fortified Dutch encampment at Meester Cornelis in brutal hand-to-hand fighting. The capture of Java cemented British dominance across the entire Eastern Hemisphere. And then there was Spain's Empires. Madrid fell into political chaos. Local elites across the colonies refused to recognize Joseph Bonaparte. Independent juntas sprang up in Caracas, Buenos Aires, and Bogota. What started as movements loyal to the deposed Ferdinand VII soon radicalized into full wars of independence. In Mexico, the radical priest Miguel Hidalgo issued the Grito de Dolores in September of 1810, triggering a massive peasant uprising. Tens of thousands of indigenous and mestizo insurgents marched on Mexico City, armed with machetes and farming tools. In South America, Simón Bolívar launched his legendary Admirable campaign, crossing the freezing Andes to liberate Venezuela. He declared a war to the death, decreeing that any Spaniard who did not actively support independence would be executed. These were not sideshows. The decisions made in the palaces of Paris and London dictated the survival of ancient dynasties in Tehran, the shifting borders of the Balkans, the control of the Javanese spice trade, and the violent emergence of new republics across the Western Hemisphere. The wealth extracted from all of these far-flung territories poured back into the British war machine, funding the subsidies that kept France's enemies armed and fighting. And for every French victory on the continent, that ocean of foreign capital ensured it remained temporary, forcing Paris to demand ever more from an already exhausted population. Chapter 11. The Zenith and the Cracks. By 1809, the strain of holding an empire together by force of will and cannon fire had begun to show. Austria, humiliated in previous wars and stripped of territory, had spent the intervening years quietly rebuilding. Archduke Charles modernized the army from top to bottom, adopting the French corps system, expanding his artillery, and stoking something new, a genuine sense of German national pride. When the moment came, the Austrians struck hard and fast, pouring troops into Bavaria while the bulk of France's veteran forces were tangled up fighting guerrillas across Spain. The army that scrambled to respond was a changed thing. Teenage conscripts filled its ranks, alongside vast contingents of Allied troops drawn from the Confederation of the Rhine. These were capable soldiers, many of them, but the force that had swept across Europe just a few years earlier had been reshaped in ways that would matter on the battlefield. And it showed. In the Tyrolean Alps, the spontaneous uprising erupted against the French-backed Bavarian authorities. It was led by an innkeeper named Andreas Hofer, a charismatic figure who rallied deeply conservative mountain communities enraged by secular French laws and Bavarian conscription quotas. The Tyroleans fought with devastating improvisation. They ambushed columns in narrow alpine passes, sending boulders and timber crashing down cliff faces onto the soldiers trapped below. It was ugly, effective, and impossible to stamp out quickly. Meanwhile, the main French army pushed east along the Danube Valley and captured Vienna for the second time in 4 years. The city offered little resistance. But crossing the river proved far more dangerous than taking the capital. Hastily built pontoon bridges carried the French vanguard to the northern bank near the villages of Aspern and Essling. Then the Austrians sent heavy barges loaded with stones downstream to smash the bridges apart, stranding the advance force against the water with no way back. What followed was the first major personal defeat of the Emperor's career. For 2 full days, French infantry fought house to house under point-blank artillery fire. When they finally withdrew back across the river, they left behind thousands of dead and wounded. Among the casualties was Marshal Lannes, one of Napoleon's oldest companions. Cannon shot both his legs, and he died days later in agonizing delirium. The loss hit the high command hard. The French retreated to the island of Lobau, sitting in the middle of the Danube, and spent 6 weeks turning it into a fortified staging ground. Engineers drove bridge supports deep into the riverbed, building crossings sturdy enough to carry the entire army at once. There would be no repeat of the disaster at Aspern. The Battle of Wagram, fought in July of that year, involved over 300,000 men. It was the largest engagement in European history up to that point. The French deployed a grand battery of more than 100 cannons, hammering the Austrian centre with continuous fire that blanketed the plains in choking smoke. To break the line, General MacDonald formed 8,000 men into a colossal hollow square and marched them straight into a crossfire of canister shot. The formation was torn to pieces. Bodies piled thick along the path of advance, but the sheer weight of the column punched through, and the Austrians fell back. The peace that followed was punishing. Austria lost 3 million subjects, paid an enormous indemnity, and surrendered all access to the Adriatic Sea. The harshness of it guaranteed that Austrian resentment would fester, and that Vienna would rejoin any coalition the instant French power looked vulnerable. The bloodshed at Aspern-Essling, combined with assassination plots back in Paris, had sharpened one question in Napoleon's mind. He needed an heir. The decision to divorce Josephine was cold and entirely political. She was in her late 40s and had not produced a child during their 14 turbulent years of marriage. In December 1809, in the Grand Cabinet of the Tuileries, she read a prepared statement of devotion to the state, then collapsed into sobs and had to be carried from the room. Napoleon wept openly. He told those present that France politically demanded the sacrifice. He married the 18-year-old Archduchess Mary Louise of Austria, daughter of the emperor he had just defeated. Among the old revolutionary veterans, the union was deeply unpopular. She was the niece of Marie Antoinette. When a son was born in March 1811, a 101-gun salute echoed across Paris, and an extravagant silver-gilt cradle was presented to the infant. The dynasty, it seemed, was secured. Beneath the celebrations, though, the empire was fracturing. The demand for fresh troops never let up. Armed flying columns scoured the countryside hunting draft dodgers who had fled into forests to avoid conscription. Villages lost their young men systematically, leaving the fields to women and the elderly. Some conscripts chopped off their own trigger fingers, others knocked out their front teeth so they couldn't bite open the paper musket cartridges required to load a weapon. When the flying columns found a fugitive's family, they quartered soldiers in the home, consumed the winter food stores, and imposed ruinous daily fines until the hiding son finally surrendered. The system worked in the sense that it produced soldiers. What it also produced was hatred. The continental system was already strangling the empire's own commercial hubs. The taxation needed to sustain a standing army of over 1 million men drained the satellite kingdoms dry. And in Russia, the alliance forged on that famous raft at Tilsit was falling apart. Tsar Alexander viewed the French-controlled Duchy of Warsaw as a direct military threat to his borders. In December 1810, he abandoned the continental system entirely, opening Russian ports to neutral ships carrying British goods and slapping punitive tariffs on French luxury imports. The economic defiance struck at the heart of French grand strategy. Negotiation was over. What next? Every young man, every horse, and every sack of grain the empire could muster. Chapter 12. The March on Moscow. In the spring of 1812, something extraordinary gathered along the rivers and roads of Eastern Europe. Over 600,000 soldiers, drawn from virtually every corner of the continent, assembled into what was the largest army the world had ever seen. Italians, Poles, Germans, Swiss, and French marched alongside one another in a sprawling, multilingual column that stretched for miles. 200,000 horses pulled the cavalry, the artillery, and the enormous, cumbersome supply wagons. Polish lancers rode with hopes of winning a free homeland. Bavarian conscripts trudged forward with dread, dragged far from families to fight in a war they barely understood. The preparations had been exhaustive. Millions of rations were stockpiled in fortified depots along the Vistula River, loaded onto heavy wagons meant to follow the army east. And yet, the plan was flawed from the start. The distances involved over 800 kilometers from the border to Moscow far exceeded what early 19th century transport could manage. The roads of Eastern Europe were unpaved dirt tracks, and the iron-rimmed wagons sank into them almost immediately. The supply lines broke down within days of the campaign's opening. The army crossed the Niemen River in late June, entering Russian territory without a formal declaration of war. As Napoleon approached the riverbank, his horse stumbled and threw him to the ground. Someone on the general staff muttered, "That's a bad omen. A Roman would recross the river." The column pressed on regardless, flowing across 3 heavy pontoon bridges into the vast interior. The Russian high command knew they were vastly outnumbered and chose. They retreated into their own territory, ordering a scorched earth policy as they went. Crops, livestock, shelter, anything of use was to be destroyed. The aim was simple: deny the French everything, but the cost of that strategy fell on the people who could bear it least. Russian serfs, living at subsistence level, watched as imperial officers and Cossack detachments arrived to burn their autumn harvests. For many, losing that grain meant starvation come winter. Some communities fought back, clashing with their own army in desperate skirmishes to protect what little they had. In the end, the Russian state torched its own countryside far more thoroughly than the French vanguard ever managed, creating a wasteland of starving civilians long before the invaders arrived. The retreat caused fury within the Russian officer corps. Barclay de Tolly, the Minister of War, orchestrated the withdrawal with cold discipline. But commanders like Prince Bagration viewed the constant surrender of Russian soil as a profound humiliation. He raged openly against his superiors, demanding a chance to stand and fight. The ordinary soldiers felt much the same, marching eastward in simmering confusion, unable to understand why they were giving their country away without a battle. Meanwhile, the heat of the Russian summer was already destroying the Grande Armée from within. Sudden thunderstorms turned the dirt roads into knee-deep swamps, halting the wagons and forcing thirsty soldiers to drink from stagnant, infected puddles. Typhus and dysentery swept through the tightly packed columns, killing tens of thousands of men before they had fired a single shot. Within the first month, over 80,000 horses died of starvation and exhaustion, their bloated bodies lining the route. Without light cavalry, the French lost their ability to scout Russian positions or forage for food in the surrounding countryside. The army was going blind. The first major clash came at Smolensk in August. The Russians fortified the city's massive medieval walls and repelled repeated French assaults. Artillery bombardment ignited the wooden buildings inside, turning the city into a raging inferno. Then, under cover of night, the Russian army slipped away, leaving the French to occupy a smoldering ruin. Charred civilian corpses lay in the streets, survivors picked through the wreckage of their homes. The loss of Smolensk pushed morale to a breaking point, and Tsar Alexander finally intervened. He appointed General Kutuzov to overall command, a veteran respected enough to hold the fractured officer corps together. Kutuzov halted the retreat at a small village called Borodino, 120 kilometers west of Moscow, and ordered the construction of massive earthen fortifications packed with hundreds of artillery pieces. The battle, on the 7th of September, was a brutal frontal slugfest. French infantry walked directly into Russian cannon fire, sustaining horrific casualties just to reach the base of the earthworks. Inside the redoubts, the fighting became hand-to-hand bayonets, clubbed muskets, bare fists. The positions changed hands again and again throughout the day. Napoleon's marshals begged him to commit the Imperial Guard and finish the thing. He refused. At 800 leagues from France, I will not have my guard destroyed. The decision allowed the battered Russian army to withdraw in good order under darkness. Over 70,000 men lay dead or wounded on the field. Thousands more, lacking medical supplies, were left to die on the freezing open ground. The French entered Moscow on the 14th of September, expecting a formal surrender. They found a ghost city. The governor had ordered the population evacuated and released criminals from the prisons with incendiary devices and orders to burn it all. Fires broke out almost immediately, fanned by high winds, raging for 4 days and consuming 4/5 of the city. French soldiers looted the burning mansions, stumbling through smoke in stolen silk gowns, clutching silver plates, still desperately short of bread. Napoleon lingered in the ashes for 5 weeks, waiting for the Tsar to sue for peace. Alexander ignored every message. He knew the winter was coming. heavy snow fell in mid-October, the army would starve if it stayed. The retreat began on the 19th of October, the column burdened with looted treasure and thousands of civilian camp followers. Russian forces blocked the southern route at Maloy-Yaroslavets, pushing the French back along the same devastated road they had marched in summer. There was nothing left to eat. Temperatures dropped to -30. Men without winter clothing wrapped themselves in stolen carpets and raw animal skins. Frostbite claimed fingers and noses. Starving soldiers ate their dying horses raw. Cossack cavalry and partisan bands harassed the flanks constantly, cutting down anyone who fell behind. Entire regiments of Italian and German conscripts dropped dead in the snowdrifts, thousands of kilometers from home. In early December, reading reports of a coup attempt back in Paris, Napoleon handed command to Marshal Murat and slipped away in a fast sleigh, traveling incognito across hostile German territory. He left his dying army behind to secure his political grip on the capital. The final agony came at the Berezina River in late November. Russian armies closed in from 3 directions, trapping the remnants against the western bank. Dutch engineers under General Eble worked chest deep in the freezing water, wrestling wooden trestles into the current to build 2 fragile bridges. Nearly all of them died of hypothermia afterward. When Russian artillery began dropping shells into the mass of stragglers waiting to cross, panic erupted. Thousands were trampled to death or drowned in the ice escaped. But the Grand May was finished. Hundreds of thousands of dead lay scattered across the snow behind them. Across the Atlantic, the same economic warfare that had driven the army into Russia was igniting a second conflict. The Continental System and the British Orders in Council had strangled neutral American shipping for years. Infuriated by the seizure of their vessels and the impressment of their sailors, the United States declared war on Britain and launched a disastrously uncoordinated invasion of Canada. The war featured surprising American naval victories in single-ship engagements, proof that the policies shaping the catastrophe in Russia had dragged a distant continent into the same widening fire. The destruction of the Grande Armée shattered the spell that had held Europe in submission. 500,000 men were gone. The imperial center lay exposed. Across the continent, former allies sensed the weakness, broke their treaties, and began to mobilize. The survivors, limping back across the Rhine, would find no rest. A unified coalition was already forming behind them, armed and determined, ready to drive them all the way back to Paris. Chapter 13. The Battle of the Nations. The news from Russia arrived in fragments. Rumors at first, then dispatches, then the hollow faces of survivors trudging westward through the German snow. The Grande Armée, that vast instrument of imperial will, had been swallowed whole by the rudder, and across Central Europe, people began to sense that something fundamental had shifted. In December of 1812, General York von Wartenberg, commanding the Prussian corps that had been forced to march alongside the French, signed the Convention of Tauroggen. His troops would fight no more for Paris. It was a spontaneous act of defiance, and it lit a fuse that streaked through the Jarkland. Formalized the break in February of 1813, signing the Treaty of Kalisz with Russia and pledging 80,000 soldiers to the cause. King Frederick William III issued his proclamation, a Mein Volk, calling directly upon the people to rise in a war of national liberation. He introduced the Iron Cross, a military honor awarded regardless of social class. The Sixth Coalition had its core, and back in Paris, the imperial administration scrambled. The desperation was total. Depots were stripped bare. The conscription classes of 1814 were called up a full year early. These raw recruits, many of them teenagers, were nicknamed the Marie Louises after the empress who signed the decrees that sent them to war. They arrived at the German front lacking uniforms, horses, and basic training. The army that had once been a professional fighting force in Europe now looked like something else entirely. Even so, the French managed hard-fought victories at Lutzen and Bautzen that May, but without enough cavalry to pursue the retreating Russo-Prussian forces, those wins led nowhere. The enemy fell back in good order, preserved their strength, and waited. Both sides were bleeding badly. A summer armistice was agreed. It would prove to be a fatal pause, because during those weeks of quiet, Austria made up its mind. The decisive moment came in Dresden, inside the Marcolini Palace, where the Emperor met the Austrian Foreign Minister Clemens von Metternich for 9 volatile hours. Metternich laid out his terms. Dismantle the Grand Empire. Return France to its natural borders. The Emperor refused with fury, reportedly hurling his hat to the ground. I know how to die. He said, but I will not yield an inch of territory. Metternich left the room with a quiet certainty. You are lost, sire, he told him. Austria joined the coalition. The Allied force now numbered over 800,000 men, operating under the Trachenberg Plan, a coordinated strategy designed to avoid engaging the Emperor directly while picking off his isolated marshals one by one. It all came to a head in October of 1813, outside the Saxon city of Leipzig. Over 500,000 soldiers converged on a single area, along with thousands of artillery pieces. The engagement lasted 3 days. Russian, Prussian, Austrian, and Swedish armies pressed inward from every direction, grinding the outnumbered French into a shrinking perimeter. The artillery bombardment shook the ground for miles. Black powder smoke hung so thick over the field that men could barely see the ranks beside them. And then the Saxon allies mutinied, turning their cannons on the French and firing point blank into the lines of their former comrades. The retreat through Leipzig's narrow streets turned into catastrophe. A terrified corporal prematurely blew the only stone bridge over the swollen Ulster River. 30,000 French soldiers were trapped on the wrong bank. Men threw themselves into the freezing water under Russian sun. Marshal Poniatowski, who had received his marshal's baton just days earlier, drowned in the current. What remained of the army limped back across the Rhine, carrying typhus into mainland France and abandoning everything east of it. The German states, the Confederation of the Rhine, the Dutch territories, all gone. By early 1814, nearly 400,000 Allied soldiers had crossed the French frontier, marching on Paris from multiple directions. And here, fighting on his own soil, the Emperor produced something remarkable. During the 6 days campaign in February, he maneuvered a force of just 30,000 men to win 4 distinct engagements at Champaubert, Montmirail, Château-Thierry, and Vauchamp, effectively destroying the vanguard of Blucher's Prussian army. It was brilliant, mobile, furious, but it changed nothing. The coalition simply went around him and marched on the undefended capital. Marshal Marmont, commanding the Paris garrison, negotiated a secret capitulation and marched his entire corps into Austrian lines. At Fontainebleau, the senior marshals blocked his path. Michel Ney told him plainly that the army would not march on Paris, it would obey its generals. The Emperor drafted his abdication, first trying to preserve the throne for his infant son, then surrendering unconditional. Allies refused. That night, alone, he swallowed a vial of poison he had carried since Russia. The mixture had degraded over time. It made him violently sick, but did not kill him. He survived, and was made to face what came next. Chapter 14. The 100 Days. The island of Elba sits between Corsica and the Italian mainland, a rugged, sun-baked place home to around 12,000 people. It was here that the deposed emperor wanted sovereignty under the terms of the Treaty of Fontainebleau. Lived aboard the British undaunted in May of 1814, and immediately set about governing the island with the same frantic energy he had once applied to an entire continent. He designed new roads, expanded iron ore mines, reformed agricultural taxes. It was as though the habits of empire could not be switched off, even when the empire had shrunk to a speck in the Mediterranean. The whole setup was a strange mirror replica of what he'd built before. There was a tiny royal court, a personal guard of 600 veteran soldiers who had followed him voluntarily into exile, and a naval fleet consisting of a single brig called the Inconstant. His mother Letizia and his sister Pauline came to keep him company and help with money, which he badly needed. The restored French government had promised him a pension of 2 million francs. They never paid it. The little administration teetered on the edge of bankruptcy almost from the start. Meanwhile, secret couriers brought him a steady stream of reports from the mainland. The news was extraordinary. King Louis XVIII, who had returned to Paris in what was the baggage train of the Allies, was deeply unpopular. Bourbon government had retired thousands of veteran officers on half pay, replaced the tricolour with the old white flag, and made noises about returning confiscated lands to aristocratic emigres who had fled during the revolution. 25 years of social progress felt suddenly under threat. The army was furious. The countryside was restless, and on Elba, the exile was paying very close attention. He also learned that the Congress of Vienna was discussing whether to move him somewhere far more remote, somewhere deep in the Atlantic, beyond any hope of return. That was the final push. A secret departure was planned for late February of 1815. The British guard ship was temporarily absent, and then, under cover of darkness, the small flotilla slipped out of the harbour at Portoferraio. Just over 1,000 armed men sailed with him. They landed completely unopposed on the southern French coast at Gulf Juan. The column moved quickly northward through snow-covered alpine passes, deliberately avoiding royalist strongholds in the Rhone Valley and sticking to the working-class regions of the Dauphiné, where sympathy ran high. The moment that defined everything came just south of Grenoble, at the village of Lafray. A battalion of the 5th Line Infantry had been deployed across the road with orders to shoot him on sight. He walked out ahead of his own guards, entirely alone, straight toward the leveled muskets. He opened his grey overcoat and called out, "Soldiers of the 5th, do you recognize me? If there is any among you who would kill his emperor, here I am." The line broke. Soldiers wept, rushed forward, and embraced his boots, shouting, "Vive l'Empereur!" After Lafray, the march on Paris became a bloodless procession. Thousands of soldiers did the Bourbon cause and joined the advancing column. Cheering peasants lined the roads through every town. Marshal Ney, who had personally sworn to Louis XVIII that he would bring the usurper back in an iron cage, defected with his entire command. The king fled the Tuileries palace in the middle of the night, and so, at a single shot fired, emperor was carried up decades of the aimed at the seat of power. A fragile period, 100 days, had begun. The response from the powers assembled at the Congress of Vienna was immediate. On the 13th of March, 1815, they issued a joint declaration that was unprecedented in international law. He was proclaimed an outlaw, outside the protection of civil and social relations, an enemy and disturber of the tranquility of the world, who had rendered himself liable to public vengeance. Over 700,000 Allied troops began to mobilize. To survive, he had to strike before they could converge. The newly formed Army of the North advanced rapidly across the Sambre River into Belgium. The Dutch army under Wellington from the Prussian army under Blücher. The initial maneuvers caught the coalition off guard. On the 16th of June, he struck the isolated Prussians at Ligny, a brutal, concentrated infantry fight in the burning streets of a small village. The French won, but the victory was undercut by Marshal Ney's failure at the simultaneous Battle of Quatre Bras, where he didn't secure the vital crossroads and allowed Wellington to withdraw in good order. A torrential rainstorm on the 17th turned the Belgian countryside into a deep quagmire and slowed the French pursuit. Wellington used the delay to dig in along the ridge of Mont Saint-Jean, anchoring his flanks on the fortified farmhouses of Hougoumont and La Haye-Saint. The Battle of Waterloo opened late on the morning of the 18th, delayed so the ground could dry enough for French artillery. The assault on Hougoumont, intended as a diversion, escalated into a grinding slaughter that swallowed entire French units without breaking the British right flank. Then Ney, misreading the movement of British casualties as a retreat, sent the heavy cavalry charging unsupported up the muddy slope against unbroken infantry squares. The cuirassiers went again and again. The British bayonets held. Late in the afternoon, the Prussians emerged from the woods to the east and struck the exposed French right at Plansois. It was the decisive blow. In desperation, the legendary Old Guard was committed in a final assault on Wellington Centre. Point-blank musketry shattered it. Panic spread through the French lines like fire through dry grass, and the Army of the North dissolved into a fleeing mob on the muddy slopes of Mont Saint-Jean. The political gamble of the 100 Days died on that field. He fled back to Paris, where the legislative chambers turned openly hostile. A second abdication followed. Then a desperate dash to the Atlantic coast, with Prussian cavalry units closing in behind him. At Rochefort, every escape route was severed by the Royal Navy blockade. There was nothing left to do. He surrendered on the deck of a British warship, formally and finally removed from the board. The powers who had spent over 2 decades fighting him could, at last, begin to rebuild. Chapter 15. The World Rebuilt. The formal surrender took place on the deck of HMS Bellerophon on the 15th of July, 1815. The deposed emperor handed himself over to Captain Frederick Maitland, apparently expecting political asylum somewhere in the English countryside, a quiet estate perhaps, a gentleman's retirement. The British government had other ideas. They were terrified of his political influence. Even now, even in defeat, they refused to recognize his imperial title. The ship was ordered to remain anchored offshore while they decided what to do with him. The decision, when it came, was brutally pragmatic. He would be exiled to the most remote, most inescapable place on Earth. He was transferred to HMS Northumberland and transported across the Atlantic to the island of St. Helena, a desolate volcanic rock jutting from the South Atlantic over 1,900 kilometers from the nearest point on the African coast and ringed by British artillery batteries. There'd be no escape from this one. His designated residence was Longwood House, a former summer retreat for the East India Company perched on a damp, wind-blasted plateau. The conditions were genuinely miserable. Rats infested the building. The floorboards rotted from the constant damp. A thick, depressing fog routinely settled over the grounds, and the health of his entire French entourage deteriorated steadily in the gloom. It was the kind of place that seemed designed to make a person shrink. The relationship between the captive and the island's British governor, Sir Hudson Lowe, collapsed almost immediately into a petty, vindictive, psychological war. Lowe rationed the household's firewood and wine. He posted armed sentries outside the windows at night. He refused to deliver any mail addressed to the Emperor, insisting on the designation General Bonaparte. These were small, deliberate humiliations, administered with bureaucratic precision, and they ground on, day after day, year after year, in the fog. Stripped of all political power, the exile turned his immense, restless energy towards something he could still control: his legacy. Working closely with the devoted Emmanuel de la Casse, he dictated what would become the Mémorial de Sainte-Hélène, a massive text in which he carefully presented himself as a liberal martyr. In this version of events, his wars had all been defensive, fought against oppressive monarchies, waged to spread the progressive ideals of the French Revolution across a backward continent. It was, of course, a selective reading of history, but it was a compelling one, and it would prove enormously influential. His physical decline was rapid: severe abdominal pain, constant vomiting, a noticeable, alarming loss of body weight. He died on the 5th of May, 1821, at the age of 51. The subsequent British autopsy revealed a massive, perforated ulcer in his stomach. Stomach cancer, the same disease that had killed his father. The finding permanently dispelled the persistent rumors of arsenic poisoning by the British, though those rumors would linger in certain circles for generations. What happened next was unexpected. The British military garrison on the island, men who had spent their adult lives fighting against his armies across the mountains of Spain and the muddy fields of Belgium, filed past the small camp bed in solemn procession to view his body. Many of them wept openly. The sheer physical reality of the pale, emaciated corpse dissolved something. The terrifying, mythological monster of decades of British wartime propaganda simply wasn't there anymore. Just a dead man on a bed. There was an immense, heavy sense of finality among the ranks. He was dressed in the iconic green uniform of the Chasseur à Cheval of the Imperial Guard, the crimson ribbon of the Legion of Honor pinned in place. 4 nested coffins, tin, lead, mahogany, sealed the body. British grenadiers carried him in relays to a quiet, willow-shaded valley on the island, with full military honors. Even in death, the arguments continued. The British governor insisted the tombstone read Napoleon Bonaparte. The French entourage demanded the singular imperial Napoleon. Neither side would yield. And so the heavy stone slab that covered the muddy grave was left completely blank. While the captive had been slowly dying in the South Atlantic, the victorious powers of Europe had already convened the Congress of Vienna. Their task was enormous. They had to redraw the map of a continent that had been ripped apart over 20 years of continuous warfare. The negotiations were dominated by 4 figures: the conservative Austrian Foreign Minister Clemens von Metternich, the pragmatic British Foreign Secretary Viscount Castlereagh, the deeply mystical Tsar Alexander I of Russia, and the brilliant, slippery French diplomat Talleyrand. Talleyrand's performance was remarkable. Representing a defeated, occupied nation, he exploited the growing divisions between the victors over the fate of Poland and Saxony. He positioned France as the defender of smaller, vulnerable nations. He maneuvered the restored Bourbon monarchy back into the inner circle of great power decision-making. It was diplomatic manipulation of the highest order, and the overriding objective of the Congress, shared by all parties, was the restoration of the old balance of power. They wanted a conservative international system built to suppress any future democratic revolution, anywhere, at any cost. France was pushed back to its borders of 1790, forced to pay a crippling financial indemnity, and saddled with the deeply unpopular Bourbon monarchy under King Louis XVIII. To contain future French aggression, the Congress built strong buffer states along the borders. Belgium and Holland were merged into the United Kingdom of the Netherlands. Prussia received massive new territories in the industrial Rhineland. Austria regained its dominance over the Italian peninsula, erasing the modern republics that had been established over the previous 2 decades, and returning the region to a patchwork of conservative duchies ruled by Habsburg cousins. The Congress formally established the Concert of Europe, an unprecedented system of regular international congresses and mutual militaries. The major powers agreed to intervene across borders to crush liberal uprisings wherever they occurred. Monarchical stability came first. National self-determination came nowhere. This deeply conservative system would successfully prevent another continent-wide war for exactly 100 years, holding the line until the catastrophic outbreak of the First World War in 1914. The cost of the previous 2 decades was staggering. An estimated 5 to 7 million people had died during the continuous global warfare. The human toll extended far beyond the battlefields themselves. Relentless demand of annual conscription had reached deep into the countryside, pulling young men from their communities for years at a time. The demographic hole left village economies reeling. Families faced severe, grinding poverty, their structures permanently ruptured by the absence of sons and husbands. Hundreds of thousands of maimed veterans returned to their rural homes, missing limbs, permanently blinded by exploding black powder, or suffering from psychological trauma that had no name and no treatment. These men relied on overstretched church charities and inadequate state pensions for their daily survival. Continental industry had been crippled by the disruptions of the continental system and the deliberate destruction of bridges and roads by retreating armies. Britain emerged from the wreckage as the unquestioned global power. Its domestic industrial infrastructure was untouched. Its financial system in London was the most sophisticated on earth. The Royal Navy was physically larger and more heavily armed than all other global navies combined. British merchants monopolized the markets of Asia, Africa, and Latin America. The defeat of France marked the beginning of the Pax Britannica, a full century of imperial dominance that would shape the architecture of the modern global economy. The legacy of the fallen emperor, though, extended well beyond the battlefields. 2 decades of French occupation had fundamentally rewired the daily reality of life in annexed territories from Belgium to the Rhineland and the Italian peninsula. The centralized state administration had dismantled old feudal jurisdictions, abolished internal tolls, dissolved ancient urban guilds, and created unified national markets. Vast tracts of confiscated church and aristocratic lands had been auctioned off, transferring enormous wealth to an ascendant class and professionals. The state had taken control of education and welfare, introduced civil marriage, and granted legal emancipation to Jewish communities in states like Westphalia and the Italian republics. The Napoleonic Code established equality before the law and the inviolability of private property. Even after the French armies retreated, modernizing states retained these efficient legal frameworks. They formed the basis of civil law systems stretching from Latin America to the Middle East. The Congress of Vienna tried to cram these newly empowered social classes back into their old positions. The restored regimes favored aristocratic landowners and the returning church hierarchy. They attempted to reinstate ecclesiastical authority and feudal dues. This deeply alienated the new winners of the Napoleonic era, the property middle class, the professional administrators in uniform bureaucratic systems, and the religious minorities who had briefly tasted equal citizenship. You cannot reimpose feudal obligations on citizens who have spent 15 years holding legal title to their own land and paying uniform taxes under a modern legal code. The friction between the reactionary political settlement and the transformed social reality made the restoration structurally unstable from the start, and it served as the direct cause of the revolutions that would violently detonate in 1830 and 1848. The era forged national identities that would define the 19th century and beyond. The humiliation of the Prussian defeat at Jena triggered a wave of German cultural and political nationalism, sparking the long process that would culminate in the unification of the German Empire. The lived experience of the Kingdom of Italy, a unified administration, a modern national military, planted the seeds of the Risorgimento, giving Italian patriots a tangible memory of a united peninsula from Austrian domination. Those incredibly dense 51 years shattered the ancient assumption that political power and social status were ordained by divine right and noble birth. The rapid ascent of a minor, heavily accented provincial artillery officer to the throne of an empire stretching from Madrid to Moscow was proof of something. It demonstrated that an individual could forge their own destiny through intellect, willpower, and ambition. The concept of the career open to talents, where advancement was based on proven merit rather than aristocratic bloodline, became a permanent, disruptive ideal. It threatened every conservative monarchy on the planet and rewired the expectations of the emerging middle classes across Europe. In the decades after the death on St. Helena, the figure of the emperor rapidly transcended the historical reality of the man. Writers, poets, and philosophers across the continent, Goethe, Byron, Hegel, saw him as the embodiment of raw human potential. The world spirit on horseback, Hegel called him. A force that had ripped apart the stagnant feudal order to drag humanity into modernity. That a single life defined by immense bloodshed and strict dictatorial control could simultaneously become an enduring symbol of individual human agency speaks to the complexity of the legacy. It remains contested, heavily debated, and permanently woven into how we think about the limits of power and ambition. The blank stone slab in the remote Atlantic Valley marked the physical end of the general, sealing the era of massive cavalry charges and continent-spanning armies into the realm of history. The conservative monarchs gathering in the gilded halls of Vienna believed they had successfully turned back the clock, restoring the ancient, quiet obedience of the European populace. But the explosive ideals of nationalism, meritocracy, and rational civil law had merely been forced underground, where they spread rapidly through intellectual salons and working-class taverns across the continent. The the revolutions that would detonate in 1830 and 1848 would prove exactly how deeply the seeds of the imperial era had been planted, guaranteeing that the ghost of the emperor would continue to shape the political destiny of the world long after the guns had fallen silent. It is February 21st, 1965. In a crowded ballroom in Upper Manhattan, a tall, copper-skinned man steps to the podium to speak. Minutes later, he is lying on the stage, his chest torn apart by 21 gunshot wounds. An hour later, the man who terrified the most powerful nation on earth is pronounced dead. Tonight, we unravel the life of Malcolm X. To many, he remains a symbol of rage, the opposite of Martin Luther King. But the real Malcolm X was something else entirely. He was a man who changed how millions of people thought about race, power, and what they were willing to accept, whose words echo through every movement for black liberation that came after him, and whose story is the story of what happens when a black man in America refuses to ask politely, refuses to wait patiently, and starts telling the world exactly what this country does to its own people. Before we begin, please take a moment to like and subscribe. It really helps us fight against algorithmic censorship. And let us know in the comments which topics you'd like us to explore next. Now, settle in, as we return deep south at the turn of the 20th century, where a carpenter's son is about to set his family on a path that will shake America to its core. This is the bedtime biography of Malcolm X. Chapter 1. A House on Fire. Earl Little was born in 1890 in Reynolds, Georgia, a manufacturing town where white mobs had lynched more than 500 black people in the decades since Reconstruction. He was a farmer's son with 3 years of schooling and hands that could shape wood into almost anything. That skill made him a good carpenter. It also made him a target. White laborers didn't care for a muscular, 6-foot-tall black man who could do the work as well as they could, maybe better, and who carried himself like he knew it. By 1917, Earl had left his first family behind and joined the Great Migration northward, eventually settling in Montreal. That's where he met Louise Langdon Norton. Louise had been born in Grenada in 1897. She was fair-skinned with long flowing hair, and people often mistook her for white. Her complexion was the result of her mother's rape by a Scotsman, the fact she carried quietly. She was educated, fluent in French, a strong writer, and she'd emigrated to Canada alone at 19. The two married on the 10th of May, 1919. What drew them together, beyond whatever private tenderness passed between them, was a shared devotion to Marcus Garvey's Universal Negro Improvement Association. The UNIA became the backbone of their household. Garvey preached a gospel of black self-reliance and racial separation as a path to dignity. His movement had a flair for spectacle. Gaudy banners, honorary titles like Knights of the Nile, and it worked. Poor black families who had been taught their whole lives to shrink found themselves standing a little taller. Earl and Louise moved to Omaha, Nebraska in 1921 to establish a local chapter, arriving just as the Ku Klux Klan was surging back to life across the American heartland. 4 years later, in 1925, Hooded Klansmen surrounded the little home at night. Louise was pregnant. She stepped out onto the porch to face them while torchlight flickered across shattered window glass. Malcolm was born on the 19th of May at Omaha's University Hospital, Earl's 7th child. Sorry for the interruption. This is Charles from History After Dark, a channel that is entirely viewer-funded. I cannot produce these deep-dive documentaries without your direct support. A pledge of just a few dollars a month via Patreon or as a YouTube member provides the material base that keeps this channel alive. In return for your solidarity, you gain direct voting rights on future topics and a completely ad-free experience. Thank you. They moved again in 1929 to Lansing, Michigan, buying a farmhouse in a white neighborhood. They didn't know about the racial exclusion clause buried in the deed. White neighbors filed for eviction almost immediately. On the 8th of November, men doused the house in gasoline and set it alight. Malcolm's older brother Wilfred remembered it years later. When we woke up, fire was everywhere, and everybody was running into the walls and into each other. Trying to get away, Earl fired a shot at the fleeing arsonists, but the fire department never came. The house burned to the ground. Police locked Earl up on suspicion of arson for insurance money. He'd actually let the policy lapse. The families scraped together what they could and settled on a 6-acre plot they'd later lose to a tax lien. Earl threw his fury into Union meetings held in members' homes, small gatherings where people lifted each other up with a chant Malcolm would never forget. Up, you mighty race. You can accomplish what you will. Malcolm was his father's favorite. He sat close and listened. Earl struggled to find steady work and clashed openly with Lansing's black middle class, people Malcolm would later call misguided and integration-seeking. Even as a boy, he noticed that the supposed black elite were really just waiters and shoeshine boys performing respectability for white approval. Meanwhile, the Black Legion, a vigilante group in black robes who policed local morals through whippings and humiliation, kept watch over families like the Littles. On the 8th of September, 1931, Earl left to collect money owed to him, despite Louise's uneasy feeling about the evening. Late that night, a police officer came to the door. Earl had been found near the streetcar tracks, critically injured. Wilfred snuck into the back of the hospital and saw the body. The streetcar had severed his father just below the torso, cut the left leg clean off, and crushed the right one. The coroner called it an accident. The neighborhood called it murder. What followed was a slow collapse. $1,000 insurance payout vanished into rent and dentist bills and funeral costs. Louise crocheted gloves and worked her garden plot to feed 8 children. Malcolm, meanwhile, avoided chores by lying under trees, spinning stories to anyone who'd listen. Hunger became ordinary. The family turned to a nearby Seventh-day Adventist church for help and adjusted their diet accordingly, dropping pork and rabbit. Malcolm started stealing food from local stores, which followed him like a smell through his integrated school. Welfare workers eventually placed him with neighbors, the Gohannas. Louise, jilted by a suitor who left her pregnant with her 8th child, began to unravel. By December of 1938, she was found walking barefoot through the snow, unable to say who she was. She was committed to Kalamazoo State Hospital. She would remain there for 24 years. Malcolm landed at the Ingham County Juvenile Home in Mason, a nearly all-white town, where he surprised everyone by excelling in class and getting elected president. His classmates called him Harpy because he talked over everybody. He was bright and loud and aware constantly of the distance between himself and the white world around him. Then, one afternoon, his English teacher, Richard Kaminska, told him that becoming a lawyer wasn't a realistic goal for a nigger. Carpentry, Kaminska suggested. That would suit him better. Malcolm's grades dropped. He grew hostile. Eventually, they expelled him. His half-sister, Ella, a sharp and worldly woman, had visited that summer and seen something worth saving. In February of 1941, Malcolm boarded a Greyhound bus heading east. He was nearly 16, wearing a dark green suit with sleeves too short for his wrists, watching the flat farmland of Michigan slide past the window and out of his life. Chapter 2. Suits and stolen watches. Hit Malcolm like a wall of noise. Ella lived in the Sugar Hill section of Roxbury, where the black middle class kept their lawns trimmed and their opinions to themselves. She wanted Malcolm to settle in, find respectable work, take his time getting to know the city. Malcolm lasted about a week before he wandered downhill into the other Roxbury, the one that pulsed with pool halls and dance joints and men in wide-brimmed hats who leaned against doorways like they owned the block. He was 15 years old and had never seen anything like it. His first real friend was a young man called Shorty, a fellow from Lansing who played saxophone and knew his way around. Shorty got Malcolm a job shining shoes at the Roseland State Ballroom, where big bands played and the air was thick with cigarette smoke and perfume. Malcolm learned fast. He learned how to hustle tips, how to steer customers toward bookies and bootleggers, and how to read a room for them. He also got his first conk, a process that involved slathering his hair with a burning paste of lye, eggs, and potatoes until the natural curl went straight. It hurt badly. He kept his head under the faucet and felt the sting run down his neck and ears. Years later, he'd call it his first act of self-degradation, the moment he began reshaping himself into someone the white world might find acceptable. But at 15, standing in front of the mirror in his first zoot suit with the wide shoulders and pegged trousers, he thought he looked magnificent. The zoot suit mattered. In wartime America, fabric was rationed, and wearing that much cloth was a small, deliberate act of defiance. Malcolm bought his on credit, a sky blue number, and wore it everywhere. He picked up the Lindy Hop at the Roseland and threw himself across the dance floor with a reckless energy that cleared space around him. He was tall and copper-skinned and loud, and people remembered him. Ella watched all of this with growing unease. She had pulled strings to get him out of Michigan, and here he was sliding into exactly the kind of life she'd hoped to steer him from. By 1943, Malcolm had moved to New York. He was 17. Harlem in the 40s was its own universe, dense with jazz clubs and churches and numbers, runners and preachers shouting on corners. Malcolm got a job as a sandwich seller on the New Haven Railroad, which gave him a legitimate reason to travel between Boston and New York. He used it. Soon he was selling marijuana to musicians backstage at Small's Paradise, a club on 7th Avenue where the bartenders danced while they poured. He fell in with a crowd that included a young comedian named Red Fox, who worked the kitchen. Malcolm's hair was dyed red from a botched conch job, and someone started calling him Detroit Red. The name stuck. His hustle escalated quickly. He moved from marijuana to cocaine, ran numbers, steered white thrill-seekers from downtown to after-hours joints in Harlem, where they could find whatever they were looking for. He carried a gun. He dodged the draft by walking into his selective service interview, acting erratic. telling the examiner he wanted to be sent south so he could organize black soldiers to kill white people. They classified him mentally disqualified. He went to the streets the same afternoon. Harlem was getting dangerous for him. He'd crossed too many people, owed money in the wrong places, and a particularly bad dispute with a West Indian numbers runner named Archie nearly got him killed. Archie was older, respected, and had a photographic memory for every bet he'd ever taken. When Malcolm claimed a winning number and Archie couldn't find the slip, things turned ugly fast. Malcolm left New York with Archie's threat still ringing in his ears and went back to Boston, thinner than when he'd left. What happened next had an almost amateur quality to it. Malcolm put together a burglary ring with Shorty, another friend, and two white women named Bee and Joyce, who could case wealthy homes without raising suspicion. They broke into houses across the affluent suburbs, stealing jewelry, furs, whatever they could carry. It went on for a few weeks. Then Malcolm brought a stolen watch to a repair shop and came back to collect it. The police were waiting. He was arrested in January of 1946. He was 20 years old. At sentencing, the judge gave Malcolm and Shorty 8 to 10 years each. The two white women, who had committed the same crimes, received sentences of 1 to 5. Malcolm would later say that the harshest charge against him in that courtroom wasn't burglary. It was the fact that he'd been keeping company with white women. He arrived at Charlestown State Prison in February, his zoot suit days behind him, Detroit red fading into someone else entirely. Chapter 3. The Convert. Prisoner number 22843 arrived at Charlestown State Prison in January of 1946 with a temper that could strip paint. He cursed out psychiatrists, caseworkers, anyone in a uniform. A prison report described him as colorful, cynical, amoral, fatalistic. The prognosis was poor. Charlestown itself had been in 1805 and hadn't improved much since. The cells were cramped and overrun with mice. There was no plumbing. Once every 24 hours, inmates emptied their own waste buckets. Malcolm got high on ground nutmeg, which the prisoners had discovered worked as a mild hallucinogen. It also brought on bouts of depression and paranoia that left him worse off than before. His rages earned him a nickname among the other inmates. They called him Satan. He directed most of his fury at God and religion, and anyone foolish enough to bring up either subject. And then he met a man called Bimby. John Elton Bembry was tall, light-skinned, a former burglar who could hold court on virtually anything. Thoreau, linguistics, history, philosophy. The other prisoners listened when Bimby talked, which was rare in a place like Charlestown. He told Malcolm in so many words that he had a brain and was wasting it. That landed. Malcolm enrolled in correspondence courses. He started using the prison library. He began copying the entire dictionary by hand, word by word, memorizing definitions and improving his penmanship until the hours bled together. He read late into the night by the dim glow that seeped into his cell after lights out, straining his eyes so badly that he'd eventually need glasses. Education became his way out, and in March of 1948 it worked. He was transferred to Norfolk Prison Colony, a facility that looked more like a college campus, with houses instead of cells and active debating clubs where inmates argued about politics and philosophy. It was at Norfolk that the letters started arriving from his siblings. They'd converted to something called the Nation of Islam, a sect that taught that black people were the original people and that whites were devils, created thousands of years ago by an evil scientist named Yakub. Brother Reginald wrote him a cryptic note "Don't any more cigarettes. I'll show you how to get out of prison." Malcolm followed the instructions. When he refused pork in the dining hall, other inmates, he leaned in further. He accepted the theology. He believed it completely. Then came the correspondence with Elijah Muhammad himself. Malcolm drafted his first letter to the nation's leader 25 times before he was satisfied enough to send it. Muhammad wrote back, enclosing a $5 bill and words of encouragement. For a young man whose father had been killed and whose mother had been institutionalized, Muhammad filled a role that had been empty for years. Malcolm wrote to him daily, opening every letter with the same salutation, praising Allah and his holy servant. He even wrote to President Truman, declaring himself a communist and opposing the Korean War. To open a file on Malcolm, they never closed it. In late 1999, his brother Reginald visited and spoke badly of Muhammad, having been expelled from the nation for an affair with the secretary. The news shook Malcolm. He wrestled with it alone in his cell, and during that struggle he experienced a vision, a figure who was neither black nor white, light brown, with oily black hair and an Asiatic face. Malcolm believed this was Master W.D. Fard, the nation's messianic founder. Muhammad sent word that Reginald's punishment was Allah's chastisement. Malcolm accepted the explanation and moved on. He started converting other black inmates and agitating for religious rights. He demanded east-facing cells so Muslims could pray toward Mecca. He pushed for changes to the prison menu. The Boston Herald ran a story under the headline, "4 convicts turn Muslims, get cells looking to Mecca." The authorities responded by shipping him back to Charlestown, where the food gave him ulcers and conditions wore his body down. He kept reading. He studied the Bible and the Quran side by side. At some point during this stretch, he signed a letter, Malcolm X, surprised, adopting the symbol for the original African surname that slavery had stolen. In June of 1952, the parole board reviewed his case and granted his release. He walked out of Charlestown on the 7th of August wearing a cheap suit that hung off him. He had a small amount of money in his pocket. That evening he visited a Turkish bath to scrub off what he called the prison taint, and afterward he bought a new pair of glasses, a suitcase, and a wristwatch. The gates of Charlestown swung shut behind him, leaving 22843 in the past. The man stepping into the Detroit air was someone else entirely, disciplined, educated, lit up with a faith he intended to spread to every corner of the country. Chapter 4. The Minister's Grip. The world Malcolm stepped into looked nothing like the one he'd left 6 years earlier. He boarded a bus to Detroit, where his brother Wilfred was waiting. The household ran on discipline. Mornings began with ritual washing and prayer, the family facing east together before the day could properly start. Malcolm settled into it. He took a job at the cut-rate department store to satisfy his parole, and almost immediately noticed something that turned his stomach. Poor black families were being sold gaudy-looking junk on credit schemes that had them paying triple what the goods were worth. They couldn't access legitimate credit anywhere else, so they had no choice. He filed that away. In late August, a 10-car caravan carried the Detroit faithful south to Chicago. Malcolm was among them. At a temple on the south side, he saw Elijah Muhammad for the first time in person. A small man in a gold-embroidered fez who called out Malcolm's name from the podium and compared his devotion to that of Job. After the service, the group was in its 18-room mansion on South Woodlawn Avenue. Malcolm asked him directly how to grow the movement. The answer was simple. Go after the youngs, Muhammad said, follow through shame. Back in Detroit, he threw himself into recruiting with a kind of fever. He haunted pool halls and bars, back alleys and street corners, looking for anyone who might listen. One of his earliest converts was Joseph Gravitt, a destitute veteran who responded to Malcolm's authority and eventually became Captain Joseph, a formidable figure in his own right. By January of 1953, Malcolm had taken a job on the production line at the Ford assembly plant in Wayne. The monotony ate at him. He lasted until an FBI agent pulled him off the line to ask about his draft status for Korea. The military psychiatrist who examined him noted an asocial personality with paranoid trends. He was let go. By June, he'd quit manual labor entirely. Elijah Muhammad promoted him to minister and sent him to Boston to build Temple Number 11 from nothing. He used a member's home as his base, and within months, the recruitment had worked well enough that the temple was officially established. Then came Philadelphia in March of 1954, where he was sent to shake things up. The local leader was dismissed. Captain Joseph was installed in his place. The two of them made an odd pair. Malcolm, tall and angular, Joseph, short and muscular with a volatile streak. But it worked. That June, he arrived in Harlem to lead Temple Number 7. Over 1 million black residents lived in New York, but initial growth was slow. Harlem already had its share of nationalist voices, and a certain weariness hung over the community. Malcolm imposed structure, FOI drills on Mondays, Unity Night on Tuesdays, student enrollment on Wednesdays. He kept at it, week after week. By 1955, his reputation had grown enough that Chicago called him back for a 3-week membership drive, and he helped establish temples in Springfield, Hartford, and Atlanta along the way. Then came the night of April 26, 1957, and everything changed. 2 police officers beat an NOI member named Johnson Hinton on a Harlem street corner. When Hinton was dragged to the 28th precinct, Malcolm mobilized a silent column of Fruit of Islam members and marched them to the station house. Outside, a crowd of 4,000 gathered. Inside, he found Hinton bleeding and disoriented, denied medical attention. Malcolm demanded he be taken to Harlem Hospital. 100 Muslims marched through Harlem's busiest corridor behind the ambulance, and the NYPD had no idea what to do about any of it. The standoff at the precinct ended only when Malcolm raised his hand. The crowd, thousands of people, angry and restless, dispersed in minutes. One officer reportedly said that no one man should have that much power. The incident made Malcolm a hero in Harlem and forced the city's authorities to take the Nation of Islam seriously for the first time. He used that momentum. He started writing a column called God's Angry Men in the Amsterdam News. He hosted diplomats from Syria and Egypt at a gathering called the Feast of the Followers. He converted hundreds of old Garveyites who'd been skeptical of the Muslims. His schedule was relentless. 2 hours of sleep, constant coffee, until chest pains landed him in Sydenham Hospital that October. And still the crowds kept growing. 4,000 people at a Detroit lecture where he laid out his theory of the fox and the wolf, the idea that white politicians were either scowling predators or smiling ones who ate you just the same. It was around this time that a quiet resentment began to build among the Chicago circle who managed the messenger's affairs. Chapter 5. A gas station proposal. By 1958, Malcolm was effective, tireless, and, most problematically, unmarried. This had become a problem. A minister without a wife invited gossip, and gossip was something the nation could not afford. Marriage wasn't a matter of the heart, it was an obligation. His choice fell on Betty Sanders, a nursing student from Detroit who had joined the Harlem Temple back in '56. She was intelligent, composed, medium brown, and familiar with temple culture. Their courtship, if you could call it that, was stiff and formal. Their first date was a trip to the Museum of Natural History, planned so she could study exhibits useful for her temple teaching duties. He cancelled it hours before they were supposed to meet. Betty, who was not the type to let things slide, told him plainly, "Well, you sure waited long enough to tell me, brother mister." The proposal came on the 12th of January, 1958. He'd driven through the night from somewhere on the road and pulled into a gas station in Detroit, a telephone booth. He called her and said, "Look, do you want to get married?" She said yes. 2 days later, they stood before a justice of the peace in Lansing, a hunchbacked white man who told Malcolm to kiss his bride at the end of the ceremony. Malcolm was so repulsed by the instruction that he hurried Betty out of the room. He would later mock what he called the Hollywood stuff that movie-addicted women had come to expect from weddings. The marriage was strained almost from the first week. He traveled constantly, sometimes gone for days at a stretch, moving between cities and temples with the restless energy that had always defined him. He believed, with real conviction, that women were inherently tricky and untrustworthy, and he kept Betty on a tight financial leash, controlling the household funds down to the last dollar. When their first daughter, Atala, was born in November of that year, he stayed just a single day before heading back out to Albany and Newark. Betty eventually packed up the baby and fled to a cousin's house. His response was blunt. "If you leave again, coming after you." Whatever fragile peace existed in the household was shattered on the 14th of May, 1958. Two detectives, Joseph Kiernan and Michael Bonura, showed up at the family's Queens duplex and tried to force their way through the side door. A scuffle broke out with several temple members inside. Someone hurled a bottle from an upper window. Kiernan fired 2 shots through the door. Betty and a woman named Minnie Simmons were dragged outside, lined up against the wall, and hauled to the 114th precinct. Malcolm raced back from Boston and launched into the press, calling the NYPD an occupying army in the black community. The trial that followed in March of '59 became the longest assault case in Queens history. The nation treated the courtroom like a stage. Fruit of Islam members sat in the gallery with notebooks, acting as stenographers, photographing every person who walked through the doors. Betty and Minnie were exonerated. On the courthouse steps, Malcolm told the crowd, "Any policeman who abuses you belongs in the cemetery." It was the kind of line that made headlines and made enemies in equal measure. That same summer, he left the country for the first time. He traveled to Egypt, Saudi Arabia, and Sudan, meeting with Anwar el-Sadat in Cairo and religious scholars at Al-Azhar University. He was often embarrassed by how little he knew of proper Arabic prayer rituals. His understanding of Orthodox Islam still sketchy at best. From the Kandara Palace Hotel in Jeddah, he wrote to the Pittsburgh Courier that the Saudi population ranged from regal black to rich brown, and that most Arabs would be right at home in Harlem. Something shifted in him during those weeks abroad. He began to sense that the nation's theology, the idea of the Asiatic black man, the rigid cosmology, sat uncomfortably beside he was encountering in mosques and lecture halls across the force. Middle East. He returned home carrying these new doubts quietly. They would have to wait. His enemies in Chicago, Raymond Sharif, John Ali, were already whispering that the minister had grown too big, too visible, too independent. His marriage was fracturing, his fame was accelerating. And just as the private cracks were deepening, a television camera crew was preparing to do something no one had managed before. Pull back the curtain on the Nation of Islam and broadcast what they found to all of white America. Chapter 6. Into the Spotlight. In the summer of 1959, a television documentary changed everything. It was called The Hate That Hate Produced, put together by journalist Mike Wallace and a young black reporter named Louis Lomax. It aired on WNTA-TV in July, and within hours, the Nation of Islam had gone from a little-known sect to front-page news across the country. The footage showed Elijah Muhammad addressing crowds in Washington. It showed the Fruit of Islam standing in formation, and the narration framed all of it as a dangerous black supremacist cult hiding in plain sight. The public reaction was immediate, an avalanche, as some described it. White Americans were alarmed. Civil rights leaders scrambled to distance themselves. Roy Wilkins of the NAACP compared the Muslims to the Ku Klux Klan, and Malcolm, who had spent years building the nation temple by temple, suddenly found himself defending the movement on a national stage. When Wallace pressed him, he fired back that the greatest compliment anyone could pay him was to call him irresponsible, if being responsible meant answering to white authorities. The strange thing about the documentary was that it worked in two directions at once. It horrified mainstream America, yes, but it also drew people in. Recruitment surged. Temples that had been half empty began filling up. Young black men and women who had never heard of the nation were now showing up at meetings, curious, angry, looking for something the civil rights movement hadn't given them. Malcolm understood the power of attention, even hostile attention, and so, by 1960, he launched a monthly newspaper called Muhammad Speaks. The idea was to control the narrative, to put the nation's message into print on their own terms. To get it off the ground, he recommended John X. Simmons, the secretary of Temple No. 7, for the role of National Secretary in Chicago. Simmons was eventually renamed John Ali. He would go on to become one of the most powerful figures inside the organization, and one of Malcolm's sharpest internal critics. That same year, Malcolm stepped into a new arena, the American University campus. It started with a radio debate against the Reverend William James on WMCA, and then the invitations kept coming. Harvard, Yale, standing room only crowds of mostly white students who wanted to hear him speak. He told them that token integration was a trap, designed to benefit only the middle-class Negroes who could be paraded as proof of progress while the rest were left behind. He challenged Roy Wilkins directly, pointing out that Jews and Catholics also claimed to be God's chosen people without being called a cult. The audiences didn't always agree with him, but they listened. That was new. Then came Fidel Castro. In September of 1960, the Cuban leader traveled to New York for the United Nations General Assembly. After a dispute with the Shelburne Hotel over his accommodations, Castro threatened to pitch a tent in Central Park. A Harlem Welcoming Committee had a better idea. They invited him to the Hotel Teresa, right in the heart of Black New York. Malcolm went to see him. The two spent about an hour together in a private meeting on the 19th of September, and the photographs went everywhere. Elijah Muhammad was furious. Malcolm ordered the Fruit of Islam into a 24-hour security detail around the hotel to protect Castro from anti-Cuban demonstrators, which only added to the spectacle. Back in Chicago, the whispers were getting louder. Members of Muhammad's family suspected Malcolm was angling for the top job, and plans were being drawn up to rein in these media appearances. He responded by doubling down on his public devotion. He was the one who first began referring to Elijah Muhammad as the Honorable, a title that stuck. He mediated a power struggle in Boston, where his own sister Ella had been trying to remove his protege Louis X. He sided with Louis. In November, he debated the civil rights strategist Bayard Rustin on WBAI radio. Rustin picked apart the nation's dream of a separate black state, calling it a conservative fantasy with no real plan behind it. Malcolm pushed back, but at one point conceded that if white Americans were to accept black people fully, without needing laws to force it, he might go along with that. It was a small crack in the armor, but it was there. Then came January of 1961. Muhammad sent Malcolm south to implement what was being called a Southern strategy. On the 28th of January, in Atlanta, he sat across a table from representatives of the Ku Klux Klan. He told them the nation wanted complete separation. He even offered to help identify white people who supported integration, traitors, as the Klan saw them. He justified the meeting to Muhammad afterward, pointing to their shared opposition to interracial marriage. But something about it sat wrong with him. It stayed with him long after he left that room, a discomfort he couldn't quite shake, like a stone in his shoe on a very long walk. Chapter 7. 7 bullets at the mosque. In January of 1961, Betty packed up the children and left for her birth father's house in North Philadelphia. She didn't make a scene about it. She just went. Malcolm called her from a payphone and heard something in her voice that stopped him cold. Suffering, real suffering, the kind she'd been carrying quietly for months. He wrote her a letter. This was unusual for Malcolm. He was a man of speeches, of podiums and microphones, of crowded rooms where his voice could fill every corner. But a love letter was something else entirely. He told her he appreciated what she'd endured during the birth of their daughter, Cubila. He enclosed $40, which was a great deal of money for him at the time. And tucked into that same letter, almost as a reflex, was a request that she handle some business details regarding a possible Muslim show at Carnegie Hall. Even in tenderness, the nation's work followed him everywhere. While Malcolm tended to his family from a distance, the organization he served was quietly coming apart at the seams. The secrets Malcolm had been tracking, the pregnancies of Elijah Muhammad's secretaries, and the subsequent abandonment of the children were now moving from private whispers to public threats. The FBI's wiretaps were humming with the details, including how Muhammad's wife, Clara, felt he treated her like a dog. The Bureau even approved an anonymous letter to her, designed to deepen the cracks. Muhammad, meanwhile, moved to a luxurious home in Phoenix to maintain a degree of privacy. In July of 1962, Evelyn Williams drove to that house and left his illegitimate children on the doorstep after he refused to provide more than $300 a month for their care. That's when local police were called to investigate child neglect. The secrets held mostly within the nation's inner circle, but they wouldn't hold forever. Malcolm, for now, remained focused on the fight outside. That same January, he attended a lecture by Arthur Schlesinger Jr. at Atlanta University, where the Kennedy advisor classified the Nation of Islam alongside the Ku Klux Klan as a hate group. Malcolm confronted him during a follow-up session at Clark College, demanding to know his basis for the charge of black supremacy. The black press called it a victory. Schlesinger, they said, had been forced into a diplomatic withdrawal. The invitations kept coming. Howard University tried to host him in February of 1961, but the administration cancelled the lecture, nervous about its integrationist reputation. He finally appeared there in October, debating Bayard Rustin in front of 1,500 people. "I stand before you," he told them, primarily as a black man. He attacked what he called the anemic Negro leader, who survived on gifts from white people and misrepresented the black masses. He spoke about post-colonial Africa and drew a line from newly liberated nations to the ghettos of American cities, framing them as occupied colonial territories. A month earlier, at Harvard's Sanders Theater, he'd warned a record-breaking crowd that Allah was giving America one last chance to repent before destroying white civilization. His rhetoric moved between sharp political analysis and apocalyptic religious prophecy, sometimes within the same paragraph. He met Maya Angelou after a riot at the United Nations in February, sparked by the murder of Patrice Lumumba. Authorities had blamed Malcolm and his so-called Muslim Brotherhood gang incorrectly. He warned Angelou that conservative leaders would eventually denounce her as a communist by August A. Philip Randolph had appointed him to the Emergency Committee for Unity on Action, his first real step into broad-based secular politics. The committee produced a blueprint for Harlem, demanding $50 minimum wage and an end to discriminatory hiring. Then came Los Angeles. On the 27th of April, 1962, police raided the local mosque and shot 7 Muslims. Ronald Stokes, a Korean War veteran, was killed by a bullet through the heart, fired from behind while his hands were raised in surrender. Malcolm was beside himself. He began recruiting an assassination team from the Fruit of Islam. "What are you here for?" he demanded. "What the hell are you here for?" Elijah Muhammad said no. "Son, you don't go to war over a provocation." Malcolm obeyed, but the bitterness settled into him like something permanent, something prayer couldn't reach. Chapter 8. The minister goes political. Within days of landing in New York, Malcolm organized a rally in Harlem. Standing before a crowd and drawing a line from the shooting of one Muslim in a Los Angeles mosque straight through to the beating of black men on sidewalks across the country, this was a civil rights matter now. He intended to make sure everyone knew it. He invited Adam Clayton Powell Jr. and other Harlem leaders to join a coalition against police brutality. It was a political move, and it cut against everything the messenger had taught about keeping the nation separate from the wider struggle. Other ministers noticed. John Shabazz pushed back, arguing that only a religious solution could address what ailed the community. But the minister pressed ahead anyway, sensing that the old boundaries were too narrow for what the moment demanded. Then came the plane crash. In June of 1962, a chartered flight went down outside Paris, killing 121 white passengers from Atlanta. At a rally in Los Angeles, the minister called it a very beautiful thing, evidence that God answers prayers. The words landed like a grenade. Martin Luther King Jr. moved quickly to distance the broader movement, telling reporters that the majority of black Americans harbored no such hatred toward whites. And in Washington, J. Edgar Hoover seized on the remark like a gift, circulating warnings to the French government that this man was the fanatical leader of an anti-white organization. It was, by any measure, a disaster. Meanwhile, the machinery of the nation ground on. At a rally in Detroit that same month, the minister was handed a letter from Raymond Sharif, ordering every Muslim to secure no fewer than 2 new subscriptions to Muhammad Speaks per day. The quota was crushing. In Boston, 42 businessmen quit the mosque rather than meet it. One of them, Aubrey Barnett, was attacked in broad daylight by a crew from the Nation after he left. They broke his ankle and fractured his vertebrae right there in Roxbury in the middle of the afternoon. Back in New York, the minister stood by the newspaper program, warning his followers that a time was coming when Muslims wouldn't be able to leave their homes. Whether he believed it or was simply holding the line, it was hard to tell. He kept moving. His the Hotel Teresa began to feature musical groups and guest speakers like Bayard Rustin, an effort to pull in a wider Harlem audience beyond the faithful. He was building something broader, even as the organization behind him tightened its grip. In August, he returned to Los Angeles to support 13 Muslims indicted for assault following the mosque raid. He claimed the jury had been cleared of black members. He took photographs of Donald Weiss, the officer who had killed Stokes, and let it be known that the pictures existed. The implication hung in the air like smoke. Elijah Muhammad's health was failing. Public appearances and control over the minister's movements grew tighter. The messenger told him that university lectures gained no converts and ordered him to cancel his remaining college engagements. The coverage of his speeches in Muhammad Speaks shrank, even as he brought in thousands of new members. Chicago was watching him with something closer to suspicion than pride. Around this time, he met Peter Goldman, a white journalist who would later write that his presence was both soldierly and priestly. He told Goldman that nonviolence was merely a device for disarming the black man. He said it plainly, the way he said most things. Alex Haley, meanwhile, published a piece in Reader's Digest calling the Nation a potent racist cult, though the two men maintained a working relationship. Benjamin 2X Goodman became a key assistant in New York, describing the minister as someone who was always in command and who often worked deep into the night. At home, the picture was different. The tension between him and Betty had grown sharp enough that she packed up the children and left for Detroit in early 1963. He told her that if she left again, he wouldn't come after her. He didn't have the kind of job where you could walk away at 5 o'clock. He kept working. He met a 19-year-old boxer named Cassius Clay in Detroit and described him as a clean-cut, down-to-earth youngster. Clay, for his part, said the Nation's message was the first time he'd ever felt spiritual in his life. In a television interview with Kenneth Clark that June, the minister compared black Americans to prisoners and called the president just another warden. He said it calmly, the way you describe the weather. And beneath all of it, something was shifting. The distance between his public devotion and the private reality of the Nation had become a weight he carried everywhere. Whispers from Chicago were getting louder. The secrets he tried to set aside were pressing forward, and soon enough they'd demand an answer he wasn't ready to give. Chapter 9. Too big for the temple. The flight to Phoenix would have taken several hours, long enough for a man to rehearse what he planned to say and how he did. Malcolm had the details now. Names, dates, the children that had resulted. With him when he sat with the messenger in April of 1963, with the care of someone who still told it wasn't true. Elijah Muhammad did not deny it. Instead, he reached for scripture. When Haman's wife, he told Malcolm, "I'm that it." Extraordinary thing to say. A man accused of betraying his own moral code wrapping himself in the robes of a biblical king. Malcolm left Phoenix with the confirmation he dreaded, and a question he couldn't yet answer: what to do with it. What he did, at first, was try to manage it. He began preaching to the faithful that a prophet's accomplishments outweighed his personal weaknesses. It was inoculation, a way to prepare the membership for what might eventually come to light, and it shifted something in his own sermons too. He spoke less about theology now, less about divine punishment and white devils. The language turned toward politics, toward social doctrine, toward the material conditions of black life in America. Whether he intended it or not, the pivot drew attention away from the messenger's character and toward the world outside the mosque walls. The messenger, for his part, seemed to reward the loyalty. He promoted Malcolm to national minister and dispatched him to Washington, D.C. to supervise Mosque Number 4. The assignment came with a pointed instruction to demand respect from the devils in that city. Malcolm held a press conference at National Airport in May, announcing a program to address black street crime in the capital. He was everywhere that spring. Monitoring the Birmingham campaign from afar, he criticized the government for waiting 3 weeks before sending troops to protect black children from dogs. He flew to Los Angeles for the trial of the Muslims arrested in the 1962, telling reporters that the defendants were not getting a fair trial. 9 guilty verdicts came back for assault, despite 6 of the jurors reportedly being black. But his constant travel left a gap in New York, and Chicago moved to fill it. John Alley, the national secretary, began contacting Captain Joseph directly on mosque matters, bypassing Malcolm entirely. It was quiet, administrative, the kind of maneuver that doesn't look like much on paper, Malcolm noticed. That same month, Alex Haley's interview with him appeared in Playboy, presenting Malcolm as the Prime Minister and heir apparent of the movement. He used the platform to argue that the nation had the sympathy of 90% of black people, regardless of what church they attended. The advance for his autobiography, $20,000, he signed over entirely to Chicago headquarters. During his collaboration sessions with Haley in Greenwich Village, he would sometimes break from the heavy material to scat sing or demonstrate the Lindy Hop, conjuring his Harlem years with his whole body. The manuscript's dedication page read to the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, who had found him in the muck and mire and made him the man he was. The summer brought a slow accumulation of fractures. In July, he hosted Akbar Muhammad, the messenger's own son, at a banquet in Harlem. Akbar called for a united front and said he didn't judge men by their skin color. It was a remarkable statement from inside the family, a quiet challenge to the entire theology the nation was built on. That same month, Malcolm turned up at a picket line outside a Brooklyn hospital construction site, snapping photographs and comparing the police presence to the Gestapo. When the March on Washington came in August, he called it the Farce on Washington, claiming it had been co-opted by the Kennedy administration. He went anyway. A Justice Department official named Roger Wilkins spotted him standing under a tree, watching the crowd. In September, the messenger publicly named him national minister at a gathering in Philadelphia, though by then the jealousy from Chicago's inner circle had reached a kind of fever pitch. He kept moving. A Berkeley audience in October, Bourgeoisie never reached back the poor out of slum. In Detroit on the 10th of November, he delivered the message to the grassroots, calling the Negro Revolution a non-violent sellout and introducing the analogy of the house Negro and the field Negro. Days later, he secured his mother's release from the Kalamazoo State Hospital, where she had been confined for 24 years. He told Haley, quietly, that he'd dinner with her for the first time in a quarter of a century. Around this time, he confided his doubts about the messenger to Louis X. Louis listened carefully, then reported the conversation straight back to Chicago, and a Queen's educator who had arranged a speaking engagement for Malcolm offered an observation that carried more weight than she knew. The minister, she saw fast, he would eventually have leave. Chapter 10. A sentence he couldn't take back. It was the 22nd of November, 1963, and America had lost its president. The country grieved. Flags hung half-mast. Television sets flickered with footage of Dallas, of Jackie Kennedy's blood-stained suit, of Lyndon Johnson taking the oath aboard Air Force One. And in Chicago, Elijah Muhammad understood immediately what this moment demanded of his movement. Silence. Complete, unambiguous silence. He had his son telephone the New York office to dictate exactly what should be said if reporters came asking. The Nation of Islam would share in the world's shock. That was all. Malcolm received the directive. He understood it, and for 9 days, he followed it. On the 1st of December, he stood in as a substitute speaker for the messenger at a long-planned event at the Manhattan Center. 700 people filled the hall. John Alley, the national secretary, had been sent down from Chicago specifically to monitor the proceedings, and he stood only a few meters from the stage as Malcolm delivered a speech entitled God's Judgment of White America. The speech itself stayed within bounds. What came after did not. During the question and answer session, someone asked about the president's death, and Malcolm, who had spent weeks biting his tongue while the government's hypocrisy gnawed at him, let go of his restraint. He called it a case of the chickens coming home to roost, suggesting that the violence America had encouraged abroad had returned to its own shores. Then he went further. Being an old farm boy myself, he said, chickens coming home to roost never did make me sad. They've always made me glad, the audience murmured. John Alley reached for the telephone before Malcolm had even stepped off the stage. Chicago's response came the following day. Malcolm arrived for his regular meeting and was told he was suspended for 90 days, effective immediately. Removed from his post at Mosque Number 7. Muhammad described the punishment to the FBI in paternalistic terms, saying that Papa had to discipline a child who was popping off. The language was deliberate. It reduced the most prominent minister in the nation to an unruly boy who had spoken out of turn. The suspension went deeper than public silence. Rumors spread that he would be permanently replaced, with names like Akbar Muhammad and Jeremiah X floated as successors. In New York, Captain Joseph began physically blocking Malcolm from entering the mosque. Members were discouraged from speaking to him. Old friends crossed the street and they saw him coming. The infrastructurality that had surrounded him for over a decade was being dismantled piece by piece, and he could feel it happening in real time. In mid-January of 1964, he took his family to Miami to visit Cassius Clay at his training camp ahead of the Liston fight. There are photographs from those days, Malcolm and his daughters on the beach, squinting in the Florida sun. It looked like a holiday. It almost was. Clay won the fight on the 25th of February and announced shortly after that he was joining the nation, taking the name Muhammad Ali. Chicago moved quickly to claim Ali as their own, and the new convert became another piece on a board that Malcolm no longer controlled. Back in New York, the threats turned physical. A former member of the Fruit of Islam named Anas Luqman came to Malcolm with a warning. Captain Joseph had ordered him to plant a bomb in Malcolm's 1963 Oldsmobile. The words Lukeman used were plain enough. The order was to take care of him. Late one night, riding through Morningside Park with James 67X, Malcolm heard something similar. James told him that people were talking about killing him, people he had once called brothers. The formal break came on the 8th of March. M.S., handler of the New York Times, published an article announcing Malcolm's independence from the nation. Malcolm told the press he could best spread the message by staying outside what he called the straitjacketed world of the organization. He spoke of cooperating with the broader civil rights movement, something that would have been unthinkable even months earlier. The next day, he and a small group of supporters gathered in Queens to incorporate Muslim Mosque Incorporated, a religious organization meant to give a spiritual home to those who had followed him out the door. On the 12th of March, at a press conference in the Park Sheraton Hotel, he warned that there will be more violence than ever this year, and that black people were ready to act as roaring lions. The umbilical cord to Chicago had been severed. After 12 years inside the nation, Malcolm stood alone, without its finances, without its organizational machinery, without the security apparatus that had once surrounded him. The threats against his life were growing louder by the week, and so he turned his gaze eastward, toward a spiritual renewal that could only be found in the ancient sands of the Holy City. Chapter 11. Into the East. Within days of founding Muslim Mosque Incorporated, Malcolm was already thinking bigger. The problem, as he saw it, was one of framing. Civil rights kept the struggle penned inside American courts, subject to American judges, dependent on American goodwill. Human rights opened the door to the world. If the case could be brought before the United Nations, the American government would have to answer to an international audience. That was the play. On the 26th of March, 1964, he found himself at the Capitol in Washington. Martin Luther King Jr. was there too, and the two men crossed paths in a corridor. They shook hands, exchanged a few words. Photographers captured the moment, the integrationist and the separatist standing side by side for perhaps 30 seconds. Neither man lingered, but the handshake said something that speeches hadn't. A week later, on the 3rd of April, Malcolm stood before a crowd of thousands in Cleveland, Ohio, and delivered what would become one of the defining addresses of the era, the ballot or the bullet. He told the room that if the government would not guarantee voting rights, the only remaining option was armed self-defense. It'll be ballots or it'll be bullets. The audience knew he meant it. And yet, even as his political voice sharpened, his spiritual authority was slipping. The nation questioned his legitimacy. He needed something they could not give him and could not take away. He decided to make the Hajj, the sacred pilgrimage to Mecca that every Muslim is called to complete at least once. His sister Ella gave him $1,300, money she had been saving for her own journey. He left for Cairo on the 13th of April, traveling under the name Malik el-Shabazz. Jeddah did not roll out a carpet for him. He hit bureaucratic walls almost immediately, and for a time it seemed he might not be allowed into the holy city at all. Then came the hospitality of Dr. Omar Azam and his father, Abdul Rahman Azam, who offered him a suite at the Jeddah Palace Hotel and brought his case before the Hajj court. The Saudi prince intervened, and Malcolm was granted accreditation as a guest of the state. What followed changed him. He stood on Mount Arafat alongside tens of thousands of pilgrims. He circled the Kaaba shoulder to shoulder with Muslims of every complexion, blonde-haired, blue-eyed men among them, people he would once have called devils without hesitation. They prayed together. They ate from the same plate. He wrote home that he had seen a brotherhood he hadn't believed was possible. White, he said, described an attitude and a set of actions. It didn't have to describe skin. In a letter later published in the New York Times, he admitted he had been forced to toss aside many of his previous conclusions. He wrote about the younger generation of white Americans and wondered whether Islam might offer them a way out of what he called the cancer of racism. These were words the Chicago headquarters could never have produced, and they could never take them back. After completing the pilgrimage, he kept moving. Beirut, Nigeria, Ghana. In Ibadan, students at the university gave him the name Omowale, the son who has returned. He spoke to packed halls. When an opponent tried to challenge his message, students mobbed the man off the stage. Malcolm watched it happen with something close to wonder. In Accra, he met President Kwame Nkrumah and addressed the Ghanaian parliament. He called for a pan-Africanist alliance, linking the diaspora's fight to the continent's own struggles against colonial interference. He warned that the American government was itself a colonial power and that it should be held accountable. The expatriate community there, which included Maya Angelou and Julian Mayfield, welcomed him warmly. The trip was marred by one encounter. At the airport, he ran into Muhammad Ali. The two had been close once. Ali looked at Malcolm's new beard, his white robes, and turned cold. He told reporters that nobody listens to that Malcolm anymore. He declared his total loyalty to Elijah Muhammad. Malcolm said nothing in reply, or if he did, nobody recorded it. On the 21st of May, 1964, he landed at JFK. Supporters and journalists crowded the arrivals hall, eager to hear from the man who had left as a nationalist and returned as something harder to categorize. He carried with him a message of universal brotherhood that his own followers were still absorbing. He had plans, a new secular organization, international alliances, a broader platform. But the shadows from Chicago were growing longer, and his former brothers were already composing their answer. Chapter 12, Open Season. He came home to New York in late May of 1964, and within hours he was standing behind a podium at the Hotel Teresa. The press conference was packed. Reporters who had covered him for years noticed something different in his bearing, a kind of openness that hadn't been there before. He told them plainly that his travels had changed his racial philosophy. He announced his intention to form a new organization, one that would welcome all people of African descent and accept support from anyone willing to offer. Muslim Mosque Incorporated would remain his spiritual vehicle, but the political work ahead required something broader, something with room for people who didn't share his faith. The very next day, he flew to Chicago. 1,500 people filled a hall to hear him debate Louis Lomax. He told them that separation was not the goal, nor was integration, but respect as a human being. And he added a warning, one drawn from what he'd witnessed in Africa. If the race issue went unsettled, he said, Black Americans would adopt the same guerrilla tactics that had toppled colonial governments overseas. The audience listened carefully. So did the people who had been sent to watch him. The FBI visited his home on the 29th of May. They wanted to question him about a supposed plot to assassinate President Johnson. Malcolm had anticipated the visit. He'd hidden a tape recorder under the sofa before they arrived. During the interview, he calmly defended the Nation of Islam's role in cleaning up crime in black neighborhoods. It was a shrewd performance. By speaking as though he was still under suspension from the nation, he He strengthened his legal claim to the house in Queens, the parsonage that Elijah Muhammad's people were trying to take from him. The courts were already involved, and a judge would eventually order the family to vacate by the end of January 1965. On the 6th of June, he sat in the living room of Yuri Kochiyama's apartment and met with Japanese survivors of the atomic bomb. He told them something that stayed with the people in that room for years afterward. You have been scarred by the atom bomb. He said, we have also scarred. The bomb that hit us was racism. He spoke about Vietnam, about imperialism, about the shared wounds of people across the world who had been treated as less than human by governments with too much power and too little conscience. The following evening, he stood on the stage of the Audubon Ballroom and did something that could never be taken back. At the Audubon, he finally went nuclear. He took the secrets he had confirmed in Phoenix, the illegitimate children, the betrayals of the secretaries, and broadcast them to the world, burning his final bridge to Chicago. The room went very quiet. This was the heart of everything the nation claimed to stand for: moral purity, divine authority, and cutting it open in front of hundreds of witnesses. He sent James 67X to the West Coast afterward to collect sworn affidavits from the women involved. They were willing to file paternity suits. They were also terrified. On the 28th of June, he officially launched the Organization of Afro-American Unity, modeled after the Organization of African Unity he had observed in Cairo. The OAAU would be the secular arm of his movement, dedicated to education, economic self-reliance, and political empowerment. He told the founding rally that this organization would not engage in sit-ins. They would take what was rightfully theirs. Meanwhile, Harlem was getting dangerous. His supporters had begun carrying rifles and shotguns openly in the streets. Captain Joseph, who ran the Fruit of Islam in New York, reportedly told his men that Malcolm himself was not to be touched, but that everyone around him was fair game. On 116th Street, armed Malcolmites squared off against a crowd of nation members in a standoff that ended with several arrests and a great deal of fear on both sides. The neighborhood felt like a place holding its breath. By early July, he could see the situation clearly enough. His organizations were young and fragile, riddled with internal friction. Its around him were turning volatile. He made the decision to leave again, to return to Africa for a second tour, where he hoped to lobby heads of state to bring the American government before the United Nations. He also needed money. On the 9th of July, 1964, he boarded a flight for London. His instructions to the men he left behind were simple: take care of Betty. He was leaving behind a city on the edge of something terrible, trading one set of dangers for the uncertain shelter of the international stage. And as he prepared to plead the case of the American Negro before the leaders of the world, the men he trusted to protect his family were already beginning to buckle under the weight of an impossible loyalty. Chapter 13. Passport to the World. On the 10th of July, 1964, Malcolm stepped off a plane at Heathrow Airport and into a London summer. The British press wanted to talk to him, and unlike the reporters back in New York, they seemed genuinely interested in what he had to say. He spent his days meeting with African students and intellectuals in the city, framing the American struggle as one thread in a much larger tapestry of anti-colonial revolution. Within days, he was on a flight to Cairo. He arrived on the 13th of July for the second summit of the Organization of African Unity. 33 heads of state had gathered, and Malcolm intended to lobby every one of them. He submitted an 8-page memorandum to the delegates, arguing that our problem is your problem, and that no matter how much independence Africans achieved, they would never be fully respected while black Americans remained unfree. He was a private citizen from Harlem, walking the halls of a diplomatic summit, and yet he moved through those corridors as though he'd been doing it all his life. The Egyptian secret police watched him. So did the CIA. On the night of the 23rd of July, after dinner at the Zodiac restaurant in his hotel, Malcolm was suddenly seized by violent stomach cramps and nausea. He suspected poisoning. He was rushed to a local hospital where doctors pumped his stomach. He later told associates that they almost got me that time. The episode left him weakened, thinner in the face, slower on his feet. But something had hardened behind his eyes. If anything, the attack confirmed what he already believed, that his international lobbying had made him a target of the highest order. He pressed on through the continent regardless, spending weeks in Ethiopia, Kenya, Tanzania, Guinea, and Liberia. In Nairobi, he met with Jomo Kenyatta and addressed the Kenyan parliament, where he was received as a visiting dignitary. He watched these newly independent nations building their governments, training their civil servants, writing their own laws. He began sketching plans for the OAAU to offer technical and educational support to African states in exchange for political solidarity. In Dar es Salaam, Julius Nyerere listened to him with deep sympathy, but offered a cautious warning. The African nations depended on American developmental aid and couldn't afford to alienate Washington openly. By September, he had made his way back to Saudi Arabia as a guest of Prince Faisal, who provided him with a car and driver to tour the kingdom. He returned to Mecca and Medina, spending quiet hours in prayer, deepening his understanding of Orthodox Sunni Islam. He wrote to his followers in New York that the true Islam is a religion of peace and brotherhood, and that he prayed Allah would give him the strength to carry this message back to the wilderness of North America. He was struck by the lack of racial consciousness in the Saudi administration. Many high-ranking officials were of African descent, and nobody seemed to think anything of it. Meanwhile, back in New York, the organizations were drifting. OAU and Muslim Mosque Incorporated had lost momentum in his absence. Internal rivalries between key lieutenants like James 67X and Peter Bailey sapped what energy remained. The FBI saw its opportunity and moved in, intensifying its COINTELPRO operations, spreading rumors that Malcolm had abandoned the cause for a comfortable life abroad, planting seeds of distrust among the membership. When he finally landed at Kennedy Airport on the 24th of November, only a small group of loyalists stood waiting. 5 months earlier, crowds had met him at that same terminal. He could feel the change immediately. The Nation of Islam's newspaper, Mohammed Speaks, had sharpened its language considerably. Louis X had written that a man like Malcolm is worthy of death, and that the die is cast. His home in Queens was under constant surveillance by NOI members. Several of his supporters had been attacked in the streets. He tried to rebuild momentum with weekly rallies at the Audubon Ballroom, but attendance was uneven and the money was running out. Small donations, and whatever he earned from speaking engagements, that was all that kept the office on 125th Street open. He told a journalist that autumn, "I'm a marked man." He said he didn't expect to live to see the end of the year. His relationship with the ministers who had followed him out of the nation was fraying under the weight of his evolving philosophy. He spent his nights at the OAAU office working until dawn on a basic unity program he hoped might finally pull the fractured movement together. He carried a briefcase everywhere now, documents in one side, a loaded pistol in the other. The halls of African parliaments already felt like another lifetime. The walls on 125th Street were closing in. Chapter 14. The Last Cold Months. By late 1964, Malcolm's calendar had become a kind of punishment. Speeches in New York, debates in England, meetings that ran past midnight. He moved through airports and hotel lobbies with the look of a man carrying something heavy, though his suitcase was always light. The death threats had become so frequent that they blended into the background noise of his life, the way traffic does when you've lived on a busy street long enough. In December, he travelled to Oxford, England, to debate at the Oxford Union. He stood before an audience of young scholars in that old wood-panelled hall and laid out his case with the kind of precision that made people lean forward in their seats. He told them he didn't believe in any form of unjustified racism, and that the oppressed had a right to use whatever means were necessary to liberate themselves. The room was still for a moment after he finished. Back in New York, the courts were moving to evict his family from their home. They were ordered to be out by the end of January. Early February brought him south. He visited Selma, Alabama at the invitation of SNCC activists, arriving while Dr. King sat in a jail cell. He met instead with Coretta Scott King and told her plainly that he wasn't there to make her husband's job harder. His presence, he suggested, gave white America an alternative to consider, one that made King's demands look reasonable in comparison. He didn't stay long. Word reached him that the Nation of Islam was pushing harder to seize his house in Queens, and he flew back to New York on the 4th of February with the feeling that the walls were closing in. 10 days later, the violence arrived at his front door. It was the early hours of the 14th, a Saturday, and Betty and the 4 girls were asleep. 2 firebombs came through the front windows. The house filled with the smell of petrol and a thick grey smoke that moved fast through the hallways. Malcolm got his family out through the back, all of them barefoot, the youngest still half asleep and crying. He stood on the pavement in his dressing gown and watched the living room burn. When the police arrived, he told them the Nation of Islam did this. His voice was steady. That same evening, he left for London, placing his family in the care of friends. London offered a brief reprieve, or at least the illusion of one. He spoke at the London School of Economics and met with representatives of the Council of African Organizations. When he tried to continue on to Paris for a scheduled engagement, French gendarmes stopped him at Orly Airport and informed him he was persona non grata. He was put on a return flight almost immediately. He suspected American pressure was behind it and told the London press that the national conspiracy against the black man was real, that they were trying to silence him because he was telling the truth about American democracy. Whether the accusation was precise or not, the pattern was hard to ignore. He flew back to New York on the 13th, but his home was a charred ruin. He checked into the Statler Hilton under a false name, though the media and the FBI found him within hours. His body was failing him. A cough he couldn't shake. Nights without sleep. He told his assistant, Brother Benjamin, that he felt like he was walking in a fog, that he couldn't see the way forward anymore. Visitors came and went from the hotel room. He gave interviews, took phone calls, tried to plan. His thoughts drifted. The night before the rally, the 20th, he stayed at the Hilton alone. Sleep would come. He spent hours on the phone with Betty and his sisters, and something in his tone had shifted. He told Betty he was going to make it up to her, all the time away, all the missed evenings. He promised. To a trusted friend, he said something else entirely. They're going to kill me, he said, and they're going to do it in a way that will make it look like I deserved it. Chapter 15, 21 Wounds. The morning of February the 20th, 1965, found Malcolm alone in a room at the Statler Hilton Hotel. He'd barely slept. A cough had settled deep in his chest, and the week behind him, the firebombing of his home, the smoke still clinging to his family's clothes, had left him in what he called a fog. He couldn't see the path ahead clearly anymore. Somewhere around mid-morning, he picked up the phone and called Betty. He asked her to bring the girls to the afternoon rally at the Audubon Ballroom. All four of them. That was unusual. He'd always kept his family away from his public life, shielded them from the crowds and the cameras, but something had shifted. He wanted them there, wanted them to see him speak, as though he understood this particular afternoon carried a weight he couldn't quite name. He arrived at the ballroom around midday, having stopped for a light meal on the way. The Audubon sat on West 166th Street, directly across from the 28th precinct of the NYPD. Inside, the security situation was thin. During his years with the Nation of Islam, every attendee would have been searched at the door, a standard practice they called fishing. Today, that hadn't happened. Malcolm was visibly frustrated. He told his security chief that if they couldn't do the job properly, they should step aside. Then he disappeared into a small dressing room behind the stage. For several minutes he sat there in silence, his head in his hands. When he finally spoke, it was to an associate. He said he'd come to believe the Nation of Islam wasn't his only enemy. There were people in the shadows, he said. And then, more quietly, he admitted he was already a dead man. At 3 o'clock, Benjamin 2X Goodman stepped to the podium and introduced the minister Malik al-Shabazz to a crowd of roughly 400 people. Loyal followers, curious residents of Harlem, undercover police. Malcolm walked out and offered the greeting, "Assalamu alaikum," and the room answered him warmly. He had barely begun to speak when two men in the middle entered into a staged argument. One of them shouted loud enough for the whole room to hear, "Get your hand out of my pocket." The commotion pulled the stage security away from their posts. They moved toward the scuffle, leaving Malcolm standing alone behind the podium. 3 men rushed the stage from the front rows. Talmadge Hayer carried a 12-gauge sawn-off shotgun concealed beneath his coat. He fired a double-barreled blast into Malcolm's chest from about 5 meters away. The force threw him backward over the chairs, his hands clutching at the wound. A smoke grenade went off somewhere near the back of the room, filling the air with thick grey clouds as the shooters tried to disappear in the panic. People dove under chairs, others screamed and crawled toward the exits. Betty had been sitting in the front row with her daughters. She rushed the stage and threw herself over her husband's body. "They're killing my husband," she cried, trying to shield him. A handful of Malcolm's followers caught Hayer as he tried to flee, beating him so badly his ankle snapped. The police, stationed just across the street, strangely absent from the ballroom itself, arrived in time to pull Hayer from the crowd. The other 2 gunmen vanished into the Harlem streets. No ambulance came. His people grabbed a stretcher from the nearby Columbia Presbyterian Hospital and carried him across the road themselves. Doctors performed an emergency thoracotomy, massaging his heart by hand. At 3:30 in the afternoon, they pronounced him dead. The autopsy counted 21 gunshot wounds. 10 buckshot pellets had torn through his heart and lungs. 7 wounds in his legs, 4 in his arms. He was 39 years old. Over the days that followed, his body lay in the Unity Funeral Home on 8th Avenue, dressed in the white robes of a Hajj pilgrim. An estimated 30,000 people lined up outside, the queue stretching several the biting February cold, just to see him one last time. His face looked peaceful, people said. Harlem itself was grief-stricken and furious in equal measure. On the 23rd, a Nation of Islam mosque was firebombed in retaliation. But Betty and Malcolm's sisters called publicly for calm. Fervence, they would only dishonor the man they lost. The neighborhood held its breath. Clouds kept growing, stretching into the cold. Chapter 16. What he left behind. He was buried on a Saturday in late February at the Faith Temple Church of God in Christ in Harlem. Ossie Davis gave the eulogy, calling him our own black shining prince. And then the cameras went away. In the weeks that followed, the press did what the press often does with figures it cannot easily categorize. They filed him under violence, stamped the folder closed, and moved on to other stories. The civil rights leadership kept a cautious distance. There was no obvious successor, no organization strong enough to carry his voice forward. For a brief window, it looked as though the establishment might get its wish, that the man and his message might simply fade. Then the book arrived. In October of 1965, the autobiography of Malcolm X was published, co-authored with Alex Haley, and it changed everything. By the late 1970s, it had sold over 6 million copies. Young people who had never heard him speak, who had been children when he died, were reading his words in dorm rooms and on park benches and in the back rows of public libraries. The autobiography gave shape to something that had been circulating without a name, a psychological framework for black pride, for self-definition on one's own terms. When Stokely Carmichael began using the phrase black power the following summer, he openly acknowledged that his own political thinking had been reshaped by the minister's late career shift from narrow nationalism toward international human rights. That shift echoed outward in directions no one could have predicted. The Black Arts movement, led by figures like Amiri Baraka, drew directly from his fire. Baraka called him the charcoal drawing of us all. Poets and playwrights in Harlem and Newark built a revolutionary theater rooted in the belief he had championed that art should serve liberation. Their work was raw, confrontational, deliberate. It sounded like him. And then came the Panthers. In 1966, Huey Newton and Bobby Seale formed the Black Panther Party for Self-Defense in Oakland, California. They cited his doctrine of by any means necessary as justification for armed patrols against police brutality. They wore the black leather jackets. They carried his blueprints from the Organization of Afro-American Unity and turned them into something operational. Community breakfast programs for children, free health clinics, political education classes. The kind of material, ground-level work he had been urging in his final months alive. His reach kept stretching. Through the 1970s and 80s, his ideas traveled across oceans. In South Africa, Steve Biko folded the minister's theories of black consciousness into the resistance against apartheid. Biko understood the argument that psychological liberation had to come before political liberation. Across the Atlantic, in Britain, his speeches gave language to the black communities of London and Birmingham, young people whose parents had arrived from the Caribbean and West Africa, and who now faced the structural racism of a country that had once colonized their homelands. When the Brixton riots erupted in 1981, his words were already circulating in the background. The wider culture caught up in 1992 when Spike Lee released his biographical film. Suddenly, the X was everywhere, on baseball caps and t-shirts from Tokyo to Berlin. The timing was uncanny. The film arrived in the same year as the Los Angeles uprising following the Rodney King verdict, and many observers noted the grim echo of his old phrase about chickens coming home to roost. Whether the commercialization of his image diluted the politics or amplified them remains an open question. Probably both. 7 years later, the United States Postal Service issued a 33-cent stamp in it. The same government that had spent years surveilling him through COINTELPRO now claimed him as part of the national heritage. His former associates noticed the irony. The version of him that appeared on the stamp was polished, safe, scrubbed of his radical critique of capitalism and empire. Decades passed before anything resembling justice surfaced. In 2021, the Manhattan District Attorney's Office moved to vacate the convictions of Muhammad Aziz and the late Khalil Islam. A 2-year reinvestigation had confirmed what many had long suspected. The FBI and the NYPD's Bureau of Special Services had withheld evidence that would have cleared both men. It lent weight to the belief he had voiced in his final weeks that the forces working against him extended well beyond any single mosque in Chicago. His voice, meanwhile, kept finding new vessels. In hip-hop, his speeches have been sampled hundreds of times by Public Enemy, KRS-One, Kendrick Lamar. Chuck D once called him the original rapper. The cadence, the precision, the refusal to soften a single syllable. It became the sonic backbone of a genre that grew into a global industry worth billions and still, at its best, carries the political charge he would have recognized. His 6 daughters spent their lives protecting his legacy. His wife, Betty Shabazz, who died in 1997, turned grief into decades of work in education and community empowerment. And in the modern era, his insistence on framing the struggle as one of human rights, broader than any single nation's laws, has found new resonance. Activists today link police violence in American cities with colonial struggles on other continents, using the same global lens he had been building in those final, urgent months of his life. The man who was silenced at the Audubon Ballroom speaks louder now than he did when he was standing at the podium.
In the whole process.
There are decades where nothing happens, and there are weeks where decades happen. It is February 1917. In the dark before dawn, thousands of starving women stand in the snow outside empty bakeries in Petrograd. There has been no bread for days. Across the city, Tsar Nicholas II sleeps in a palace with 1,500 rooms. He believes his absolute power comes directly from God. He has no idea that in less than a week, his 300-year-old dynasty will cease to exist. When the city completely runs out of bread, the women abandon their factories and march into the streets. Tens of thousands of desperate workers join them. The Tsar orders his soldiers to shoot the protesters. They obey, and dozens are killed. But the next, sickened by what they've done, regiment after regiment mutinies. The troops cross the line and join the rebellion. Within days, a simple riot for food burns a 300-year-old dynasty to the ground, and, without knowing it, permanently rewrites human history. Tonight, we unravel the story of the Russian Revolution, a transformation so violent and so total that its shockwaves dictated the course of the entire 20th century. We'll trace how Vladimir Lenin, a bald exile living above a shoe shop in Zurich, returned to Russia and within months commanded the largest country on earth. we'll meet Leon Trotsky, the brilliant organizer who built the Red Army from nothing and turned a nation of deserters into a fighting force that defeated 14 foreign armies. And we'll see how their promise of peace, land, and bread produced a superpower that would eliminate illiteracy, launch the first human being into space, and terrify every Western government for the rest of the century. Before we begin, please take a moment to like and subscribe. It really helps us fight against algorithmic censorship. And let us know in the comments which topics you'd like us to explore next. Now, let us return to February 1917, to a city buried in snow and trembling with rage. This is the story of how the Russian Revolution changed the world forever. Chapter 1. The City of Bones. There is a story about how St. Petersburg began. It involves Peter the Great standing on a windswept island in May of 1703, dressed in fine clothes, watching an eagle soar overhead. According to the legend, the Tsar took a bayonet and cut 2 strips of turf from the earth, laid them in a cross, and commanded, "Let there be a city here." The truth was uglier. The city rose from a mosquito-ridden floodplain built by the forced labor of tens of thousands of conscript serfs and convicts. They died in such numbers that the place earned a nickname that would stick for centuries: the city built on bones. In the early years, wolves prowled the unfinished streets at night. Beneath the straight lines and elegant curves designed by foreign architects lay the corpses of perhaps 100,000 laborers. For 300 years, the Romanov dynasty ruled this vast empire. They had founded their line in 1613, and they oversaw a system of feudal serfdom in which peasants were tied to the land and subject to the extensive power of landowners. Alexander II, the so-called Tsar Liberator, abolished serfdom in 1861. But kindness had nothing to do with it. He feared peasant riots. He feared the humiliation Russia had suffered in the Crimean War, and the reform itself was a half measure. The peasants received plots too small to live on and were saddled with redemption debts that would take generations to pay off. Peasant misery bred strange dreams. Stories circulated about utopian lands, Belivode of the White Waters, the submerged city of Kitej, places where justice still existed. Young radicals called Narodniks tried to spread revolutionary ideas in the countryside. The peasants rejected them. The police arrested them. Frustrated by the slow pace of history, some revolutionaries turned to violence. In 1881, a group called Narodnaya Volya, the People's Will, threw a bomb at the carriage of Alexander II. One assassin yelled that it was too early to thank God. A second bomb tore the Tsar apart. Witnesses described bloody chunks of human flesh scattered across the snowy street. The repression that followed was ferocious. Alexander III hanged 5 student ringleaders. One of them was Alexander Ulyanov. His younger brother, Vladimir, would later take a different name, Lenin. By the turn of the century, Marxist groups had begun to form in the cities, drawing on the anger that had fueled the assassins and the Narodniks before them. Leaders like the mercurial Julius Martov and the intense Lenin founded the Union of Struggle for the Liberation of the Working Class in 1895. A schism in 1903 split them into 2 factions over what seemed like a trivial dispute about party membership conditions. Lenin's faction called themselves the Bolsheviks, meaning majority. Martovs became the Mensheviks, the minority. These revolutionary cells grew in the shadows, waiting for the regime to stumble. Sorry for the interruption. This is Charles from History After Dark, a channel that is entirely viewer-funded. I cannot produce these deep-dive documentaries without your direct support. A pledge of just a few dollars a month via Patreon or as a YouTube member provides the material base that keeps this channel alive. In return for your solidarity, you gain direct voting rights on future topics and a completely ad-free experience. Thank you. The stumble came in 1904. The government, hoping to distract the population from its troubles, launched what was supposed to be a little victorious war against Japan. It ended in catastrophic defeat. The humiliation cracked open the surface of Russian society. In January of 1905, a massive strike wave swept St. Petersburg. A sly priest named Father Gapon, who ran a police-sponsored union, led thousands of workers bearing icons and petitions to the Winter Palace. They wanted to appeal to the Tsar as their father. Troops opened fire on the peaceful crowd. As many as 1,500 people died. The myth of the benevolent Tsar shattered that afternoon. Gapon himself declared, "We have no Tsar." That revolution saw the emergence of something new. The Soviet, a council of workers' deputies in St. Petersburg, briefly led by a young man named Leon Trotsky. The uprising was crushed, but the idea of the Soviet would not be forgotten. Reactionary violence followed. State-sanctioned groups called the Black Hundreds carried out horrific pogroms against Jews, burning victims alive in Tomsk, ripping out the tongue of a toddler in Kishinev. The regime's brutality found its symbol in Pyotr Stolypin, whose hangman's nooses became known as Stolypin's neckties. The empire limped on for another decade, held together by repression and inertia. Then came the war. By 1914, Tsar Nicholas II led Russia into the First World War. He has been described as a well-educated vacuity with an expressionless face. The war would cost his empire millions of lives. His authority was undermined by his wife, Empress Alexandra, and by her reliance on Grigory Rasputin. The mad monk wielded immense influence over court appointments and military decisions. High society despised him. In December of 1916, Prince Yusupov and the right-wing politician Vladimir Purishkevich decided to act. They lured Rasputin to a palace with cyanide-laced cakes and wine. Yankee Doodle played on a gramophone. The poison failed to kill him. Yusupov shot him. Rasputin revived, lurching through the thick snow, croaking the prince's name. They shot him again and beat him. They dumped his body into a canal and forgot one of his boots on the bridge. When the body was recovered, it appeared he had tried to claw his way through the ice from below. This was not a coup. It was a morbid symptom of a regime eating itself. The Tsar received warnings from generals and ambassadors that the country stood on the brink. By early 1917, the cost of living had skyrocketed. Food was scarce. Even conservative politicians were asking whether the government's actions constituted stupidity or treason. The gruesome death of the mad monk in those icy waters was a desperate attempt by the elites to save themselves. But the rot had spread too deep to be excised by a single murder. As the new year broke over the frozen, starving city, the final blow to the 300-year-old dynasty would not come from the palaces of princes. It would come from the breadlines of the Viborg district, where the patience of the hungry was about to snap. Chapter 2. The ice Petra. The bread began before dawn. Women stood in the freezing dark, shivering, waiting for bakeries that might not open, for flour that might not come. They had been doing this for months, but something had changed in those early weeks of February. The waiting had become talking. The talking had become argument. The argument had become, as one observer put it, a kind of mumbling mass meeting spreading from queue to queue across the frozen city. Petrograd was straining at every seam. 160,000 soldiers were packed into the garrison, crammed into barracks built for half that number, sleeping in shifts, sharing the same rising anger as the 400,000 workers in the factories. Everyone was cold, everyone was hungry, and everyone, it seemed, was waiting for something to break. It broke on February 23rd, International Women's Day. The women of the Viborg district, textile workers mostly, poured out of their factories and into the streets. They shouted for bread. They threw snowballs at the windows of the metalworks to call the men out. Nobody had planned this. The union leaders hadn't authorized it. The revolutionaries hadn't organized it. It was spontaneous, furious, and spreading fast. By the end of the day, nearly 90,000 workers had joined them. The chants had changed too. It was no longer just bread they wanted. They wanted the war to end. They wanted the Tsar gone. The bridges over the Neva were blocked by police, so the crowd simply walked across the frozen river itself, crossing the ice to reach the city center. And then came the Cossacks. These were the regime's enforcers, the men on horseback who had broken strikes and scattered protests for generations. The crowd braced for the charge, but the Cossacks hesitated. They rode file through the demonstrators, carefully, slowly, as if threading through a market crowd. Some winked at the workers, one bowed from his saddle, and the crowd burst into applause. 2 days later, a police lieutenant was beating demonstrators with his whip when a Cossack drew his saber and cut him down. The officer fell dead in the street. The crowd roared. Something fundamental had cracked. The Tsar was hundreds of miles away at military headquarters in Mogilev. He received reports of the unrest and dismissed them. He telegraphed General Khabalov with instructions to suppress the disorders by tomorrow, as if he were scheduling a minor repair. On Sunday, February 26th, loyalist troops opened fire on the crowds. 40 people died. The demonstrators scattered, and for a moment it seemed the government had won. But that night, the soldiers who had done the shooting could not sleep. They lay in their barracks, thinking about the people they had killed. By morning, the Volinsky regiment had made its decision. When their commander, Captain Lashkevich, appeared before them, a shot rang out. He fell dead. The soldiers rushed into the streets, calling to the other regiments to... Within hours, the garrison had mutinied. The city descended into a kind of ecstatic chaos. Soldiers burned the district court and stood around the bonfire like revelers at a winter festival. Crowds stormed the Kresty prison and threw open the cells. The hated police, the pharaohs, were hunted through the streets, forced to strip off their uniforms or be shot where they stood. General Khabalov tried to assemble a loyal force to restore order, but his men simply melted away, disappearing into the crowds as if they had never been soldiers at all. In the Tauride Palace, two rival bodies were forming in the same building, almost the same afternoon. In one wing, members of the Duma created a provisional committee to restore order. In another, socialist intellectuals and factory delegates proclaimed themselves the Soviet of Workers and Soldiers Deputies. They began organizing food supplies, coordinating militias, issuing proclamations. Alexander Kerensky, a young lawyer with a flair for theatrical speeches, managed to get himself elected to both bodies, bridging the gap between them with sheer energy and nerve. The revolution spread. At the Kronstadt naval base, sailors rose against their officers. Admiral Viren was dragged out into Anchor Square in his white undershirt and bayoneted in the snow. In the Astoria Hotel, revolutionaries stormed the building hunting for snipers, and dozens of officers died in a chaos of broken glass and gunfire. In Moscow, the old order collapsed almost without resistance. Workers and soldiers tore down the Imperial Eagles and pinned red ribbons to their coats. Ribbons so large, one witness said, they were the size of table napkins. The Tsar finally tried to return to his capital. His train was diverted, blocked, shunted onto sidings by revolutionary railway workers who refused to let him pass. He ended up stranded at Pskov, alone in his private carriage, while his empire dissolved around him. In Petrograd, the streets were full of singing, embracing, weeping with what seemed like joy. The 300-year-old Romanov dynasty had fallen in a matter of days. The prisons were empty now. The police stations were burned shells, but the Tsar still sat in his train at Pskov, seemingly unaware that his empire had already evaporated. And while the streets celebrated with red ribbons and revolutionary songs, a tense negotiation was beginning in the corridors of the Tauride Palace. Someone would have to pick up the crown that had fallen into the gutter. The question was, who? Chapter 3. The Reluctant Rulers. The Tauride Palace had been built for elegance. Its marble floors and chandeliers were designed for diplomats and dignity, measured conversation and the rustle of formal dress. By the end of February, those floors were covered in cigarette butts. Exhausted soldiers slept in heaps against the walls. The corridors smelled of sweat and tobacco. Something else, something harder to name. The old order had cracked open, and what poured through the doors was a revolution, stirring out what it wanted to be. The Soviet Executive Committee met in a haze of smoke and sleeplessness. They were trying to decide what power they actually had. The door would burst and another group of soldiers would push through, rifles still warm, demanding answers. Should they give up their weapons? Should they obey their officers? The delegates had no script for this. They were improvising a new world in real time, and the soldiers were not interested in waiting for theory. Out of this chaos came orders not drafted by intellectuals or party leaders. The soldiers themselves demanded, and they got it. The order declared every military unit would elect its own committee. Officers would be obeyed only insofar as their commands did not contradict the Soviet. Those 4 words changed everything. They dissolved the old hierarchy without formally abolishing it. Soldiers were no longer to be addressed with the disrespectful singular you. Officers would call them citizen. The small humiliations of military life, the daily reminders of who mattered and who did not, were swept away in a single document. And yet the Soviet leaders hesitated. They controlled the garrison, the telegraphs, the railways. They had the guns, but they did not want to rule. Their Marxist textbooks told them that a bourgeois revolution had to come first. The capitalists had to take power before the workers could take it from them. It was a strange kind of deference, this insistence on following the script, even as the script was being rewritten around them. So they sat down with the Duma committee in a smoke-filled room and hammered out the terms for a provisional government, amnesty, free speech, elections. Take the formal titles. The Soviet would watch from the wings. While these negotiations dragged on, 2 conservative deputies named Kuchkov and Shulgin boarded a train from Pskov. Their mission was to convince the Tsar to abdicate. At every station along the way, revolutionary soldiers crowded the platform, peering through the windows. The old world was still physically intact. The train still ran, the tracks still held, but something fundamental had shifted. The two men arrived at Pskov and found Nicholas in his railway carriage, surrounded by generals who had already made up their minds. General Ruzsky read the Tsar a series of telegrams. One by one, his commanders recommended abdication. It was the only way to save the war effort. Nicholas gazed at the ceiling for a long moment. He murmured that he was born for unhappiness. Then he agreed to step down, initially in favor of his son, Alexei. But the boy was sick with hemophilia, and after consulting a doctor, Nicholas changed his mind. He would abdicate for both of them. The throne would pass to his brother, Grand Duke Michael. The document was signed at 11:40 in the evening on March 2nd. Nicholas thanked his generals for their excellent and loyal service. His tone was polite, almost formal, as if he were ending a business meeting rather than a dynasty. When Guchkov and Shulgin returned to Petrograd with the news, the crowds did not cheer. They were furious. The idea emperor, even a different one, was intolerable. Guchkov was nearly arrested on the spot. Grand Duke Michael understood the situation better than anyone. He asked the new government leaders if they could guarantee his safety. They could not. He declined the throne. And with that refusal, 300 years of Romanov rule came to an end. The revolution now turned its energy on the symbols of the old regime. Double-headed eagles were torn from buildings. Imperial statues were pulled down. Monks went on strike against their abbots. Waiters marched under banners that read, "No tips taken here," demanding to be treated as humans rather than servants. In the countryside, peasants began writing letters to the new government, asking for escapades. In Brick, Lenin read about all of this in the newspaper. He was stuck in neutral Switzerland, separated from Russia by an entire war. He began concocting schemes to get home. Wigs, false passports. At one point, he considered chartering an aeroplane. He sent frantic letters to his comrades in Petrograd, urging them to refuse any support for the provisional government to prepare for a second stage of revolution. The Bolshevik leaders who received these letters were horrified. Stalin and Kamenev quietly censored them. Lenin was too radical, they thought. He did not understand the situation on the ground. On March 23rd, a funeral procession moved through Petrograd toward the Mars field. Hundreds of thousands of people marched in silence, following 184 red coffins to their graves in the frozen earth. Only the boom of fortress guns and the sound of the Marseillaise played by military bands. It was a new kind of ceremony for a new kind of world. By the end of the month, the initial unity was already beginning to fray. Soldiers grew restless with talk of continuing the war. Workers demanded the 8-hour day. The rift between the well-meaning liberals in the Winter Palace and the radical masses in the streets was widening by the day. And on March 27th, a train departed Switzerland, carrying Lenin and a group of exiles across enemy Germany. It was heading toward a Russia that was changing faster than anyone in the provisional government dared to imagine. Chapter 4. The Train to Finland Station. The train wheezed into Beloostrov Station on a cold April evening, and a small group of Bolsheviks stood on the platform, breath clouding in the air. Alexandra Kollontai was there, so was Lev Kamenev. They had been waiting for hours. The man on that train had been in exile for nearly 15 years, moving between London and Geneva and Zurich, writing pamphlets that most of Russia had never read. Now he was coming home. The workers got to him first. Before he could even step down properly, they hoisted him onto their shoulders and paraded him along the platform like a conquering hero. He looked embarrassed. This was not his style. Inside the carriage, there was no sentimentality. Vladimir Lenin turned on Kamenev immediately. What was this defensist rubbish being published in Pravda? What's this you're writing? He demanded. We saw several issues and really swore at you. The reunion was an interrogation. By 11 that night, the train had reached Petrograd's Finland station. The platform was a chaos of red banner brass bands and cheering crowds. Soldiers, sailors, workers, all pressing forward to see the man the newspapers had been calling a German spy. Searchlights swept across the scene. Someone thrust an incongruous bouquet of flowers into his hands. They ushered him into the imperial waiting room, the one they still called the Tsar's room, where the leaders of the Petrograd Soviet had gathered to receive him. Nikolai Chikaidze, the Menshevik chairman, stood waiting with a face like a funeral. He delivered a careful speech about unity, about closing democratic ranks, about defending the revolution together. His eyes never quite met Lenin's. Lenin stood there with the flowers dangling from one hand, staring at the ceiling. He looked at the walls, the floor, anywhere but at Chikaidze. When the speech ended, he turned his back on the official delegation entirely. He addressed the crowd instead. Dear comrades, soldiers, sailors, and workers. The imperialist war, he told them, was only the beginning of a European civil war. His voice rose. Long the worldwide socialist revolution, the moderates exchanged glances. This was not the script. Outside, he climbed onto the bonnet of an armored car. Searchlights found him again. He denounced the capitalist pirates, the frauds of the provisional government. The joyful tears of February were over. He was offering something harder, colder. The Bolsheviks had already seized the Kshinskaya mansion for their headquarters. It had belonged to the Tsar's former mistress, a ballerina named Matilda Kshinskaya. The place was Art Nouveau elegance. Satin-lined boudoirs and crystal chandeliers, now filling up with cigarette smoke and muddy boots, and the clatter of typewriters. In the main hall, beneath those chandeliers, Lenin addressed his own followers. He tore apart everything they had been doing. The policy of cooperation with the government was finished. There would be no compromise with the bourgeoisie. When he stopped speaking, there was only silence. His own comrades sat stricken. The next day, at the Tauride Palace, he presented his April theses to the assembled socialists. Abolish the police, abolish the army, abolish the bureaucracy. Transfer all power to the Soviets. The room erupted. Iraklit Tsereteli accused him of abandoning Marxism. Someone shouted that these were the ravings of a madman. Viktor Chernov dismissed him as a man who had marginalized himself through sheer excess. Even his own party refused to back him fully. The Bolshevik Central Committee hedged. Kamenev published an article called Our Disagreements to make clear these were Lenin's personal opinions, not official policy. The prodigal had returned, and nobody quite knew what to do with him. Then the streets decided. On April 20th, a secret diplomatic note was leaked to the press. Foreign Minister Milyukov had promised the Allies that Russia would fight on to decisive victory. He still claimed the Dardanelles for the Empire, the myth of a defensive war or shattered overnight. A sergeant named Fedor Linde, a romantic with no particular party affiliation, was so incensed that he led his battalion to the Mariinsky Palace without orders. He wanted Milyukov's resignation. Other regiments followed. The April days had begun. For the first time, pro-government crowds clashed with anti-government demonstrators on Nevsky Prospect. Some shouted hurrah for Milyukov. Others carried banners reading down with the provisional government. Gunfire echoed near the Kazan Cathedral. 3 people died on the pavement. General Lava Kornilov ordered artillery into Palace Square to disperse the crowds. His own troops ignored him. They obeyed the Soviet instead. The general learned something that day about where real power resided in Petrograd. Milyukov resigned. So did Kuchkov. But to save the government, the moderate socialists made their fatal choice. The Mensheviks and socialist revolutionaries agreed to enter a coalition cabinet. They were now responsible for the war. They were now responsible for the collapsing economy. They had tied themselves to a sinking ship. Lenin watched. He had won over his party through what he called patient explanation, though patience was not quite the word his comrades would have used. His rivals had done exactly what he predicted. The divide in Russia was no longer between the Tsar and the people. It was between the compromisers in government and the radicalizing masses in the streets, who were starting to listen to the one party that promised them everything they wanted: peace, land, bread. The liberals had failed. The moderate socialists had stepped in to prop up what remained, hoping their moral authority would keep starving soldiers in the trenches and angry workers in the factories. But as the spring mud dried and the days grew longer, another voice was crossing the ocean to join the chorus of discontent. His oratory was sharp as a blade. He would help forge the Bolsheviks into something capable of striking the final blow. Chapter 5. An Unraveling at the Edges. On the 4th of May, Leon Trotsky arrived in Petrograd. He had come a long way. From New York, across the Atlantic, and then into the hands of the British, who detained him in a concentration camp in Nova Scotia for weeks. The Petrograd Soviet had demanded his release, and eventually the British relented. Now he stood in the Tauride Palace, and the room crackled with anticipation. The Menshevik minister Skobelev greeted him warmly, calling him a dear and beloved teacher. Applause filled the hall. But when Trotsky took the podium, something shifted. His voice trembled at first, the nerves of a man who had been away too long, unsure of his footing. Then the steel came. He offered no comfort to his former students. He called the new coalition government a shame. He recited what he called 3 revolutionary articles of faith. Do not trust the bourgeoisie. Control the leaders. Rely only on your own force. The hall went quiet. Lenin noticed immediately. Here was a man who understood. The old feuds between them, the years of bitter pamphlets and accusations, none of it mattered now. Lenin reached out to Trotsky and his small but intellectually dazzling group, the Mezrayotsi. He offered them a seat on the board of Pravda. He offered them a path to merger. They shared the same goal now. All power to the Soviets. While the leaders debated in the capital, the vast Russian Empire was coming apart at the edges. In the Buddhist Buryat region of Siberia, a congress declared independence. In the Muslim enclave of Kazan, women delegates rose up at a congress to ban polygyny, shouting that they would seize their rights. The center could not hold because there was no center left. In the countryside, the black repartition had begun. Peasant assemblies sent letters to the government, written in strange hybrid prose, urgent, rushing metaphors mixed with stilted quasi-legalese. They demanded that land earned by the amorous escapades of the gentry be surrendered to the people. They were not waiting for permission anymore. Violence spiraled in the cities. The newspapers ran a regular column now on mob trials, the Samasadi, thieves beaten to death by crowds, unpopular foremen wheeled to canals in wheelbarrows and dumped into the water. The old order was dissolving into something raw and unpredictable. In the naval fortress of Kronstadt, the sailors had established their own republic. On the 13th of May, they declared that they recognized only the authority of the Petrograd Soviet. The provisional government meant nothing to them. The Kronstadt Soviet was controlled by a volatile mix of Bolsheviks, left socialist revolutionaries, and anarchists. These were the same men who had bayoneted Admiral Viren in Anchor Square. They stood ready to support with armed force any move to overthrow the government. The Bolshevik Central Committee found itself playing firefighter, summoned the Kronstadt leaders Raskolnikov and Rothschild to Petrograd and reprimanded them for their Toy Town insurrectionary power grabs. The revolution could not afford to move too fast. Not yet. Alexander Kerensky, meanwhile, was fashioning himself as the persuader-in-chief. He dressed in a military tunic, though he was a lawyer by training. He toured the front lines, standing on boxes and the bonnets of cars, delivering hysterical, passionate speeches that sometimes caused him to faint. He begged the soldiers for one last push towards peace. And for a moment, it seemed to work. The troops wept. They threw flowers. They carried him on their shoulders. But the adulation was shallow. Behind the scenes, cynical officers despised socialist lawyer playing dress. In the trenches, trench Bolshevism was spreading. Peace at any cost. Soldiers heckled the minister once the initial euphoria faded. Kerensky's declaration of the rights of soldiers, meant to restore some officer authority, was mocked by the Bolsheviks as the declaration of the rightlessness of soldiers. In the industrial districts, the factory committees grew more militant. They had started with demands for an 8-hour day. Now, they wanted access to the company books, workers' control over production. They bypassed the moderate trade unions entirely. The Mensheviks found themselves in an impossible position. They were statists now, trying to enforce order and discipline on a working class they theoretically represented. But that working class was turning against them. Even the Socialist Revolutionary Party began to crack. A radical left wing, led by the legendary terrorist Maria Spiridonova, fresh from blowing up prisons in Siberia, denounced the leadership for mutilating the party program and selling out the peasants. As May turned to June, the atmosphere in Petrograd grew toxic. The middle classes lived in terror of the hooligans on the street. The workers viewed the coalition government as a betrayal. The socialist ministers seemed like nothing more than fleas for the bourgeoisie. The Bolsheviks, once a fringe group, began winning local elections in working-class districts like the Vyborg side. Their slogans cut through the complex theoretical arguments of their rivals. Bread, peace, land. Lenin continued to hammer away at the conciliators, warning that the revolution was stalling. The coalition and transfer all bids. To the hungry and the armed, it was starting to sound like common sense. The stage was set for confrontation. The government, deluded by its own propaganda, was preparing to launch a suicidal military offensive in the name of revolutionary defense. In the barracks and the factories, the Bolsheviks were quietly arming themselves with something more dangerous than rifles. The anger of a people who had been promised a new world and given only a new war. Chapter 6, The Edge of the Abyss. On the 3rd of June, more than 700 delegates gathered in Petrograd for the first All-Russian Congress of Soviets. The Socialist Revolutionaries and the Mensheviks dominated the hall. The Bolsheviks held only 105 seats, a modest faction in a sea of moderates. The mood was confident, almost self-congratulatory. The Menshevik leader Tsereteli rose to address the assembly. He spoke with the certainty of a man who believed history was on his side. There was no political party in Russia, he declared, that would dare say, give us power. Coalition with the bourgeoisie was the only path forward. It was sensible. It was cautious. It was the responsible thing to do. A voice cut through from the back of the room. There is such a party. The hall turned. Lenin was standing, small and intense, his hand raised. The Bolsheviks, he announced, were ready to take power at any second. The Congress laughed, but the laughter had an edge to it. Outside the hall, the Bolshevik military organization was already planning an armed demonstration to show the Soviet leaders where real power resided. It was not in speeches. Tensions had been building for weeks over a strange flashpoint, the Durnovo Villa. This was the occupied summer home of a Tsarist official, now transformed into a headquarters for anarchists and radical unions. The garden had become a park for local children. Black banners hung from the facade, bearing the words, "Death to all capitalists." When the government ordered the anarchists out, workers in the Vyborg district struck in solidarity. A wild-haired figure named Bleichman, an anarchist communist with what observers described as a Jewish-American accent, urged the crowds into the streets. The Bolshevik military organization planned an armed march for June the 10th. They hoped to channel the fury into something purposeful, but the Soviet Congress forbade it. In a tense late-night meeting, the Bolshevik Central Committee voted to cancel the demonstration. Lenin and Sverdlov abstained. The majority feared a premature civil war. They pulled back from the edge. The cancellation enraged the militants. In Kronstadt, the naval